Synopsis. A teenage soul is reincarnated in My Hero Academia as a quirkless-seeming orphan who awakens an absurd speed force on his 4th birthday during a villain attack. Taken in by UA staff after saving a child with blood-red lightning, he uses meta-knowledge to quietly dismantle every existential threat before it can bloom, ending all for one overpowered overhaul, erasing the meta-liberation army executives, and personally healing or redeeming nearly every League member. Years later, he stands as an unseen guardian and beloved teacher whose name is whispered as Monarch of Motion, now married with Clara and raising 2 daughters in a Japan that never knew true war. A heartwarming fix-it where the power fantasy serves the found family payoff. Capitulo 1, Chapter 1, Another Beginning. The Almighty being tasked with the creation of a new reality gazed upon his creation. The central universe that will play a part as his core in his future power, growing at a pace that can be said to be slow in the eyes of a newborn being who can manipulate reality, but for the universe itself is moving at a pace that can be said to be very fast when considering the natural speed of the universe. The being who had decided to identify himself with the moniker, Jason, a name adopted by him in his past life, in a universe that vanished with the willful passing of the entity that created it, and selected Jason as the sole successor of that multiversal reality, tasked to carry on in his place as the new divine being. Jason looked at his universe with a dull expression. Seeing the progress in its creation being improved had brought him solace, but he still found the speed of creation tedious. "Hey Minerva, how much has my universe been progressing?" "According to my calculations, sir, adding the fairy tale universe as a sub-universe has strengthened the element of magic in your universe. The strength has increased enough for it to be a building block for the living beings of your universe, thereby resulting your universe to have fantastical elements." All right. By the way, Minerva was the universe I lived in before the main universe of the divine being before me. No, the main universe can be considered as the soul of the divine being itself. The being will be able to manipulate it after its creation, but won't be able to retain anything in it after ceasing to exist. So, I must have been born on the universe created after creating the main universe. Jason took a deep breath. Because of having a lifespan that did not have numerical terms to be defined, it won't be long before he loses his will to live, especially if he had the omniscient ability every divine being is born with. Jason looked next to him and saw the glowing sentience he had named Minerva. Minerva was the subconscious creation made by him just as he was born. If Minerva was not made as the embodiment of his omniscient abilities, he was sure he would have gone mad, and because of the factor of mystery of the future, is what saves his original ego from being destroyed after all these years. "Hey Minerva, Karna is doing a good job in his universe, right?" "Yes, Karna's development, although had a lot of support from you in the beginning, the rate of his current development has surpassed your earlier calculations. So should we add another?" "Hey, stop giving me that look. Sir, I do not have any expressions. We have been together for millions of years. Don't you think I would be able to know what you are thinking? And just now you just paused." "No, sir." "Did you pause because you thought I was an idiot, right?" "Not at all, sir." "Really?" "Yes, sir, not at all. I was not at all worried, that same as last time, just because you felt like it. You wanted to ice guy a 16-year-old orphaned kid by making him die because of a truck falling from the sky." Jason was not able to think about any retorts to that because he knew what kind of being was talking with him right now. No matter, whatever he says, the conversation will end with him having more and more emotional damage. "All right, fine, I give up." Naturally. Jason felt non-existent veins pop up in his head, but he still controlled it because he knew there is no use of being angry because again he would lose in the end. "All right, can we get the next world, please?" "Yes, sir. What are your parameters?" "Let's try MHA this time. Seems a bit easier than the one Karna was in, so we would not have to involve ourselves too much." "That is for the best. Sir, would you like a child with similar parameters and death like last time as well, so that the child will have no respect for you as a divine being and treat you like treating a toddler?" "Wait, does Karna really treat me like a toddler?" Process started searching for MHA World. Hey, wait, Minerva, don't you ignore me. World found, trying to get permission from the divine being in charge of it. Contact successful, permission acquired. Channeling the universe towards the main universe, connecting to the main universe as a sub-universe. Connection complete. All right, so let's find the kid and send him to that world before she comes here. After saying that, Jason looked around rapidly. She's not here now, right? Don't worry, sir, she is right now busy with her own responsibilities. All right then, find a kid with the same parameters as Karna, but this time find someone who has a natural death instead of death forced by us. How about that? Most appropriate, sir. It's nice to know that you are not repeating the earlier mistakes you made with Karna. Finding the planet. Individual found, processing time and nature of death. Death at 15, way of death truck accident because of faulty signals. No family, no next of kin, introverted, had few friends. Target soul acquired. Asking permission from corresponding divine being. Permission acquired. All the best, sir, for your next warrior in another universe. I wonder how Karna will feel when he finds out that he is not alone. Ah well, let's meet the new kid. A soul suddenly floated in front of Jason and formed into a teenager wearing a school uniform. The teenager was disoriented by the accident and the death that happened to him few moments ago. He didn't know where he was, but he suddenly heard a voice. Welcome to the starting of your next life. Capítulo 2, Chapter 2, New Life. The newborn soul of the child extracted from another world turned around to meet the being that summoned him. Are you Rob? He asked, a bit excited. Hearing that Jason suddenly had the urge to laugh out loud, he used his powers to freeze the time of the boy. You see that, Minerva, finally a man of culture is here, not like last time. Yes, sir, and thankfully you froze him before he can see your true self and treat you like a child. Why are you still on that idea? Just trust me on this one. Yes, sir. Jason immediately went back to maintain the posture he had before and unfroze the child. Yes, you can say I am, Jason replied to the kid's earlier question with a manner of dignity that was not present before. Seeing this, Minerva talked to Jason's mind using telepathy. Please stop getting overconfident or you will make stupid comments, sir. We must at least maintain a little bit of your dignity by not erasing the kid's memories. Jason shouted back through his mind. Stop talking like that to me, you are not my mother. In a way, Minerva's warning worked, because Jason had reeled his excitement in. Am I going to another universe, or am I getting wishes? The kid asked excitedly. Well, you're not going to get wishes. Suddenly, the kid's smile went down a bit. And you have no choice in your world, it has already been chosen. The kid's smile entirely went down. Can I know which world I am going to? The boy seemed resigned when he said this. Well, before I go about that, I have to explain a few things to you now. Jason waved his hands, and suddenly the roof of the room disappeared, and a starry sky came to be. The boy had surprise deep in his eyes when he saw this, and suddenly, he found himself sitting in a chair holding a cup of tea. The scent of the tea was unfamiliar, but was highly attractive, and when he looked across him, he found the god he met sitting on a similar chair sipping tea. Let's start from the beginning, shall we? Jason said. So, let me get this straight. You are a new god and is creating a new universe. Yes. And to create it faster, you need to connect another universe to it, and send someone as your warrior to change the ending of the universe, which is normally total annihilation. Then he turned towards the god. And I am chosen as the warrior for the second universe, just like the first one that was chosen. Yes, almost correct, but you have a few differences. What are they? The boy asked, a bit puzzled. Well, first of all, the universe he went to belongs to the anime, one just like the one you are going to be sent to, but the universe that he was sent to and the missions he had to fulfill were way harder. How harder? Yours IF is in easy mode, his is in nightmare mode 5 levels above. Wow, that seems hard. Yes, exactly, so I had to provide him with a system to give missions to change the fate of the world, and also a reward system to increase his arsenal while he is trying to save it. Will I get a system? No, you won't. Why is that? Because the world I am sending you to does not require a system, having it will only complicate things for you. My last warrior Karna had to go to the fairy tale world, where everyone is way stronger than what was shown in the anime. And he also had to face AU elements that increased the difficulties by manyfold, with a lot more characters that had caused him many problems. He even almost lost his life a few times, and he is only 11 years old by now. The boy was silent when he heard this. He asked, "Will the anime world that I will be going to will be an AU, and which world is it?" "Well, the world I will be sending you to will be the My Hero Academia world, and don't worry, the world will not be an AU, just a few extra stronger villains who won. Change the plot." The boy let out a deep breath after hearing that. He knew the MHA world and its workings as he had died after reading the final war in which All for One had died was over. He was glad he was a manga reader. "I will not be quirkless, right?" He asked, a bit nervous. He knew that even if he knew the future of that world, being quirkless will be a great negative if you live in that society. "Don't worry, kid, I was not planning to make you quirkless when I am sending you there. The fact of your quirk that you will manifest is one of the things that you will get when you go into that world." "Can I choose my quirk?" "Nope." The boy became downcast again. "Ha ha ha, don't give me a look like that. I will make sure you get a good quirk that will make sure you have the talent to be in the top of the system. But if you want to become the strongest in that world, it will depend on your hard work. So, do you agree to the conditions of being my warrior?" The boy seemed to be thinking. Then he looked straight at Jason and shook his head in affirmation. "All right then." Jason then snapped his fingers and they both vanished from where they were and returned to the same place that the boy was first brought to. "All right then, let's give you quirk," Jason started. "Your name is Inazuma, right?" Jason asked. "Ha, ha, yes, it is." Inazuma laughed a bit awkwardly because as an orphan the name was chosen by himself as a child. And as a child, he chose a strong name to sound cool, which actually made him feel a bit embarrassed when he grew into a teenager. "Ha ha ha, don't worry about it, kid, the name's not that bad. And I have the signature move of giving my blessings based on the name of the person. Inazuma means lightning, right? So based on that, should I give you lightning-based powers?" "But they already have a Pikachu who shot circuits his brain, adding another will not do." "Goro Goro, no me, is already taken by another one." "All right then," it decided, "I will make sure to give you access to Speed Force on your 4th birthday. You happy, kid?" "Yes, sir." Inazuma was smiling with happiness. He knew what the Speed Force is and knew about how much power it holds. It can even destroy the world if used badly. Now just a few words of warning. The Speed Force given to you will gradually increase its power as you age, so you won't get the same level Barry Allen or his grandson or anyone had got in the beginning, so don't complain if you don't get that level of power at the onset onwards. Inazuma nodded his head. "And yes, one more warning, don't try to use Speed Punch, thinking that the faster the punch, stronger the strike. Physics works in that world really well. If you surpass what your body can handle, you will die." Inazuma put on a serious face as he listened. "You can put harder punches as you find ways to control the Speed Force in ways that it protects your body from outside forces, thereby further nullifying the opposite power of your punches." "Yes, sir," Inazuma replied. "And one more thing," Jason cautioned, "don't try to phase through objects cause that can make you destroy yourself if not done properly. So I will make sure to tell you when you are ready to use it when you get there." "Thank you, sir." Jason clapped his hands, and suddenly, Inazuma lost his vision, and the last thing he heard was, "All the best, kid." Capítulo 3, Chapter 3 read. Inazuma opened his eyes and started looking around. The last thing he remembered was the god that had saved him after his death wishing him luck. He looked around, and he found out that he was surrounded by rubbles all around him, and he seemed to have scratches and wounds all over him. He looked up and saw that it was nighttime, and there were sounds of ambulances and explosions around him. He tried to get up, and when he did, he felt like he had a little bit of problem balancing, and that's when he figured out that the body he was in right now was actually that of a child's. He looked at his hands and found out that they were very small. "Looks like a 4-year-old or something. Whoa, my voice sounds silly." He then began to look around his body and found out that it was filled with small scratches and wounds that did not seem like grave wounds. He let out a sigh of relief, but suddenly felt stinging pain on the side of his head. He touched that part and found out that his hair has hardened a bit there. Must be dried up blood, he thought, and then he began walking outside the rubbles where he had woken up. He can see that he was in the rubbles of a large building, and it seems like there are a lot of people in uniforms running around trying to save people. There must have been a villain attack, and the building must have fallen on the kid, killing him, and I might have gotten in his body. He calculated on his head. The god had told that he will not get any other support other than his op quirk that he will get at age 4. But the problem was he did not know about the accurate age he was in, and the place he was in right now was very dangerous. He does not know whether the villain has been stopped, and right now, whether the police and fire force are looking for the injured or not. He can hear the sirens, but the place he is in right now was highly dangerous, and it seemed like a lot of the building materials are waiting to fall. He felt like he will be more safer if he stays here, but he does not know what kind of damage his head has because of the injury, and the blood has only clotted and dried. The wound itself might have problems that must be fixed. So he decided to walk around and started to move towards the place where there was a lot of light. As he walked, he reached the place where a lot of people were running around. "Hey, look, an injured kid." He suddenly heard a shout, and the next thing he knew, he was approached by a firefighter who began to check for injuries in him. "What's your name, kid?" the person asked while checking the injury on his head. He felt like telling his old name, but suddenly, a few bits of information came into his head. "I don't know," he replied. The information sent to his brain was by the god, and it had told him that his setting was to be a kid who had lost his memories in the accident. Inazuma also felt like it is better for his life to start at a young age, where he can walk rather than at the time where he was a baby, and had to grow up at a really slow pace. "Oh, that's bad." The man suddenly had an expression of pity when he heard the answer, but he quickly changed his expression into a reassuring one, considering the situation. "Don't worry, kid, we will keep you safe," the guy said while carefully rubbing the kid's head and making sure not to touch the wounded part. He then gently picked up Inazuma and started moving towards the medics. As he was being carried to the tent, Inazuma saw a lot of heroes fighting those who seemed to be a part of group. He also recognized Gran Torino, who was fighting those people very quickly. There were a lot of heroes subduing those people who looked like they were part of mafia, and there were also a group of heroes who were rescuing people who were caught in the middle. Inazuma was then brought to a medic and was being checked up for extensive effects caused by injuries, and while the medic was treating him, he looked towards what Gran Torino was doing. At that time, Gran Torino was kicking the face of one of the mafia members. "Damn it, I am too old for this younger bullshit," Gran Torino sighed. Gran Torino quirkjet allows him to unleash high-pressure air from the soles of his feet. As Gran Torino beat the guy down, a few rookie heroes came and tied him up. Torino looked around and found out that almost all the people who were causing trouble was captured, and the rescue operations were being taken care of right now. Just as he was about to go somewhere, he suddenly saw a piece of building falling straight to the ground towards a crying little girl. Seeing the emergency, he tried to use his quirk, but he suddenly fell down. He quickly looked back and found that the holes in his feet were closed by tar. The last villain he fought had the ability to heat things on contact. That guy must have melted the tar on the road when he was knocked down. Gran Torino looked at the rock falling at the girl with the feeling of helplessness, but suddenly he saw a flash of lightning, and the rock fell down with no sign of the girl being under it. He was surprised. He looked around and saw the girl a bit farther from there, with a boy standing in front of her with electric sparks all around him. A few seconds ago, as Inazuma was looking at Gran Torino, he saw that Gran Torino tried to run and suddenly fell down. Seeing this, he looked at where Gran Torino was trying to jump to and found out a little girl in a dangerous situation. "No," he thought in his mind. Suddenly, he felt a warmth traveling from the center of his chest to his entire body, and he saw everything slow down. "My quirk activated," he thought. He then suddenly started moving towards the girl. He knew the downsides of the speed force. He was young, so he will not be fast enough for a long time, and the calorie required by the speed force is too much for a child's body. So he knew he only got a few seconds. He moved towards the girl and slightly pushed her away from the falling rock along with himself, and since he was moving at a speed where even time slowed down, he did not have to use too much strength for it. After reaching at a safe distance, he stopped, and time started to move at the same pace for him. The rock that was falling fell down away from him and the girl. Inazuma looked at himself and saw lightning the color of blood red. He remembered seeing the color of lightning of reverse flash, but his seemed more darker in red. "Who are you?" Inazuma heard a voice, and he looked down and saw the girl he had saved asking him a question. "It's Inazuma." And that was the last thing he remembered before he blacked out again for the second time. Capítulo 4, Chapter 4 Torino. Right now, Gran Torino was reading a file about the boy who is currently admitted in a hospital. Is the information in these files correct? Gran Torino asked the inspector that gave him the file. Yes, sir, this was all that was left after the fire, and the family also had a few connections due to the job of the father and mother. The inspector replied. All right, go back, Gran Torino ordered. Even though Gran Torino was a hero, most people in the hero, and Goft knows that he acts more like a soldier. And him being one of the people on the forefront in the war against All for One, and also the mentor of All Might the current one hero, gives him power to command most of the police forces most times. The inspector gave a salute and went away. Gran Torino completed the file and started summarizing all the information he had of the boy. En Mato Inazuma, 6-year-old, quirk was underdeveloped, but doctors had guaranteed that he had one, but it has not manifested yet. His parents were both detectives, both orphans with his mother having slight connections with a few business enterprises. Both the parents had died in the battle of the Yakuza right, now leaving the boy orphaned, but enough resources to live well even after being an adult. Torino let out a sigh. This was just the preliminary investigation of the boy, and just a few hours ago, he had manifested his quirk. Super speed with electric emission during its use. It's a good one, but the kid had fainted right after its use, and the firefighter who had found the kid had told that he had lost all his memories after getting a wound on his head. Currently, Torino was sitting in front of the room in the hospital where the kid was admitted. He felt a bit responsible for not being able to save the girl because of his carelessness, so he felt like personally making sure that the kid was okay as a thank you for correcting his mistake. Then the doctor suddenly came out, and Torino stood up. "Doctor, what's the boy's condition?" Torino asked. "The kid is healthy, sir. Just a bit out of energy, it seems like an effect of his quirk, and it takes its calories as the cost of using it," the doctor replied. "Is that so? It's a good quirk," thought Torino. Yes, it is. If his quirk had not healed all the wounds that he might have been in a more critical condition. "Wait, what do you mean by healing?" Shocked a bit, Gran Torino asked. "Oh, so you didn't know before saving him. Well, the kid's quirk is somehow accelerating his cell division by consuming energy from the body, and the cell division is not harming the vitality of the child as well. I have a minor quirk of analyze that can scan what is happening in front of me, and I was able to know that his quirk was healing him in this method." "Well then, Mr. Torino, I have to meet a lot of patients due to today being an emergency, so I will have to say goodbye. But it was still an honor to meet you." The doctor began to move away and stopped. "Oh, by the way, the kid was not healing before, because it seems like he had used up almost all the energy of his body before, except for a bit that maintained his functions. Not to worry about this, as this might be because of his body being young, and the quirk requires more energy, though I can't say what emptied his energy before. I have put him in an IV drip and had administrated medicines, but after he wakes up, make sure to give him more calorie-rich food if you want him to use his quirk as it requires energy." The doctor went away. Gran Torino was in a slightly shocked state this time. He had listened to everything that the doctor said and had not informed him about his speed quirk. He looked into the room and saw the boy sleeping in the bed. Speed and accelerated healing. I thought his quirk was just speed, a simple one, but it seems like one of the complicated new generation ones, and the chances of him developing more are high. He began to think about the situation in which the kid had used his speed. If I was in the kid's place, would I have been able to reach that girl? In my prime, maybe, but I have to go full force and will be a bit winded after it. Just a kid, and reaching my prime, what will happen when he grows up? And along with a healing quirk, which seems to have healed that injury in the kid's head as well. If the information goes out, his quirk will be targeted by that bastard. His eyes darkened a bit with that thought. The kid has no relatives left, and possibly no memories, either makes him a perfect target for that bastard. Suddenly, Inazuma opened his eyes. Where am I? He tried to get up. Torino pushed him back into the bed gently. Don't move much, kid, you are recovering right now. Inazuma laid back listening to him. He recognized Torino, but thought of not saying it as his backstory is amnesia. What's your name, kid? Torino asked. Inazuma. Do you remember your full name? No, I don't know. Just as I thought, the quirk must have healed his head, but not his memories, Torino thought. Torino had given up his kid for his safety, so he had no experience dealing with kids, so he decided to be blunt, or more like, he had no idea of another way. Kid, I am sorry to say this, but you and your family had an accident, and you are the only survivor. Seeing that you are alone right now, how would you like to get adopted? He dropped a bomb like it was nothing. Inazuma's eyes went. He then naturally replied, Are you a scammer after my parents' money or something? Capítulo 5, Chapter 5 Chioshuzenji. After a few awkward conversations with a doctor who was about to call the police after hearing the last sentence, I said to Gran Torino, Right now, I am traveling in a car with a pissed-off old man. Really, kid, you almost destroyed my life back there because of your stupid joke. Gran Torino was still angry about it. I tried to hold back my laughter, but could not keep my grin off my remembering it. Well, you were the one who sprung up adoption on a kid who has no memories. What else am I supposed to think? I replied. HMPH, Torino huffed and turned his head around. Inazuma thought that Torino was still angry about that incident, but he was actually thinking about the intellect of the boy. Even after losing memories, the kid is keeping cool and joking around. He does not seem like other brats his age, if I am right. I remember his grades in elementary in the file, but I thought it was normal for kids his age to get good grades. But now it seems like he has good intellect as well. It might help him now when he faces the world with no memories. Torino also remembered what the doctor had said while leaving the hospital with the kid. Normally, people who get injuries to the head has lost memories, but they recover them after their brain completely heals with time. But in the case of Inazuma, the kid's quirk had already healed his brain, so, in a way, the time period where the brain recovers its memories, while healing does not exist now. And seeing that he has not got any memories back other than his first name, we can only conclude that he will not get his memories back. Gran Torino nodded and left, not seeing the change of expression of the doctor. All the best, kid. Torino looked at the child sitting with him in the car. The more he looked at him, staring out through the windows at the buildings, the more he felt like the decision he made was right. I was not able to protect them by keeping them nearby, but I will make sure that at least this kid would have enough power to fight for himself in the future. After a few hours, the car reached the destination. Get off, kid, we reached your new home, Torino said while opening the door. Inazuma got out from the car and looked at where he had reached. Looking up, he saw a familiar gate and a building that was differently shaped behind it. Yue hi, Inazuma thought, a bit shocked. Why did the old man bring me here? At the gate of Yue, there seemed to be 3 people waiting for both of them. A rat humanoid with a young man with glasses and a piercing stare, and an old woman with a small bag with her. All 3 of their eyes widened a bit looking at me. Inazuma and Torino began to walk towards the 3 of them, and as he reached them, Torino talked, or at least he tried to. Hey Nezoch, stop it, old hag. Shut up, you old age idiot. Do you have any explanation for the things you have done right now? Just as Torino was about to speak, the old woman among the group used her staff to beat Torino while scolding him. Inazuma was a bit dumbfounded while watching this, but hearing her words, she is beating up Torino for bringing him here immediately after the accident without even trying to find anything about his relatives or friends of my parents and informing them. Now seeing the headgear of the woman Inazuma, recognized the person who is now old, but still more taller than what was depicted in anime. Recovery girl quirk healing can make other people's natural healing mechanism speed up more than normal. Inazuma now recognized the other two, who were calmly watching Torino getting beat up. Nezu quirk high specs grants high IQ, making him one of the smartest mammals on Earth. Nezu looked at Inazuma and smiled in a kind manner. He came near him and shook his hand using his paw. "Nice to meet you, young man. You are not feeling any problems at all, right?" Nezu asked. "No, I am okay right now," I replied. Then the young man near Nezu came near me and removed his coat and put it on me. "It's a bit chilly, so this might help," he said. He had a serious expression, but seemed to be looking at me for obvious discomfort as well, and I was able to recognize him. Night-Eye quirk foresight ability, to see the future of a person for the next hour or the future of the person in a few years. He looked like a person in his 20s and does not seem to be looking as stressed as in his later years. See that even a 20-something kid knew to give that child a coat in this cold weather. But what the hell did you do pulling a child who just lost his memories from the hospital, just like that? Recovery girl was using more ammunition and beating Torino up. That's when I realized I was still wearing the clothes which had my blood on, and Torino had not stopped anywhere to get me new clothes. That, along with me being a child, gave me a look that might have triggered Recovery girl to give him a beating. Then Nezu started talking to me again. "We heard everything from Torino from the hospital before he brought you here, but we had expected him to at least take care of a few of your necessities. But it seems like he did not, and that's why Recovery girl is really angry right now. And for you, young man, you are in a safe space right now," Nezu said while holding my arm. Right now, since I was young, I was still shorter than Nezu by a bit. "Growell." Suddenly, a voice came from my stomach, startling both Nezu and Night-Eye in front of me. I blushed a bit in embarrassment. "Sorry about that," I said. "Oh, you poor child." Suddenly, Recovery girl's voice came near me, but this time a lot kinder than what Torino got. She put her hand in her bag and took out a bun roll which smelled a lot like chicken and gave it to me. "Normally, I would have given you a few candies, but I think what you want right now is pure calorie-rich food." She started gently caressing my head while I started eating the meat bun. "After you eat this one, let's freshen you up. I got some old clothes of my grandkids with me right now that would really look good on you. Come on, let's go inside," she said while gently pushing me towards the building. "What about him?" I asked while pointing to Torino, who currently looked like roadkill. "Oh, you are a sweet child, aren't you? Don't worry about him, let's go inside, he will drag himself in after some time," Recovery girl said while taking me in. Nezu and Night-Eye looked at the sprawled-out form of Torino on the road, but it seems like both of them does not want to defy Recovery girl, so they both shrugged their shoulders and started walking with us. Nezu then said, "Oh, by the way, young man, welcome to UA High." Capítulo 6, Chapter 6 Future. After making sure that the boy was fed well and wearing clean clothes, Chiyo Shuzenji/Recovery girl took him to one of the beds in infirmary. "Come on, kid, all growing kids need to sleep well," Recovery girl said while making sure Inazuma was comfortable in the bed. "We can talk about everything tomorrow, all right, so for now you should rest, and you can call me Granny Chiyo," Recovery girl said, and then switched off the lights in the clinic. Inazuma was tired as well as his body was that of a child's, so fell asleep quickly as well. After making sure he was asleep, Recovery girl went out of the room and closed the door, and then she began walking towards Nezu's room in the principal's office. As she opened the door, she found Nezu, Night-Eye, a wounded Grand Torino, and All Might sitting on the seats. "How is the child now, Miss Chiyo?" Nezu asked. "He is fine. His appetite was really big considering his age, but might have been a part of his quirk like Sorahiko, Torino's first name, said, and his stomach did not show any signs of increase in size, even after eating that much, so there is a chance his quirk affects his digestion as well, converting food into energy," Recovery girl concluded. Nezu took a deep breath and contemplated everything. "You said he was fast, Torino. How fast was he when you saw him?" Nezu asked. "Even it was only for a moment. He surpassed my prime," Torino said. This shocked everyone in the room. All Might began to think about the training sessions he had with Torino, which had caused him trauma and shivers just to remember it. The kid is faster than that. Seeing that he fainted just after using that speed, and the doctors saying that he used up all the energy in the body, says that he has limitations. Torino continued his speculations. But the rate of energy used up can be related to his young age and the severity of his injuries. The doctors that checked him told that his injuries were healing quickly, even removing the scar tissue themselves. And looking at the fact that he had completely lost his memory, the injuries that causes the memory loss combined with the small but numerous wounds in his body, along with blood loss, would have killed a normal person. Everybody was surprised by the description provided by Torino. What about his healing? What do you think its parameters are? Nezu asked again. From the explanation that the doctor who checked boy told me, his healing is similar to when Recovery Girl uses her powers, but is even more potent and may even heal injuries that Recovery Girl can't heal. We still have no idea about its limits, and the doctor had also told me that the healing does not affect the vitality of his cells. Torino finished. So basically his quirk is acceleration. He is able to convert the energy in his body into an energy that can accelerate anything that he decides upon. Currently his speed and his healing, but the chances of it increasing in the future are high, summarized Nezu. Hearing the summary, all the people in the room fell into deep thought. They all knew what this means. Such a versatile quirk will without a doubt be hunted down by all for one if he knew, as this quirk can solve a lot of the weaknesses of his other quirks that takes time to activate, and the accelerated rate of healing that does not cause problems to the cells can even make him almost immortal. Torino then turned to Night. You used your quirk on the boy, didn't you? Yes, Night, I replied. What, Sasaki, how could you? All Might burst out in anger. You know what you have done to the boy, right? All Might was okay with Night Eye using his quirk to see 1 hour ahead or any recent futures of a person they are about to battle. But the fact that the futures Night Eye sees are set in stone and cannot be changed makes it like a double-edged sword that if used in an ally and their death is seen, dooms them into a future where they can't change it. So All Might has stressed on the fact that Night Eye should not look at the future of allies. I know what I was trying to do, All Might, but I only tried to look at a recent future to see if we are able to protect the boy for at least a few weeks. Nai, I replied. Hearing that, All Might calmed down, but then he saw a slight difference in Night Eye's expression that he was able to identify because of spending a lot of time with him. Sasaki, what did you see? All Might asked. Night Eye took a glass of water in the table and drank a bit, showing how much stressed he was. I saw the absolute power of my quirk breaking today. What do you mean? Nezu asked. When I use my quirk on someone, I am able to see their future similar to how you watch each picture in a roll of film. But the roll of film of a person is singular, depicting a future that cannot be changed in any manner, basically depicting that a person is trapped in the future that I saw, but in the case of the boy. Night Eye stopped thinking about its consequences. Go on, Nezu nudged. In the case of the boy, I saw multiple rolls of life appearing and disappearing, and not being stable, unlike when I view the futures of others. Essentially meaning that either the boy's quirk is able to prevent me from seeing his future, and remember that to this day no one else, even Eraserhead, has been able to do that. Even if he erases my quirk later on, when he is not using it, I can see his future, which never changes. And this is the best case scenario, actually. What's the other? All Might asked, a bit intrigued, seeing Night Eye sweating. That he can travel through time and change the past, present, and the future. Nezu finished it with a serious expression. This shocked everyone other than Night Eye enough that they were afraid of its implications. What do you mean, Nezu? Night explained. Torino almost shouted out. Scientists and mathematicians had made many theories when it comes to the subject of time and space. Many of those theories talk about there being chances of traveling through time if they achieve faster than light speed. Tachyons are one of the hypothetical particles capable of traveling faster than light. The child's quirk is really powerful even when he is of 6 years of age, and many quirks grow in intensity as a person grows. So the chances of the child's quirk allowing him to be faster than light, and thereby allowing him to travel through time in the future, is very high, Nezu concluded. Everybody began to think about the ramifications of what was said. The child in the future can practically destroy the world all by himself, if need be. We need to secure the kid in a safe location, Torino said. You don't mean in prison, do you? Chio asked, a bit angered. The matter is serious enough to consider that. And then what? Destroy the child's entire future because of it. Torino was not able to reply to that. He can stay here in UA, Nezu said. Are you sure, Knight? I asked. His quirk awakened after this accident, but it also showed itself when he saved a girl who was about to die. This shows that he had a heroic spirit, and Torino was bringing him here with the intention of adopting him, right? Nezu asked. I was thinking about having Chio adopt him actually. Ow. Suddenly, a stethoscope flew through the air and hit Torino straight in the head. Even though I do not mind taking care of the kid, you are supposed to ask a person before deciding that they should adopt a child, Recovery Girl shouted out while fuming, and All Might tried to calm her down. Then it is decided, Nezu said, ignoring the blood flowing out of Torino's head. The child can stay in UA until further notice, and if he wants to, he can get adopted by Chio. And tomorrow, we can start to analyze and help the kid have control over his quirk. Capítulo 7, Chapter 7 Assessment. For the next few days, Inazuma underwent various tests in UA conducted by Recovery Girl to find out the limits of his quirk. Seeing that it will be beneficial for him, Inazuma completely cooperated. Recovery Girl did not put him in a lab or doctor's office most of the time. She just made him do a few chores with her in the med lab and then have him do light exercises, including running, by using his quirk. Inazuma was able to use his quirk better this time around, and he made sure to use only the rate at which his body can handle the speed force. He did not become as fast as the first time he used it, but he was still fast enough that people cannot follow him with their eyes. It went like this for a few days. UA High at that time was having vacation, so he did not meet any other students or teachers, and all the cleaning were done by robots made by Power Loader, who went visit Island at the time. Torino had gone to hero duties the next morning after saying goodbye to Inazuma and has not been seen since, and the tests by Recovery Girl began to be conducted without him, using the speed force, where he did everything as before as a normal human. Recovery Girl was also able to get a lot information about his quirk as well, and seeing the lightning generated by Inazuma even at the smallest movements, and the lowest speed showed that they were not generated by friction, but is something else entirely, and may be connected to his quirk. So she found an energy scanner from Power Loader's room and scanned the energy to write on her report. After a week, she presented a file about her findings. Nezu looked through the file while drinking tea and read out all the information obtained. The boy's body is healthy, or I can say as healthy as any organic body can get actually. His quirk is constantly nourishing his cells with energy and sort of cleaning it as well. He won't get fat and does not have to work to get a perfectly muscled body. But still is better for the kid to exercise for better growth. The rate of consumption of food can be higher as 5,000 calories per day if he uses his quirk, and if not, it's 3 times the normal kid, and his body's digestion system makes sure that the food is completely converted into energy. I feel envious of that, I guess. Stronger metabolism with a stronger heart might have the ability to filter out poisons and drugs faster. And if he can increase the speed of his body, he can make it instant, though it is only theoretical. Nezu let out a sigh after reading everything. I have heard about some people getting quirks that can be considered as cheating, but this is a whole other level. Normally, a quirk leaves a person with a strong power and weak body, or a strong body with low versatility. And the only 2 quirks that I have seen that completely enhances every aspect are all for one and one for all. Those 2 quirks by ability alone can make a person rise to the top 10 strongest people in the world. Others like me can be formidable, but it requires a lot of hard work. Just by potential alone, the kid now has the ability to escape from any situation. Good thing Torino found him. Then he took out a paper of a file that said energy readings. The radiation spectrum shown by the boy is not something I have ever seen before. It shows similarities to tachyons, but it looks like something more powerful and unfathomable. I should send this to David. He will have better understanding of it anyway. At that time with Inazuma. Inazuma was right now given a file by Recovery Girl. Well, in the last few days, you have shown me you are smart enough to read and understand, so I am leave you for a few minutes with this file that contains information about you and your parents. It's just for you to know so that in the future you won't have any doubts about who they were and what happened to them. She then left him alone. Inazuma looked at the file for a while. Here goes nothing. He let out a sigh and looked through the file. Inazuma of before had a really good life with his father and mother. Both of them were detectives who were good at doing their job. Both of them were in the same orphanage as well. Inazuma was summarizing everything in the files. His mother was good at business as well. She also invested in a few starter enterprises which were highly successful, and through them, I will get a monthly stipend to an account which I will be able to use when I am 14, and the amount that is already in that account is of a generous amount. Now, let's look at the important parts. It seems both of them were investigating a crime spree by a Yakuza member, and the only thing they were able to find out was that the person had a beak-shaped mask used during the Black Plague. Realization struck Inazuma. Chisaki, he must have been the one who destroyed the building during the riot, killing a lot of people, including Inazuma and his parents. He then closed the file. Thank you for giving me your body after your death. In return, I will make sure that he pays. Inazuma promised himself. He will pay dearly. In another place. Dad, did you find him? A 7-year-old girl was asking in anticipation to her father. Yes, dear, we are close, the man said while looking at the file. We will find out about the boy who saved your life. Capítulo 8, Chapter 8 Capability. All right, Inazuma Shounen, are you ready? All Might asked me while crouching in the starting line. Yeah, I am, I replied while lightning started coming out of my body slowly. Go, Nezu said, and we started running. The challenge was to run around the fake city and the academy 5 times. All Might came to visit today. He had also brought an injured hero for Recovery Girl to heal, and since the wounds are a little serious, the healing will take a bit of time, and Nezu decided that they can test my speed against All Might today. All Might at the start had told that he will be serious, but I think he was planning on holding back, but the change of expression he had the moment I started running was a bit hilarious. I had checked All Might's speed on the internet when I had free time and found out that he had almost 1,200 km/h as his maximum speed that was recorded. Though the measurements might be different if he also used his muscle strength, but that will destroy the surroundings and can harm me as well, so the amount of speed that he will be able to use will be less than what I can manage right now. Inazuma has already run 3 times around the city, and All Might had only completed 2. He can see that All Might is gradually increasing his speed while trying his best not to cause too much destruction, but that still won't be enough. In the last few days after he decided on the target he had to take on in the future, Inazuma had started training a bit to control his powers without straining his body, and now he can say without a doubt that he can control the current limit of his quirk without any sort of problems. He had also gotten officially adopted by Recovery Girl, but on paper he still had the same name. And just as he was thinking this, he finished the race with All Might a 3/4 of a lap behind him. And the winner of this battle is young Inazuma, Nezu declared as I crossed the finish line. All Might also reached within a few seconds and congratulated Inazuma for his victory. Good job, Inazuma, kun, you will become a splendid hero in the future. I knew your speed had increased, but I never expected it to surpass All Might so soon. But anyway, congratulations, Nezu commented on the side. And this is not even my limit, Inazuma replied with a smile. In another place in the city. So the cameras and the information from the hospitals show that the child has a quirk that accelerates functions of his body. Currently, he has healed highly dangerous wounds completely without even a scar. Although records show that the child had lost his memories, the wounds that might have caused it might have been that much brutal. The man continued on reporting to the person sitting on a throne in front of him. And the speed that he shown seemed to have surpassed All Might for a moment, but a fact that he fainted after shows that the quirk might have limitations. But there is a chance that the cause of that might have been his age. But further concrete conclusions can't be made without further research, and Gran Torino had made sure that no DNA was left in the hospital or anywhere else. and our people in the Goft has told that a file about recovery girl adopting the same child as her grandson. The man concluded his report, bowed his head and left the room. All for one sitting in the throne, began contemplating the information that his subordinate had brought, and slowly, a smile began to form in his face. An acceleration quirk, huh? The raw potential of it even as a child is capable of surpassing all might. Now what would happen if that were to combine with my other quirks that are strong, but takes a lot of time to activate? His smile began to become even wider with his next thought. Torino took that kid quickly away just to keep him away from me. Now what would happen if I just take his quirk right in front of that old hag who just adopted him? All for one started laughing, just imagining the scenario. What will you do, ALLMIGHT, when you find out a child that your friend was protecting lost his quirk? All for one started shouting with euphoria, thinking about the pain he was about to inflict upon them. My dear brother, imagine the pain I am about to inflict upon the current user of your quirk. Doctor, all for one called. Yes, sir. How much has the current test subjects adapted to their quirks? 20 of them are operational for a few hours, sir. Others have either lost their mind or dead, Doctor replied. Enough for a distraction, I suppose. Send them all out to wreak havoc across the city, but make sure that they do not suspect that we are trying to lure everyone away from UA. Yes, sir. Now let's prepare for the Demon Lord's hunt. While making these plans, All for One had no idea the trap he was walking towards. At the same time, did you get information about the child? The man asked his subordinate. Yes, sir. We were also able to acquire information about his current whereabouts and conditions. The man replied and gave a file to his boss and left the room. The man read the file and then closed it. Seems like he is under Nezu's protection. The man began contemplating all the implications. It seems like my daughter will meet his savior soon, I guess. He then picked up his phone. I need someone to contact UA High for me, tell them to have a personal meeting set up for me. He then hung up the phone and took a picture of a family of 3 on the table. I will make sure that our daughter remains happy in this life, Yuyuko. Capítulo 9, Chapter 9 Distraction. Nezu was looking through the files of the students who are coming back after the vacation finishes. It seems like Inazuma will stay in UA when the vacations are over. Till we find a place where we can secure his safety without trapping his freedom, UA is actually the best choice when it comes to his safety. The chances of All for One having spies among the students is very high, so I need to make sure to give a thorough checking to the current students. Nezu was cataloging based on the ones that showed a few suspicions. Before joining the UA, all the students do undergo a background check, but they are not thorough enough, and even if Nezu finds 1 or 2 who has suspicious backgrounds, he makes sure they are monitored while in the academy so that he can either guide them to the right path or use them to send false information. But now Inazuma changed the entire game. Even if there are chances of a rise in suspicion when he removes every spy agent from UA, he has to take that risk for Inazuma. His quirk falling into wrong hands is very dangerous. Power Loader will have his hands filled with installing new security measures. Nezu mused as he had instructed Power Loader to return from Island earlier than he had intended, even to his displeasure, as he sounded like he was having a lot of fun before Nezu instructed him to get back quickly. Suddenly, alarms started to ring in Nezu's phone, promptly making him break out of his thoughts. His eyes went wide seeing the message in there. Why so sudden? Is he planning something? He talked to himself while rushing out of the room. The messages mentioned attackers with multiple quirks, with some of them acting like mindless robots, attacking anything they find in front of them. Nezu knew the only way for All for One to use the latter type of people who were not compatible with the quirks they were given is if he was going for a showdown with him, planning on ending everything. All Might is fully compatible with One for All. Maybe he feels like it will be dangerous to let it grow even more stronger. But even then, this rush work of doing it is worrying. He reached the employee quarters, where Inazuma and Recovery Girl are right now. Recovery Girl, there is an emergency in the city. Chances of this being his plans are very high, so make sure to take care of Inazuma before we come back, Nezu quickly informed. All right, I will make sure to keep the kids safe. Just send the heroes to me if there are some with serious injuries. Nezu nodded and left for the elevators. By that time, a helicopter he had contacted had reached the roof. He immediately got in it as it began to travel to the city where the battle is situated. Nezu's analytical abilities are highly required for a fight of this magnitude. As he left, a lot of invisible lasers formed as a cover around UA building, securely protecting it, but there was a portal forming from which a hand came out. The situation in downtown was highly chaotic. The attackers were filled with intelligent ones, with multiple quirks were hard, but manageable with multiple heroes working together. But the ones acting without any sort of intelligence and attacking indiscriminately was harder as their attacks cannot be predicted. Several heroes were already wounded while battling, and several others were wounded while trying to protect the civilians. The place seemed to be a war zone with fires and destruction everywhere. People were screaming, and it seemed like all hope were lost. But suddenly, a figure fell from the sky, crashing in the center of where the destruction is happening while shouting, "Don't worry anymore, everyone." His landing was so loud that it almost silenced the battlefield, with a lot of them expecting the next few words they always heard in TVs and stories of others saved by him. "'Cause I am here." All Might's signature line did his work, as it immediately brought out a cheer from the running civilians, igniting hope in their hearts, along with the heroes who looked more energized. The villains with intelligence tensed up a bit, seeing that their main target to hold back is here. All Might immediately started his work, dealing with the ones without intelligence and saving all the civilians trapped inside the rubble. Gran Torino was fighting a few of them somewhere else as well, and he saw how All Might was handling the work and inspiring others. "Nana, I didn't understand your decision to pass on the quirk to a quirkless kid then, but now I think that's the best decision you have ever made. If you had seen him today, you would have been proud." He reminisced while punching the face of the guy attacking him currently. Suddenly, 3 people surrounded All Might and started attacking him. All Might tried to attack them to beat them easily, but found out that it was difficult, and their combination quirks looked like they were tailor-made to stop his type of attacks. Each of them had recovery quirks, but of varying levels, and one even had shock-absorbing quirk. "You fall here today, All Might," the one in the center shouted. "Not today, villain," All Might shouted back, and the fight started between them. At the time, Nezu was looking at the map, seeing the places where the destruction was spread. This seems almost abrupt and does not seem like it was planned at all. It also seems like it is spread about across the city, and he has not even appeared yet. Nezu went through the map with the information, and suddenly it struck him. It can't be, don't tell me his target was the kid. He quickly took out the phone and contacted All Might's earpiece. All Might, his target was the kid. He must be in UA now, Nezu shouted out into the phone. That time at the battlefield, All Might listening the news was shocked. He had just beaten up the 3 of the ones who fought him easily with Gran Torino. "You are too late, All Might," the fallen villain smirked while fainting. At that time inside UA, Inazuma watched as Recovery Girl was held up by All for One by her neck. "Come on, Chio, tell that boy to come here and give me his quirk. That is if you want to live," taunted All for One, enjoying the situation. "Go to, hell you bastard. Run, kid, don't look back." Recovery Girl struggled out. "That's expected and boring as usual. So the choice is up to you, boy. Are you going to let me take your quirk, or are you going to let your new grandmother die?" GGG, All for One tightened his fist around Recovery Girl's neck. Inazuma looked at what was happening before him, knowing about the choice he has to make now. Capítulo 10, Chapter 10, Demon Lord. Some time ago. Sent the heroes to me if there are some with serious injuries. Nezu nodded hearing that and left. Inazuma heard what Nezu was telling Recovery Girl. After Nezu left, he asked, "Is there something bad happening there?" "Don't worry, kid. You just need to finish your food and go to sleep. They will be back by the morning," Recovery Girl said, while gently rubbing Inazuma's head to reassure him. Inazuma went back and continued eating. His thoughts began to think about the current crisis that was happening. He had only read My Hero Academia manga and had not read the one with the stories of vigilantes. He began to wonder whether that book had information about what was happening right now. Just a few minutes had passed, and suddenly the lights went out in the room. Inazuma and Recovery Girl went tense when they saw that cause in the last few days. Inazuma was taught the basics about the security of UA, including its escape measures and power supply. This was done because Inazuma showed an intellect that, even though can't be called a genius by the standards of the world, is still smarter than normal, and he was mature enough to understand everything happening around him. So he knew that each part of UA has an individual power generators and batteries in case of power loss from outside. And the fact that the lights went out and did not come back means that there was interference from inside. Someone had infiltrated UA High. As Inazuma was thinking this, Recovery Girl, with her years of experience, had deduced what has happened quickly. She grabbed hold of Inazuma and started running. Her only hope was to reach the emergency bunker, which can send message to Nezu and buy enough time for All Might to come save them. As she began running through the corridor while carrying Inazuma, she saw all the security robots broken, and some seemed like they shut down on their own. Damn it, he knows where I am. He's playing with me like I am a prey that he is trying to capture. My only hope is that his overconfidence will allow me to get to the bunker, Recovery Girl thought. As she was running, she felt like she was growing weaker faster. Damn my old age. Even though she was not as old as she was in canon, she was still old, and her quirk was not suited for running quickly. Grandma, my quirk can easily move you. I can run even faster, Inazuma said. The speed force will allow to easily carry her as it due to her size. She will almost be weightless at that speed. As she put me down, I activated my quirk and saw everything come to a standstill. I can feel the air flow around me slow down, though the speed force will allow me to easily move through them when I run. But using air to run, that is something from the far future, I guess. As I gently started carrying her and running, only a few meters had passed, but suddenly I saw a large amount of light from behind me. It was faster than me, and it knocked Grandma from my hands, and I was knocked forward. And my flow of speed force in my body was broken, turning everything that was slow around me back to normal speed. As I turned back, I saw something stretch out, grab Recovery Girl, and held her by the neck, and I saw the man. His face was glimpsed in a few flashback chapters, and since All Might had not destroyed it yet, I recognized it immediately. All for one. Back to the present. Inazuma looked at what was happening before him, knowing about the choice he has to make now. He felt the attack that hit him before. It was a light-based attack that was almost as fast as real light speed. Way more faster than what he currently was, but it did not pack much power, so it must have been an attack that was focused more on speed and did not have that much power. Even right now, he was only taken aback by the attack and pushed forward. The small wounds in his body came from the floor that he crashed into, and Recovery Girl also did not have any visible wounds, even though she was hit most by the light. The quirk was nothing when fighting All Might, but right now it will affect him. It might not wound him, but the strike will shock him, thereby disrupting the flow of the speed force. As he was thinking this, the small wounds in his arms healed, and All for One noticed this. He had seen the speed shown by the boy, and knew that he cannot be that fast even with the support of his other skills, and the accelerated healing is a bonus too, and he felt like the moves shown by the boy has not even scratched the full potential of his quirk. His greed started to flow when he thought about the fact he is going to make it his like everything else he has ever wanted. So boy, what is it? All for One goaded him to make his choice. All right, I agree. Wait, kid, don't. GGG, Recovery Girl tried to stop him, but her throat was strangled by All for One as he did not want the kid to change his mind as it come to this. Please God, at that time Inazuma was praying to God. He remembered that the quirk he got was access to Speed Force, and not Speed Force itself, so if All for One took the quirk, the chances of him using the Speed Force is really low. The best thing he can do was run away, but that option will confirm the death of Recovery Girl, as this bastard will kill without batting an eye just to prove a point. That's why he chose to give the quirk, as even if All for One was not able to use it, there will be a small chance that they will be left alive. And he did not want Chio to die, as he had no family in his last life, and he did not wish to lose the first family member he ever got. All for One grabbed him. Just please let her go, Inazuma said. Yes, just as I take both your quirks, ha 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 ha. No, Inazuma said, but it was too late, as All for One began to absorb from both of them. Just as he was about to absorb it, outside the universe at that time, the divine being was watching what was happening. "Come on, you asshole, use your quirk on my apostle, see what I am going to do to you." His expression seemed similar to how Grinch looks when he was about to ruin Christmas. At the time, Minerva at the side. Even after millions of years, why does he still act like a child? Capítulo 11, Chapter 11, The God. As All for One started to absorb both of their powers, suddenly, his vision went black. As he opened his eyes, he found out to be standing on gray ground with a black sky above him, and both looking like they extended to infinity. All for One recognized the place. It was similar to his mind palace, where he can see all of the quirks he had stolen. Usually there are many people here, each the image of the person the quirk was stolen from, and each of them having a specific color representing their quirk's color as well, and each of them were rooted to the ground representing the image of him being in control of all of them. But right now, he was completely alone in this place, and there was no one else here with him. His instincts started screaming at him that something bad is happening to him. He tried to use his quirk, but he found out that he was a normal human in this place, further showing that it is not his mind palace. Suddenly hearing a voice, he turned around and found Recovery Girl there at a distance, having an expression showing that even she was not aware of where she is right now. All for One looked at her feet and found out that it was not rooted, making him understand that she, like him, has been brought here, and she was not a quirk like the usual he absorbed. Recovery Girl saw All for One and stopped walking, and then she took a few steps backwards so as to move away from him. She did not know about where she is right now, but the last thing she remembered was All for One about to take hers, as well as the kid's quirk. She felt like not going towards him is the right choice. As All for One was about to move towards her, suddenly, a voice that instilled authority started to reverberate around them everywhere. "When I choose my apostle," and gave him a gift. As the voice started speaking, Recovery Girl and All for One found themselves raised from the ground, and they started floating upwards, while the voice continued. "I leave their destiny to them to live, and make sure not to involve myself further, whether they get hurt, suffer tragedies, or die a miserable death." As they both started rising towards the sky, they saw a throne as large as they can see with their eyes, and a being that no matter how much they tried was not able to see. It appeared to be ethereal, and their instincts warned them that it is something that they should not even try to comprehend for the good of their sanity. But to find out that a foolish mortal attempting to steal the gift I have given him, a gift that I have given the child because I saw him worthy of it, never knew that someone would dare. All for One for the first time ever felt true fear life. As soon as he found out about his quirk, he felt like the most special person of the world, and felt that anybody else who uses the power of quirks is beneath him, as he can steal what makes them special. Even if he loses, he knows that he could escape, gain more powers, and easily destroy them later. So, he felt like no enemy would be able to win against him in the end, not even the users of his brother's quirk. But right now, he knew, he sees it now, someone who he can never beat no matter how much he grows, no matter how much time it takes. He will lose. The god suddenly brought him close to his face and spoke. "I don't care if he dies at your hands, because if he does, that is what fate has ordained for him. But the next time you try to steal my blessings, I will break the rules I imposed on myself and make you a person who sees death as the worst thing that can happen to a person, how much of a blessing it can be." All for One was struck by fear, by so much that he was not even able to nod his head as to agree with him. But the fear has been imprinted enough that he knew he will never again try to steal the boy's quirk. The only thing he can do is kill him, and according to this being, he will not stop him from doing that. "Go back," the being said, and All for One disappeared. Then he looked at Recovery Girl, who was shocked at what happened before her. Meeting God was one thing, but finding out that his new grandson was some kind of apostle to God shocked her further. She saw that the god was looking at her, and she started to sweat. Is he angry because she was not able to protect the kid? The being then spoke to her, in a kinder voice compared to before. "Your intention of protecting his life is admirable, and I am not angry at the way you are raising him and planning on raising him. Make sure to forget about everything that happened here, and treat the boy the same way you are supposed to raise a child. And here is a small gift. Recovery Girl felt a small change within her, and suddenly, the information of the change came to her mind. She can now heal herself as well. Along with it, instead of only using a person's stamina that is made by the digested nutrients, which are accumulated in a person's body only after hours, since they have finished consuming food. Right now, she can use her healing while the person is eating any food rich in sugars and carbohydrates, which will be immediately converted into energy as long as she is using her quirk on them. The being continued. Don't tell him about what happened here, and treat him like you would treat a child. The being reminded her gently again and sent her back. After sending her back, see how was that Minerva? Surprisingly, you did not screw it up, master. Hey, what do you mean by surprisingly? Jason yelled back. Capítulo 12, Chapter 12 Canon. All Might was running at full power towards Yue. Unlike the usual when he holds back his strength so as to not to cause public property damage, he was using full force while breaking a few sidewalks every time he lands. He knew he can't hold back right now, not when a kid under his protection is going to get hurt. As he was rushing to Yue, the image of his mentor sacrificing her life to all for one last time came to his mind. Not again, not this time. I have grown stronger than before. As he was thinking this, he reached Yue, and from a distance, he saw the laser security was not there, further cementing the fact that All For One was inside. Ay. Suddenly hearing the scream, All Might jumped towards its direction in the Yue compound and saw All For One charging up his arm with energy. And from the looks of it, he was targeting Inazuma and Recovery Girl. I let you, this ends today? Screamed All Might while he punched All For One with all his strength towards the training dome. He quickly looked back and saw Recovery Girl had managed to stand up, and Inazuma's body moved slightly, indicating that he was breathing. All Might knew what he had to do. The standard procedure is to hold back All For One while the reinforcements arrive to save the citizens around here. All the fights with All For One were completed this way. All For One did not want to seek attention from the entire world until he was strong enough to take them on. His base of operations was Japan, where he had control over the underworld, and he was only spreading around the world gradually. So when too many people come to fight him, he injures them and sometimes kills or cripples many, and leaves the place, especially making sure that media does not have information about him. The government is also keeping him in wraps so as to not to panic the people, as he was the one who stole the quirk of the glowing man, who was the representative of the quirk community, as he was regarded as the first person with a quirk. But All Might right now was filled with rage. Recovery Girl was one of the people who was close enough to him for him to consider her as family, and although he had only met Inazuma recently, he considered the kid as family as well. Seeing that All For One was about to kill them both, All Might was filled with rage. Procedures did not matter to him now. He is going to end it today whether he falls with him or not. Texas Smash, All Might shouted while he landed the punch. Just a few moments before, All For One and Recovery Girl awakened at the same time in the real world. As soon as he woke up, All For One dropped both of them to the ground and screamed out loud. Even though it only happened for a few moments, meeting a deity that changed the parameters of power, he knew all his life, and finding out how much insignificant he was and how close he was to death took a toll on him. He then looked at the boy. He can't take away the kid's powers, but he can kill him according to the deity that he saw. He now knew that the kid's quirk was a gift by the deity, so the chances of the kid growing stronger than him was very high, and if the kid ever gets one for all, then nothing would be able to save him from getting destroyed. As he was about to attack him by charging up his power, suddenly, he was hit by a punch that threw him away, and All Might jumped after him after a brief look at Inazuma and Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl at that time managed to stand up and checked Inazuma's condition, and found out that the kid was fainted and seemed like he was extremely tired. It seems like the meeting with God was done through him, so his energy was used up for it. Then she put him over her shoulders and started walking towards the parking to get a car and get away to a safe space. Don't worry, kid, God's apostle or not, right now you are my grandkid. I will make sure to keep you safe. Recovery Girl thought while looking at Inazuma. At the time the fight was going on, All Might was raining down punches more and more without stopping. He was using so much that his output was becoming more stronger than it ever was before, but even knowing that he did not stop for a moment, but became more spirited and tried to put more strength to his punches. All for One too began to fight back, even though he was agitated about not being able to kill the boy. Seeing the demeanor of All Might's fighting, he knew that this was not like the usual, and One for All has gotten strong enough that it even threatens him. At the time inside One for All, "It seems your disciple is planning on finishing this today 7th, a voice commented. "All I hope is that he does not lose himself in it," Nana Shimura replied with a somber tone. "What are you thinking first?" One of the voices commented, seeing that the first user was not focused on the fight and was thinking something else. Hearing this, everyone turned back as well. Just before Toshinori punched him, just as my brother was about to kill young Inazuma, the expression shown by him was surprising. What do you mean surprising? Anyone must have been plenty surprised when a punch weighing almost several tons hit them in the face. Lariat, the black whip user, commended. Others too looked like they were thinking the same thing. The first replied to that. "In all my years before being a vestige of One for All and after being one, I have seen many expressions shown by my brother. But for the first time ever, I saw in his eyes that he was afraid." This shook the other vestiges, as they too have never seen All for One looking afraid. Even when they have seen him fight the most difficult of the battles, he has never shown fear to any. The second user, Gear Shift, pondered and started talking. "I am pretty sure that All for One was aiming to get the boy's quirk, but seeing his condition while fighting Toshinori, it seems like he was not able to take it. But by his character, he will not allow such a powerful quirk escape from his clutches. So that means that while trying to absorb the boy's quirk, All for One was unable to do it, and for the first time ever saw something that caused him fear," another user replied. "Whatever it is, this fight is what we should be focusing right now," Shinomori, the one with the danger sense quirk, commented. All of the vestiges then turned to see the battle that seemed like would decide the end of everything they have fought for till now. But even then, the mysterious circumstance caused by the boy Inazuma caused questions to happen inside their mind. Capítulo 13, Chapter 13, Aftermath 1. Inazuma opened his eyes and found out that he seems to be in a hospital room. For a while he was confused, then he remembered what happened. The last memory he had was All for One laughing while holding him and Recovery Girl and saying that he was going to take both of their quirks. He immediately tried to activate his quirk. A sudden warmth spread throughout his body, and he was also able to feel that his powers have grown from before. This highly surprised him, as even after all these days, his quirk had shown no signs of growing. "Your quirk is still with you, kid." A voice suddenly broke him from his thoughts, and when he looked, he found out Recovery Girl was sitting in the same room as him reading a magazine, and he had not noticed it before. "Are you all right?" Inazuma asked, remembering his last memory of All for One holding Recovery Girl by the neck. Hearing the question, Recovery Girl had no change in expression. With the same neutral expression, she stood up from the chair, got near him, rolled up the magazine, and striked straight to his head. "Owa," Inazuma said as it hurt a bit. "Next time when I say to run, you run. Do you get that, you idiot? Adults are supposed to keep the kids they are responsible for safe, not the other way around, get it?" Recovery Girl said, and she sounded a bit pissed. "Yeah, I got it," Inazuma said with a smile. Seeing that expression, Recovery Girl knew that she just talked to a wall who will do the same thing next time. She sighed when she imagined the headaches she will get at that time. She then looked at the boy and remembered what happened with the god. It doesn't matter, she thought, and decided to stop thinking in that angle entirely, and decided to tell him about something. "Well, good thing you woke up right now, all right. You have a guest," Recovery Girl said while she opened the door. A girl with black hair, deep green eyes, and Western face structure came through the door. She was a head taller than Inazuma, and it looked like she was 8 years old. 2 years older than Inazuma, and just as she saw him, her eyes widened, and a wonderful smile came to her face. "I'll leave you two alone," Recovery Girl said as she left the room. As she left the two of them alone, where Nezu was waiting outside with a man on a suit. Seeing Recovery Girl, the man slightly nodded his head and left the place to give them both a bit of privacy. The talk with someone close to his age would make him distracted for some time, but he is a smart kid. He must have figured out that we are distracting him from some bad news about what happened that day, Recovery Girl commented. Yes, seeing that he was out for a week, he missed All Might when he left to fight criminals again with those grievous injuries. Explaining the injuries without All Might here reassuring him that it was not the kid's fault will be harder when the damage to his body is described. Though it can also be considered good that the kid was not awake when All Might had the fallout with Night Eye. Nezu spoke his mind. Recovery Girl sighed, while thinking about the headaches these bad relationships will cause in the future. Why are all you men stubborn idiots? Well, statistically, can't say I deny, but we still try our best. Nezu joked a bit, trying to lighten the atmosphere while looking at Inazuma talking with the girl. Although I never expected the child that he saved was the heir of Adashino Constructions, Nezu said. At the time on the inside. After talking for some time, Inazuma found out that Clara was the girl he had saved the first time he used his powers, and she had come today to meet him, and to thank him for what he did that day. Clara was a bright child with a good personality, although from the things that she said, he was able to find out that she was quite lonely because of her lifestyle, which she did not explain much. Can I come see you while you are in UA? Clara asked with a bright smile. Well, if Nezu allows it, I don't mind. Although Inazuma was in a child's body, he was a 16-year-old on the inside, so he only saw talking to Clara as talking to a little kid. And he was also able to find out about Clara's quirk, which was enhancement. Clara quirk enhancement, she is able to enhance any part of her body constantly, although she must focus if she has to use it on multiple parts of her body. At the time outside, the man had come back and was watching the interactions made by the girl. He was a bit surprised seeing that his daughter was still talking, as usually she talks for few minutes and easily exits a conversation due to her quirk. He then spoke to Nezu and Recovery Girl. My daughter's enhancement quirk was activated when she was 3.5 years old, and one day she accidentally used it on her brain, thereby enhancing her intellectual ability many times. She essentially turned into a genius and tried to study to make me proud. The man Adashino Seiba said, while recalling his last few years. But the moment her mother died, she immersed herself in learning to distract herself from the pain, and by the end, when she was able to deal with it, she became smart even without the enhancement that she became distant from everyone of her own age. This is the first time I have ever seen her talking to someone for so long. Well, Inazuma can be said to be smarter than an average kid. He does not act like typical children and acts more like an adult. Recovery Girl commented with a smile, knowing that there is someone else the kid can converse with of the same age. That is interesting, Nezu said, and then he turned to Seiba. Earlier your daughter mentioned about coming to meet young Inazuma again. Seeing his intellect, we were planning on having him take classes in UA itself. Would you like to send young Clara as well? Nezu asked. Seiba contemplated about this, but when she saw the smile his daughter had right now, which she did not have for a long time, he made his decision. Capítulo 14, Chapter 14. Life moves on. Inazuma started living his life again after being hospitalized for a week. After a few days, All Might had come to visit him, talking about what had happened that day. Inazuma knew that the confrontation between All for One and All Might was not supposed to happen this early, and his existence is what changed the timeline by this much. He remembered the god telling him that the world is not AU, which actually means that the world will have all the major incidents that happened in the original timeline, but the chances of small changes here and there due to his existence is very high. Right now, All Might had his fight that caused him his grievous injuries earlier than in canon, but the injuries are a little less severe than as described in the series, so it will take longer for his body to degrade into the state when he met Deku. Basically, his fight was early, and his wounds are slower, making sure that the timeline matches his first meeting. Though All Might says he smashed All for One's face off, Inazuma knew he had survived. And the chances are he might have started his Namu plan earlier than before, and the chances of slight changes there are very high. But right now, Inazuma was trying not to dampen his mood right now. He has now started his studies in UA with a few teachers using their free time to teach him and Clara the standard curriculum. Though both of them were smart enough to study without any intervention from adults, it was decided since both of them had circumstances because of which they are unable to communicate with peers of their age. Clara being heir to a business that is so powerful that it even put the Yaoruzus as second best, and I being the owner of a quirk that has the potential to be the strongest there ever is. It might seem too much in my case, but the fact of the matter is they made this decision seeing what I can do currently and what they are expecting me to do in the future, though I am pretty sure they can't guess how faster I can become. Once I remember searching for the fastest speed the Flash was able to run, and the answer is enough to know that there is no chance that they can expect. By the way, the Flash Wally West was able to run at the top speed of 13 trillion times the speed of light. Well, anyway, the classes had started after the vacation, and he was currently staying in the dormitories that was shown in the later part of the series. It seems like the dormitories were always there. They were built so as to help the students who are staying far away from their homes, but they were never used as most students make sure to find places to live outside. Hey, do you want me to teach you how to do that? Clara asked with a mischievous smile. Yes, please, Inazuma replied, knowing what was coming. Yes, please what? Clara asked a bit haughtily. Yes, please, princess. Inazuma finally said out loud, satisfying Clara as she began explaining the calculus question. You see, as soon as the curriculum started, they were able to find out that even though emotionally and behavior-wise Inazuma was mature than others of his age, when it comes to the matter of studies, he is just smarter than kids of his age and had nothing that would mark him as a genius. Though what he has is still impressive, and they decided that it is better for him to have high school curriculum as he is smart enough to study it, and Clara had volunteered to help as well as she was smarter in studies. Inazuma had found out that faster speed reading does not mean faster comprehension and memorization, which really dampened his mood as he always felt like he can speed read something and not study for exams at all. And Clara was using every opportunity she had to get one up over her friend. As years passed, Inazuma reached the age 13. He had finished his studies by the age of 11 and had stopped taking classes and focused more on his quirk as well. He was easily able to beat All Might in speed and was fast enough that now everything came to a standstill when he used his max speed, though he had still not reached the speed of light. Meeting many people who are passing out of UA while staying there, he was able to make many connections. As the grandson of Recovery Girl, he had learned basic medicine and helped a lot in the clinic in his free time as UA has created more and more dangerous training situations, seeing the increase in the quirk of Recovery Girl, though they always get an earful from Chiyo if they go too far. He was also allowed to go on a few patrols at night after seeing the extent of his current speed and was tasked with civilian withdrawal, but he was only allowed with the condition of not allowing others to see him. Eraserhead, who had joined UA later, was against it at the beginning, but seeing the mature way Inazuma was conducting himself, he finally relented in allowing him to go as well. Even though Inazuma hid himself, his deep red lightning was seen sometimes, and he was famous in the internet as the Blood Lightning. Though he had a violent name, he was regarded as a hero as he always saves the citizens in trouble at night. At first, they thought that he was a vigilante, but seeing the Goft not make any kind of comments against him, he was recognized as a hidden hero that the government did not want to reveal. And in personal life, Inazuma started dating Clara after he had reached 12 years, and Clara turned 14. Though they decided to keep it a secret, he knew the others knew about it because of the looks they gave them sometimes when they saw them together. Clara had started working her father's business empire when she turned 11, and now was one of the most successful businesswomen who managed to make the company go to even greater heights. Right now, Inazuma was seeing the candidates for this year of UA going through their practical tests, and the teachers giving points to them as well. He was supposed to go next year as a UA Hero Course student, so the year before he had looked for the big three to appear, but they did not, and he was having suspicions that the canon had changed by a lot. But now, there he is, he thought, seeing the image of a blonde kid, phasing through the robots while being naked and shutting them down. Seems like I am a year early. Well, no matter, I guess. Capítulo 15, Chapter 15 Eri. Inazuma was walking through the city seeing everything around him. As he is 13 right now and strong enough to handle different situations, as he was walking, he saw his face in the nearby window. His looks can be said to be similar to Enmato Rokuro in the Twin Star Exorcist anime, with black hair, though his teeth can be said to be a bit better. He had felt this as a bit of a coincidence, as the girl he was dating has the family name of a Deshino, but he decided not to focus on that and live his life well. As he was moving through the city, he saw a suspicious guy wearing a plague mask, carrying a box of dolls while moving through the crowd. At first, it did not strike anything with him, but suddenly, a thought struck him. He silently used the speed force to climb the top of a building and started following where the guy was going. And it did not take long as the guy took a car, and Inazuma was not able to waste much time. After a few minutes, the guy entered a compound filled with all kinds of guys wearing similar masks. Inazuma moved to a nearby wall and started vibrating, which made him invisible to the sight, and cameras will only see a bit of sparks that is if they are looking for it. And as he stood next to the wall, he was able to hear their conversation. One more guy got killed by the boss yesterday, huh? Yeah, seems like he was not able to keep an eye on the kid and let her escape. Haha, the girl should just give up. What's the use of fighting the inevitable? She should just sit in the chair and let boss make weapons out of her blood. The information he heard confirmed what he thought. This was the compound where the experimentation of Eri was taking place. He knew that one day he will fight with Overhaul and take revenge for the previous owner of this body. But he never thought about what he will do with Eri then. He knew that Eri staying here is part of the canon, and if he does something, the future will change. You know what? Fuck canon, Inazuma decided at the end. Right now, Eri is younger than she was in the anime, so her suffering will also be too much. It does not matter how much the canon changes. He decided to rescue Eri today. He moved away and reached an alleyway with no cameras. He reached into his pocket and took out a watch. The watch was a gift from Clara when he started going on patrols. Pressing the button on the watch made a suit cover the entire body. The suit was made so as to not be seen at night and not for public views. So, it was pitch black with a few lightning symbols painted deep red. The style was similar to Zoom, and it had friction resistance. He donned on the suit and took out a small camera that he put it on the front of the suit. He then climbed the opposite building and stealthily looked at the situation. Finding a moment when the guards were distracted, he used his speed to infiltrate the building. He rushed inside while scurrying through the villa. Since it's been a lot of years since he reincarnated, he was not able to think about most of the details, but he had memories of the plot. He found the place which he figured was the secret room. He then vibrated his hands and tore open the door. He knew that taking Eri will alert everyone, but he was fast enough to escape even if he was found out. He then scurried through a corridor until he heard a scream. He went towards the scream and kicked open the door and went inside. With his perception, the room stood still, and he looked at what was happening around the room, and it enraged him. The doctor was using a knife to take the flesh off the kid's arm, while Chisaki seemed to be using a rag to shut her up. And the amount of flesh in the plates nearby says that he has been doing this for some time and has been keeping the girl under extreme torture. First, he kicked the doctor using as much speed as possible without injuring himself. He heard the breaking of the spine, but he did not feel guilty, especially when he knew that Chisaki can heal him later. He then saw Chisaki slowly reacting to it, but he did not give the chance. He went ahead and broke both of his arm in multiple places, essentially making his quirk ineffective at least until somebody fixes those arms and he heals. Then he slowed down his powers and returned to present. The doctor was kicked hard that he had lost consciousness, but that was not the case of Chisaki as he started screaming in pain with what was happening to him. But Inazuma had no sympathy for him. He crouched down and looked at him straight in the eyes while he said in a monotonous voice, "I will be taking Eri with me today to get her someplace safe. Come after her or try to find me. Death will be a blessing for you." Then he stood up, not wanting to waste any more time with the asshole, and went towards Eri. Chisaki was so shook with fear that for a moment the pain disappeared, and a name came to his mind, instilling more fear in him. Blood lightning. Inazuma looked at Eri, who was shivering looking at him. He gently caressed her head to reduce her fear, and it seemed to work. She stopped shaking. "It's soft," that was the thought that came to her mind before she fainted. Inazuma, who saw this, knew that her arms were in a very bad situation, and even with his speed, he won't be able to take her to the hospital quickly. "I have to take a gamble, but not here." He took the fainted girl and ran towards Night Eye's agency as fast as possible, because of it being closest to him. He reached into the office and found Night Eye there. Night Eye's eyes widened seeing Inazuma hold a wounded child. Inazuma took out a chair and put Eri in it while taking off the gloves of his suit. "Night Eye, tell All Might to bring Granny here." Night Eye, knowing the emergency of the child, immediately called All Might to help, forgetting about their relationship, which was broken. "What are you doing?" Inazuma Night asked, seeing Inazuma doing something to the child. "I am going to try something," he replied. Inazuma had once read somewhere about speedsters using speed force to heal others. Even though he had never tried it before, he had thought about the theory behind it, and today, he will see whether it works. He activated his quirk, where the warmth started flowing through his body. He then deeply concentrated, controlling the energy as it is instead of increasing his speed. He focused on the healing part of his quirk as he held Eri's hands. The energy began to flow out of him to Eri, and it started slowly healing her. But Inazuma felt like a tremendous amount of energy is being used up, and he began to feel extremely tired. But he knew he must hold on till Eri completely heals. Night Eye at the time was shocked. He can share his quirk and heal others. This is impossible. This destroys all the hypothesis we had before. It seems like it is taking too much of a toll on him, but the effects are also that much tremendous. If he knew how to do it when All Might was injured, could he have saved him? Many thoughts went across Night Eye's mind at the time. At the time, Inazuma finished healing, and Eri seemed to be breathing properly and sleeping. "Oh, thank God," Inazuma said while he fainted and fell down. Night Eye immediately went to check up on him, but suddenly someone came through the broken door. It was All Might holding Recovery Girl. They came and saw the things in the room. What happened here? Capítulo 16, Chapter 16, Aftermath. Inazuma opened his eyes. He found out that he is laid down in a hospital bed, and the roof of the room told him that he is in the UA infirmary. He sat up straight while groaning a bit. "Man, I need to stop fainting and waking up in hospital beds. That makes two of us." Suddenly a voice came that told him that he is not alone in this room, and when he looked, he found Clara looking at him with both her hands crossed, and her expression told him that she was pissed. "Ow, ow, OWW," Inazuma felt pain when Clara started pinching his ear. "Do you know how reckless that was? Forget the matter of you getting hurt. If anyone found out about what you had done to those people, the chances of you ever getting a license is 0 to none. Clara scolded while removing her hand from his ear. "You saw the video, huh?" Inazuma said while rubbing his now sore ear. "Yeah, we did," Clara said while sighing. "The situation is a bit tense right now. The video of them cutting the child is more than enough to put both of those in prison, but revealing the video will also make sure you never get your hero license ever again. So they have decided to keep the video as leverage, and sent a letter to Chisaki warning him not to mention that ever again." Inazuma sighed, thinking that he lost a good chance to put him down for good. When he was in the room, he saw a lot of containers with blood as well as flesh. The chances of them creating the drug like in canon is very high, as there had not been that many instances of weapons with Eri's quirk, and their numbers were really low. The chances of the creation of bullets that can remove quirk temporarily are high right now. Clara, looking at Inazuma's contemplating look, thought in another direction and asked him a question. "Did the fact that he was the cause of your parents' killer made you do it this violently?" Inazuma looked up, suddenly shocked at the question, and seeing Clara's expression knew that she was worried for him. As they had spent years together, Inazuma had told her about her parents' murder, with the evidence being circumstantial, but Nezu and Clara, with higher mental ability, were able to confirm that Inazuma's hypothesis were correct, but that was not enough to put forward in court. Inazuma gently shook his head. "I lost my memories of that time, Clara, so for me taking Chisaki down is sort of like my duty to them, but I do not feel any uncontrollable anger towards him." This time it happened, because I saw what that bastard was doing to a small child, and if I am right, he could have done those things while putting the girl in an anesthesia at least. But no, those assholes wanted to hurt her while extracting her blood and flesh. Inazuma said, as he felt his anger rising thinking about the scene that he watched when he went to Irie's rescue. Clara felt her fear for Inazuma's well-being reduce a bit. If he had been obsessed with revenge, she was sure she would have helped him in it, but seeing him make rational decisions with healthy emotions made her worries ease. She sat near him and gently pushed his head on her lap. Wait, Inazuma was surprised. SHHH, Clara said while putting a finger on his lips. Even though you woke up now, I think you should sleep for some time more, and the lap pillow is a reward. Inazuma eased himself back, feeling the softness of the thighs, where his head was at the moment. Well, you don't see me complaining. Ha ha ha, Clara laughed, seeing the way the boy she loved behaved. At the meeting room at the top floor, Nezu switched off the camera that was monitoring the infirmary. Well, it seems like our earlier worries were for naught, and seems like young Inazuma's actions were not based on revenge, and was in a way righteous anger towards the people committing the crime, Nezu said, while looking around the room. The room contained All Might, Eraserhead, Naomasa Tsukachi, and Recovery Girl. My quirk was active the entire time when the boy spoke, and I can guarantee that he was entirely speaking the truth, Naomasa said. Naomasa Tsukachi, quirk true man able to see whether a person is lying to him or not, but the quirk cannot read intentions, and only whether the statements that comes from others' mouth is true or not. Eraserhead stood up after that statement and started to move out of the room. Eraser, All Might tried to stop him. Eraser stopped inside. It does not matter what his intentions were, but he still acted violently without a hero's license, which made sure that we won't be able to use the evidence to punish the girl's torturers, even though she does not want anything to do with them. Then what do you suggest we do? Nezu asked. Eraser sighed, a bit pissed that the decision is dropped onto him. Just make him come with me if he wants to go for patrols again, Eraser said, grumbling while trying to move out again. Then, where are you going now? Chio interrupted, making him stop again, earning the pity of the other guys in the room. The kid's been wanting to meet that idiot for a few days. I want to get her from the nursery to him. Happy, Eraser grumbled and left quickly before he was stopped again by someone. Nezu and Chio laughed at seeing that he was not honest with themselves. Nezu then turned to Naomasa. What are your opinion about this? Naomasa scrunched his eyebrows while contemplating, and then coming to a decision he replied. Since the commissioner had given me the charge of Inazuma doing hero work without license, and after learning of the incident, he told me tell Inazuma to be a bit calmer in making these decisions at least until he gets his license. The commissioner is not against it, All Might asked, a bit surprised. Yes, Naomasa nodded. The potential and the maturity shown by the boy is the main cause of it, and him accepting the condition of not telling his identity, even to the people he had saved, had attracted their attention. So, they are trying their best to make sure he gets into hero society. Therefore, I think we should follow with this being a stalemate with Chisaki, keeping his mouth shut about this, and we will keep what happened to Irie a secret, and use this opportunity to teach Inazuma that his slightly excess actions had made sure that a small child will have it harder to get justice. This might help him make better decisions if he becomes angry at the villains in the future. Naomasa's decision made everyone in the room contemplate. But while everyone was thinking about the case, All Might was thinking something else. It seems like I found the 9th user. Capítulo 17, Chapter 17, Child. Eraserhead moved to the room allocated for Irie and opened it. After finding out the relevant information about Irie and her quirk, it was decided that she should be kept near Eraserhead in case of any mishap. So just like in Inazuma, a room was allocated for Irie near the quarters and was made completely kid-friendly, even though the girl is mostly unresponsive. The psychologists who were consulted in the last few days had recommended care as the best to remedy the situation, rather than going to a facility or take drugs, which can be ultimately harmful in the long run. Right now, when Aizawa opened the room, he found Irie staring at the wall like always without any response. Normally, Aizawa, who has seen the dark side of the society, is able to handle and control his emotions while seeing tragedies happen to others. But even he was a bit angry when he found out the conditions in which this small child was raised. And that is why he did not condone Inazuma for what he had done, though he will never say it out loud. Seeing the door open, Eri trembled a bit, showing that she still was traumatized, but seeing the face of Aizawa, she calmed down a little. Aizawa, seeing that, went near her and crouched down. "The kid who saved you is awake. Do you want to meet him?" Aizawa asked gently. At that moment, Eri's eyes went a bit wide, and she nodded her head. This surprised Aizawa because since waking up, this was the most Eri showed that can be considered as a positive expression. After waking up, she had shown an expression of extreme fear until Recovery Girl had tried to clam her down, and then finding out that Aizawa was able to stop her quirk, she made sure to stay with him whenever she was meeting others. Seeing that Eri agreed, Aizawa gently picked her up and moved to the infirmary. After reaching, he knocked, remembering the last scene in the camera before Nezu switched it off. Within seconds, he heard voices telling him to come in. When Aizawa brought Eri to the room, Clara made sure to sit in a chair nearby, and I sat straight in my bed. As he brought her inside, I was able to look at her properly, since at the time I was rescuing her, she was covered in blood. Instead of the long hair in the manga, she had shorter hair, almost reaching just below her shoulder. Her horn was long, indicating the amount of energy she had accumulated. But the biggest thing was her eyes. They looked completely blank. If his guess is right, in the original story, after a long time of torture, she had gained back herself and had reached out to Deku, but seeing her now, it seems like the tortures she had endured had started recently, and being young had affected her psyche more. Inazuma now felt like he should have broken more of the bastard's bones before he had escaped, and seeing Clara's expression, he knew that she was thinking something similar. Seeing Eri looking at him, he gestured towards Aizawa to bring her to him. After taking Eri, he put her on his lap, and while doing it, he was able to feel that Eri was lighter than a kid her age is supposed to be. Looking at the unresponsive Eri, Inazuma felt like he should try to break her out of her shell at least slightly. "Eri, do you remember me?" She nodded at the question. "Are you okay right now?" Again, she nodded blankly. Inazuma was able to see Aizawa's expression, and it seems like he expected something similar like this. "Are you afraid of the man who did this to you?" The moment I asked the question, I was able to feel Eri shaking a bit, and I saw Aizawa preparing to use his quirk, but I signaled him not, and he stood down but still looked closely to intervene. "Don't worry about it. We will make sure Eri remains safe from him again," Inazuma said, trying to calm her down. But suddenly Eri, who had remained mute till now, spoke up while shaking. "But Eri is cursed. He told me Eri will hurt everyone, that Eri killed her father. If you come near Eri might kill you too," Eri cried out, and at that moment her horn started shining and her quirk started to activate. Damn it, she would have broken through now, Eraser thought, as he knew whenever he cancelled Eri's quirk. She forgets what happened in the few moments before and faints. Just when the kid was about to break through to her. And just as Eraser was about to use his quirk. "Eraser, stop." Inazuma suddenly shouted, making him stop, and what he saw next surprised him deeply. As soon as Eri started releasing her quirk, Inazuma felt something deep inside him. He thought Eri's quirk was affecting him, but something told him it was not, and then he suddenly shouted at Eraser to stop. He knew it was idiotic, but something told him to use his quirk, and he decided to go with his instincts. As he tried to focus his quirk, he found out that green-colored sparks are coming out of him right now. He immediately recognized it. It was still force, and he immediately came to a conclusion with his enhanced perception. In the series, before Barry Allen created Flashpoint, all the other forces were a part of the Speed Force, but during the crisis when Barry took Spectre's power, it killed the Speed Force, and when he brought it back, he gave consciousness to the other forces. And now, because of being in contact with Eri, who had the power reverse, which rather than reversing his evolution like her quirk did to her father, it might have directly tried to revert his time, thereby activating the still force hidden within him, which right now is easily stopping her reverse quirk. Eri's eyes widened, seeing that nothing was happening. Inazuma then put his hand on her head gently and stroked her, trying to calm her down. "Whatever happens, Eri does not need to worry, because you see I'm strong, and if Eri has a curse, I will make sure to make it go away." Inazuma said while smiling at Eri. Eri, seeing this, was able to calm down, and by then her horn had become so short that it was non-existent, and she fell asleep on top of Inazuma. While Clara, Aizawa, and the people watching through the camera were wide-eyed. Capítulo 18, Chapter 18, One for All. Ow, 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 Inazuma was getting hit by his girlfriend right now. What were you thinking, idiot? Clara was more than angry with him right now. She always knew that he has a bad habit of trusting his gut and risking things, like trying to climb the side of a building, without even calculating how long he can maintain the speed, or what happens when he runs without speeding up his perception, and crashing into a wall as a result. But today marks the most idiotic that he has ever been. When Eri started using her quirk accidentally, and Inazuma shouted at Aizawa to not use his quirk, Clara almost lost Inazuma. Out of all the times he was in danger, this was the closest. You know what, I am so angry that I don't even know what to do with you. She then went towards the door, leaving the people in the room in an awkward mood. You got a good girl, idiot. Don't mess it up, Recovery Girl said as she too left the room. Right after the episode of Eri losing control, the still force awakened in me that managed to stop her powers, and right after that she fainted. The others were actually using the cameras to watch what was happening, so they immediately came to my room. Though All Might's friend left after making sure I was safe. Right now, I am left with All Might and Nezu in the room, as Eraserhead went to make sure that Eri sleeps in a bed. If I was you, young Inazuma, I will make sure to follow her advice, but for now it seems like Toshinori wants to speak with you about something, Nezu said. Inazuma turned to All Might, not knowing what he was about to say. But seeing the serious expression of All Might, he had a feeling about what it is. Young Inazuma, do you know what my quirk is? Guessed it, Inazuma thought as All Might started explaining the entire story. But the good news is he got the entire story, unlike Midoriya, who got it later down the line. Because Nezu had kept an entire record of the past users, and felt that I should listen to the entire story. A long time ago, two brothers were born, with the oldest possessing a quirk that allows him to steal other quirks and transfer them, while the younger brother seemingly did not have any. The oldest brother, now called All For One, rose to power while his younger brother, Yoichi, who was weak and frail due to a very fragile body, opposed his brother's rule. Angered by Yoichi's defiance, and in a twisted show of affection, All For One forced onto his younger brother a quirk that allowed him to stockpile power within his body. However, unbeknownst to him, Yoichi already had a quirk with no other power than to transfer it to another person. The transference quirk and the power stockpiling quirk merged to form One For All. Yoichi was freed from All For One's grasp by a resistance leader named Kyudo and his second-in-command, Bruce. Eventually, his brother managed to track them down in an attempt to reclaim him, and when they tried to flee, All For One killed him. Yoichi's blood splattered all over Kyudo as he and his resistance escaped, and shortly afterward he began feeling weird effects in his body. Bruce examined him and discovered that alongside his original quirk factor, there existed another, almost insignificant, factor as well, which Kyudo realized was Yoichi's lingering will, having passed on within him. All For One came to this same conclusion after discovering Yoichi's quirks to be missing from the remaining left hand he had kept of his body, and realized Yoichi was still out there. Well, I can say Nezu did his work well. The details are so good that it feels like he had read the manga himself. After these events, the quirk would become entrusted to the future generations of heroes, with the hope that they would be able to cultivate the power, now known as One For All, and one day put a stop to All For One. Meanwhile, the villain made it his mission to track down the users of the quirk, all to reclaim Yoichi, which he considered his first possession. He tracked down and killed Kyudo, who had already transferred the quirk to Bruce, and later killed him as well, only for him to have already passed it along as well. And this way, the quirk kept on being passed until it reached Nana Shimura, the seventh user, and All Might's master, continued Nezu, while All Might's face darkened a bit at the memory. But he decided to finish the talk. And as the eighth user, I managed to become the symbol of peace, which was not the first aim for the One For All users, but to take down All For One, and as you know, a few years back I succeeded in it. All Might took a deep breath while he reached the most important part. You are a smart boy, young Inazuma, so I am sure you might know what I am getting at. That is right, I would like for you to be the 9th user of the quirk." Then All Might enlarged himself, and it seemed like there was light shining from behind him, which I cannot even imagine the origin of. "Would you like to have one for all, and become the next symbol of peace?" "Hell no," I replied, my decision already made before. Huh, All Might was so surprised that he deflated back to his skinny self with his scary eyes, wide, not even able to comprehend my rejection. Nezu, on the other hand, looked like he expected my answer. The high IQ quirk is not for show. The thing is, if the quirk I had gotten when I came to this world was not strong enough, I would still have not taken the quirk considering its risks and responsibilities. And the main fact is that right now, I got the most coolest quirk ever, so I can say for sure hell no. Capítulo 19, Chapter 19, Mustafa Mission. Well, after convincing All Might that one for all was not meant for me, he backed up and accepted the fact. And later that day, I also met Eri, who woke up and began to show a bit more emotion seeing that there were many people there who won't be harmed by her quirk. And even more later, although it took a lot of effort, Inazuma managed to calm Clara's anger, although it involved a lot of promises of future safety that they both knew he might break. Right now, Inazuma was with Aizawa. "After the idiotic stunt you pulled with Chisaki, I was planning on cutting your special permission to do hero activity freely with other heroes, to only under my supervision." Eraserhead started talking, while staring straight at me. "And then when I saw the recklessness you showed earlier today, I felt like cutting it completely off." Man, his eyes are glowing. He's completely pissed off right now. I just lowered my head a bit, and just thought about taking it all in. Then Aizawa sighed. "To my misfortune, there is a mission that requires your assistance, so we will leave for it within a few hours," Aizawa said, and he left. I was surprised at this, but I then went to prepare. Later that day, I went with Aizawa in his car towards Mustafa City. He dropped me near the school and left after making sure that I had an earpiece that was working. I was wearing the uniform of the school right now. The mission was not to infiltrate the school, but to pose as a teenager who will stand in the place where the seller of the drug comes. The difference between the other types of sales is that the seller takes the student to their hideout, and then the drugs are given. If the hideout is found out, the chances of them using a quirk to destroy the drugs, thereby destroying the evidence, is very high, so infiltrating as a student is the best hope. And seeing that I had a quirk which helps to escape really quickly, they decided to use me as the bait. The police and heroes had used their connections to have a sale in which I am the customer. The target is to make them believe that I came to buy a large segment of the drug. Mind you, the drug is not for ecstasy, but for temporary quirk enhancement, which is in a way addictive as well. The sellers are thinking that I come from another big connection of criminals, and they sent me to collect a large segment on their behalf. The moment a large segment comes to my hand, I am supposed to break a few and spread them around the building, making them harder to clean while the cops come inside. So I waited for a while looking around. By this time, it was evening and most students had gone home, and just as I looked around, I saw something. There was a kid with small explosions coming out of his hands, hitting a green-haired kid. I looked at the time. I got a minute, I guess. I walked towards them while Aizawa asked what I was doing. "Just going to teach a person some manners," I said, while the people on the other line looked at each other. I went near them as I saw Bakugo was about to burn down Deku's bag. I went near him after passing through his two cronies and tapped on his shoulder. "Hua." He turned around with the eyebrows, shaped like the 80s villain. "Just let the kid go," I said simply. "Who are you to tell me that, mother?" And that was the last thing Bakugo remembered before he fainted. Just as Bakugo was about to complete that word, I felt like a whole lecture which will come after that. I had no time to waste on him, so just before he finished the word, I striked straight to his jaw without any use of my quirk. My body was fit, and I had trained with a racer, so I was able to knock him out with just that. I then looked at his cronies. "Take him away, or you guys are next." My voice had no emotion in it, so I guess it worked well on those idiots who acted like fanboys around Bakugo all the time, and as they left, I looked towards Deku, who was taking the books that were scattered back into his bag. He had a few bruises on his body as well. Looking at him, I can see that he has not trained a day in his life. It seems like he is waiting for his imaginary quirk to awaken later in his life and then work out based on it. Though I liked his spirit and hardworking character later in the series, his earlier behavior actually annoyed me a bit, and it seems like I got a chance to at least try to change it. He takes his bag and shakily turns towards me, and while he does not meet my eyes and speaks. Thank you for the help," he stuttered out, and just as he was about to go, I slightly pulled him back and he was surprised at it. I then asked him, "Why didn't you fight back when those kids did that to you?" I asked, fully knowing the answer. "Well, he started squirming a bit, but he finally spat it out, "I don't have a quirk," and then his expression morphed into something expecting some kind of beating. "So?" High eyes widened at my reply. "That means I can't fight him. Kachin has a strong quirk," he said, and I can feel his pain while he said that. "Do you have working arms?" I asked. He nodded, confused. "Working legs?" "Yes." "Any physical ailments that prevents growth?" "No." "Then what stops you from working out and becoming stronger to defend yourself?" "But he has a quirk and I don't." "That does not mean anything. Quirks are just tools, and if you don't have a body to use it well, you won't be able to use it. Wait, are you expecting a late blooming quirk and then working based on that?" I asked, my voice a bit stern at the end. And looking at his expression, I knew I hit the mark. "Do you have a family?" I asked, which confused him a bit, but he answered. "I got a mother." "If one day a group of rapists come crashing down on your house, will you stand aside and let them do anything to your mother just because they have a quirk, and you don't?" I knew the moment those words came out of my mouth how harsh it was. I can hear Aizawa just saying my name to warn me about being harsh, but I knew Izuku from the manga, and I knew these extreme words will be enough to make him face reality that he is trying to escape. Izuku's face appeared to be extremely scared imagining such a situation. Quirks came just a century ago. Crimes had existed even before that time. The era of quirks had just heightened the degree of it by granting a better tool, and that's it. When it comes down to it, all that matters is the amount of effort you put in to become stronger. I can see that he is listening to every word I was saying, so I continued. "Those stickers in your bag tells me that you admire All Might. So, I can guess you want to be a hero in the future. Tell me something. If by some off chance you get a quirk, if the person who battles you get a stronger quirk, would you give up and let people get hurt and stay away?" I can see that his emotions are going through different things because of the words I was speaking. "Kid, at the end of the day, your strength is defined by the amount of work you put in to become strong and not on the things that you were gifted with. Just now, I beat the guy that was bullying you without even using my quirk. Forget the matter of becoming a hero. If one day you want to protect someone close to you, if you're not strong enough because of not working on it, you will have to watch them get hurt. It's not the heroic quirk that makes a person a hero, kid. It's the heroes that make the quirk heroic." I then dusted of a bit of sand on his shoulder. "Forget the matter about being quirkless, and don't waste your time imagining your future quirk. Work on the body that you were given so that one day if you get into a situation, you can fight your best to solve it, and even if you fail, you can say you tried your best." I said my part and I walked back, and as I was walking, I heard a shout from behind. "I will do it. I will become stronger on my own with or without a quirk." "Thank you for your advice," he shouted out and then began walking away, and the earlier shaking he had seemed to be gone, and it seems like he had a bit of confidence. I grinned seeing that. I began to get excited about the new Izuku Midoriya of the future. "It was harsh but good speech, kid," I heard a voice from my earpiece. Seems like Aizawa agreed. At the time at the place where Aizawa and the police were sitting. "Did you just see a racer smile?" one policeman asked, surprised. "Well, you heard the kid right. Don't tell me you don't feel like smiling at that," his superior said. Inazuma had no idea what he said was recorded, and the recording is going to give him a reputation with the police force. Capítulo 20, Chapter 20, Mustafu Mission II. After the interaction with the future protagonists, hitting one and raising the confidence of the other, all in a good day's work, but now I have to go do real work. A few minutes after I came back to the meeting place, a van came, and a group of people pushed me inside it and started driving. No one in the van initiated conversation with me, so I kept quiet as well. Keeping quiet in such situations is better than blabbering like an idiot and make them think you are weak. If you keep your cool and keep every kind of expression out of your face, it will also act as a form of silent intimidation, making them think more before they do something. Well, I at least hope there are some smart ones that think. Within half an hour of time, we reached a clearing in the jungle where I saw the warehouse is located. As we reached, they stopped the car and took me inside into a side office where I identified the main person behind it. Victor Baum. The name may seem funny, but the man had a reputation of creating bombs with his quirk. He can make anything explode as long as he touched it, and the power behind the explosion is dependent upon the amount of time he is using his quirk in the object, and it is not infinite. Plus, there is also the weakness of the object being blue-colored if his quirk is activated on it, and it can't be organic. In the office, he was sitting on the chair with a large rectangular table at the center, and it looks like he was waiting for me. So boy, I heard that they are sending a kid from their gang, but I never imagined they are sending an actual kid. What are you, 12? 13, I reply without any fluctuation. Good, but you see there is a problem, he said as he got up. You see, have been in this industry for let's just say a long time. You can say it gave me some gifts of some sort. He said, and I sensed people slightly moving behind me, but I knew that I should keep my calm. For these guys, money comes first, and since they are expecting some from me, I will be safe, and if worst comes to worst, I can use lethal attacks as long as I don't cripple or kill them. So, one of these gifts is to recognize scum. You can say I am a scum as well so I can recognize another as well, he said as he grew closer. Suddenly, the guy behind me hit the back of my knee, making me fall on my knees, and I grunt a bit at that. Then he pulled my arm backwards towards a lock and used his elbow to press down on my neck, making me bow down a bit as Victor continued speaking. You see, as you were taken in the van, the guys sent me information about you, and during the time it took for you to come here, I contacted my information network, and nobody has heard anything about you. So, my boy, my question is who you are, and you better give me an answer before you personally see what I can do, as he said that he put his hand on my collar of my shirt threatening to make it explode. In Azuma Run now, abort the mission, I heard Eraserhead shouting in my hidden earpiece, and man, he sounded scared. But the thing is, I was feeling calm as hell in this situation. The only thing in my mind was, Deja vu man, let's wing it. I felt thankful for the fact that I watched the Flash series in my last birth. I slowly looked straight up in his eyes calmly, as I knew my tone of speaking will be needed for what I am about to say. I'm nobody. No arrests, no convictions, not for the recent central bank robbery, where the safe was completely melted off by an unknown chemical, and the guards knocked out by another gas unidentifiable by the police and heroes. Victor's eyes widened a bit at that. The perpetrators of the incident were caught earlier today by the police and was not reported to the public or media, so I can use this easily. That was you, Victor asked, a bit doubtful. Not according to police reports, because unlike amateurs like you, the only evidence I leave behind are for the idiot cops to chase around without any result. I then tried to sharpen my look a bit more. You want to know who I am? You can call me the chemist, I say as the guy holding me took away his arm. Sorry about that, kid, bit of a habit, Victor said, and from the expressions of the people around me, I can see that all of them are impressed at what I said I did. Then everything was easy from then on, and they brought out the crate of chemicals. After making sure that it was the correct one, I knocked out each and every one there, and the police hiding nearby were able to get in easily and arrest the rest with evidence. I got patted on the shoulder by a few policemen on the way out, and some saying I got a skill on speeches. And finally, I got in front of Aizawa looking at me in a stern expression. You went out to hit a kid at least a year younger than you while giving life advice, like you are starting some kind of revolution. Yes, sir, I said while keeping my head down. And after that you do not follow orders when I tell you to run and takes risks, almost killing yourself. And what was that chemist speech of yours? You practice it or something. I held a little bit of laugh at the last comment. Eraserhead sighed, looking at me. Good work and don't create headaches next time, he said as he turned around to go. I was a bit surprised that he let me go with that, but suddenly he turned around and told me. By the way, Clara and Chio knows about what happened, so brace yourself, he said with a sadistic smile. I began to think about running out of the country for a few weeks, but suddenly a call came to my phone. It was Clara. Damn you, eraser. Capítulo 21, Chapter 21, Official Admission. You sure about this kid? Aizawa asked, seeing the decision made by Inazuma. Right now, they were all inside the principal's office, with Inazuma telling the plans of his future. Inazuma plans for his hero career to be done in the shadows rather than in the light. He knows that almost every flash was a beacon of hope, but he felt like he did not want to follow those footsteps. While he was doing hero work in the shadows, he was able to see how much the public was protected during the mornings and how much more dangerous night times are. There are many heroes like Eraserhead whose information are there in the forums, but nobody knows how much work he is doing at nighttime. Inazuma had front row seat where he saw how much work he was doing. No wonder he spends most of his time sleeping in classes and looks like a zombie. But another fact of the matter is the heroes working at nighttime are more respected in the police as well as other heroes. Plus, they also have to deal with more dangerous cases as well. Another boon of this is that our information is heavily restricted from being revealed to the public unless we do something world-shattering that brings the attention of the public. And seeing this, I decided to join them with the moniker the people who I saved gave me, Blood Lightning. Even though the name screamed 8th grade syndrome, I decided to use it as my identity during hero work, so my real one won't be revealed and I can stay hidden. All right, as you wish. I will make sure to pass on the paperwork for you, Nezu replied. After getting confirmation, Aizawa and Inazuma left the room. How are the newcomers? Inazuma asked, as this year he was supposed to go for admission, but seeing that he had completed his high school studies and has hero experience, it was decided that it was not necessary for him to go to classes unless he wants to, so he did not participate in the entrance exams. I expelled every one of them, Eraser replied nonchalantly. Inazuma froze and turned his head robotically towards Eraser. Everyone? Yes. Why? They pissed me off, after saying that Aizawa walked away like he just said the menu of the cafeteria today. Almost forgot about that, Inazuma thought, thinking about the plot. Hey, Inazuma, how you doing? Everything good? Listening a loud voice, he turned around to find a blonde kid with a smile that might even outshine Mike Guy. Mirio, everything's good on my end. How was your internship? Inazuma asked with a smile. If you are able to tolerate the enthusiasm, talking with Mirio was interesting. It was awesome, and you were right. I can use my powers way better now, Mirio said, while phasing through a few pillars nearby. Inazuma sighed. Mirio clothes. Oh, sorry about that. Mirio immediately took the clothes that fell to the ground and put them on. How are the others? Inazuma asked, mentioning the other two among the team, who will later be known as the Big Three, with the potential that surpasses many pro heroes in the future. They are also in the front lines in the final war as well, fighting Shigaraki without any fear. Inazuma had acquainted with them last year and can say that they have a friendly relationship. Well, they wanted to spar with you again. After talking with Mirio for a bit, Inazuma went away. Looking at the news, Inazuma knew today was the day. The news just talked about escape of the sludge villain. Let's go, Inazuma thought as he began to run. After running for a few minutes, he found and reached the top of the building, and he heard All Might say, "You cannot be a hero without a quirk." Oof, that's harsh, Inazuma thought. Ha 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 ha, he suddenly heard a voice laughing. This was not in the script, Inazuma thought. Wait, did I turn him into a villain or something? Inazuma began to think. You all right, kid? All Might asked, worried, seeing the kid laugh when he tells him something like this. Midoriya started speaking. Oh, don't worry, Mr. All Might. I'm not going crazy or anything. Oh, All Might responded tentatively. You see, All Might, I grabbed your leg while you tried to go is because I wanted to ask this question to you. Though I thought otherwise, it seems like your answer was similar to others have always said to me, Midoriya said with a slight smile. I'm sorry about that, All Might said while reminiscing about the time when he was quirkless. You see, All Might, if you had told this to me a year ago, I might have been devastated and maybe have made some bad decisions, but that is not the case now. Midoriya started speaking. A year ago a person saved me while I was being bullied, and he did it without even using his quirk. Well, at the time, I was thinking about saying thank you and running away, but he stopped me, asked me why I was not fighting back, and I replied that I had no quirk. But the thing is that my answer seemed to anger him a bit, and he scolded me, telling me that I am an idiot for thinking that way and not trying to become stronger by my own body that does not have any problems. And the final thing he said also stuck with me. He told me that a heroic quirk does not make a hero. It is the hero that makes the quirk heroic. All Might's eyes widened at that. Well, I listened to his advice and began to work on myself. Now, even though I have problems from others because of being quirkless, I have become strong at least to fight for myself and does not allow anyone to walk over me. He then looked at both of his hands. Anyone can see the calluses that shows his hard work. The truth is, All Might, right now, I don't care I don't have a quirk or not, because my dream is to be a hero to protect others, and even if I am unable to, I will try my best to be one for the people I care about, so that if one day I meet that person again, I can say I did my best. Thank you for listening, All Might, but I have to go home now. I'm a bit late. Midoriya said, and he went through the door towards the stairs. All Might suddenly got up looking like he wanted to say something, but he seemed to be hesitating as well. Capítulo 22, Chapter 22, Ninth User. As Izuku went away, All Might punched the building with his weak hand, creating a small dent. Damn it, how could I even say that to a kid? It does not matter how tired I was or whether my time limit of the day was over. How could I crush a child's hope so harshly? Grunted out, All Might while being angry with himself. Seeing this happen, Inazuma felt like coming out and consoling All Might, but he stopped as he knew the sludge villain had escaped. He had a guess from the experiences before that the world had a habit of making sure that the main incidents happen, although he has the ability to make a few changes and also save a few people. He was able to rescue Eri, but was unable to take down Chisaki. The chances are the timing will be similar to the timing of the plot, and he will later get a chance to take care of Chisaki for good. And if that is true, the chances of Izuku getting his quirk the same way as the plot is very high, but if he comes out and revealed himself to All Might, his help will be asked to take care of Sludge Villain and stop the plot where Midoriya becomes the ninth user. So, he looked as All Might realized Sludge Villain escaped and began to go looking for him. Midoriya wiped out a few drops of tears that came out his eye. Even though he was prepared for it, hearing those words from his own idol did have a small impact on him. But after wiping out the tears, he straightened up and began walking. Earlier this day, when Kakin had tried to bully him, for the first time ever he fought back, and he won by quickly striking his jaw and knocking him out. He was feeling good about it, and when he saw All Might, he felt like asking the question he always wanted to ask. Even though he was rejected, he didn't let it get to him, as he was prepared to get rejected by everyone as he always were. Now he is going to go home and practice even more to get even stronger. As he was walking, he saw a crowd and a lot of heroes. Curious about what was happening, he went near them. Inazuma was in the top of a building as he watched what was happening. As he looked, he saw Bakugo getting caught by the sludge villain and the heroes not having the courage to face the hostage situation. He can't deny their apprehension, as they had no idea that the sludge villain was only bluffing, and that he cannot kill Bakugo within the time the heroes take care of him. He also saw All Might standing there unable to do anything because of his time out. And then he saw Midoriya in the crowd. What choice will you make this time, Deku? Will my influence turn you away from the destiny you once had? Inazuma wondered as he looked towards the choice he was about to make. And as he saw, a small smile appeared on his face, as the boy did not disappoint his expectations. Because your eyes looked like it was asking for help, shouted out Midoriya as he managed to almost remove Bakugo from the sludge villain, but suddenly, the sludge villain began to take pieces of debris around him and was about to attack Midoriya. Sorry for being late, shouted All Might as he squeezed out a bit more power and took down the sludge villain. From then on, it went exactly like in canon, with Midoriya being reprimanded, and him walking home alone at the end. He saw All Might running towards Midoriya and awkwardly chatting with him, ending it with the revelation of One for All. So young Midoriya, do you want to be a hero using one for all? Asked, All Might while sweating a bit remembering his last rejection. Midoriya faltered a bit. Before he was wishing to have a quirk to be a hero before and after everything that happened, he had decided to be a hero without a quirk, and now a quirk came to him, a quirk that was his idol's. He did not know whether to accept it or not. Take the quirk, kid. Suddenly hearing the voice, both Midoriya and All Might turned to find a teenager sitting on top of a wall. Young Inazuma, All Might recognized him. You were the person who saved me before. Midoriya immediately recognized the person who saved him from Kaken before. I wanted to speak with you. That can be done later, kid, just accept the quirk now. But Midoriya was still apprehensive. Young Inazuma, All Might was shocked, but understood immediately that the one who motivated Midoriya while he was quirkless was young Inazuma. But right now, he did not want Inazuma to influence Midoriya to make the choice, as it is highly personal and should be done by those who are taking a quirk. Listen, kid, I will make it easier for you. What do you want to do as a hero? Prove that you can be one while being quirkless or save more people? Save more people, Midoriya replied immediately. Then take the quirk. As you can see, All Might does not have that much time left, and this world needs another person to carry the mantle of one for all. So, what's your choice? Inazuma asked. Midoriya found his answer, and he did not need to doubt himself anymore. He turned towards All Might and looked at him straight. I accept the responsibility. Good, All Might was secretly glad that he was not rejected again like last time. He raised his hand, and suddenly light began to shine from it. Become the greatest hero, young Midoriya. Looks like everything is going well, thought Inazuma as he looked at the scene. Even though it was not as touching as before, it still served its purpose as Midoriya accepted one for all and became its 9th and final user according to plot, but he will change that fate. Though the acquisition of quirk will come later. Capítulo 23, Chapter 23 Normal Day. After making sure Deku got one for all, right now I am in a junkyard beach with All Might and Deku doing their training. It seems like even though Deku had done workout to increase his strength, to use one for all, your overall muscle structure should be stronger. Right now, his arms and legs are stronger, but the rest of the body has not reached the same level. So All Might decided to put it off until he strengthens his entire body. So right now, I am watching All Might make Midoriya clean the entire wastes present in the beach. After seeing that he is doing well, I ran back towards UA to see 2 girls waiting for me. Iri-chan, you ready to go to the park? MMPH, Iri nodded back a bit shyly at that. You look beautiful today, I said to the girl standing next to Iri. Well, it looks like you are in the mood for flattery today, Clara grinned. Well, I'll take it. Well, after the incidents of that day, Eraserhead was decided to be the guardian of Iri, and she also began to stay in the dorm rooms with me. And seeing that it was a bit constricting, it was decided that Iri should be taken outside sometimes so that she can experience things that kids her age should experience. So, I managed to find a day where there were the least number of people in the amusement park, and booked that day for a small trip with Iri along with it. I managed to snag a date with Clara as well. Right now, Iri was wearing a red coat and black frock with 2 shoes, and a yellow hat that covered almost her entire head except for her horn. And she seemed extremely excited to go to the park after us showing videos to her about what there is to expect. Clara, on the other hand, is wearing a full-sleeved black t-shirt and blue jeans with a skirt on top of it. She also seemed to keep her long hair in a ponytail with a watch and a small handbag carrying her stuff. Damn, she looks cool and hot at the same time. Suddenly, 2 fingers tapped near my temple, getting me out of that string of thought. Stop looking at me like a pervert and let's go. I conceded, and we headed off to the park in her car. After reaching, we got 3 tickets and went inside. Whoa, hearing Iri's awe at seeing everything brought smile to our faces. So, we began to go for the rides. I decided to go for all the stomach-churning rides before having foods, so we began to go to each of them. Iri screamed a lot in the roller coaster. I generally moved at faster speeds, so it was not a problem for me, but looking at Clara, I understood that she was trying her best to not lose her composure. I can see her holding onto the seat tightly, and if I am right now, she is enhancing her perception, so that the fast-moving speed appears slow to her. Watching it was a lot of fun, as I knew she has a small problem with rides like these, but always tries her best to appear like she has no problem. I put a hand on her to calm her down. The mornings were filled with a mixture of the widest rides ever, and because of the level of technology in this world, there were a lot of rides which looked a lot dangerous and exciting. At the noon, we went to have food, which included the unhealthiest things in the menu. The common thing about all of us is that our quirks were tailor-made, that we do not have excess fat in our bodies. Clara's quirk uses up stamina as the source, but before that it uses up the excess fat in the areas where the enhancement is concentrated on, so she just needs to use enhancement to remove it. And in the case of Eri, it was found that the body uses the excess energy that comes from what she eats to fuel the growth of her horn. After having the lunch and scaring others nearby seeing my enormous consumption, we went to the softer rides like the haunted house, pedal boat, and the underground aquarium. After a few minutes, Clara and I noticed a guy following all three of us for some time. Clara sends a message to my phone containing information about the person. He seems to be an assassin who was targeting Clara for some time, and it seems like he found out about her being in the park. Big bro will be back all right. Okay. I handed Eri to Clara and used my quirk to take that bastard into a hidden corner and knocked him out. After making sure that he matches the information sent by Clara, I contacted a racer who said he will come quietly and take him out of there. After that, I moved along with them to the Ferris wheel, and within some time, Eri fell asleep. There has movements from the underworld and a few other companies who are sending assassins to take me out, seeing that I am the only heir. She sighed, "It's better for you to stay away for some time." Yeah, right. In Azuma, it's not a joke. The assassin organization that took the job will send more, and if something happens to Yo. I didn't let her finish her sentence and immediately kissed her. Even though we have been dating for a few years, we have never went for anything physical. This was the first kiss we both had. After kissing for a few moments, I let her go and she took a deep breath. While holding Eri with my one hand, I used my other hand to gently push her head towards my shoulder to reassure her. Don't worry about it, don't you trust me? She just nodded with a smile, while we silently watched the sunset. Capítulo 24, Chapter 24, Lady Nagant. Lightning, do you have visual copy? This is Lightning, I see the target copy. This is the last day, kid. Make sure to end it today and get that license, got it? Got it, Eraser? Inazuma switched off his comms while looking at his last target pacing around his room, as he was currently facing everything that he had built up fall to pieces. Inazuma's mind went back to what happened a few months ago just after his date with Clara. After what happened that day, he had immediately gone to Eraserhead to gain information. From what Eraserhead had found from the guy and the information he had been collecting for some time, they were able to glean that the underground assassins are part of a group that is controlled by a member of the Hero Association. From what Eraser was able to find out and hypothesize, the person behind it was one of the remnants after the cleanup in the Nagant incident. In the public, the only information was that Lady Nagant went rogue and committed murder, but people like Aizawa, who had the information from the inner workings, were able to find out that the main members of the Hero Association had used Nagant to gain more power, which drove her to kill every member involved in it except one. Andrews, a politician with the quirk laser eyes, is the only one who survived. The day Nagant went rogue, luckily, this idiot was enjoying a vacation on an island with illegal money he had accumulated, and after Nagant was captured, he came back. And seeing that the entire higher-up of the association was cleansed and replaced, he began to take over the secret dealings done by the ones who were dead and created an empire which he claims as a necessity to control the underworld. And any problem that happens, he refuses to accept responsibility, blaming on other criminal groups. Right now, he was targeting Clara because he was unable to control the corporate empire made by her, which was steadily growing. And if the information is right, they are even hunting for the Yaoruzu's family as well. Kid, I know you can turn invisible and fast, but it takes more than that to infiltrate these places, Aizawa said to Inazuma. Inazuma knew Aizawa made sense, but he felt like doing something. If he rashly attacks every base without gathering any evidence, it might bite him back. And just as he was thinking, suddenly a screen came in front of him. "You are ready to phase, kid. All the best." As the screen came and went, a grin spread on his face. "Hey, Eraser." "What, kid?" "I got a way to do this shit." And so, in the last few months, Inazuma had learned to continuously use phase as well as combine invisibility with it together. He found out that while using two of them together, he is able to move in straight directions as well as when he stands still. But when he tries to turn without pausing or tries to move his body in different directions too much, one of them comes undone, and more research proved that this can't be solved by increasing speed, so it can't be used in battle. But when it comes to infiltrations, it's the best. And then onwards with Aizawa's guidance, Inazuma had been infiltrating these facilities and gathering proofs, one by one, and Aizawa, with the help of Torino, and All Might had managed to gather the support of the other council members as well. And today the plans came into place. Inazuma remembered what happened a few hours ago. The proofs are enough to take him in right now. Even though you have not yet got your hero license, and is doing these missions due to special permissions, your current track record is impressive. We would like to issue a hero license for you by the time you complete the mission today. But seeing your accomplishments, and seeing that the special permission missions did not include monetary reward for your work, would you like to have something else for it? Right now, Inazuma was in a room with the members of the Hero Association with Aizawa, and they had called this meeting before the raid to meet him. Seeing this opportunity that they gave him, Inazuma knew what he had to do. "Lady Nagant." This shocked the people there. Even Aizawa's eyes were slightly widened, but he still controlled himself. "Do you know what you're talking about right now? This is a delicate matter. What will we even tell the public?" "Let me talk, please," Inazuma suddenly said, stopping them from continuing. "The reason I said it is not because I am ignorant of what happened with Nagant. The last association had pushed her so hard to doing their dirty work that she broke and retaliated. But don't forget the fact that even then she had only killed the ones responsible, and the others were left with wounds that was not critical. If she had not considered about collateral damage, then she would have never been captured and put in prison. So, I want to put forward the suggestion of getting her out of prison for rehabilitation for the mental stress that drove her to this, and if possible, let her have her hero career back." One of the characters that Inazuma had felt pity for while reading the manga was Nagant, and he felt like using this chance to save her. The association was silent for a few moments, and then started speaking. "What should be our reason to get her out? What would we say to the public? And don't forget, because of her current bad reputation, her life will be more difficult outside." "That's easy," Inazuma had thought though roughly before giving his suggestion. "Use this accomplishment that I am going to do today. Make it so that all the crimes were actually a cover for her to go undercover, and today's raid, which if our calculations are right is going to take out a substantial number of crime organizations out for some time, until another comes along. Kid, this case could boost your reputation. If we give this to Nagant according to you, you can never take credit even if in the future you want to take credit for it, because that's the only way this can work. Are you sure?" "Yes, I am." "What makes you want to do this for her? Do you know her from before or any relation?" The leader of the association, who had been silent till now, asked a question directly to me. I smiled as I answered, as in this life before the incident, I had seen the good that she had done in her career. "Let's just say I am a fan of hers." "Current time." Andrew just threw the phone he was holding on to the wall, showing his frustration. "Let's go," Inazuma said, and he vanished, leaving behind a few deep red sparks illuminating the roof for just a moment. Capítulo 25, Chapter 25. Andrew. Andrew was a politician through and through. After failing the hero exam, even while having an amazing quirk made him go mad in anger. The day he failed, he swore he would not let anything stand in his way. So he worked hard. By cheating, betrayal, killing, torturing, and other methods, he managed to get to the upper echelons of the same organization that failed him before. But reaching there, he found out that all of them in the upper parts of the organization are just like him, reaffirming the fact that his way was right. But one day when Nagant killed everyone, he worked with, and he escaped with just pure luck. He thought of quitting, but seeing the vast empire the others left for him, he didn't feel like quitting and created his own empire. He started coercing others to gain more power, and recently he had targeted the business families that stood at the pinnacle of the world. But after the day he sent to capture the heiress of the Adishino Industries, one by one all of the members of his organization began to vanish, and recently he began to feel like the other members of the council has begun to alienate him. How can they even do that, he wondered. He had made sure to have his claws deep into the system of the underworld, and his absence will lead to full chaos and destruction. So, he ignored them. That was until today when the dozens of his hideouts were destroyed simultaneously at the same time. Right now, he has no power at all, and he realized everything he had built is falling apart. Andrew tried to pull apart his hair. Because of the frustration he was feeling, he was using his phone to find out the last of his connection he can count on, but even that was not available. He threw the phone in frustration and turned to the wall. Suddenly he felt chills throughout his whole body. He knew someone was behind him. He can feel his own heartbeat rising as he slowly turned around, and he saw him. He was standing in the corner of the room, as if he was always there. The black suit, which seems to be made to absorb light, looking completely black with a helmet that has a black visor covering his entire face. The only thing that separated the suit from pure darkness was the few lines of blood red around the suit. Blood lightning. Andrew knew who this was. His reports had shown that the kid who seemed to have been living in UA had a deep bond with the Adishino heiress. This was one of the reasons that made him target her. If someone from UA gets connected to the most powerful business empire, the chances of him losing the power he had accumulated in the association will be destroyed. He can't allow that to happen. You think you can stop me like this? You think I can't find ways to kill you? Even if I don't, do you think the other people you hold dear can escape from me? Even if you put me in jail, I will come out and hunt you down and make all of them who you hold dear die one by one in front of you and I. Inazuma POV. Man, he is ranting on and on. He then asked Aizawa through the communicator. You know he is going into territories that are making me extremely pissed off. Just make sure not to cripple him, physically that is. Man, it seems like even Aizawa is getting pissed by what he is hearing, and he is going at areas where he is including doing shitty things to Eri and Clara. Alright, this shit ain't getting into jail easily. Inazuma immediately rushed forward, grabbing the guy by the collar, and started running towards the tallest building he can find. Luckily it was nighttime, and there weren't any people around now. And since a recent event of businessmen running those with stamina quirks with overtime came out, there has been strict curfew about office hours, essentially making this part of the town, filled with office buildings, seem a bit desolate. He then puts him on the edge of the building. What? Andrew was disoriented for a second, but within a few moments he realized where he was and started screaming. Man, he screams like a girl. Let's teach you some manners, Inazuma said as he pushed him from the top of the building with one arm while the other was used to rest his face. He looked like a lazy person watching TV right now. That was fun, let's do it a few more times, Inazuma said as he brought the guy just before he fell crashing to the ground back to the top floor, and pushed him again without giving him even a few moments of rest. After a few minutes, after an hour, let me go, I'm sorry. After 2 hours, looks like he fainted. Well, this was getting a bit boring, said Inazuma while carrying him towards the station. At the time, a nearby drone issued by UA was monitoring what was happening. On the other side of the drones, a few people who watched what was happening for 2 hours was speechless. Aizawa began rubbing his head, expecting bigger headache. I think raising him among adults may have created some psychological damage in him. An inspector gave an opinion. I have a good psychologist I can call for the kid. Another gave an opinion. No need, Eraser sighed, and he began dialing a phone. No, sorry kid, but you have to face what's coming. As Inazuma got Andrew to the police station, the communicator in his head started vibrating. Who's this? Darling, we have to have a littler talk about human rights later, even if the people you are dealing with are scums. A sweet voice told him from the other side. After a few words, the call was over, and Inazuma sighed. Damn you, Eraser. Why the hell do you use her number like Batman uses kryptonite? He began to run back home, expecting what was coming. Capítulo 26, Chapter 26 Side Story. David Shield was annoyed, no more like disappointed with what had happened in the meeting. He had just given them the final confirmation about the effectiveness of the quirk-enhancing machine he had built. He knew how much this was important. His friend and the symbol of peace, All Might, had recently contacted him about his injury in a battle, and when he went there and did the scans, he had found that the amount of damage had exceeded the limit of what a human body can handle by so much that his quirk was being weakened, while acting like fuel to make sure he survives. This was the other reason why he was working harder and harder to finish his work, and now they have banned its use, saying that the world isn't in enough danger for it to be used, and so it will be more dangerous to use it. David was getting angrier while remembering his failure. I should take my mind off it for now. He then went on to look for anything else that can distract his mind. As he looked, he found a peculiar email he received from UA before about the boy with a quirk that gave out a particular energy that was not found before. He was not able to look more into it as he was busy before, but now he will welcome anything that causes him distraction. He looked into the files and began to read the scans of the energy. The more he looked into it, the more his eyes went wide. He then began to look at the notes, which contained the theories made by Nezu, which contained more detailed explanations and observations. No, Nezu, your idea of tachyons is the closest anyone would think about it, but he looked to the energy readings. This is an entirely different fundamental force. David then began to spend the next few days immersed in research, and one day. This goes here, so then by the calculati. The pen David was holding fell down as he looked at what he had found. 13 trillion times the speed of light. David's eyes went wider as he contemplated everything he had found. This is not just a quirk, but a gateway to a fundamental force that has not been accessed by anyone till now. No, it has not been known till now, and if nobody had gotten the readings from the kid's quirk, they might have never found it, seeing that, for the first time ever, there was a force that breaks the laws of physics entirely. By laws of physics, light speed is the maximum that is possible, and anything beyond that would stop time and flatten space itself. More and more calculations went through his head. Then suddenly, the idea hit him, which made him think he had reached enlightenment. If the fundamental force is accessed by the kid, so the quirk only provides a gateways to it, so it means, he took a deep breath. The force exists in the universe waiting to be accessed by someone. David knew what his aim should be. For the next few months, David immersed himself into research so much that he never went outside his lab the whole time. He was sleep-deprived and malnutritioned, but that did not stop his research. He even ignored his daughter as well while doing the research. After a year of research, he stood before the machine he had made to access the force. Finally, it's complete. After I get the last component and manage to access the force, nothing will be impossible anymore. He almost had a fanatical look in his face right now. Dad, stop this, please. Shocked at the voice, David saw his daughter with tears in her eyes. Melissa, when? I was always here, Dad. When I heard that your project was canceled and you began spending your time researching something else, I thought it will be good for you, but now I don't, so Dad, please stop. But Melissa, you don't have any idea what my research is going to bring. Trust me, this can change everything. Dad, just look at yourself, please, Melissa screamed. David then looked at a nearby steel plate to see and was shocked to find his current condition. He was skinny by so much that he looks like he will fall when the wind blows over. His eyes were red with deep dark circles, and his clothes looked like they were dragged through the mud with all the dirt and grime. Shocked, David realized the poor condition he is in now. He tried to move, but he tripped and knocked over a few items. Melissa went to hold him up from falling. But the items that David knocked fell towards the keyboard. Force access activated. No, it's not completed, David screamed. But it was too late because of the incompleteness of the machine. It was not able to handle the power it absorbed and created a surge of energy explosion. Luckily, the lab was secured, so the energy did not spread outside of it. but the resultant explosion pushed both Melissa and David towards the wall, knocking them out while destroying every equipment in the room. After a few weeks, David managed to wake up from his coma due to the accident and malnutrition, along with dehydration. Melissa, too, was safe even though she had a few wounds that were held with the medical facilities. David came back to the lab to find out that every electronic machine he had in which he had inserted his research about the force was destroyed. If he wanted to, he could have started again, but he felt like going to that path was dangerous for him, so he decided to stop the research in this direction and stop the research about the fundamental forces. Now, after resting and refreshing his brain, he felt that if his quirk enhancement machine would create a small earthquake, then this research might have a chance of ending the world. I should just focus on getting that quirk enhancement for All Might. He grumbled and went away after locking the door. Melissa was glad to have her father back as well, but after the incident, she had a frequent bad luck of easily getting static electric shocks. Damn it, looks like my luck is bad. If David had researched and found ways to detect the force, he would have found out that now deep within Melissa, a fundamental force is waiting to rise out into the world. Capítulo 27, Chapter 27 UA Test. Inazuma watched as Deku began to walk towards UA building. In the morning, Midoriya had completed his training regimen and cleaned the entire beach, which even he must agree was a really impressive thing, as he had seen the beach before it was cleaned. The anime never showed it, but metal, steel, and other inorganic matter were not the only things that was there. Let's just say a lot of things that makes you never eat anything again was present by a lot. But Midoriya earned his respect due to his persistence and grit to go through everything for his dream. Even without the dangers of the quirk, he had a lot of scars already from the heavy work that he had done. If Nezu's calculations are correct, the chances of Midoriya's body handling 7% instead of the 5% is very high. Inazuma felt like it was less compared to the work he put in. But he then figured out that using one for all constantly and breaking his limits are what allowed him to adapt to stronger percentages in canon. Oh, he almost fell. Inazuma watched as he saw Midoriya go through the depressing fall, one of his most favorite scenes in the anime, and getting saved by Achako. Seeing the things going the same way as plot, Inazuma went towards the teacher's lounge. Last year can be considered as period of growth for Inazuma. He had gotten his hero license after taking care of Andrew and his entire underworld that he had built. After that, Inazuma got officially engaged to Clara as well. Though the news was a bit big, his identity was not revealed as blood lightning to the outside world. He had also moved in with Clara, seeing that Clara already had built a home for both of them, and was just waiting to say it when they moved a bit more forward in their relationship. So right now, for the outside world heir of Adashino Industries, was engaged to a young genius who is the psychological consultant of UA. In the last life, Inazuma had interest in psychology, so he had made sure to study the subject in this life. Getting a basic license to deal with the mental health for newborn heroes who are just going through the reality of being heroes was the path he chose when he thought about a job for his identity in the outside world. Right now, he was sitting in the room where the teachers were watching the students in the written exam center. There is a basic requirement for the students taking admission tests to have basic common sense. Quirks and skills were more important factors, but they still need students to have something inside their head. He watched as Lita was admonishing Midoriya, even though he was not shaking by that much. Man, he is going to have a hard time after he was done with all of them. Basically, even Midoriya, who knows Inazuma, has no idea that he was blood lightning. The only thing he knew was that Inazuma was adopted by one of the teachers of UA and was a genius who had a psychology license at this young age and has a job in UA. But for the security of One for All, it was decided that Inazuma become an assistant for All Might in classes, though the main part was that even though almost the entire faculty was a fan of All Might, after interacting with him for a few months, they were a bit worried about his performance. So, Inazuma decided to tag along with him. Inazuma watched as the practical exam started. His eyes widened slightly, seeing that Deku was more decisive this time than before. He jumped into the fold and started ripping out the visible wires of smaller robots. though he looked like he was more focused on saving people as well. The teachers had begun to grade the students with the performance they were doing. Many seems to comment on what Deku was doing and was speculating why he was not using his quirk. And just as time passed, he saw the 0-pointer arrive. Seeing the 0-pointer, every student started to run away. All the teachers seemed to be expecting this as well. When they say Achako gets stuck under a few debris, a few turned towards me. "Hey kid, could you save that girl? Seems like nobody among those is going to do it," Mike said to me. In return, I just grinned, making them raise their eyebrows at it. I clarified. "Are you sure no one among them is going to save the girl?" I said, pointing to the screen. And just as the teachers turned around, they saw Midoriya finally using One for All for the first time. My grin widened, seeing that even that changes in his character due to my influence had not changed what that kid was at the core. A hero. Midoriya broke both of his legs jumping towards the robots and pulled out a smash that seemed to surpass All Might's. I can see most of the teachers shocked at the power showed by the kid, while the experienced ones who had seen the damage caused by the powers grinned, seeing how the kid was not hesitant in breaking his bones to save a person. Well, you can say everything ended up just like in canon, as I looked at the list of people who were selected. And if I am right, they are the same in Class 1B, and the members of Class 1A was also the same, with the only difference being Midoriya at a higher rank than before, as he had more rescue points than canon, along with quite a few attack points. I saw Eraser's expression, and I knew that he was not supportive of Midoriya due to the side effects of his quirk. But I knew that he would change his tune after some time. Very soon the first day of UA High came without any hitch. Capítulo 28, Chapter 28, First Day. Inazuma was walking towards the training ground where the initial quirk tests of UA High students were taking place. He was wearing a white shirt and black pants with sneakers as shoes. I also had a black tie with it as well. Since the students are only going to know him as a young psychologist, simple design clothes were better. Though Clara did not allow him to wear anything that does not pass the quality and brand check by her, and after criticizing his selection for the last time, he ceded defeat and gave her permission to buy his stuff. Though the smile she later showed made him realize that it was all part of her plan. He was walking towards the ground knowing that the time for the quirk tests were almost over by now, and if he is right, Midoriya must be doing his one-finger throw right now. Boom! And there it was. As he walked there, he reached right behind All Might, pumped up watching his successor. He knew the next moment was Bakugo losing his cool, knowing that Deku had a quirk and did not reveal it. Inazuma felt like stopping that scene. "Heya, All Might," he suddenly tapped on All Might's shoulder. "Ahhh." All Might was shocked at the sudden tap and fell over. Man, even in his buffed-up shape, his scream was funny. This took up everyone's attention as they turned towards our direction. "Wait, is that? It is him. All Might." Man, all the kids are becoming similar to fans at a concert seeing their favorite hero in real life. Even Bakugo forgot about Izuku for a moment and was looking at All Might with a look that says he wants to prove something. And All Might did something even more surprising. Within milliseconds, he stood up straight with a heroic aura like the mishap, and the scream that everyone heard a few moments ago did not happen at all, and looking at the start-struck eyes of the kids, I will say that it worked well. "Hahaha, young heroes, I came here to see how all of you are doing. Well, young Inazuma, Aizawa we will meet later in the teacher's lounge," All Might said, and he vanished. Seeing him gone, all their eyes turned to me with intrigue. Aizawa sighed, seeing what All Might did just now. He was thankful that his image is still the same in front of the kids. He decided to introduce Inazuma. "Kids, meet your hero psychologist. He may be young, but he is licensed to take care of the emotions of kids just going into the hero career. Make sure to give him the same respect you give to teachers." Aizawa finished, and a lot of their eyes widened at that, seeing that I was still looking almost as young as them. I decided to talk to them myself. "Hello everyone," as Aizawa said I am, and before I can even finish the sentence, the most volatile one recognized me. "You bastard, it's YOU. I'm gonna kill YOU," shouted Bakugo as he propelled himself towards me with his explosions and was about to strike me with his attack. I sighed. I instantly activated my powers to affect my perception alone and not my body. And with it, I was easily able to see the path taken by Bakugo in his attack towards me. My body, due to my quirk, was in peak condition, so with just my perception, I was able to slap his hand, which he was about to attack me with, and hit his chin again, just like last time, and pushed his body downwards. Thunk! Bakugo was lucky that the ground was sand-based and was not concrete. While I took him down, the others who saw it had their mouth agape. Seeing the first-placed guy in their class being taken down in a single strike was a shock to them. Leaving Bakugo fainted in the place, I walked towards them like nothing happened and continued my introduction, shocking the kids once again. As I was saying before I got interrupted, I am Enmato Inazuma, your psychologist for the time you spend in this institution. Any psychological problems or questions that you face in your time as a hero while being a student that you feel like asking someone, you can come to me. Also, I will be the assistant professor in the classes that All Might is supposed to take. Any questions? Suddenly, Yaoyorozu raised her hand. Yes. Aren't you engaged to Clara Adeshino of Adeshino Industries? At that, a few students, including Iida's and Todoroki's, eyes widened a bit, as Clara's industry is really famous, and their family being highly respected ones, they might have come across the information. And I guess Yaoyorozu might have been in the party in which our engagement was announced. Clara, knowing that I did not like tedious meeting with other businessmen, had made sure that I did not have to deal with any of them. Yes, that is correct, but for now let's keep everything your syllabus-based, Ms. Yaoyorozu. I admonished her, and she blushed a bit in embarrassment. And seeing that no one else asked any questions, but a few looked like they wanted to ask a few about my personal life, I decided to move on. So Aizawa, have you completed the test? Aizawa immediately compiled all the results and posted it on the board. And I saw Izuku was the last in the list, exactly like in canon. This surprised me a bit, but when I saw the other lists, I knew that he had a respectable value in all of them, but at the end in the compilation, he got the short end of the stick. I can see him shaking in fear at the punishment Aizawa had decided for the last place student. By the way, the expulsion thing was not happening, so get back to your classroom, Aizawa said as he left. ASHH. All the students shouted out in surprise at that. Well, isn't that obvious? He just wanted to push us to our best. He can't just expel people on the first day, Yaoyorozu commented upon it. Seeing everyone give out a sigh of relief, I thought of playing a joke before I go away with Aizawa. By the way, if you looked for your second-year upperclassmen, you might find out that they are not present in their class. That's cause last year, Aizawa expelled the whole class on the first day, and his reason when asked, he said that they pissed him off. The only reason none of you were expelled was because he saw potential in you guys. Don't mess it up, I warned them and left. I can feel their shocked expression while walking away with a smile. Man, this teacher post is really good. Capítulo 29, Chapter 29, Class Improvements. After the abrupt introduction with the class, I did not meet them until the next day after All Might's class, where everyone showed their powers and their skill level in the battle. Then I decided to speed up their development using ideas that they later find out themselves, and some of my own as well. Yuga Aoyama. I called the first student to speak to him. I had decided to conduct each conversation privately and decided to start based on their seat number. Aoyama is one of the students I feel a bit pity for. Even though I had read a few chats in my previous life about hating his parents and family, I can't deny that it was circumstantial. His parents had done it because they wanted to secure the future of their son, and then they fell into all-for-one's trap. I want to change it if possible. Yes, monsieur, he started twinkling. It's a bit overwhelming. All right, Mr. Aoyama, from what you had shown yesterday, your quirk is harder to control by your body, and prolonged use is a bit self-damaging, I guess. Suddenly dark lines came, and his voice went down a notch. Yes. Well, for you, I can advise doing abdominal strengthening exercises for now as a method to endure more power. And another advice is use the services provided by the support course department to make your armor have properties, which will allow it to send the naval laser through parts other than your stomach, so that your opponents will not be able to predict how to counter you easily. Yes, sir, he lightened up at that. And for the last thing, the teachers of UA are here to support you not only as budding heroes, but also as children who are growing into adults. Even if you face problems not related to your hero career, the teachers are willing to give a hand in it and also provide support if needed. So don't feel any sort of discomfort to ask help, all right? I can say he slightly flinched at that. Just as I guessed, he has met that bastard, and that bastard had blackmailed the kid already. After this, Aoyama left after saying thank you for the advice, but did not open up. Well, I can say it's a work in progress for now. Mina Ashido. Hey, I'm here, she started off with a cheerful style. All right, MS Ashido. For you, I will advise you to practice more of your acid abilities while trying to create more concentrated acids, and also I will advise you to see whether the liquids you can secrete are limited to acids or not. Really, why? She asked while slightly tilting her head. Well, if you can secrete acids that are more complicated like anesthesia and paralyzing acids, your arsenal of abilities will increase more and more. Wow, you are good at your jobs. I'm gonna tots try that out. And on a personal advice, I will suggest you contact the support department and ask whether they can make your gym uniform and your class uniform into non-acidic like your hero costume. The chances are low, but it is good to always be prepared to fight, and having constricting clothes at that time can be detrimental. Thank you for advice, she shouted out before she left cheerfully. Now her performance in the festival will be more entertaining than before and will be unpredictable. Tsuyu Asui. You can call me Tsu, said a smiling girl. All right then, Tsu it is, I replied while smiling as well. For you, Tsu, I will recommend you read up on biology of frogs. I know you might have knowledge about it, but I will advise you to use the resources available to find out about certain species that are not widely known. Do you know that there was a species known as wolverine frogs who can make their bones come out of their body and use as weapons? Really, she was surprised. I can't deny that since this world had all the old comics with Marvel and DC. So, any search of Wolverine will result in the character rather than the frog, which is sparsely known. Yes, since your quirk is centered around frogs, the chances are you have certain abilities of rare frog species that you have no idea of. So, I advise you to research more. Tenya Ida. Yes, sir, a really stiff boy answered rigidly. For you, I won't advise you on how to improve your quirk as your quirk is a hereditary one. Your family has methods to do it. So, I will advise you on your other aspects. I am prepared to improve, sir. For you, I need you to watch this movie Karate Kid and write from the perspectives of the main villain represented in it, and what made them follow his path and in the end lose. What? But sir, isn't that because he is evil and because the good was stronger? I knew that Ida would react like this. One of Ida's problems was that he saw the world in black and white and saw villains as total evil. I had to remind him that the world is not black and white, but gray. Luckily, Karate Kid was present in this world, including the subsequent series that was completed, so if he researches well, he might see the perspectives of both the hero and villain depicted in the first movie. This might only help a little if he does it like I imagine him to. But it is still progress. Well, that is your assignment from me. Even though I am a teacher, the assignments I give are not mandatory and does not affect your overall grade. They are mostly for your own mental development. So, you can reject it if you want. No, sir, as this is an assignment given by you. As UA students, it's our responsibility to follow it correctly. I will make sure to complete it, sir. Ida finished like it was military school and went away. I don't think this will be of help in the hero-killer arc, but I hope it does have some effect by then and later on in his life. Capitulo 30, Chapter 30 Class Improvements II. Achaka Uraraka. Yes, sir. For you, I recommend you spend time trying to float yourself, since it seems like that's when you get motion sickness the most. Yes, sir. I can already see her face turn green by my suggestion, but I still send her off with a smile. Later, I heard she called me a devil who smiled while giving hard lessons. Guess I will take that one. Mashiro Ajiro. Yes, sir. Take a breath, kid. You are one of the kids who I consider has potential in this group, as your abilities are heavily reliant on the martial arts that you studied using hard work. Thank you, sir, he replied while being embarrassed. For you, I will recommend the use of weights on every part of your body, including the tail. You should ask the support department to build you a few that can be easily removed while in a fight, while on the other hand, does not inhibit you from doing your training while wearing it. Yes, sir. And last, about your costume. It's better if you change it to include more durable materials for protection as well as gauntlets for attacking. But sir, this uniform is part of the dojo I grew up in. I cannot fight without it. Ajiro, remember that you are a hero who faces villains who are using weapons like guns and knives. And if you think something stupid like falling while fighting, don't forget that if you die or lose, the people who you are protecting will die. I can see Ajiro biting his lips, thinking about what he said, and is contemplating it deeply. Well, that's all I had to say. My advice is given so as to improve yourself, but if you feel like not taking it, it's your choice. I can see him nodding alone. Ah well, can't let it end in a sad note, I guess. If you want, you can ask the support department if they can make it in the shape of your dojo's uniform. His eyes sparkled at that. Thank you, sir, as he went outside with a smile. Denki Kaminari. Yes, sir. Man, he's a bit nervous. Well, I can't deny it, as he has the least control over his quirk right after Deku. For you, I'll advise you to use less electricity than your full power, and use your body like you are using a taser. Okay, sir, I can see him getting a bit of his confidence because of my small advice. Ijiro Kirishima. Yes, SIR, the guy seems to have a lot of confidence shouting that out. For you, Kirishima, I got only one advice, or you. Tell me, sir. His eyes widened as his excitement reached the roof. Become the punching bag of your class. Huh, and just like that it vanished. Ha ha ha, man, I never thought I will see that expression in you. Well then, Kirishima, I gave you that advice because of the information given by you. Your quirk seems to have become stronger when you worked out. Well, I would say that's a good method and you should not stop. But the truth is your quirk, if my guess is right, is an adaptable quirk. Right now, it might be strong against blunt attacks, but the chances are it might be weak against electricity and acid. And right now, you are in a class with a lot of people with a variety of different abilities. So become a punching bag for them and be stronger along the way. As I was speaking, his dull, shocked expression slowly morphed into an excited one. I always wanted to answer a question I had. If Kirishima had been an adult, could he have stopped Gigantomachia? Well, it might not happen, but I'm trying my best to make sure there is a chance. Thank you, and Mato-sensei. I will become the manliest punching bag ever. He shouted as he exited the room. Damn that idiot, correct the wording all right. Don't make me go to the HR on my first week. Koji Koda. Well, Koji's ended really quickly as he was a bit shy. I advised him to use speakers and see if that can amplify his quirk or not. His introverted personality will only be handled after he makes friends with the other classmates. Overall, his quirk is op depending upon the way he uses it. Rikido Sato. Yes, sir. Your quirk is Sugar Rush. Your body is able to convert sugar into energy really quickly, but the more stronger you get, the more uncontrollable you get, right? Yes, sir. For you, I will say you should try if concentrated sugar will work or not. And for your uncontrollable moments, I can only advise you to practice meditation. Okay, sir. Mizo Shoji. Yes, sir. A masked individual who had faced extreme quirk racism at his childhood, but has never let it keep him from going towards the right path. One of characters who I respect for their will. Have you ever tried forming an arm along with another? What I mean is, have you tried to combine them to increase the strength of a single limb? And also, how about making several arms that can carry different weapons while you are doing melee attack? Seems like my suggestions had an impact on him to use his quirk in a more versatile manner. He left while thinking about what I had said. Kyoka Gyro. Yes, sir. For you, I will recommend contacting the support department because your attacks are strong, but it's short-ranged. Since your earlobes can create high amount of noise, I suppose connecting them to speakers attached to your suit might be more effective when facing against stronger villains. Yes, sir. Hantasiro. Yes, sir. As for you, I will recommend you learn upon different types of knots and martial arts along with first aid. As your quirk is tapes that you can shoot out a lot, learning a lot of versatile skills using tapes and ropes will be really good for you. Thank you, sir. Capitulo 31, Chapter 31 Class Improvements III. Fumikage Takami. Yes, sir. Even if I had spent almost a decade in this world, people with modified bodies still intrigued me. Takami's head was one of them, but let's forget about it for now. Takami, your quirk is strong, but the weaknesses of light and losing control in darkness, along with your body being weak, are its shortcomings. He nodded begrudgingly at that. As the holder of the quirk most of his life, he knew about the weaknesses he had. Your weakness to light can't be fixed right now, but your losing control to darkness can be. Contact the support department to make a few flash grenades that gives out low-intensity lights for extended period of time. Make sure to have multiple with you in case one of them breaks. I can see him listening to me with focus. This will help him at the camp arc. Also, about the matter of your body being weak during the fights, why don't you try to cover yourself with the shadow and do close combat? My advice seemed effective, as he thanked me in a hurry wanting to test my theory. Man, I know making the plot go awry will make things difficult for me in the future, but living in this world has given me a sense of belonging, and I began to think of the manga I read as one of the possible future that I know of and live my life in the way I want it. I began to wonder what's going to happen in the other arcs, since I am making sure that the kids develop more quickly in different ways. Shoto Todoroki. Yes, sir. The boy looks like Sasuke training to kill Itachi for killing his entire family and clan, but considering the circumstances of his growth, I can't blame him. Endeavor needs a reality check sooner or later. I know that you have a personal reason for not using your right side. As I said this, I saw him become tense and grip his hands on the edge of the seat. Well, unless you want to talk about it, I won't interfere in it. He slightly relaxed at that. For now, I will tell you a way to maximize the power of your ice-type attacks. Instead of making a large attack of ice that can be breakable by others, why don't you concentrate the energy on a shorter length or, if possible, in single point? Well, it looks like that got his attention. Anything that can increase the effectiveness of his ice attacks are welcomed by him. Though you need to be careful when using it. The chances of it backfiring when you try to concentrate it is very high. So instead of doing a large amount at once, increase the energy input that you use steadily on single point till you reach your limit. Seeing that helps, he left in a brisk manner, but I can see that he was thinking about what I had said. The thing about endeavor can be said to be complicated. The fault can be said to be lying on everyone, including All for One. Since he was the one who facilitated Shigaraki's fall to the darkness, there is a chance that Taoya's quirk was imbalanced by him. But even then, all of them have their faults. And it's better that I do not involve myself more in it. Toru Hagakure, the student whose potential I felt like digging out the earliest. Her quirk had not revealed its true self until many arcs later. To make sure that she changes early, I had asked Aizawa to use his quirk on her so as to create a base for the theory I was going to present before her. So, Hagakure, what do you think your quirk is? Confused by the question, she answered. Isn't it invisibility? Yes, and your parents also had similar physiques, right? She nodded. I was able to see it because she wore a hairband today that went up and down. Well, before that, do you know how Aizawa's quirk works? Any person he looks at will lose the ability to use his quirk, she replied. Yes, but that's a simplified version. You have studied the basic physics about how our eyes see by reflection, right? She nodded at that. Thankfully, she's not one of those airheads and knew basic physics. Well, Aizawa's quirk converts the light reflected by his eyes to a certain type of ray that stops the quirk factors in your genes to stop activating. This works in the case of your classmate Ajiro, whose tail stops reacting when Aizawa uses his quirk on him. She looks like nothing, so I have no idea what she is thinking right now. So, as I was saying, Aizawa's quirk depends upon the light that is reflected from his eyes, so any kind of glass or see-through plastic that comes in between him and his target will not affect the activation of his quirk. And I am telling you this because on the first day of class, Aizawa had used his quirk on you, but you were not visible. But I have been invisible since I got my quirk when I was 4 years old. Yes, exactly. So the chances are the ability of your quirk is not invisibility, but refraction. Refraction. Yes, the only way Aizawa's quirk does not work on you is if the rays reflected off from his eyes does not touch you at all. And if it was just invisibility, it would have still worked. My theory is that your quirk is actually refraction, and it moved the quirk rays from Aizawa's eyes to behind you, therefore had no effect in you. I can see her hands are now gripping on the chair that she was sitting on because of the influx of the information. So, if my guess is right now your quirk is in a constant state of activation, turning only your body and anything that you ingest invisible. If one day you manage to control your quirk, you might be able to make your clothes invisible as well and defeat villains with light-based attack quirks. After I told my part, I waited for her to speak, but I heard nothing. I thought I did something wrong, and in just a few moments, she started crying. I began to panic at that, but then she began to say thank you while crying. It seems like even though she was always cheerful on outside, she had some insecurities about not being seen, and me telling her today that there might be a chance her quirk can make her visible again made her happy about it. Looks like my idea to increase their strength has better impact on their lives as well. Capítulo 32, Chapter 32 Class Improvements IV. And next one might take some time, I guess. UBSTRRDDIAV. Bang! Just as his turn came, Bakugo came raging to take his revenge for the last 2 times. I beat him with a single strike. And just as always, I knocked him out again while I waited for him to wake up. While I was waiting, I looked out of the window and saw Eri playing with the grounds with Chio looking out for her. One of the biggest regrets everyone in the UA staff has been the matter of restricting Eri. As Chisaki is still outside, even if we had trained Eri to control her quirk, the chances of her being in danger is very high, so she was restricted inside UA most of the time and only goes out a few times when Clara and I take her out. And not having any interaction with peers of her age was highly concerning. Even though I was in the same situation, I was mature compared to my outside age, and I had Clara as well. But Eri was a normal girl with normal emotions of a child, though a bit reserved because of the trauma she faced while in the captivity of the Chisaki bastard. Even though Eri says that she has no problem with it, I still feel like she is missing out a lot in life because she was constrained by her circumstances. You boss. Bang! Bakugo woke up again, and this time I struck on the opposite side of his head, knocking him out again. I knew this was a headache I have to face, and it's even bigger than Todoroki's. Todoroki has trauma from his family that makes him reluctant to use his flame quirk in fighting. He may not get any awards for social interactions, but he knows well what a hero does is not centered around fighting alone and has good control of his emotions unless his father is involved. But Bakugo, on the other hand, had way bigger problems. He was a heavily talented kid even while not considering his quirk, that I can't deny, but that has caused heavy problems as he was raised in a surroundings where they praised him to the heavens. His ego had risen up so much with it that he does not even see that he is acting exactly like one of the villains he plans on beating down. Bakugo woke up a few more times and kept on attacking again and again. So, this time I began to punch his face before I knocked him out, making new wounds appear every time he tried to attack me. After doing this almost 100 times, he came to the realization that he can't beat me. Though his face now looks like Minta's sticky balls are all over it, I made sure to take a picture for fun. I did not want to give any points to increase Bakugo's strength, even though I have many ways he can be versatile with a body that continuously secretes nitroglycerine. I can only give him points only after he comes to the basic realization of what he is right now. Bakugo, because of your behavior, until you manage to keep your ego and anger under control, I won't be able to give you any advice on improving the way you use your quirk. If I become completely honest, Bakugo, your current actions have nothing to do with being a hero, and I will say that it looks exactly like how a villain acts. His eyes widened and began to turn red. I can see that his anger is rising very much at my comments, but I continued. So, until you come and tell me the reasons about why I thought about you like that yourself, I would not be able to help you. I don't need your help, you bastard. shouted as he went out through the door. I didn't even blink seeing it as I expected it. I can only advise him after he feels like changing himself at least by a little bit. Next was Mainta. His perverted nature was off-putting for everyone, and in the final season or so, in a training match, he purposefully touched Ashido's boobs, which made her so angry that she made him watch a video, because of which he did not act like a pervert at all for the rest of the manga. I thought it was a gag, but later on found out in my psychology studies that there is a 5-hour video which, if completely watched without stopping, the chance of dampening the perverted nature is very high. Mainta's quirk may seem simple by others, but I consider it to one of the most versatile quirk, and his small stature actually helps in maximizing the versatility of his quirk. So, I wanted to cultivate his potential early. So just as Mainta came inside the room, I immediately knocked him out, and while making sure not to touch any balls of his head and get stuck in it. Then, I tied him up in a chair and used a few items to keep his eyes wide open and pulled up the TV to get him to watch when he wakes up. "Hey kid, how?" Just as I was doing this, Aizawa came to ask me something but froze when he saw what I was doing. Both of us stared into each other for a few seconds, not knowing what to do. Aizawa sighed while pinching his own nose with frustration. "What are you trying to do, kid?" I just pointed at the name of the video I was going to play. Aizawa looked at the description of the video and then at Mainta. He then looked back to the instances of Mainta's student life in the class. Without speaking anything, he just nodded and left, in a way agreeing my method being implemented is for the best. Then Mainta woke up confused at the state he was in. As he was about to ask what was happening, I immediately put a tape over his mouth, stopping him from speaking, and spoke. "This is for your own good as well as the well-being of every woman out there, Mainta. After this, you will come out as a new man," I said as I started the video and left the room. And I was not irresponsible, as I had put a watch on his hand that recorded his vitals and wirelessly send it to my device, which will warn me if he is in any danger. Well, I hope this works well. Capítulo 33, Chapter 33, Class Improvements V. After watching the video, Mainta fainted. Seeing the signal of him fainting, Inazuma stopped eating lunch and went back inside, switched off the TV, untied Mainta and put him properly on a chair. After that, he gently shaking him awake, he began to see Mainta's reactions by taking a few adult books he had brought for this occasion. And the result? No overhorny reactions. The experiment was a success, and now Mainta is displaying the normal reactions of a teenager, and he does not pass the threshold to a deviant pervert. Inazuma felt like a lot of fans of the manga was thanking him from the otherworld while crying. But he shook his head to remove that illusion and sent Mainta on his way to a new path where if fans were to see him would give a pat on his back and tell him to go forward. Inazuma shook his head again. What the hell was that? Momo Yaoyorozu. I looked at the girl sitting straight across with an expression that said she was holding back a lot of questions to ask. Looks like the curiosity of the first day is still there. Well, it looks like we can't go through today's one-on-one session without you being focused. And it seems like you are more curious about my personal life. Well, go on, you can ask. Yaoyorozu's eyes shined at that. Man, was she a girl who wanted to know gossip in the manga. So how did you two meet? I happened to save her during an attack of the Yakuza on the city once. After that, we both completed our middle and high school studies in UA. And just like that, for the next few minutes, she began asking different kinds of questions. It looks like Clara has a lot of fans in the higher part of the society, seeing that there were a smaller number of female heads in industries. Even if there were those as successful as Clara have never been there. And seeing that she also was going to inherit her family business in the future, she considered Clara as a role model, and her personal life was of great interest to her. All right, I think that's the amount of info that you needed to satiate your curiosity, so shall we go to our session? She nodded at that, clearly happy about all the information that she got. All right, first of all, let's take care of your highly revealing costume and their tearing when you create large enough constructs. She began to blush at that. Even though she had prepared herself for the hero career, knowing that while using her quirk, a lot of skin will be shown, being blatantly told by someone to her face was really embarrassing. Well, as the basic method to counter that is to use a cloak, which can actually cover you completely. Ieyaorazu's eyes widened at that, then suddenly, she created a notepad and pen and started writing down what I was saying. The first diligent student, I guess. Though the others can't create notepads, and I never told them to bring one. Still, the idea was appreciated. And if it comes down to it, create something incomplete that covers your skin in case your clothes tear up in the middle of the battlefield. And since the only goal is to cover, you can create lighter materials. And for battle purposes, I suggest you learn to build weapons like guns and bazookas, and if possible create mines that can kill and use them in enemy territory. The moment I mentioned the weapons, she stopped writing and looked at me with a bit of rejection at the suggestion, and when I mentioned weapons that kill, her eyes widened. But sir, killing and creating those kind of weapons are dangerous, right? I sighed. Even though she is smart, she is still tied down by a common sense of Japan, which had made most people of the country think about lethal weapons as something blasphemous. Even the society being filled with people who can surpass the weapons seemed to have had no effect in this type of thinking. Momo Ieyaorazu, don't forget the world you are living in. There are people who can smash down buildings with a single punch and take an atomic bomb to the face and come out unscathed. Your quirk of creation can be considered as versatile with unlimited potential. But don't forget that your body is of a human, and at the end of the day, your attacks are similar to people using tools that they bring with them. It looks like she is clearly thinking about what I just said. Her expressions seem to be saying that she is deeply contemplating it. Normally, I will say go to the support department for what I am going to say next, but because of your family's influence, doing it yourself may be better for you. Human beings are limited when it comes to recollection, so unless you have photographic memory or a quirk that can do something similar, I suggest you have a device that has a record of every object imaginable. Their blueprint, the metal compositions, alloys, etc. With your family business influence, you might be able to get a few military as well as scientific prototype blueprints as well. Since the chances of encountering situations that cannot be predicted, it's better to have a device with a lot of plans to create objects in that particular moment. Having them include chemical formulas of poisons, antidotes, and emergency medical supplies will also be extremely useful in your hero career. And my long speech made her go into extreme speeds while writing everything out. I can almost see smoke rising from the speed she was writing. Would it break her heart if the friction from her writing burns her paper? Well, whatever it is, I can say that this was a highly fulfilling class. Now the only one left is the fanboy. And looking at the way he is tackling the use of his quirk, all that motivation that he got from before is going to the drain. I got to get that guy into shape, I guess. Capítulo 34, Chapter 34, Class Improvement Final. Izuku Midoriya. Yes, and Mato-san. Every time you used your quirk, your body ended up in the hospital, right? Midoriya shifted around a bit nervously at that. Well, it's just my body can't handle my quirk well. It's not that your body can't handle the quirk well, Midoriya. It's that you do not consider that quirk as a part of your body and still considers it as All Might's quirk. He listened to my suggestions intently as well. I decided not to wait for others to tell him how to properly use his quirk by guesswork. They may think that they are facilitating his growth, but Midoriya is a smart kid, and the only problem was his confidence that we are currently fixing by his interaction with classmates that do not mock him. So I told him to control the quirk by keeping it at a constant rate that his body can handle. And then the kid started talking. I now knew why the animators just put the same characters again and again instead of writing what he was thinking. Damn, the kid was speaking by so much that I had to use my quirk to match his speed of comprehension. But while looking with speed, I found out that the kid was speculating it with many scenarios and discarding most of them because they were either irrelevant or unsuccessful. Him using full cowling at the UA festival will result in him not using the tactics from the canon that can either make his victory easy or screw it up in the end. His mine explosion was one of the awesome scenes ever, and if he uses full cowling instead of that, there will be varied changes. I instructed Midoriya to also change his style to suit his needs, but the chances of him heeding that advice and using his legs are low since he decided to change to his legs, since his ligaments of his arms were crippled by a bit, and taking risks like that again would have permanently disabled him. After that, I also advised on another theory I had increasing the percentage. Normally, he would have gone on the path where he fights at a percentage he can control, and then suddenly increasing it by 10 or 5% for the second he makes contact for attack. My advice was to maintain it at 1% above what his body can handle so that his muscles will get damaged at the level they get damaged at a gym. Steadily increasing and resting while eating protein-rich food. This way, his muscles will get stronger enough to handle stronger percentages earlier, and the damage he get later will also be greatly reduced. But if I am right, the idiot will break his arm if he faces Todoroki like in the canon. Like that, my session with Midoriya ended as well. It seems like my sessions were a hit. The students all had varied reviews about it, but other than Bakugo, all of them had raised their capabilities in some way or the other. Though since this was my first year, I was allowed only to attend one class with these sessions and only interact with other class students if they come to me for advice themselves. But seeing the success of 1A, 1B also came for a session. For most of them, I was able to give some advice using creativity. Like that girl who can enlarge her hands, I told her to not enlarge it before the fight but right at the moment when she is about to strike, and to practice how to quickly and efficiently enlarge and reduce the size of her hands. For the boy who eats iron, I advised him to eat other alloys, but it seems like he was not able to. Then I advised him to try other alloys that use iron, and we were able to find out that this way, he was able to create affinities with other elements of the alloys he had eaten. We had done some scan with Nezu and others, and found out that his quirk extends to other metals, not immediately, but as long as he eats the alloys to generate a bit of adaptability, he can eat stronger metals and make his body out of them. But still, he can't eat any alloys, only perfectly assimilating or stable ones. So even if he has a 1 in a million chance, the chances of him eating uranium and becoming Atomic Man are way of and banned by Nezu. But still, the kid was happy that he could improve. Like that, I was able to advise many of the Class B on how to use their quirk. Though I was not able to give much advice, with my creativity and coming from a world filled with fanfictions of MHA, I tried my best and most were happy. Then last came the dark side of UA. Monome. Hahaha, sensei, so what kind of advice would you have for wild card like me? Don't tell me you gave. Bam. What? Bam. Stop. Bam. I rolled up a newspaper, and every time when his mouth opened, and his voice was raised above a level, I just kept on hitting his head with that rolled-up paper. After getting hit a few dozen times, he kept his mouth shut like a good boy. All right, kid, I know you are using your words as a means of defense mechanism to show your opponents that you are confident and cunning, making them vary about you while hiding your insecurities. He flinched at being called like that, but I continued. But we teachers are here to make sure that you are able to move past these insecurities and become stronger heroes. So you don't need to put up this facade in front of us, all right? He nodded at that, and I was able to see him physically relax in front of me. For him, I asked whether his quirk activation requires him to touch the person itself, or does he only need access to their DNA like hair or blood? His eyes widened at that, seems like he never considered it. And later we were able to find out that he only needs a lock of hair or a few drops of blood. Damn, what have I done? Basically, I created a monster. Now the fun is going to get a hell lot more interesting. Capitulo 35, Chapter 35 USJ Arc. Well, after all the sessions, life moved the same pace for some time. Even Aizawa said my advice was good for the children as well. Let's just say when he said that a lot of people had slightly widened eyes, Mike even came to check up on his temperature and got beaten up. After that, the time when Shigaraki destroyed the gate came to pass. I did not know about the correct date other than the fact that it happens before the USJ incident. He had been a little late, and by the time he got to the gate there was no trace of Shigaraki, so he was not able to do anything about it. He then planned on the USJ incident. He can just stay somewhere close to the dome, and when Ida runs to call All Might, go inside dressed as Blood Lightning and save everyone without revealing who he was. But fate had other plans. Right now, he was standing with Space Hero 13 and Aizawa to guide the kids in the rescue operation exercises. Since All Might was unable to come because of using up all of his energy in saving people and doing the interview, he had to come in his place. Inazuma felt like hitting his head on the wall. Right now, when the villains will intrude into UA, the chances of his identity being revealed is very high. And even though in the series, Aizawa and the others were all right, the changes he brought might change the fate slightly. The pairing of the students thrown everywhere was random, so the chances of change are there. Plus, the damage Aizawa got from the Namu were brutal, and if the Namu had used a bit more force, Aizawa would have died, and he is not going to take that chance. The only luck he would have would be if he was thrown by the portals in a far-away place with limited number of students. So then, even if he has to reveal his identity, only a few students will know, and they might keep it a secret. But if I am not taken away by the portal, my identity will be revealed to the villains. My identity being compromised does not pose much trouble to myself other than evading the media being harder. And All for One knows that revealing my identity will only make it easier for me to get more fans due to my good track record, making it harder to defeat me socially. But I still have to make sure the villains do not know about it. So, all of it will end in luck. And here I am going to take Class 1A to their supposed first battle. I can say almost all the students of the class were a bit glad to see me there, except for Bakugo, who looked a bit pissed, and Uraraka, whose face turned green when she saw me. On the way it happened almost like in canon, where everyone piled up on Bakugo one way or the other saying that he looks and acts like a villain. He shouted back at them and glared in my direction by the rearview mirror. Looks like my words that day still pissed him off. And we reached USJ where everyone was given a speech on quirk safety by 13. Suddenly, the lights started to flicker a bit. What's happening? Hey, look there, suddenly Kirishima pointed at the portal that suddenly formed at the center of the ground. Eraserhead immediately gave me a look, telling me to get ready. Kurogiri's teleportation quirk was known as my investigation, while taking down Andrew had helped us identify an even more secretive and dangerous organization that seemed to have a person who can use teleport, and all deals with that group seemed to be only conducted through the person who looked like he was made of portals. One by one people started coming out of portals with Shigaraki and his face covered with a hand on the forefront. Even the Namu was here with his blank eyes, exposed face and skin with the metallic sheen that looked like it can tank missiles. The truth is the Namu that comes in the USJ can be considered as one of the strongest. Are they like the robots in the exam here to test us? Kirishima expressed his doubt. Suddenly Eraser brought down his goggles and shouted, "Don't move, those are villains." He then extended one hand to tell the kids to move back. The students become surprised at this, but seeing the weapons like chains and knives, along with their chilling stare the small army from the portal gave at them, told that Eraser was not kidding. They immediately began to prepare themselves for the fight, though the slight shaking of the few of them told that they are not ready for this. If I am right, the number of villains should be 70 or something in canon. But now seeing the number before me, I knew there were at least 120. Among the group, Kurogiri started to speak first, after analyzing the people he saw in our group. Eraserhead, no. 13 and an unknown teacher, I guess looks like a government officer. But according to the curriculum got yesterday, All Might was supposed to be here instead of that extra person. So the destruction of the gate seemed to be caused by you guys, huh? Eraserhead commented to buy time. The sensor alarms and communications are not working, Yaoyorozu commented. Seems like there is someone with a quirk to counter it, 13 commented. Eraserhead immediately took charge. 13 immediately evacuate the students and try contacting the school. But the chances are the villains have a member with an electric-type quirk messing with communication lines. Kaminari, use your quirk to counter the electric-type user they have on their team while I handle them. Ah yes, Kaminari replied. Since he had electric-type quirk, his suit was fixed with many micro-machines, which ordinarily would have been a hassle to be put in a hero suit. But the fact that he was a living battery made it easier to remove certain components that makes it easier to fit in his suit. Suddenly Midoriya started speaking. Wait a minute, Sensei, are you going to battle them alone? Even if you have an eraser-type quirk, there are too many of them, and your battle style is mainly based on one-on. A hero always has more than one trick up their sleeve. Eraser interrupted mid-aria with a voice filled with conviction, and then continued. 13, I am counting on you to get them out, and in Azuma. Don't worry, the guy might be nearby, and I have given out the signal from my watch using waves that did not get interrupted. He's on his way, I immediately replied. Hearing my answer, 13 turned towards me with a look saying, really? I was able to perceive that even through the mask. Unbelievably, Eraser had a slight grin at my answer. Well, if you say so. He then pulled out his sash and jumped towards the villains to start the fight. Capítulo 36, Chapter 36, Blood Lightning. As Aizawa jumped to the crowd of villains and started fighting, the students returned towards the gate for evacuation, but suddenly a portal formed in between them. Greetings, we are the Villain Alliance. I apologize for the intrusion, but we came here today to take down All Might, the symbol of peace, and extinguish him once and for all you see. The students were shocked at the statement, as the tone in which the villain said it told them that they were serious. Suddenly, Bakugo and Kirishima jumped ahead to land a strike, but it seemed like there were no effects. It seems like you students are all golden eggs, so let's do my job and scatter you to take everyone out, he said as he tried to cover the students in the front. As he did, I immediately jumped and grabbed Todoroki's shoulder so that they can be deployed in the same place. Suddenly, everything went dark for a second, and suddenly he appeared on a hillside with rocks everywhere. Yes, Inazuma thought, he had taken a gamble while holding Todoroki and it worked. Now his identity will only be revealed to one student, and he is a serious, tight-lipped person. Todoroki POV. As soon as they landed, Todoroki looked around and found out that he was surrounded by a lot of villains with only his psychology teacher. Don't worry, Todoroki. He heard his teacher say this, and when he turned around, he saw him holding something similar to grenade and immediately dropped it. Boom! Suddenly dark-colored smoke spread everywhere, blinding Todoroki and the villains from seeing what was happening. Todoroki had no idea why his teacher had done something that made them more susceptible to attack. But then he got the feeling that he was picked up and then felt a feeling of weightlessness for a few seconds and then dropped to the ground. Suddenly his vision came back, and when he looked around, he seemed to be in a mountain-like place farther from where he was before. He was confused, but when he turned around and saw Inazuma, he saw a few sparks on his body that immediately disappeared. Todoroki froze. Red sparks speed. He suddenly came to the realization of what happened and who was in front of him. Are you? Inazuma POV. Are you? Yeah, I am, and I would like it very much if you kept it to yourself. Inazuma interrupted him while giving a grin. To this, Todoroki nodded. He immediately opened the bag he had brought and put on a jacket inside it. Suddenly, nanites began to come out of it and started covering his entire body. Even in this technologically advanced world, nanites being used as armor is a high-level luxury even for top heroes. But Clara had given it as a gift on his last birthday, as her companies had scientists and factories which can easily create one for him. His new armor was based on a better design that he liked. He looked like DC Red Hood, but completely black suit, jacket and helmet with 2 red lightning spikes like the flash on 2 sides of his helmet, with a few red lines throughout his body. The armor was focused mainly upon friction-proof materials, except for the soles, which has enough grip to improve his running and not slip on ice and other smooth surfaces like the idiots in Flash who never bothered to counter that weakness. He also had a complete system software in his helmet, which is voice-activated, and 2 short swords crossed in the back on his waist. He had taken the swords as sometimes while fighting in nighttime, some have quirks that require forceful means, and he does not take risks by the use of his hands as the chances of interruption damaging his arms are high. After the armor completely formed, he looked at Todoroki to find out that his eyes were wide and his mouth slightly open. He was surprised at this reaction at first, and then remembered that nobody had ever seen his form and had only seen sparks of red. Even the people he saved and the villains he had beaten to a pulp had only seen red sparks. He grinned at the fact that today might be his true debut to the world, where the villains and the students of UA will see him. All right, close your mouth, kid. A raspy, deep voice came from the mask, as he also had voice modifiers in it. The voice sent shivers in Todoroki's spine. "All right, kid, here's the plan. I know you are strong enough to handle all those idiots you saw before. So, I am going to knock a few of them down and put you in an edge of the battlefield to take care of them. Make sure to freeze everyone up, and if it comes down to it and your life is at risk, making heavy injuries on them is fine. I will take responsibly for it. But make sure to take everyone out and come towards the gate, and if you see any of your classmates fighting, give them a hand and make sure to take down everyone they are fighting. You get everything?" "Yes, sir," Todoroki answered with a serious expression. "All right," Inazuma said as he picked him up and started running towards the ground where the villains were looking for him. He put Shoto down in a corner and started beating up the villains near there and went away towards the central fighting area. Todoroki immediately got his bearings and started freezing the ones that got knocked down and then started taking care of the others. Inazuma at the time came across the group Momo, Denki, and Gyro fighting a group. He immediately went there and striked down a few villains along with one he recognized as the electric user and went away. The ones who were there only saw red sparks and then a few villains falling down. Immediately, all the villains froze with their fear of the hero that they never saw completely, and the eyes of the three heroes widened while they looked at each other, confirming that they all saw the same thing. Inazuma then ran and saw a racer fighting Shigaraki. He immediately kicked towards him, but suddenly, the Namu who was nearby blocked it. He saw that the Namu had speed, but it was not nearly enough to defeat him in any way. But still, he decided to take Eraserhead and retreat a bit for him to take a breath from the constant fighting. As he brought Eraserhead back, he only heard one comment from the guy he just saved, but the tone surprisingly seemed pleasant. "You're right on time, kid." Capítulo 37, Chapter 37 Battle. The entire battlefield became silent. At first, the moment Inazuma came and took Eraserhead back, there was only sparks of red lightning in the battlefield. This made most of the criminals freeze, thinking about the traumatic past of getting knocked out in the darkness, with the only thing they remember is the red sparks at the end. Because Inazuma had never been seen by others properly, there have been a rumor in the criminal underworld that whoever sees him vanishes the next day. Though that was a rumor Inazuma had spread for fun, but he had no idea that it spread really fast and wide. And right now, all the villains he was facing had the same thinking in their heads. "I'm going to vanish today." Blood Lightning, Kurogiri started speaking. "Among all the heroes that Master told us about, he rates you at a higher danger level than even All Might." "He's nothing," Tamura grunted out, and it seemed like he was kind of angry. "I will take him out and prove to teacher that he is nothing." "How it seems like All for One is still very of me, but it seems like he did not expect me to be here. Did the purge done by Nezu a few years ago worked that well? But even so, the chances of him knowing by his spy in 1A is high unless he only starts asking from the camp onwards," Inazuma speculated, and then he stepped forward. He turned his head to look at everyone, making everyone tense up, and then he started to speak. "After counting 10, I will start my hunt. Surrender before that, or you won't walk out of here with your legs." I gave out my threat, and the voice modifier in my mask worked in tandem with it, and managed to spook them all except for a few. "Shut you, P. Do you think you can stop us like that? Do you think we are afraid of you? We came today to kill All Might. Adding another one to the list will not create problems for us at all." Tamura began to shout in rage. "Namu, kill him." "1." I counted out loud as Namu came towards me. It was fast, I won't deny, but its speed was mainly reliant on its body, which the doctor had made thinking that it will match All Might's. But let's just say 30% of All Might is more than enough to be on the similar level of strength to this Namu, if we do not count the shock absorption and recovery quirks. 2. I dodged his attack easily and started evading its moves while watching it closely. A monotonous existence which only follows orders, but I can't deny that even those simple orders it was following very well. Its moves do not seem to be random and seem to be from an experienced fighters. Did the owner of the major part of the body had fighting experience, or did on of the quirk users had it, or was it programming of some sort? 3. By this time, the villains began to get confident thinking that they can take me out, seeing that I am not able to do anything to Namu that was attacking it. Suddenly, the long-range quirk users and the ones with guns began to shoot at me. At the time, I communicated with Aizawa using my helmet. 4. Take care of the student's eraser. After I buy some time, I will take care of everyone. Thankfully, Aizawa had his communicator by which he was able to listen. He immediately began to go towards the students, and since I was fighting the Namu, Kurajiri was fighting 13, nobody saw Eraserhead leave the place. 5. 6. At each count, I began to deepen the voice in which I counted, making the people shooting at me worried, and making them use up their quirk more and more. Tamura at the time was scratching his neck more and more with frustration. 7. Tamura could not hold back anymore and began to run towards me to attack. A risky move considering everyone is shooting at me, but by now only a few people with quirks were shooting. Cold weapons like guns have lost their ammo by now. 8. Tamura had a bit of good battle sense. He was able to strike at me a few times, but with my speed, it was easy to dodge, and I made sure to dodge at a hair's breadth, making him think that he can attack me by pushing a bit more, essentially burning his stamina more quickly. 9. Now even Kurajiri had joined to attack me. Seems like Eraser was able to hold him back and save 13 from getting grave injuries this time. Then the Namu punched at me. I used his fist as step and jumped backwards and did a flip, perfectly landing a bit farther away from them, making them all look at me. I saw Midoriya and most of the students reach us. By then almost everyone was here. A small smile came to my lips. Right now, I can say for sure that I am among the highest powered individuals in the world right now. So, let's show these kids the level of one of the top. I bent down in a running stance, with both my hands holding the swords on my back with reverse grip. 10. Later on, when asked to the students about what happened that day, a student summarized his experience for the interview. When we heard the guy say 10, and then the battle started. No, it was not a battle. The truth is I am sure that he was waiting to confirm that the students were safe and was buying time, and he timed his count for that as well, and when we reached there. What happened when you reached there? The interviewer asked, seeing that the students seemed to be out of it. It was a massacre. The villains were not even able to make a simple move against him. He showed us students who were aiming to be the no-one hero what the top levels actually was, and he showed to us by taking everyone down one by one, making sure we watched each of them. Back to the present. Inazuma ran forward with his speed, essentially appearing as a bolt of lightning. The Namu immediately jumped forward to attack. Suddenly, the Namu stopped, and Blood Lightning seemed to be walking towards the villains slowly. They were not able to understand anything, but a voice did. They cannot even believe what they saw. Each limb of the Namu, along with its eyes, fell down like dominoes, and then a voice was heard. Let's end this hunt. Capítulo 38, Chapter 38, Battle End. The moment I started to use my full power, the battle was entirely over. At this moment, the world appears to be almost in a standstill to me. The only weakness I have in this form is striking something harder than what the amount of speed force protecting me can handle. But taking care of criminals by dislocating and sometimes cleanly breaking their legs and then knocking them out was easy. I made sure to target the surrounding grunts before targeting Tamura or Kurajiri, though I made sure to inflict enough damage on the Namu so that it takes some time to heal. It might take only a few seconds to heal the limbs, but I was sure that it will take more time for it to heal its eyes. But that was more than enough time for me to take care of these grunts. I knew for a fact that this world has a habit of correcting itself so that it follows the canon at least by a little bit. So, the only changes I can make are in saving more people and reducing the amount of damage these villains cause. But I also knew that doing these kind of things is just increasing the number of dangerous situations that are happening. Today the know of criminals that came to USJ had increased by a lot, and the chances are the number of nomis that comes in the final war are even higher than before, so I need to be even more faster to take care of them. And then finally, when Tamura unlocks disintegration to a level that even the debris are harmful, I don't even want to think about it. Right now, just before I knock out a villain, I stop for a second in front of them to make sure that they know who is hitting them. I don't want to have a repeat battle with them again later on, so traumatizing them for a bit is fine, I guess. As I kept on knocking them down, Tamura was getting restless. He tried to use Kurogiri's portals to attack me, so I just picked up a few rocks and debris and threw it on his hand when it came through the portal. He was not able to disintegrate it before it is hitting his arm, creating shallow wounds and making him remove his hand from the portal while he winced in pain. "That bastard," Tamura shouted while wincing in pain with the wounds on his hand. As he watched, he saw the people he had gathered fall one by one. The more he saw, the more angered he got. He then looked around and saw the students watching in awe. At the time I was almost finished taking down everyone, I saw that there was no attack from Tamura. That was surprising because due to his personality, he would have lashed out by now. Then I looked and saw something that made my blood run cold for a second. A portal had formed in front of Tsuyu, and he was just about to attack. I immediately moved towards where the portal was, and I can't deny I was a bit pissed at the way he decided to kill a student without thinking about the consequences. I took out my sword again. SQLCHHH. The sound that came when I cut of his arm was in a way horrifying. When I cut the Namu, it felt like I was cutting through something else other than flesh, but Tamura's hand was a human hand. And then came the scream. AOHH. Tamura screamed in pain from losing his hand, and I can say he was shocked by this very much with his rambling. How can this happen, from a side character? That bastard, it was not supposed to happen like this. All Might has not even come here yet. And he kept on rambling on. Kurogiri at the moment took away the arm by creating a portal and then took Tamura and a few others. Before going, he commanded, "Namu, kill them all." The Namu healed began to scream and jumped towards the students. By that time, the League of Villains had escaped, leaving a large number of grunts for us to take care of. As I was about to attack, right at that moment, "Do not worry any more, children. 'Cause I'm here." All Might blasted out through the door. I used that moment to knock back the Namu towards the center of the ground. Damn, my fist hurt a bit at that. The thing was made of steel or something. Lucky, the vibrating blade was able to cut through him. "All Might, the purple guy is the target." I shouted at him, and he nodded back, then he jumped towards the Namu to start attacking him. At the time, I began to move across the training grounds, taking down the stragglers that the kids missed on the way. On All Might's side, it happened as exactly like in canon, but without any injuries on All Might. He did the 300 punches that were weak according to him, and had the Namu fly off into the sky like Team Rocket. After that, the police came along with ambulances. They were not there for the students because, luckily, none of them sustained any wounds, and most of them were only tired while facing the villains. Though most of them asked questions about my identity and how blood lightning reached there, the only thing that was revealed was that he had connections with their psychiatrist, who was able to communicate with him using a communicator. Shoto's expression was funny when you know that he knows about it. Hearing that they will not be able to meet him, the kids were disappointed, but also glad that they escaped this attack safely without any injury. Though Eraserhead had a few words for me, seeing that I broke a lot of bones of the villains in front of the kids, though he did not give me too much trouble. It seems like he was also pissed that those @ease had attacked on kids to make their statement. I wonder what All for One and League of Villains are going to do about this gigantic failure of theirs. Capitulo 39, Chapter 39, Class Announcements. AAHH. Tamura screamed in pain as he was dropped into the medical room, where All for One's doctor was working in. "Doctor, there is an emergency," Kurogiri shouted to get the doctor. Suddenly, a short, bald man with a thick mustache wearing a doctor's coat came inside. Dr. Garaki quirk, anti-aging. His quirk allows him to age backwards in return for losing certain physical characteristics. He lost his hair and his height due to this. Seeing the bleeding and separated arm, Dr. Garaki immediately came forward. "Now this won't do. Your quirk requires your arm. So we can't lose that now, can we?" Garaki said as he cradled the cut-off arm and then motioned a few Namus in his lab to carry Tamura to the bed. Two slim Namus that looked similar to puppets came forward and put him on the bed, and injected anesthesia to him like they had done it 100 times. After the injection, Tamura calmed down and fell unconscious. Garaki then began his work by cleaning the wound and then began to stitch each of the nerve, bone, and muscle fibers carefully under a lens so that there are no accidents. He knew the detrimental effects if the wounds heal in the wrong manner and his quirk will malfunction. He knew about All for One's plan to use the body of Tamura after making him angry towards the society as a whole. This made him think about adding something that will give him constant pain in his right hand so that he remains frustrated towards heroes all the time, but remembering his habit of always scratching an imaginary itch and stacking pain upon it might push him too much that it will break him. He decided not to do that. At the time, suddenly, a man appeared from the shadows, and he seemed to be sitting on a chair. His eyes and nose were non-existent, and the parts where they should be was covered with skin and scar tissue. He seemed to be deeply looking at Tamura while contemplating what happened. All for One never thought that their first attack will result in such grievous wounds. He looked at Kurogiri and seemed to detect that it did not go as planned. What happened? Kurogiri looked All for One and answered. The plan's beginning went without any hitch, and we were able to infiltrate UA's training grounds and plant all the people that we gathered that day after manipulating all the monitoring devices using the guy with the electric quirk. The first phase of attack was also effective, as we managed to send almost all the students, including a teacher, to different parts of the training center, and had almost managed to take care of them before he came in. And then Kurogiri began to hesitate. Who? All for One asked, curious at his reaction. Blood lightning. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly the monitor on All for One's hand began to blare out, showing his condition after hearing those words. The truth was All for One had been traumatized by his visit to the being above, and he seemed to have a recurring nightmare that happens many times as well. Kurogiri, who was brainwashed into becoming an entirely different person, was close enough to All for One as he knew about it as well. All for One put a hand in his chest to calm himself down, even though he has overcome his trauma enough to prepare to battle Inazuma one day. Hearing his name sometimes brought out the trauma hidden deep within him. He then moved his head towards Kurogiri, motioning him to explain more. He had grown stronger than we had calculated before, and he was able to take care of Namu within a second itself. He is also ruthless as well. He made sure to dislocate or break the leg of the enemy before knocking them out. He also did not have any notable weakness as well, and was able to take down almost everyone there. I only managed to bring back 3 people from the fight, but they seemed afraid and does not seem like they want to fight again. All for One contemplated everything that was said. Take them out since they don't want to work for us. We can use their body and quirk for the Nomus and tell the ones who brought them to us that the heroes got them. Kurogiri nodded and left. All for One then began contemplating ideas and looked through a monitor, shifting through images of a Namu that seemed to be very sleek looking. My ultimate defense for him will be completed soon, and after taking him out, there should be nothing stopping me from winning in the end. All for One clenched his fist in contemplation, and his next moves. Sit down, brats. I watched as Eraserhead commanded the class to keep silent while both of us entered together. After the incident in USJ, the children were given a few days of break to recover from the experience. And the news story covered the incident as a complete success, as none of the students or teachers were injured. There were some news channels criticizing UA having no security and that they were a bit too violent in dealing with the villains. It seems like All for One had tried to turn the public's image towards us as untrustworthy, but something crucial made it not work. Seemed like using excessive violence worked in our favor after all. I generally take the criminal out quickie and put them in a cell before they can even identify me, so the physical damages that they have are a few bruises and nothing more. The fact that I broke bones and dislocated them this time made them think that I went far because they were targeting children. Plus, the damages were not permanent, and the fact that the criminals will make complete recovery was revealed by the police and the doctors who treated them. Because of this, my fan club that I had no idea about was thriving across the internet. And it seems like one of the students had taken my picture, so my hero costume was out. Overall, the public was highly supportive of my over-the-top actions that I took to save kids. And the stunt created by those news channels backfired as well, since we made sure to thoroughly look at them and found out connections to All for One among many of their members and was able to arrest them as well. That led to another group of news where the other news channels were happy to undermine the other channels as corrupted. But now it's time to tell the kids about the next challenge that they will face. Capítulo 40, Chapter 40 Fun. The UA Sports Festival. The class was surprised at the announcement Aizawa made. But didn't an attack happen recently? Is it good to start festival right now? Ida asked. Seeing that we were able to repel the attack completely even with outside help. He seemed to pause at that, like insinuating something. We still have to show that we are not afraid of the attacks and are prepared to face the dangers without any problem. Well then, you can ask the kid rest of what you need to know, he said as he went back to his sleeping bag, with the rest of the class looking at it with disbelief. Inazuma just pinched the bridge of his nose, showing his frustration at the teacher. Aizawa spends most of his night in patrols, but so does he. Inazuma has a timetable by which he takes back his sleep in the mornings, in regular intervals, while Eraser just slept whenever he felt like it. Even in the middle of the class if he feels like it. Inazuma then took the podium. Alright guys, the UA festival is something that you must have watched in TVs all these years, and you can say it is similar to Japanese Olympics if you will. Now the competitions will include the normal competitions done in high schools, and I recommend you to participate in it as it is something that you should experience. Plus, it is fun to watch for us teachers. Sensei, you're not that old, Ashido said out loud. I coughed at that and continued like I did not hear it. Well, for the most important part is the festival battle, which will involve a marathon with random obstacles in between. And the first 42 students will be selected for the next round, which will be announced to the public as a random competition, but actually decided. Aizawa grunted a bit at that. Looks like he is listening. Which is it? Asui asked. Now what's the fun in revealing that now? I said, with a cheeky grin anticipating the changes brought by my meddling. But I immediately changed my expression back. Now continuing on, the second round will be a special competition to reduce the know of students further, and after that the other cultural competitions will happen and again, participation is encouraged. And finally, after that the battles will start. Each battle will be one-on-one with prizes and medals given to one first place, one second place, and two third places, and until then classes will be suspended until the day of the competition. But until then, the school gyms will be open for you. I will expect the best from all of you, and best of luck, I said as I exited the room that still had Eraser in the floor looking like a larvae sleeping in his pupa. Unlike in canon, where the students had trouble practicing and had taken turns with each class getting limited time. This time, I had told Nezu about increasing the size of the gym to accommodate multiple classes, and with the funds of UA, he had agreed as it was easy for him. So right now, the students will be able to practice for longer periods of time. Later that day, I watched as each of the students training on their own to improve themselves. I saw Deku mastering the full cowling style, but he seemed to be more focused on using his fists in attacks. Well, I don't know whether he will create a new style with this, or will it end like in canon. But still, he is working really hard. Kirishima seemed to be using my advice and was acting as a punching bag. Though his power has not grown enough for him to tank any kind of attack, he still needed breaks sometimes to get back his stamina to form the hard layer on his skin. But I can say for sure that it has improved from before. Mainta is actually at a good condition right now. It seems like others were able to see that his behavior had changed, so he is actually social right now with better character than before. His quirk was something I saw had more potential the more creative way he uses it. Thinking about the way it can stop the movement of most of the villains, it was really an asset with potential that has not been scratched yet. What would happen if you covered a bomb entirely with it? Will it contain the explosion, or will it spread everywhere breaking apart? Then I saw the potential increasing in each studenty that was training. Ida actually seemed less stiff and seemed to have been intrigued by the insights that the world was not technically black and white and seemed to look at more philosophical works. The other students too worked in their own way, using my advice and Bakugo, seemed to be looking for improving by himself, and seemed to reject my advice. All in all, the only person who worried me was Monoma, who seemed to have retreated to an even more dark side of UA, snickering and laughing loudly here and there. I only hope nothing happens or, more embarrassing, he gets overconfident and gets knocked down in the first challenge. Seeing that there was nothing for me to do, I decided to go back home today. After seeing the messages that Clara was home, I quickly went there while taking down a few muggers on the way. After getting home, the fresh smell of food invited me inside, and I saw Clara cooking food. I was her first experimental subject in cooking, and even my accelerated digestion did not let me escape from the power of her food, but she had improved a lot from then. I gave her a hug from the back and gave a light kiss when she turned, getting a smile from her. "Go sit with Iri, I will be ready soon," she said as she concentrated back to cooking. Iri too had started living with us in few days of the week, and we were glad to have her as well. Right now, she was watching TV with the news talking about the UA Sports Festival that was coming up, and seeing me come, her face had a bright smile in it. I picked her up and put her in my lap and asked, "What are you watching, Iri?" "Oni-chan, can I go?" she asked, pointing at the TV at the reruns of the sport festival before. I was a bit surprised, as she has never asked something like this before, but seeing my surprised expression, she immediately replied, "Oh, no need, I just said it for fun," she replied, feeling like it will be difficult for me. "Ha ha ha, well, if my little sister wants to participate, who do you think is going to stop us?" "Really?" Iri's eyes sparkled at that. "Haha, Iri, we are going to have so much fun," I replied with a big smile, while thinking about the chaos I will bring with Iri to the sports festival. Capítulo 41, Chapter 41, The Marathon. Today we are here to watch the starting of the UA Marathon, people, so give a cheer, since it will be me, your dear Mike, and my best friend, Aizawa, giving you the commentary you require. So, what do you say, Eraser? Just calm down, let me drink my coffee, the thing has not even started yet, Eraser said as he began drinking his coffee to stay awake. Today was the day of the UA Sports Festival. All classes were called one by one to the assembly, and like in canon, Bakugo came to the podium to give his speech. "I promise I will be number one," he said, and heard every student shouting at him and was about to leave, but then he saw something that made him stop and shout. "Hey, what are you doing in THERE with a child bastard?" The shout made everyone turn back, and they saw the new psych sensei with a small kid on a baby carrier. This made almost everyone's eyes go wide. "Inazuma-sensei, who's the child?" Ida asked, a bit confused. "Well, this is my little sister Iri. She wanted to join the festival, so I decided to participate in the marathon with her." A child in the marathon. Suddenly every person, including the students and audience, united in a single confusing thought in their mind. But this is for the students, and isn't it dangerous?" Ida blurted out and looked surprised. "Well, my cute sister wanted to join, and how can I say no to that?" he said, while he raised Iri for everyone to see. Iri was a 6-year-old right now, and she never thought that she will be in front of a crowd as big as this, and never thought that she will join the festival like this. Her face was a deep shade of red, and combined with the cute horn on her was a combination that many cannot resist. But then she spoke on the mic that Inazuma had held in front of her. "Can I join, please?" she said, while accidentally biting her tongue in the end. Again, once more, almost everyone in the stadium, plus the people watching from their homes, had the same thought. "That's cute as HELL. Ah, well, the teacher will keep her safe, I'm sure. Yeah, it's the kids' wish, so it's okay. It's cool." The students all commented on it positively, while Midnight and Cementos were taking pictures with their phones. The teachers were privy of the details of Inazuma's other identity, so they knew Iri was safe. But on the inside, "Nezu, when did you allow this?" All might ask, surprised. Nezu put both his hands on the table and sighed. "Sigh, all I remember is Inazuma coming to the office with Iri and saying that she has to tell me something. The next thing I remember was giving permission for this. I have no idea what happened." Another victim of Iri's cuteness. Back to the festival. "Aizawa, did you know about this?" Confused Mike asked Aizawa, sitting next to him. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration, as even he was a victim to Eri a few hours ago, and he can never admit that. Just start the competition without wasting time, he said. He grunted out. The students all went to start the race, while Inazuma went to the back and stood in the last place among the students. Others seeing this thought that they were only participating and is not trying to get serious. At the time inside Inazuma's head, "Well, Izuku, I made sure that you can use full cowling right now, and in return I will be using your tactics." As the signal for the race was given, everybody started running at the same time, getting stuck in the gate. Well, what do you know, seems like all of them are stuck, and now Todoroki of Class 1A is freezing most of the runners who ended up around HIM, and wait is that the psych teacher skillfully running on top of the frozen students while carrying a kid. Inazuma, using his canon knowledge, dodged Todoroki's attack and used the student's shoulders to move forward while Eri was in the carrier. He made sure to maintain a steady pace while letting most of the people pass him, knowing what was about to happen. And here are the first challenge, the 0 pointers. It happened exactly like in canon, with Deku also joining in beating down the robots. Other students who were taught about using their quirks creatively were also included as well. Inazuma just dodged the robots with incredible skills granted by a body perfected by the Speed Force, while Eri clung on to him with shining eyes. The students were also surprised, as according to their knowledge, my quirk was short teleportation. And seeing me with these kind of skills surprised them. I then took a part of the robot with wires similar to what I saw in the anime and began running. Next stop the CLIFFS, make sure not to fall. While others were either careful or using their quirks, Inazuma sped up his perception and was able to run across the cable with a stable speed while not losing his balance. Now comes the MINES, people watch your step. As everyone started to move across, Deku, Todoroki, and Bakugo seemed to be in a stalemate and started fighting each other. Using this chance, Inazuma started digging the mines. "What are you doing, Oni-chan?" Eri asked, a bit confused. "Haha, this is a plan to win, Eri-chan," Inazuma said while he stacked the last of the mines. Well, as the students are fighting, the teacher seems to be doing something weird. Wait, is he? BOOM. A large explosion shocked everyone with Inazuma, using it to fly on a metal board with Eri. "What the hell? I thought your students were crazy. What the hell is with the adult? Wait, oh, I forgot that guy is the same age as a second year. He teaches because of being a genius or something." Even though Inazuma was not looking for internship, he was getting really good publicity. When Inazuma reached the place of the 3 idiots fighting each other, he used a single arm to pull the rope, making the metal board strike the ground while giving a kick to Midoriya's face, as he had the most risks in Inazuma's path to victory, creating another big explosion, covering them all while it pushed Inazuma and Eri forward. "What the hell is up with the crazy psych sensei? ERAZER, are you seeing? Wait, what?" Mike turned to see Eraser clutching the mic, strongly showing that he is tensed. Mike decides to wisely not broadcast it and get beaten to a pulp. Inazuma was able to easily land on the ground with his feet and use the momentum to move forward without using his quirk. He then went on running without stop with the 3 students after him, and in the end. The first to complete the marathon is Ianamedio Ianazuame and Ianamedio Eri. "Oh, YHHH." Mike announced the result, getting a cheer from the entire stadium. Capitulo 42, Chapter 42, Aftermath. "Ow, ow, ow, ouch, please stop." Inazuma was now getting beaten by a stick while kneeling on the floor. Even if he had gotten permission from both Nezu and Aizawa, taking a kid and participating on a marathon that had a high chance of injury was something really over the top. So right now, Recovery Girl was scolding him for the idiocy he did. "I feel so angry that I don't even know what to do with you. Why the hell did you think this will be a good idea?" "Because I thought it will be fun," he replied with a smile. "Arg," Recovery Girl growled in frustration, while Eri and Clara, who was standing nearby, were trying to hold back their laughter seeing both of their circumstances. But Chiyo was not done. "What would you do about Chisaki? The chances are he will see this and know where Eri is. He might make moves." At this, both Clara and Eri lost their smile, and Inazuma's face took a serious turn. Granny, don't forget Erie's condition under Chisaki not being revealed was the barter. He then went towards Irie, who now had a worried look, and gently patted her hair. The moment he thinks about taking her back, he looks straight at Recovery Girl, will be the last thought in his mind. Recovery Girl sighed when she saw that. Unlike other generic heroes, Chio had lived while facing both the dark and light sides of the world of heroes. She had seen people cross many lines which are frowned upon nowadays, but she also understands when necessary actions should be taken. The fact that Inazuma's words insinuated that he is going to kill Chisaki did not make her think negatively of him, as Chisaki was a bastard ready to sacrifice a kid for his own ideals, so she had no problem with Inazuma's plans. She was also not worried that he will fall into the dark side, as he is not alone and is surrounded by people who care for him. She saw that right now before her, Inazuma was currently making sure that Irie was mentally all right with Clara. This itself shows his compassion for the people close to him. At the time, the sports festival was still going on. Even if Inazuma and Irie had gotten first, they were written off as public entertainment, and so Midoriya came first with almost all the rest of the 42 were the same. Almost all of them had different kinds of thoughts about their victory. Even with All for One, I came second, and Inazuma-sensei did not even seem to use his quirk short-term teleportation. He thought as he felt the pain where he got kicked in the face. He had a slight nosebleed because of it, but luckily his nose was not broken. There were no sparks when he was in the race, so he did not use his quirk. But even then the gap between us was that wide. Is it just him, or are all pro heroes like this? Todoroki thought as he clenched his fists with frustration. Die, 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 bastard, die. We don't have to explain who that is. Inazuma watched as the next cavalry battle started, where the teams were exactly the same as last time. But this time, Midoriya with his full cowling was able to keep his ribbon safe from Todoroki and was not caught. And Todoroki therefore decided to collect other ribbons so as to increase his points. Overall, it ended up exactly like in canon. Inazuma was a bit disappointed with the result. He expected Monoma to play a big role in the competition. But he was not able to bring extra gear according to the rules and was therefore not able to carry any hairs by which he can constantly copy. And Midoriya was able to stay in the ground for longer periods this time and battle others, so Monoma used this chance to copy his quirk and tried to use it at the last moment as a surprise attack on Bakugo. But since the quirk was a compilation type, so entirely useless to Monoma, he failed miserably with Bakugo standing over him laughing like a maniac at the end. At the time, at another place. So master, that guy was Blood Lightning. Yes, Tamura, he is. In your last battle, you were able to see his ability, right? Tamura did not reply. Instead, he just looked at his wrist where there was a mark which showed that his hand was cut off. He cannot believe that he had gotten so easily defeated last time, and the most embarrassing parts were that he was not able to see it when he attacked, and he does not think that he will be able to take him down with his current capabilities. He clenched his fist in frustration. One day, I will destroy those legs of yours and forget the fact about running. You will never even walk again. All for One watching, this felt a smile coming to his face, thinking about the potential of Tamura in the future. At another place. Blood Lightning. The leader of the Yakuza, Chisaki, looked way different than he was before. Originally an extreme germaphobe, who tries his best not to touch anything, was looking highly dangerous. His skin seemed to be made up of hard materials. His body had many weapons sticking out, and his eyes had shapes similar to a scope of a sniper, indicating that he even modified his eyes to improve them as well. A slight creaking when he moved also revealed that his bones are not made of calcium, but seemed to be made out of heavy metals. He looked towards the screen, where Inazuma was holding onto a child with a horn. She's mine and I will get her back, and this time, nothing will stop me. Chisaki made plans to get what he wants, not knowing that this thinking will lead to his ultimate demise. Capítulo 43, Chapter 43, The Matches. The competitions in the UA festival went off without a hitch after that. The traditional high school competitions were also done. The marathon was very exciting for a 6-year-old Irie, and after the incident with Recovery Girl, she fell asleep while Inazuma and Clara watched the festival. while watching those kids a few years younger than them, enjoying the life that they never had made them feel a sense of longing, but having each other made everything that they did worth it. They both reached a place that others do not even think of at the age in which they achieved it. Clara became the head of one of the world's most leading companies, and Inazuma unofficially became one of the powerfulest heroes ever. "We skipped a lot, didn't we?" Clara asked, knowing what he is thinking right now. "Yeah, but we gained a lot as well, even though we never had a life that can be considered as normal. We achieved something that people spend their whole life to achieve." He put his head on her shoulder as he said this. "Yes, we did," she smiled while she replied. The competitions went on its way. The only difference was the lack of cheerleaders, which was the result of Mainta's and Kaminari's hormone-induced thinking in canon. Since the rehabilitation, Mainta has been a proper gentleman, and Kaminari had also not gotten involved in any of those because of the lack of OG Mainta. Then I looked at the battle round players and found out that they still followed the canon. Looks like the power that makes canon stick is still there, but I hope the students can show an even better match than canon. Midoriya vs Shenza. The first battle went without any hitch. This time, because my influence from before, Midoriya was more level-headed and practical, and did not fall for his taunts as easily as in canon, and managed to get him out easily. Seeing this, I contacted Aizawa. "Hey, you saw that kid's potential, right?" I mentioned to Aizawa. "I'll look into it and see if he can handle it," Aizawa replied curtly. "Well, Shina will be in for it, I guess. But right now, I need Midoriya to get controlled by him at least once and break out of it himself. My guess is getting brainwashed by Shinso had actually eased his contact with other vestiges of One for All. So for his development, I need him to get brainwashed. Well, guess I had to plan for that." Shoto versus Hanta. That was a tragedy for Hanta. I forgot about the fact that Endeavor is going to rile up Todoroki, and it ended just like in canon. Luckily, he did not use the freezing move I recommended in our session, as that would have led to some major injuries for Hanta. Ibara vs Kaminari. Well, this one was a no-brainer. Kaminari was in deep trouble because Ibara's quirk was a direct counter for his. So, this ended with him using up his power all at once and being whammed. Looks like I need to train him somehow to manipulate his lightning more without his equipment. Well thought for another day, I guess. Ida versus Hatsumi. This was as funny as I saw in the anime. But it also was not cut off like in the anime, so I was able to see the full scene of Hatsumi using Ida as her advertisement material. "That kid's interesting," Clara said. "Make sure to get her all right. The chances are whichever industry joins with will be the leading ones in a few years." I replied, knowing her potential. "I'm going to talk to Nezu," Clara said as she went away. Mina versus Aoyama. Just like in canon, Mina won very easily. Fumikage versus Momo. Momo seemed to have created rocket skates this time instead of freezing in place with just a shield. But Takami was versatile and managed to change her direction and push her off the stage. Ijiro vs Tetsutetsu. Now this was a manly match that was really interesting. Since both of them had increased in power because of my advice, the battle was even more exhilarating. But this time, instead of a draw that led to a subsequent match, Ijiro won in the last second but lost a lot of stamina, which has a chance of affecting his subsequent battles. Though still at the end, he showed good sportsman spirit and got the cheers of audience in the end. Katsuki versus Achaka. This battle was highly exhilarating with almost the same instances as in the canon, with Achako giving her all and Bakugo being cautious and not using his full power. And after some time, she started to pile up damages on herself, which began to rile up the audience, who began shouting at Bakugo. I waited for Aizawa to give his speech, but it did not come. When I looked, I found out that he was near Shinzo and was talking to him, and it looks like the jeers of the public are increasing. Damn it, why do I have to do this? I put on my suit and went near Mike, who was also joining in jeering Bakugo. I slapped the back of his head hard enough that his face smashed on the counter, and then I took the mic. What kind of idiots were shouting right now? Are you pro-heroes? Then I suggest you give up this job and take employment elsewhere. Whoa, my deep mask voice with the mic has a scary combination. Almost everyone looked towards us, and the cameras were focused on my face. Whoa, it's blood lightning. He's real. Oh my god, he's awesome, though his voice is scary. Well, I continued without letting the comments stop me. This is a battle between two students aspiring to be heroes. If you are commenting upon the boy being harsh, don't forget the girl could have surrendered as well, but she is still fighting. There are many times when heroes face villains stronger than them, and instead of running, she is fighting head on using her determination and spirit. And the boy is clearly being cautious of her moves, and is therefore conserving his stamina and energy in the battle while trying to think about the moves the girl is going to make. He is doing this because he is recognizing the strength of the person he is battling right now. If you idiots who are wearing the hero costume does not even have the common sense to know this, just like I said before, just quit your hero career. By then, a hand came to my shoulder to stop me. I will handle the rest, good job, it was Aizawa, and he took the mic and criticized the heroes too. Since the jeerings had lasted longer, some of them had crossed the line and Aizawa was pissed. I saw this and went back to the viewer's room where I was before. Capítulo 44, Chapter 44, The Matches I. And in the end, Achako did her best in getting a lot of rocks to float with her quirk, and it seems like due to my exercise the number had greatly increased. But Bakugo still used his highest level explosion, almost destroying every rubble, but a few managed to go through and created a few shallow wounds on him. After that, Achako fell due to exhaustion, and Bakugo was declared as the winner. Izuku Midoriya vs. Shota Todoroki. Well, here was the Todoroki Origins battle. Though it was more interesting with Midoriya, who was able to use full cowl. He was able to dodge most of Todoroki's attacks, though when the large-sized ice attacks came, he had to break each of his fingers one by one to escape from the attacks. And it seems like this time both went beyond normal, with Todoroki concentrating his ice attacks to create even more power, and Midoriya breaking his fingers again and again. Good thing Recovery Girl somehow awakened more powerful healing all those years ago. Otherwise, we can saw bye-bye to Midoriya's fingers by now. Then the taunting about not having any wounds, and the shouting began, and finally, Todoroki's right side began to light up in flames, hinting that he has began to overcome his trauma. And then the fight continued. This time, Midoriya did not break the bones of his legs, and was able to use full cowling and dodge the ice as well. Looks like he did not forget about dodging it this time, unlike in canon, where he only anticipated fire attacks. Whoa, it looks like Midoriya is taking my advice this time. Well, considering the severe wounds that he currently had, if he had still opted for his hands, they would have ripped itself off. But now he decided to use 100% with his legs. I hoped full cowling would save his legs at least. But I guess I was wrong. And now Cemento's used barrier with the concrete floor and midnight. What the hell was she thinking? That her pheromones will move in all those expanding air or something. And the result was, both out of the stage fainted at the end. But seeing the extent of injuries on Midoriya, it was decided that Todoroki should be considered as the winner of the round. As both had injuries, but the severity of Midoriya's showed that if he is not brought into a hospital soon, he will die. While Todoroki's wounds are low enough that it will allow him to survive for a few hours even without treatment, though he had a few fractures. Overall, it was an awesome battle that captivated the audience entirely, that showcased both of their abilities. But I can see that most of the heroes were freaked out by the injuries taken by Deku. But I am sure that some of the strong ones will call him, as he also showed full cowling at the beginning, showing that he can control his quirk. Right now, Midoriya is known as having a strengthening quirk that can strengthen him to the level almost beyond All Might. And those with keen eyes will see that he only gets wounded when he increases his strength to more than his body can handle. If I am right, Mirko might call him. But I will call Torino for him to consider taking him for the experience. The hero killer incident is something that I will involve myself so that his ideology does not spread that much into the public. I know that he must have got to Ida's brother by now, but the problem was that his brother was someone who is hard to reach when he is on duty, so I was not able to find out where he is right now. Ida vs Ibara. The match was not that entertaining, as even though Ibara is able to extend her hair quickly, she was not able to extend it fast enough to surpass Ida's current speed. And her body was not strong enough to handle any of his attacks, so the moment he reached near her, the match was over. Should I advise her to cover her body with vines to protect her like an armor to counter her weakness of close-range combat, or should I advise her to strengthen her body? Well, let's just tell her to do both, and if she used her hairs as whips. Damn, that will be awesome. Looks like I can do this advisor thing after all. Ijiro versus Bakugo. This can be considered as a normal battle. Ijiro had already lost a lot of his stamina in his last battle, and although he was able to hold on, Bakugo this time used his full-powered blast without mercy and managed to blast Kirishima out of bounds easily as Kirishima was not able to hold his ground against the shock. Bakugo might have risked its use as only Kirishima among those in the class has the ability to survive such a blast from Bakugo without dying. Though Bakugo looked really winded after that, and he was taking deep breaths. The top 4 of the tournament were decided right now, and in 3 more matches, the winner will be decided. During this time, Midoriya had come back after his surgery, and he was in a wheelchair as punishment by Recovery Girl, who will not heal him for 2 days, as she decided that he will take complete rest for the 2 days. At the time the semifinals match started. Shoto versus Ida. This match was an amalgamation of skill rather than power. It might be because Shoto had decided to have some stamina left for the final match, and Ida's attack move was mostly close-ranged. They did an admirable battle, but at the end, Todoroki froze Ida's exhaust, essentially making his quirk stop, activating with the match ending with Todoroki's victory. Fumikage versus Bakugo. This match lasted more than before, as even when Bakugo tried to use his quirk to increase the light and weaken Takami, he covered his body with shadow and began attacking. But Bakugo blasted the entire floor, making Fumikage lose focus for a moment, by which time Bakugo blasted him off the stage. This was not generally Bakugo's style of fighting. But if I'm right, his stamina is getting lower, and knowing that his last match is with Todoroki, he is making sure that he is not using too much. Well, now we reach the finals. Capítulo 45, Chapter 45 Matches Final. Shoto Todoroki versus Katsuki Bakugo. Well, just like that, the final match between Bakugo and Todoroki came. They both entered the arena, and midnight called the start of the match. They started fighting, but it seems like Todoroki was not in it, and Bakugo was tired as he measured each of his strikes before firing. During this time, I saw Ida getting a call and his expression drastically changing. It seems like Ingenium got into the accident like in the canon. The chances are his injuries will be fatal enough that he won't be able to pursue his hero career again. I kind of feel bad about it, because he was one of those heroes who got into the hero business to save the people and was not focused on fame or money. This makes me think about the standards set up by the hero killer. I had not read the Vigilantes comic, which is said to have information about how he had turned into a guy like this. But all I know is right now, he is targeting all the heroes that does not fit the standards of being a hero that he had personally set up. But that is bullshit. The world is not black and white, that some people who do heroic stuff can be regarded as hero and others are pretenders. Some say that nowadays the word hero is used to describe a job that people can take. This might be disagreeable to most, but is one of the things that I agree upon. Heroes are humans too. It is too much to ask them to sacrifice their entire life just to save people. I agree that saving people is important, but at the end of the day, if it destroys the life of the hero, it becomes difficult for others to follow the path. But when it is converted into a merit-based system where each rescue is recorded, and every hero is only allowed to take the jobs after learning all the rules and passing a set of tests, proving their eligibility and skill level. The system as a whole helps the society as a whole. But Hero Killer's method of killing heroes just to give a warning so that other heroes work more better is a path that will not work very well. The truth is he targets heroes who does not pass the level he decides on. He does not look whether these heroes are corrupt or not. If he had gotten to heroes who are corrupt, I would have agreed with him at least slightly. But his random targeting must be stopped. Look like I need to contact someone for extra hands, as the chance of the Namus being stronger than normal being in Hasu is very high, so a bit of reinforcement will be welcome on that day. Now the battle between Bakugo and Todoroki is going well, but it looks like Todoroki has still not gotten over himself to use his flames, and Bakugo is pissed at the fact as well. BOMMMs. And there goes the giant explosion, and the match was over with Todoroki taken down. Looks like all those giant attacks of ice has caught up to him. And his unwillingness to use his heat side might have accumulated some problem, and suddenly activating it today for battle might have also used up a lot of his stamina. "What the hell, you bastard, this ain't over yet." Bakugo screamed and was about to attack the fainted Todoroki, but Midnight immediately took him out, ending the match with victory for Bakugo. I saw Endeavor going off in anger, so my guess is that he was not satisfied with the way the final match ended. And right now, everyone went to prepare for the award ceremony for all the winners. Midnight went towards the mic to give their announcement. And now, to present award for the winners of the tournament. All Might suddenly came crashing down. "I'm T. Our very own no one here, All Might." Oh my God, even though those cheers, I can feel the awkwardness rolling through the field. I had warned all those idiots to choreograph the prize distribution and other event yesterday, and not to wing it. But it looks like it did not even go through their heads. I can see All Might giving a look of betrayal to Midnight, and her apologizing back for it as well. Bakugo was not tied up this time, and he seemed to be contemplating something. That's different from last time. Well in canon, he had bulldozered through almost each round and had beaten all of his opponents. But this time, he had to push them off the stage and was extremely tired in the final round. Looks like he felt like the victory was not as easy as he had announced in the beginning. And seeing that others had all vastly improved compared to the first group match, where they battled as heroes and villains, and he on the other hand was on the same level, might have irked him by a lot, I guess. Looks like my influence had also started to affect Bakugo as well, I guess. "Takami-kun, you did very well compared to before. You had a handle on a few of your weaknesses and had found ways to counter it as well. I will wait for the time you manage to fight with full might in the darkness one day," All Might said as he presented the medal. "Thank you for the advice, sir." Ida was also awarded third place, but since he was not here, All Might went to the next one. "Glad to see you start dealing with your inner problems, young Todoroki. The flames you showed before were magnificent and showed how much spirit you had. I have a lot of things to deal with, but I will try my best." "All right, but if you feel like talking, you can approach any teacher that you are comfortable with, even me if you want." "I will keep that in mind," he replied, and All Might moved to Bakugo. "Well, what do you know? You did exactly like you announced, young Bakugo. Your moves were magnificent." "Yeah, right," Bakugo grunted out and stopped speaking altogether. All Might, seeing that he was not in the mood to speak, decided to speed up the process, though he looked like was worried about Bakugo's reaction. "Well, I can't deny it, as any person that personally knows Bakugo knows that he is not normal right now. Well, dear children, today every person who have fought on the stage has shown us that the future of hero society. So, A plus ultra. Hard worked." And again, that was cringe as hell. Why the hell does anyone not listen to my warnings? Capítulo 46, Chapter 46 Meeting. Well, the sports festival was a big hit this time, with a lot of people giving out reviews saying that it was one of the most enjoyable ones shown by the first-year students. There were also a few comments about the extra event shown by me and Eri as well. Nezu then called to conduct a meeting after the festival about the work studies. "After I warned you about coordinating, what the hell was that?" "Sorry," All Might and Midnight both apologized, as their blunder had caused most of the faculty and student body to have awkward emotions at the end of the festival. "Well, why don't you move on from that, Inazuma-kun? I promise I will make it does not happen again, as even I had an awkward few moments with my colleagues who were watching with me." Well, Nezu also had a few nerves popping up when he said that. Seems like even he had a hard time. Well, moving on, what does the teachers have to say about the work studies program that will be conducted for the students? Nezu moved on to the main topic of the day. Well, seeing that the number of heroes asking students for work studies has reached an all-time high, we can say for sure that they managed to evoke the attention of heroes very well. Midnight gave her analysis. But at the same time, they are at a risk as well, Aizawa muttered, gathering everyone's attention. But Nezu refuted. "Well, I'll say they are safest when they are each taken care of by a hero, and this being their first experience on the field. The heroes that are taking their internships has a responsibility to keep them safe from harm. Aizawa seemed to be appeased with that and did not commend further. Then Nezu turned towards me. Inazuma-kun, it seems your suggestions had helped the kids do very well in the competition. Since there was a report about the advice that you gave those kids, we were able to find out that most of their growth can be attested to you. Can you give us a complete analysis of the competition and any concerns you have? The teachers seemed to agree with the fact that my advice had helped the students and seemed to look forward to my analysis. Well, even though I had given suggestions, it was by their own strength that they managed to win. And during the festival, although not all, I managed to analyze few of the students and ways for their improvement as well. Really, Mike seemed surprised that I had done my job during the competition. Yeah, for now I will say that many of them had not polished the improvement advice that I had given them, and so extra time should be taken by them to sharpen it. Plus, I have a feeling like I can give a bit more advice to student Kaminari and Ibara as well. Watching them use their quirks in battle right in front of my eyes had given me ideas on how to improve their quirk usage. I finished what I had thought about during the matches. There were ways for others to improve as well, but for now, I decided to focus on two who just used their powers in a raw manner. After that, the teachers began to talk about each student that will go for hero studies and how each of their important factors. Academics and practical skills, along with sociability, required to deal with the people during rescues. Nana Shimura instilled the fact that heroes should have a smile when saving people, and that was entirely true. Every time a hero saves a citizen from danger, their kind words and smile that promises hope and safety will play a big role in making sure that the trauma they face is not too deep. In a few hours, the meeting was almost concluded. Before finishing, Nezu decided to ask whether anyone has any concerns about any students. I decided to use the opportunity. Principal Nezu, I would like to use this opportunity to tell you about my concern for the student Tenya Ida. That brought all of their attention towards me. I guess this is the first time I am talking about concerns about a student. Is it related to the hero-killer incident, where his brother had to quit his hero career due to injuries? Aizawa inquired. Yes, I replied as I switched on the TV that showed a map of all the cities that hero killer showed up. With my analysis of Ida, I had come to the conclusion that he is a bit straight-laced and sees the world in black and white. Seeing that his quirk was hereditary, and his family will have methods to improve his quirk, I decided to deal with his psychological aspect and let him see everything a bit more open manner. We know that from your report on the students, but what has that got to do with the map you have shown us? Aizawa, calm down and look at the location I have marked in the maps. Aizawa, although looks aloof, is actually the intelligence department of UA. Just checking all the locations once was more than enough for him to come to a conclusion. They are the locations in which the hero killer has appeared, but why did you circle Hasu? That location is not included in it unless. It's the next location the hero killer is going to appear. That was good analysis in Azuma-kun. Nezu completed the statement as his sharp mind had already calculated the outcome immediately. When the list of heroes to be selected is put forward in front of the students, Aizawa, please check whether the hero selected by Ida is in Hasu City or not. I said to Aizawa. Are you thinking about making him sit it out if he chooses Hasu? Vlad asked. No, for his development for the future, he should go and face what he had chosen. But if your concerns are about his safety, I agree, and the chances of the League of Villains interfering are there according to the rumors I heard in my patrols from criminals. What are your suggestions then? Nezu asked, and the mood of the room changed as it currently became an entirely different matter. We are not the only ones who had come to the conclusion of his next attack in Hasu, so the chances of there being more heroes is very high, and I will also be present in the city. And I have also called for backup as well. Well, if you are sure about it, let's go ahead. But Inazuma-kun, please make sure out student is safe in the end, Nezu concluded. Got it, I replied, and the meeting came to an end. Capítulo 47, Chapter 47, Work Studies. Work studies? Asked a confused student. Yes, work studies. It is a step that must be taken by every student in their first year to at least have an idea about what they will face in the future. Here is the list of heroes that had selected students to attend their agency. This year, we had an influx of invitations from many major heroes across the country. Aizawa showed the list where each student's name had a corresponding number of invites they had gotten. Just like in canon, Todoroki had the greatest number of invites bordering 6,500. Basically, more than half of the Japanese heroes had invited him. Well, seeing his potential and connections, they must have surely thought that getting in his good books while he is still young will be beneficial, and practically, I can't deny that. Though he also seemed to have invites from overseas as well. Bakugo was second with over 5,000 invites, and the rest was also generally like in canon, except for the case of Deku. He had a total of 5 invites, but among them, one was Mirko and the other was Best Jeanist. Mirko must have invited him because of his strength and might have thought about sparing with him. Jeanist, on the other hand, is one of the heroes who can be described as a mother hen. He does invite a few students, and I am sure he had not invited Todoroki. He invites strong students with extreme potential, but has a major flaw. He invited Bakugo seeing his character, and he must have seen Deku, and if my guess is right, had invited him seeing his lack of control. In the first battle with All for One, he had acknowledged Jeanist's skill and stated that only he had the ability to use the quirk of control fibers so effectively. He might have thought that he will be able to help Midoriya control his quirk in a better manner. The other 3 might have also seen his potential as well. The chances are those 3 heroes had a way to heal his injuries if he gets wounded, and they must have thought about investing in him, seeing that he was very effective in using his quirk when controlled. But that's not what he needs right now. Mirko will help him increase his body strength with her training and make him handle more of his quirk, and Jeanist can help him fine-tune his control so that he does not waste any energy and would be able to control the other quirks he will gain in the future easily. But now that the danger had increased, he can't be picky about it and has to do both. And the only way to do that is by asking the guy who trained the last user to control one for all perfectly. I had already contacted Torino about taking Midoriya for his work studies. He was reluctant at first, but more details about the attack that happened in UA and the Namu that was captured having multiple quirks made him realize the seriousness of the matter and the importance of making sure that the successor is trained well. This time, he will not have to spend his time teaching Midoriya how to control his powers, so the chances are he will teach the kid some battle skills before the hero killer incident. As I was contemplating all of this, I looked towards Ida and found him sharply looking at the list that he had gotten. I looked nearby and found Aizawa had noticed it too. We nodded at each other as the chances of my prediction had increased. Well, for the ones that did not get invited, you don't have to worry because they will be allowed to participate in the work studies with a hero selected by UA, which will be an amazing experience as well. I said, reassuring the ones who did not get invites. After that, midnight came to make all the students take up their hero names. While I got out of the room after saying that they can come to me for advice for the type of hero agency, they wanted to go and went to my office. What I did not expect was that 2 students did come, and what they asked for was entirely different. I would like to have my work studies done under your supervision. I just stared at Shoto Todoroki, who just came to my office and asked this question straight away. And by me you mean? I would like to have my work studies with Blood Lightning. Okay, I am flattered at the choice you made, but I gotta say no. His expression showed his frustration at that, and he asked, why? Well, there are a few reasons for that, but the main point is I can't teach others at all whilst being a hero. He was really surprised at the answer. Looks like he was waiting for me to say that he is weak or something. You know my MO before in my career, right? He nodded at that. My MO of doing things in an instant were the people I saved, and the criminals I took down only saw a spark of lightning was so famous that most of my fans are actually attracted by my efficiency in doing things that way. One time in a really rare interview, even Endeavor had admitted to the fact that my record and way of doing things was impeccable. A lot of people were surprised at that, including me. Todoroki-kun, work studies are a way of young heroes to experience how to be a hero while assisting a pro hero. But the way I do my work is mostly alone with a few officers or sometime Aizawa in the comms. The way I do my work will leave nothing much for anyone to learn, so hanging out with me will be a waste of your hero studies." He calmly nodded at that, seemingly understanding my viewpoint. I would not have minded taking him with me. But taking someone without a quirk like mine with me will be holding back my full skills, and other than giving a few advice, the best person who can train Shoto was his father. "You know who you should go to for your studies, right?" Todoroki nodded at that and went away. Now I came face to face with the other student who wanted my advice. Katsuki Bakugo. Capitulo 48, Chapter 48, Work Studies II. Bakugo sat on the seat in front of me without speaking anything for some time. He had one hand on his pocket, an attitude everyone will think of as acting cool, arrogant, or withdrawn. But truth was that he was clutching a card featuring All Might, which he wanted to get autographed from him, but never got around it, though it will only be revealed when his heart explodes in the final battle. He was sitting silently while not speaking anything. Thankfully, I had asked Nezu to give me a private office, since I will be dealing with students' emotions and sometimes their private thoughts. I am pretty sure that if my meeting right now happened in the teacher's office, all the teachers would have been really interested in knowing why Bakugo was here. I already knew why Bakugo was here. All of his classmates had improved compared to before, and he is feeling as if he is not improving much compared to them. And after the festival, a few students had come to thank me for helping them improve their quirk usage as well. Now Bakugo wants to know how to improve himself as well, so he is trying to complete the assignment I had given him when we met last time. But I knew he won't speak about the things that he did to Deku all these years. The reason for it was that Bakugo excelled in everything that he did. Along with that, he was gifted in a lot of things as well. But when he saw Deku's spirit in the childhood, he saw something that he cannot surpass and felt inferior for a moment. He had regarded Deku as someone inferior because of the environment he had grown in, where the adults had contemned those without quirks. And Bakugo at the time was told to be a genius and greater than everyone. But Deku's spirit had crushed Bakugo, which forged his new attitude. We can say that it lit the fire under him to be better at everything. Even when it comes to instruments or cooking, Bakugo became better than most people. And to show that he got spirit, he decided to create an always angry attitude and defiance to everything, which in turn turned him into a bully who lacks empathy with others around him, which after some time became a part of his character, which he displayed outside. Just by deciding to change won't change Bakugo, and sessions from him also has little chances to work. The only thing that will help is a shock in his system, which will force him to spew out whatever that he is holding in, but now it's not the time for that. "I know you are not going to complete what I said to you today," I said, and he replied with a grunt, so I continued. "For now, I will suggest you go to Genist's agency like you are supposed to and spend your time in there. Will going there help me get stronger?" Finally, after the long silence, he spoke something at least. I smiled and replied, "Genist is what you can call a bit peculiar in his ways. He only calls students for hero studies if he saw strong potential in them, along with some kind of flaw." Flaw? Bakugo was a bit confused. Yes, he is not the kind of hero who invites students just because they are strong. He invites students only if he thinks that they require a guidance that he will be able to provide. So right now, my advice to you is to go to him and listen to everything that he says to you. And if you can, try to understand what he is trying to tell you. After that, Bakugo went away to apply for internship at Genist's agency. Later on, we found out that Ida had chosen a hero situated in Hasu just like we had expected, and we decided to go for the plan I had recommended. But this time, Aizawa also decided to come to Hasu and take Shinzo with him as well. He decided to train him in Hasu while waiting for the hero killer. And if by any chance the hero killer comes, he will be a useful asset, as hero killer is said to be a guy who is talkative in spite of his skills being similar to that of ninjas who do not speak during their work. I also had contacted a few inspectors that I knew and had them contact the ones in Hasu to be prepared for whatever is coming. And it looks like we were not the only ones who thought about that, because we saw a slight influx of heroes in Hasu in the last few days. Later on, I saw All Might shaking in his boots when Gran Torino contacted him about Deku having internship with him. And after that, All Might talked with Deku and told him about Torino making Deku's decision to ultimately end in him choosing Torino for his development. Overall, everything was ready for whatever we will face in Hasu, and all we need is to wait. Capítulo 49, Chapter 49 Hero Killer. Inazuma looked at Hasu City from the top of a building. As he looked ahead, the door to the roof opened and someone came towards him, but even though he sensed the person's approach, he did not make any move, since he was waiting for her after all. "So kid, you think a high-scale battle is going to happen here?" the lady questioned calmly. "That's right, Lady Nagant. The hero killer will most probably target this city next, and if the rumors I hear are right, the organization handled by All for One will also make a move." I had called Lady Nagant, considering the chances of the Namu being more in number than before and being stronger as well. And since I had saved her from being imprisoned, she had expressed her gratitude to me before. But after that, I had recommended her to start an orphanage, seeing that she was not psychologically stable because of the missions she had been sent to. She had taken my advice and started an orphanage, and with the salary brought by the hero career, she was able to handle an orphanage well and was able to come back to a stable life. Nowadays, she spends the nights being a proper hero and the mornings as the head of an orphanage taking care of kids. Well, your instincts are what made me reach where I am right now, so I will take your word for it. As soon as she said this, an explosion sounded from the center of the city. Well, looks like it's time. Hang on, Inazuma said as he carried Nagant and started running towards the explosion. He put Nagant down on the top floor of a building and went to assist the heroes who were fighting the Nomus. He saw Endeavor and the other pro-heroes fighting as well. He made sure to keep an eye on Todoroki as he did not know whether he was included in the group in which Midoriya sends the message. He then began fighting and taking down the Nomus. And as he was fighting, he realized that the precautions he had taken were in good measure because the number of Namus were in the 20s, and if the extra help given by Aizawa, who was nullifying the healing quirks, were not there, most of them could not have been taken out. I was making sure to use my sword to take out the limbs of the Namus constantly, so that the other heroes can easily subdue them. Even if they have almost unlimited regeneration, the stamina of these Nomus are still not inhuman, so making them use up regeneration again and again until they can't use it anymore is the current strategy right now. After their stamina runs out, the Namus fall down like a robot without any kind of power. They do not seem to exhibit any form of struggle, like any live creature on Earth. Dr. Garaki had mentioned in his backstory that he is doing this for humanity, but seeing what is happening right now, I have to wonder if he knows what humanity is. I have a private list of people that I will personally take care of painfully before killing them. Chisaki was the only one on the list right now, but seeing what was happening, I am thinking about adding Garaki to the list as well. And not adding All for One is because he is one of the people with extreme case of risk. I might be able to kill the other two after making sure to cut off Chisaki's hands and making sure Garaki was nowhere near a Namu to control them, but All for One is risky endeavor. My idea is for him to face off against Deku, but this time I will be there to make sure that Deku is stronger than in canon. But if he can't in the end, I will take care of All for One myself. But I won't be able to take my time with that, as the chances are that he will have many life-saving quirks, and taking my time with him will only backfire in the end. As I watched, I saw Todoroki go off somewhere while shouting at Endeavor to send backup. Looks like Midoriya had sent his message about the location. While he ran off, I found out the location he shouted to Endeavor and began to take care of the Nomus that are closest to that location. After waiting for some time, I managed to take care of most of the Nomus, with the rest being taken care of by the heroes who were there. And as I went towards the location, I saw Hero Killer saving Midoriya and looking at all of them about to give his speech. But I did not want to wait for that. I knew the speech he gives out will be used by people to further their own agendas and manipulate a lot of people. But I stopped. I knew what he's going to say is going to cause a lot of problems, but it also inspired many to get out of their shell and come out to the world in their own manner. So, to make sure that his speech reaches the people that needs it, and at the same time make sure that people do not follow his way of violence as the true path, there is only one way. To counter it with a conviction of its own, that supports the current system and sees the meaning of heroes in a different manner from the way Stain views them. To me, you are all fakes, only selfless, and the ONES who sacrifices deserves the title of a hero. Is that what you think a hero is? The sudden interruption from behind shakes the heroes out of their fear of Stain, and they turn to find out someone they did not notice before. Blood lightning. One of the heroes mutter in shock, as I only appeared in the form of lightning, even in the fight against Namu. Stain turned towards me. His wounds do not look that damaging, and the attacks seem to have struck in a manner that incapacitated him without giving grievous wounds. Looks like Midoriya's training with Torino had made him proficient with fighting. I took a step forward as I faced the hero killer. Capítulo 50, Chapter 50 Hero. Do you really think sacrifice alone is the thing that defines a hero? Inazuma asked his question and watched that Stain was still awake without fainting. Because of Midoriya's improvement in battle tactics, he had managed to incapacitate him without giving too much grievous wounds. Though his wounds are enough that even if he starts a fight right now, other than Namu's who are not even targeting him, none of the pro heroes who were weaker than him before will not lose now. I can see that he wants to listen to why I rejected him, as he looked intently at me and replied. Society has downgraded the meaning of the word hero. Earlier times, only those that sacrificed themselves to save others without expecting anything in return were the only ones that deserved the title of hero. They were not only symbols of hope, but also of strength. If they can't even be that much. He looked enraged. They do not deserve the title of a hero. All the people were shocked with the conviction in which the hero killer shouted out his ideals, and I was also able to see a few people in corners holding up cameras and recording them. My ideal world filled with heroes who deserve the titles they have will rise up one day, and I will make sure to wipe out others that do not deserve it, and then. All Might, the hero, who is the symbol of what the word hero is the most, will take me down. That's pathetic. Pathetic? What do you mean pathetic? I know who you are. One of the heroes who I can say has the potential of being the best hero of the world with the skills and the methods you show when you save people. You don't reveal yourself when you save others. You use the fact that no one can even see you when they are attacked by you as a symbol of fear to deter many criminals. And you go to multiple cities in the same night while saving a lot of people every day. Tell me, as a person who is strong and deserves the title of a hero, do you not feel anger when you see these weak fakes using the same title as you? I don't. Why? Because my ideal hero is not at all like the one you think about, I replied. As I knew the kind of actions I considered as a quality of a hero. Stain, you consider lofty ideals as the quality of a hero, but I don't. I respect the ones you describe in your fantasy as your ideal hero, but for me, the word hero is something way simpler than all of what you described as a criteria of a hero. For me, a hero is a person who saves others. It does not matter even if they are paid for doing it. As long as they on their own violation decides to help another person, and as long as they have a heart to care about the suffering of others, for me, they are a hero. That's just bullet. You just said something like a simple help is all that is required for something as great as a title of a hero. Then you are even more of an idiot than I thought you were. If what you say is true, a person who saves a single person in a moment can be considered as the same as you who works hard to save as many people as possible you can reach in the time you wear that uniform should deserve the same appreciation and the same respect and title of a hero, Stain spat out. Yes. So, what's next? Saving a puppy on the road will make you a hero, or what saving someone accidentally automatically makes you a hero? Is that what you are saying, as long as the person, according to you, has a heart that cares? Yes. I thought my ideas were idealistic, but now seeing you I can see that there is someone who is even more extreme. How can you prove that you are right? My ideals of the problems caused by weak heroes can be seen in the society. What makes you think that your ideology is correct? Stain questioned, and I can see many others around me being swayed by it and looking towards me for an answer. I sighed on the inside. The moment I got out of the shadows and into the light, I knew I had to create an impact on my side, instead of his, for the problems not to derail by too much. And for that, just like how the hero killer made his life as an example, I need to give the examples from my own life. I pressed on the side of my jacket, which started removing the nanites from my helmet, revealing my face to the world. I can see Midoriya, Tenya, and the others widening the eyes when they recognized me, and the heroes around gasping that my identity was revealed. He removed his helmet. Oh my god, he looks so young. Wait, I saw that guy in the UA Sports Festival. Even Stain's eyes slightly widened when he saw my face. Looks like he never guessed I was a child. My name is Enmato Inazuma, I said as I slowly took one step forwards to Stain as I continued talking. At the age of 8, I lost both my parents in an accident caused by a Yakuza member who made an entire building fall to the ground, killing them, both of them, and giving me an injury that erased all my memories. When I opened my eyes, all I saw was destruction all around me and further ahead. Pro heroes were fighting the Yakuza who were causing destruction, so they were not able to see me. But during that time, a firefighter came running when he saw me and held out his hand, seeing that I was injured. He made sure I was safe and held me close while he took me to a nurse to check my injuries. I saw all those people without any strength to confront villains do their best in saving people irrespective of whether that put them in more risk or not. I saw people willfully going into the regions with broken structures to save people without any strong quirk, knowing that they might die while doing. By now I was standing right in front of Stain, while looking straight in his eyes. To me, Stain, a person holding their hand out for someone who needs help, is more than enough for me to consider them as a hero, because I was saved by those same heroes. Capítulo 51, Chapter 51, Aftermath. Media is having a field day with this shit, Mike commented as we looked at the news on TV, commenting about my identity and my past. Stain had fallen unconscious after my speech that day, and his last words, just before he clocked out, were, "Is that so?" After that, the ass at less who were recording the scene posted the entire thing on the internet, and almost everything about me was revealed to the public as well. Since my number and most of my information was almost non-existent in the internet and social media, they were not able to find out anything about me by too much. But the connection between me and Clara was easily discovered by them and was discussed in the social circles and then in the social media and internet as well. And my fans' associations were also on the roll right now. Since Stain had called most heroes are fake and me as one of the heroes who deserve the title, the fans' association were getting an influx of a lot of members as well. Some are showing fanatic signs, which are scaring me as well. There were also many medias at the beginning trying to belittle me and telling me that doing this at my age is irresponsible and whatnot. I think a part of All for One's minions were trying to discredit me in at least some way. But that was a really bad decision, with consequences that even I did not imagine will happen. The way I do work is I capture and knock out all the villains and criminals that I find and immediately get them to a police station. Plus, I also bring the victims I saved to them and to the hospital if needed as well. I thought that many of my work will not get recorded, but the fact is that the police made sure to record each and every one of mine without fail. Basically, right now my track record had risen and surpassed All Might's and Endeavor's in the case of the number of people saved. The only reason theirs are still greater now is the fact that I had rescued people included in normal situation in criminals, while they had taken many high-risk and serious situations compared to mine. So basically, when the media started to put slander on me, the police started to strike back hard with the information about my career, and a lot of people I had saved randomly had come forth as well to talk about everything. And the people who tried to slander me without any evidence and only baseless allegations. They were investigated, and what do you know? The things found was enough to put all their companies down, along with many of their sponsors who had shady deals in the society as well. So basically right now, I am looking at television gossiping about my life. Idiots saying I am fast in beds or something, making me want to go there and beat them up. But one idiot commended whether I can vibrate, and let's just say, Mike had to shut down the TV as even he felt it was too much. I can see Midnight blushing in the meeting room, and I don't want to go there. I am really happy with what I have right now. And I also got a call from Hawk. He and I were friends when he was in UA and I was staying here. He complained a lot that I never told him about being blood lightning, and I now have to meet him later as well. So that was in a way both effective as well as impulsive, Nezu commented while everyone looked at me. The work studies lasted a week, and today was the last day with tomorrow the start of the classes for students again. And UA staff had decided to start the meeting to discuss everything today, as the last few days were highly chaotic, that everyone had to work hard to mitigate many problems due to my revelations. So basically, we will have to deal with the headache created by the students tomorrow, right? Aizawa commented, and I can see his face scrunching more and more because of annoyance he has to deal with seeing that officially I was his assistant. Midoriya and Ida were also extremely surprised that day, but I made sure to escape from there before they asked me any questions. Now Nezu started talking. Inazuma-kun, I know for a fact that if you had not done what you did, the effect of Stain's speech would have been disastrous, so in a way we must thank you for that. But now we must face many problems due to the effect of you being a child in the underworld, where many had feared you before. You don't need to worry about that. No, you actually have nothing to worry about that, said Aizawa as he pinched the bridge of his nose due to stress. The fact that this guy was this much of a menace while being a kid and has not even passed puberty, where his quirk will grow the most, has made the underworld fearful of the monster you will turn into. So they are lying even lower than before, trying to make sure that they do not come under your radar. There has also been influx of criminals crossing the seas as well. I did not know whether to be happy or offer my condolences to others' countries because of this, but right now, I knew what I had to do. So shall we start making the plan? Everyone went serious at the statement, as they all knew about it. I had already made a plan to take care of spies and traitors in the heroes and many parts of society before all for one strikes, and we had already started to make a list as well, just waiting to make a plan. Things are going to get interesting. Capitulo 52, Chapter 52, The Plans. I knew about the revolution that Redistro was planning on bringing. He had brought talents that are pointed towards being useful in a revolution, and the only thing that he missed was the head of the revolution, which according to his standards is supposed to be a powerful figure who is regarded as someone untouchable by others. He also wanted that person to be strong and his conviction to be so strong that even when they are wrong, he won't stop. When Redistro saw Shigaraki defeating all of them and speaking out his conviction about destroying everything, thereby restarting the society in a way he wanted to, Redistro saw Shigaraki as the future of his revolution and put all of his resources out for him and joined his side in the final battle. But the chances of Redistro choosing another leader is very high as well. Before reincarnating, Inazuma had seen a trailer about an MHA movie starring a character who looked similar to All Might. He had died before he had seen that movie, but he knew that if the guy with All Might's face comes after All Might's skinny face is revealed, Redistro might choose him as well. So, Inazuma had decided to clean out as many of their members as he can before that war, which according to what he's seen, till now will happen even if he tries his best. He had already prepared for worst-case scenarios, in which entire cities will get destroyed, as he had asked Clara to invest on creating resorts in the coastal areas away from the landmass. These places are used as resorts all throughout the year, but if an emergency takes place, they can be converted into shelters for a large number of people. Right now, Aizawa started talking about the heroes who are colluding with Redistro. Inazuma remembered one of the members of their group who had a reddish hero costume, which was a bit funny as well. With his super speed, he was able to go through all the records of the heroes and was able to easily find his identity. He immediately gave the information about the person to Aizawa, who investigated it, and was able to find the traces of the organization that was hidden under the company of Redistro, which created custom items for people with quirks that modified their bodies. He was also able to find out that the same company is selling illegal support items in the black market for anyone willing to pay. From my investigations with cross-reference to Night Eyes, we were able to find many people connected to the hidden Redistro organization, and was able to find connections to many individuals' presence in other major organizations around the world, but most of it was concentrated in Japan. Aizawa said as the projector showed the statistics, and the information that Aizawa collected with Night Eye. Even though compared to the whole population of heroes, the statistics showed way less numbers, but the problem was there were many people among them with quirks that were difficult to handle, including a few who had quirks to control others. We must make effective plans to take them out all at once if possible, as taking them one by one will not be feasible. And the chances of them catching on while we start to capture their members is very high. Nezu gave his opinion, and everyone started pondering about it. Inazuma then put forward his idea. The crimes we can arrest these people for is colluding with the black market for arms dealing, and do them being connected to an organization using a book about revolution, as their Bible can be argued in court as the formation of a cult. Plus, the ideas of the books are not public-friendly, as they are extremely racist towards those without quirks. Even though the world has almost a few percentage of quirkless people, being racist towards them is something that angers those with quirks as well, especially those who know how much people with quirks were oppressed during the beginning of the quirks in the world. Inazuma points were taken into value as well. The other members also forget about the debacle of him revealing his identity and decided to focus on the most important matters. But it was actually them trying their best to not think about it now and to only think about it tomorrow when the class starts and the students returns from their work studies. All of them were already feeling the headache they are going to receive tomorrow. The meeting went without any hitch, with plans about the starting of the project to extend for some more time till they can acquire as much intelligence as possible, and to gather more evidences so that they will not be able to use the vast capital of their company to escape. The meeting ended and everyone got out of the room. As they were walking, Aizawa turned to Inazuma. "You're handling the class tomorrow," and without even giving a chance for him to speak out, turned and went away. For a moment, even with his highly enhanced senses, Inazuma was dumbfounded, as the thought of facing them tomorrow brought imaginary weight on his shoulders. At the time in the villain's hideout, a person who holds out their hand to help someone can be called as a hero, Tamura muttered as he drank the whiskey. But before finishing it, he got frustrated thinking about the words. Klack. He threw the glass and went inside his room and muttered. "There was never one for me," he said as he went inside. Kurogiri watched this as he began to clean the mess made by Shigaraki. Luckily, the other members had gone for other missions, so they were not able to see the emotional outburst shown by Tamura. "I should inform Master," Kurogiri said as he went to activate the phone, but at the last moment he stopped. Something deep inside him told him to stop and not to tell anyone about this. Kurogiri was not able to understand what it was, but he decided to go with the feeling that he got as he felt that it was the right option for Tamura. Capítulo 53, Chapter 53, Hectic Day. "Look, there he is, get him," shouted the girl, and everyone started running again. Inazuma had most of his life in the reincarnation easier because of his quirk, which allowed him to do almost everything. But he can say for sure that he has never been thankful of his quirk as much as he has been right now running away from crazy fans. Inazuma remembered today's morning. It started peacefully, and after dropping Clara in her company and Eri with Chiyo, he was calmly walking towards his office to get the required materials for the class he was going to take. The comprehensive test of students after their work studies. But right as he crossed a hallway, there was suddenly a girl in a corner who took out a walkie-talkie and started shouting "he's here" many times on repeat. For a moment, Inazuma did not understand anything and was frozen for a moment, but that only destroyed the precious seconds of head start he would have gotten. At first, he was only running from a small group of kids, but right now he was running from a large mob which was trying to corner him from all directions. He thought about phasing through them to run away, but he did not have any idea about the quirks these kids have. If one of them affects him and causes an accident while phasing, the results will be disastrous, so he will have to use his other skills to escape from the students. But now, seeing that he was almost been chased for half an hour, there is only one way. "What are you brats doing not in class? Do you think this is a carnival or something?" Aizawa's death stare with his glowing eyes and his demeanor of being a scary person is useful at times like these. His scarves were rising in the air due to reasons that I don't even know, added to the intimidation, made the students run back to the classes. Told you this will be a pain in the ass, Aizawa complained after saving me from the mass of deranged fans. After thanking Aizawa for his assists, I went towards the next class where All Might was testing the students' improvement by rescue training. "Oh, nice to see you reached here safely in Azuma-kun," All Might started talking with a happy smile on his face. As he was also in the receiving end of the fans at the beginning of the school year as well as his day-to-day life, he was highly understandable of my circumstance. But through his always smiling expression, I think he felt relieved that now a large part of them will be hunting me instead of him. At least until the hype about my reveal is over. I was watching the students undergoing the test from a distance right now. I used my perception to accurately judge the improvement of students, and I can say without a doubt they have improved in one way or the other. Some of them have improved in the ways of usage of their quirks, and some had improved in the case of their physical abilities without the influence of their quirk. Overall, I can say for sure that they had improved more than they did in canon, with each of them becoming even more stronger. I wonder what would happen if they faced the villains right now. The next thing that they are going to face is the Island trip, and after that the camp in which they will face the attack of the League of Villains. That's the next thing I am worried about. The fact is I can see that All Might does not have much time left for him to hold on to his title. Plus, the fact that he had mentioned the idea of me coming into the light seeing that, when it comes to a life-or-death battle, I can beat All Might easily. But the way I am right now, All Might will have no way of winning against me whatsoever. I had grown strong enough to beat him and only has concern when it comes to AFO. I still remember the time when I was powerless in stopping him when he attacked Chio and me as a child. I still have no idea how I had escaped then. Chio had told me that before he can take my powers, All Might had punched him away. But I don't think that is the case at all. Seeing that Chio's quirk had also strengthened after that problems increased my suspicion as well. Quirks have a habit of evolving, yes, but evolving at the age Chio was in is unlikely to happen. If you take it as her facing a life-or-death situation, in her career she had faced even more dangerous situations. My only guess is that Jason had a hand in it, and he might have helped seeing that it has only been some time since I had reincarnated into this world. The chances of him helping me further is low. As he had told me that there is a chance I will die if I don't do well, and seeing the overpowered quirk he had given me, if I don't do at least that much even with my meta-knowledge, it will be one of the stupidest thing ever. Plus, I still have the one-time help ticket from the senior in the fairy tale world. Compared to MHA world, the power level of fairy tale world is very high, and according to Jason, he had given Karna a system as well, so he will be very strong as well, and the chances of him easily taking care of the problem for which I will call him is very high as well. But the only problem is that I can only use this once, and after that I will be on my own. Inazuma-sensei, I have a question, Kirishima shouted, breaking me out of my thought. Well, right now, I should take it one step at a time, I muttered as I went to help the future heroes. Capítulo 54, Chapter 54, Quick Students POV. Midoriya POV. The thing in Midoriya's mind these days was the individual known as Enmato Inazuma. He still remembered the day in which he had met the boy that gave the hardest advice ever in his life. When he was just a quirkless boy, most people avoided him like a plague or bullied him and treated him as something they can crush, something they can blame any problems that happens to them to and release their frustrations on. And the other people who were few and cared for him always had a look of sadness and words telling him that they are sorry that he does not have a quirk. None of the people he had met had any other words for him as well. But that was until he met that boy one day. He was being regularly bullied in school by Bakugo, and the teacher, who was a quirkist, always turned a blind eye to it. Like always, Midoriya expected to get wounds, which he would have to explain to his mother that it was caused due to him falling down somewhere or the other. But that day he was saved. He was saved by a person who looked like he was only 1 or 2 years older than him. From him, he expected scorn after telling him that he was quirkless, and then he received a look of scorn as well. But this time, it was different, as this was not because he was quirkless, but because that person found out he was weak. When people break into your home to injure your mother, would you stand by and watch because you are quirkless? That sentence broke everything that he thought till now. Until that day, he had written down information about every quirk that he comes across and his ideas on how to train them as well. He had decided to start his training later, thinking that one day he might get a quirk, and then he can decide how to train. But Inazuma's words that day told him how much pathetic he was in thinking that way. He was always assuming that he was a late bloomer and one day he will get his quirk. His thoughts were so deep in this delusion that he never thought what would happen if he never got a quirk, and had wasted his later life waiting for it on his own. He then started training hard from the next day onwards, and never allowed anyone to bully him from then on. When Bakugo tried to use his quirk to bully him, he fought back for the first time and he stood up again and again, even when he was knocked back by the explosion and in the end he lost. He tried his best to stand up even when he couldn't. He saw it. Bakugo had fear in his eyes, something he never dreamed of seeing. Midoriya fainted after that and had woken up with his injuries bandaged. But from that day onwards, he was never bullied again, as everyone who watched that fight with Bakugo knew that he was not weak. This did not make him overconfident, but made him even more sure about the path that he had taken since taking the advice of that person that saved him that day. He trained for a whole year, became even more stronger. No, he became stronger than he ever thought he would become, and then he met his idol since his childhood, All Might. And he asked the same question that he had asked his mother, and the reply he got that day. You can't be a hero without a quirk. That made him sad for just a moment, but he broke out of it as he now knew that his efforts are what he should focus on for his goal to be a hero. And that day, he saved Bakugo and got one for all. He had thought about rejecting it, but that day, Inazuma came again and made him take the quirk and made him remember that he wanted to be a hero to save people. And now, he was moving towards the goal of becoming the greatest hero ever. Right now, Midoriya was watching TV about the speech between Stain and Inazuma. Midoriya was not an idiot, and he can think clearly and properly as well. He had gone into the internet and found out that many anonymous users had tried to post the speech said by Stain alone, but it was overshadowed by the news of Inazuma's reveal as blood lightning. He can see that someone had tried to use Stain to generate unrest among the people and reduce the trust that people have in heroes. If Inazuma had not done what he had did, exactly that would have happened, and the resulting problems to the society would have been tremendous. Inazuma might have known that and thought about using himself to stop that. Midoriya clenched his fists in frustration. He remembered being saved by Stain, and that had prompted him to give out that speech. And that in turn might have forced Inazuma to reveal his identity that he had been hiding from the world since he started saving people. All because I am still weak. The thought made him clench his fist harder, making small wounds that made blood flow from it. I could have not been caught by that, Namu, and should have taken it out on my own, and that would have stopped Stain from making that speech. He looked at the blood on his hands, and then relaxed his tense body and took a deep breath. Stain had told that I had the potential of being a hero that he had envisioned, thought Midoriya as he looked back into the fight. Inazuma-sensei had also believed in me. So, I can be someone who is the ideal image of the hero both of them thought about. He closed his eyes and thought about everything, and when he opened them, he decided what to do. I need to become stronger, even stronger than I planned before. Strong enough that no one has to pay for the mistakes made by me for being weak. He decided on his mission, and did not notice the sparks of One for All on his body, shining a bit brighter. Capítulo 55, Chapter 55, Quirk Students POV II. Katsuki Bakugo Pav. Ever since he can remember, Bakugo had a good life. He got whatever he had needed, and he had a lot of friends as well. During those times, he never had an image of himself or more like an awareness about where he fit in the puzzle known as society. But that changed on the day he got his quirk. The way the sparks began to blow out of his hands made him feel powerful, and after a few days when he managed to do his first explosion, he was livid and filled with energy. He believed that nothing can ever stop him. And then the people around him started to treat him differently. Things became even easier for him. Whatever he wanted, he got from others. Whatever wrong he did, was accepted by others and was not punished in any way by them either. That's when he began to accept the fact that he was greater than everyone else, and that he was the main character, and everyone else was either a stepping stone or an extra that he did not have to care about. When he learned that his friend Izuku had no quirk, it only strengthened his belief that he was the main character, and that's why Deku, who clearly was an extra, did not even have a quirk, while he had one which made everyone around him respect him. For some time, nothing was in his way in thinking that he was on top of the world. That is until that dreadful day he had come to the realization. Like every day, he had gone into the forest nearby with his friends. He had also taken Deku as well. That day, he had accidentally slipped and fell off a wooden bridge into a shallow stream below. He was covered in mud, but he was not hurt in any manner, and he brushed the concerns of his friends while smiling as well. But then Deku came near him. He came near him, asking whether he was hurt with a worried face, and for a moment that action stuck deep into Bakugo's mind. Deku, the clearly inferior person who was less than him in every manner, showed concern towards him. To him, who stood in the pinnacle of potential and talent. For the first time ever, Bakugo thought from the perspective of the other person. He began to think, if he was in Deku's position, would he have showed concern for another person? Would he have cared for anything other than himself? He then looked at the video of All Might, his idol and his target. He began to think who would be more suitable for that role. Until that day, he considered no one other than him as the person who will stand in the place of the no-one hero. But now he saw Deku on that spot. Deku, even without a quirk, made him think that he was inferior. And Bakugo did not want to accept that fact. From that day on, he began to do his best to be the best at everything. He learned cooking, studied and got first in class every time, sports, music, arts, etc. Everything that he came across, he made sure to excel at it. But every time he looked at Deku, he knew that even when he has everything, he missed the thing that he needed the most. He then began bullying Deku to make him lose the spirit that made him feel inferior towards him, but it did not work. No matter what he did, Deku always had his nose up on a book with information about heroes like he is going to become one day. Seeing that never giving up attitude angered Bakugo the most and made him be angry at everything. And before he knew it, that became his normal character. He was not even able to remember how he acted before he got this temper. This just led to further bullying of Deku until one day, a random guy knocked him out in one strike, and from what he remembered before getting knocked out, he did it casually like it was normal and easy for him to do so. After that day, he never saw that guy again, but Deku began to change from that day. He saw him training every day, and he seemed to be developing as well. His lanky and skinny look began to change, and his arms became more muscular as well. Seeing this irked Bakugo in a way that he cannot explain, so he decided to beat him up so bad that he never feels like improving will make him better again. So Bakugo brought him to the back of the school, and with his lackeys watching, decided to beat him up like always, but this time something changed from normal. Deku began to fight back. Bakugo never thought that something like this will happen, and he was shocked at the resistance Deku was showing. Seeing the resistance, Bakugo began to knock him back using his quirk. But every time Deku fell, he stood back throwing one punch after another again and again. Bakugo finally used an explosion directly wounding him enough that he was not able to get up. But even then, Deku did not stop. He kept on struggling and trying to get back up. Bakugo then saw Deku's eyes and found out that even with all those wounds and pain, Deku still has not given up. Again, for the second time, Bakugo realized that he was inferior to Deku in that aspect. He froze with fear and then saw Deku fainted due to his injuries. He then saw his scared lackeys taking Deku to the infirmary because of the burns and wounds, but Bakugo still was not able to move. He felt all his hard work, till now to be the best at everything has not even made him surpass Deku in the one thing he was always envious that Deku has it, and scared that he never had it. Pure heroic spirit. Capítulo 56, Chapter 56 Quick Students POV. Later on, Bakugo got saved by Deku from the attack of the slime villain. That time again, he was hit with the inferior feeling of being weak. He then chose to disregard everything about Deku and focus on UA entrance exam. And he got in at first place easily without any competition as well. But when he saw the list and found out that Deku was third, it shocked him again deeply. It made him angry and scared in a way as well. He thought after getting into UA, E will be free of Deku, but he was proven wrong. Later on, the fact that Deku had a quirk being revealed was also something that brought him even more shock. He did not know why Deku did it, why he hid his quirk all these years. Was he silently mocking him and everyone while hiding it? Thoughts came too fast for him to process that he did the only thing that he felt like doing. He lashed out and was about to attack Deku in their quirk assessment test. But something made him distracted enough that he immediately turned to what he found then. He first saw All Might, and then he saw the same guy that knocked him out before. He knew that Deku started changing after this man came that day. He knew all those sleepless nights he got were triggered by something done by that guy on the day he knocked him out. He did not even think about the fact that he was a teacher and attacked him just so he can vent the frustration he has been holding back for 2 years. But again, damn it, the same single strike. The last thing in Bakugo's mind as he fainted from the strike to his chin. Later on, Bakugo faced Deku in the match of villains versus heroes and taunted Deku to using his quirk to defeat him with his own. Since Deku has a quirk of his own, he can now use attacks that are excessively lethal to a normal person. So, he tried to battle him, but every time he came close, Deku managed to easily outsmart him at every move. Every time Bakugo came close, it was like the fight with the annoying teacher, as if he knew how he will attack and therefore will be able to easily counterattack as well and strike back very easily as well. The most frustrating thing was that Deku was not even using his quirk. The more time passed, the more frustrated Bakugo got, and finally he could not control himself, and he used the weapon modified by the tech department that collected his sweat for a single ultimate attack. He was warned that the resulting explosion will be deadly to people, so he was supposed to use it with caution. But at that moment, he was only thinking about making Deku use his all and beat him to stop everything that has been bothering him. Deku dodged and then later won the match while using his quirk to destroy 10 floors of the building, while taking Bakugo's explosion using his bare arm. Bakugo was shocked as he heard Deku say he can't use his quirk because of the lack of control he has over them. But that was not what was in Bakugo's mind. The only thing in his mind was imagining what would have happened if Deku had used that attack on him. He was not able to imagine any scenario where he can escape. He knew that Deku will only be able to use 1 or maybe 2 shots if he can stay awake after breaking one of his arm. But no matter what Bakugo imagined, he was not able to think of a way to escape. The move he used seemed to be filled with kinetic energy, and he seemed not to have no problem pointing it to a direction. The only thing that made Bakugo feel inferior to Deku until that day was his heroic spirit. But that day, he saw that he will lose even in the case of strength and quirk. Later, Deku said some things about his quirk, but that only made him angrier. Later in the sessions with Inazuma, the man that he hated the most currently. He tried to win by a battle then and there, but was not able to and was taken down easily. He then gave a lecture about not telling anything until I find the flaws I have. Pissed me off enough that I did not even want to hear about it. Then, late the attack on the USJ happened where he saw Blood Lightning taking down the villains as if they are nothing to him. All Might has been his greatest target as he considered him as the top of the hero board. But that day, he had to reaffirm his thinking. He had heard of Blood Lightning. Even though that person was never in the official hero board, he knew according to many reports that the person was strong. That day, he saw the Namu being easily taken down by that man in an instant. Bakugo knew that if the man wanted it, killing the Namu was even easier for him than what he did right now. He then saw All Might take care of that Namu, but at that moment, he realized that All Might not be the strongest hero out there. He still worshipped All Might as the greatest hero ever was, as he knew that even if Blood Lightning was stronger than All Might, he cannot be the symbol that All Might was as the topmost hero. But that day, he knew that he must become even stronger than Blood Lightning for him to reach his dream. Then came the first step towards that dream. The UA festival where he was supposed to come first and prove to many the equals that he was strongest in the class. But that day too, he was struck by some things that shocked him deeply. Capitulo 57, Chapter 57, Quick Students POV Final. Third, he reached in 3rd place. Officially, he was supposed to be in second place, considering the fact that the first place Inazuma was just there for that marathon alone and not the entire competition. But even then, the fact that he was third made him face a reality that he was not even strong as he had thought he was. The first person to reach the finish line was Inazuma, and he had reached that place without even using his quirk, which according to others is short-term teleportation, and he did it while carrying a child with him all the way until the finish line. His skills were not quirk-based and completely made out of his own physical body. Bakugo had watched the recorded videotape again and again, and he can say for sure that he will be able to those moves and skills he showed with practice. But doing that in a situation he can't anticipate and in ways that Inazuma had done. Bakugo knew he can't do that. Inazuma's reaction speed and the skills of acrobatics is something he can't do alone, forget the fact about carrying a baby along with it. He also lost to Deku, who was in second place, and as he remembered the minefield part of the marathon, after Inazuma made the explosion in front of the three of them, he only pushed Deku and left the other two, including him, to the shockwave alone. That meant Inazuma had considered only Deku as the threat among the three and made sure to push him back a bit more compared to the others. And even then, Deku had won second prize and was officially declared as first in the marathon. This pissed off Bakugo even more, and he decided to get back in the matches and to get the first place he had promised he would get. The second event happened, and he easily qualified by beating down the annoying copycat. But he did not feel completely fulfilled as he knew the guy had made a mistake in copying one of the quirks that had backfired on him. But he shook off everything he was thinking and got ready for the next round where he will prove that he is the strongest. He won. He got first place, exactly as he had said he would, but he did not shout out loud that he proved himself. He did not even shout out that he was the strongest. He only felt empty. Even when All Might came and congratulated him for his victory, other than a sarcastic comment that he spat out, he was not able to even look in the eyes of his idol and say he was strong. He knew that he was not the strongest in the matches. He remembered each one of them, and he can say for sure that most of them were as strong as him or close to it. He did not dominate them like he had planned, no. He had pushed them out of the stage, thereby disqualifying them and gaining the victory. Others may say that he won fair and square, but he knew deep down that winning fair and square is not what he had targeted, and his main aim was to beat them into submission completely. And in the last match, Todoroki had fainted due to exhaustion, and not his attack making that victory worthless. Even if the fact that he would have fainted a few minutes after due to the exhaustion of using his quirk at full power in the last few matches, he still did not feel that he had won it as Todoroki had not used most of his skills due to how drained he was. Whereas in the match with Deku, he had used moves that would have proved challenging for Bakugo, and he can say for sure that if Deku had not pushed Todoroki by this much, he would not have won. The most frustrating part of it was that all of them had improved. In many ways, they had surpassed him as well. He remembered how they had performed in the first hero versus villain match, and he can say for sure that they had improved leaps and bounds as well compared to how they had first performed. He knew the reason for their rise was the person who had told him that only if he talks about his flaws will he advise about how to improve. Bakugo knew that he had flaws and that he had bullied Deku all throughout the years as well. But even while standing in front of that man, he was not able to utter a single word. Something inside him denied him from speaking out the words that were in his throat. But then, that man gave advice on where to intern in the work studies, and since he had thought about going there, and the fact that he was the strongest among the list of people that had sent him invitations for work studies, he easily agreed. But his words about Genist helping him in a different manner somehow unnerved him a bit. The whole internship did not involve any training to improve his power, but he was forced to think about things that he did not want to before. He felt many things that he cannot describe and thoughts that did not allow him to sleep, because he was not able to find out the answers. But then something came on the news that shocked him deeply. Blood Lightning was in Mato Inazuma. The strongest hero he had ever seen was that close to him, and he did not even know about it. This would explain the way he had won the tournament. But he had watched every move he made in the match carefully, and he did not see a single spark in his movements, saying that he had not used his speed to win. When it comes to quirk, he had surpassed All Might in a way, and when it comes to skills without quirk, he had surpassed many pro heroes. And his track record was impeccable. Bakugo knew he had a lot of questions he needed answers to, and the next time he sees the guy, he will make sure to get it as well. Capítulo 58, Chapter 58, Day Before Island. I marked the time taken by each of the students in All Might's rescue run and was content with the way they finished it each time. Thankfully, this time, Deku made sure not to slip and fall like an idiot. I also checked the condition of Ida and found out that, unlike Kanon, Deku was able to reach there and save him before he had gotten any injuries on himself. Even then, his actions, which led to him being attacked by the hero killer and putting others at risk, had a deep impact on him as well. From what I heard from the teachers, while I was running away from the students, Ida had come to the teacher's lounge to find me so as to apologize for putting me in a situation like that. Plus, Ingenium had a lot of connections, and a few among the heroes we had called that day. He might have told his brother that the UA staff knew that he had gone to hunt the hero killer for revenge for his brother. Aizawa had a lot of colorful words to say to him for being that stupid and overconfident enough to think about taking out a villain who had taken down multiple heroes all on his own. Plus, the injured Ingenium had the same quirk as Ida while being stronger and more skillful in using it. The fact that Ingenium got badly hurt did not make him think that taking Stain down might have been a bit too much did not cross his head, made Aizawa a bit angrier as well. Well, right now, he seems to be reflecting on himself very well, as he seems to have opened up a bit towards others as well. Hey look! Inazuma-sensei. Ah well, here we go again. It took a few minutes to calm everyone down this time, and All Might went away seeing that he does not have that much time left to maintain his form. He had gone for a few dozen rescues in the morning before coming to class. Calm down, my identity reveal will not change anything that happens normally, so pipe down. If you want to ask questions, ask calmly. Those kids, I have to say, had a lot of questions that it took almost the entire period to answer all of them. But I knew I had to do it, and if not, in the future classes, they will keep on asking questions one by one, so it's better to finish it in one go right now. The questions ranged from when I started my hero work to what kind of powers I had. For my early start at hero work, I explained that I had completed my high school studies, so I was given the opportunity to work with the government for some time, and then given the freedom to do hero work. This would have them feel that my permission to do hero work earlier was fair, as the hero studies takes place when people who aspire to be heroes are in high school. My completion of it, as a child, helped a lot as a reason. We had made that as an excuse in case the media asks about it, but thankfully, my track record of completion with no mistakes made them have no reason to criticize my age, so we never had to cross the bridge. There were also questions about Eri, as in my speech with Stain I had told that I lost my entire family in the accident. I just mentioned that she was a family member of Recovery Girl, and she lives in UA with her sometimes, and sometimes with me as well. And it seems like there were not any difficult question. Although Yaoyorozu was a bit too curious about my hero life and personal life with Clara, which in turn brought a hell lot of questions from the girls' side in a rapid manner that the boys started giving me a pitying look. Ida looked like he wanted to stop them, but something made him rethink that action. Looks like his instincts worked very well in that case. Mina looked like an addict seeking a cigarette, and Yaoyorozu can't be said to be any better as well. Well, after that questionnaire, they went back, but Bakugo stayed. He had a silent expression on his face the entire time, so I expected something like that happening. It can be seen as an improvement, as normally he would have barged in to ask questions that he needed answers to and would not have thought about others in any way at all. He looked at me without blinking. You have something to ask, Bakugo. I want to know something. Sure, to get a girlfriend, first you need to have a calm mind and be empathetic. That's not what I want to know, Bakugo shouted in frustration, making that devil-like face, like always, thereby calming down the tense situation. I grinned at that, and he became angry at seeing my grin. But then he calmed down and asked the question. Who will win if you fight, All Might? He asked, looking extremely serious. I looked at Bakugo's eyes and saw that he was not looking for an answer but a confirmation. Looks like my fight with Namu that day might have done it. If both of us battle, chances of All Might winning are very high. Bakugo looked confused at the answer, but I was not finished. But if we are fighting to the death, I let out a bit of my intent made with years of taking down murderers and criminals who do unspeakable things. Bakugo shivered a bit and stiffened at the change in atmosphere. I will win, I said and stopped giving out my intent. Bakugo got a thoughtful expression at that and then turned around to go back. Do you feel like it was a waste to go to Genist? Bakugo stopped and without looking back answered. No. He then walked away. Looks like he will get his mind in order sooner than I thought. I looked at my watch to see the time. The next is the Island trip. Let's see if there are any surprises there. Capítulo 59, Chapter 59 Island. Look at the island, Iri-chan. We will reach there now, Clara said to Iri as she pointed outside the window. Whoa, that's shiny. Right now, Iri, Clara and I are on Clara's private jet going for this year's Island Expo. Since Clara also had a large share in the Island's construction and also had a hand in its investments, she was invited to it along with the option of adding additional family members as well. Her father was retired from the business world and was in an island in the Caribbean, so the only one she brought with her was Iri and me. All Might had asked me to come with him and Midoriya, but I had rejected him since I was going with Clara. I also made sure to check how many of the original cast will be coming and found that all of them will be there. Ida had whipped up a connection of his family by which he got tickets from a shop of a resident in Island, but in return, Ida had decided to work in their shop with the friends he was bringing with him, so Denki and Mainta was also there. Bakugo got in due to being first in the UA Sports Festival, and he brought Kirishima with him as a +1. Glad to see he still has a friend that he decided to bring. Yaoyorozu had also brought along the girls with her as well. So, overall, everyone was there in the Island just like in canon. Now the only thing left is for David Shield's mishap in trusting his assistant who double-crosses him, and he then subsequently gets double-crossed by the criminal he had hired who is actually working for All for One. That almost seems like Zetsu's plan in the Naruto verse or something. It's slightly complicated, and the chances of my existence changing many things are high as well. As I was thinking this, our plane landed on the island. Come on, let's go to the hotel to change and go around the island, Clara said as she picked up Iri, and I followed carrying all of our bags. But just as I stepped on the island, I dropped the bags in shock. Zzz. Lightning started to form a layer around me and made a sound. Clara turned around hearing the voice as well. Inazuma. Stay back, I don't know what's happening, I said as tried to understand what was happening. And as I did suddenly, my senses picked it up. It revealed to me why my quirk was acting like this. Another force is here, I said as the lightning died down. Seeing the lightning gone, Clara came towards me to check up on me. What was that, she asked, and I can see Iri was worried as well. Don't worry, I just got surprised because of a message on my phone, that's all, I said while trying to comfort Iri. I also gave a look to Clara, by which she understood that now we must not worry Iri. Really? Asked a worried Iri. Yeah, you know I am the strongest, right? Yep, she smiled knowing that I will be okay. At the same time, in another part of the island. Ouch, Midoriya pulled back his hand because of the shock he just felt. Oh, sorry about that. Seems like there was a static electricity then, Melissa said as she too had felt a little bit of the spark. It's all right, Deku said as he smiled. At the time, All Might. Did I sense it wrong just now? He thought as his instincts had told him something as the sparks in her hand was visible for a second. I should ask David about it. He was a bit silent after that time we sent the scans of Inazuma's quirk. Hope he had not done anything stupid, All Might remembered as he had been a bit worried about him. Inazuma had warned him a few years back that David might do something stupid after All Might revealed his condition to him. All Might had ignored it at first saying that he trusts David, but lately thinking back, All Might felt it was a mistake he didn't look into it more. Ah, well I will see him today, and will make sure that he is completely all right before going back. All Might decided, and started following his successor, who without even his own knowledge was making a strong connection with one of the smartest women in the future. What do you know, good-going young Midoriya? So, you are saying you sensed the presence of someone with the same power as you? Clara questioned. After reaching the hotel and getting in, Eri had gone to put her bag and get dressed for the entire day of fun in Island. Clara had used that chance to inquire in Azuma about what had happened a few minutes ago in the airport. Well, not exactly the same as mine. I explained, still a bit unsure about the feeling I got. What do you mean? Do you remember the time I managed to stop Eri's quirk? Clara's eyes widened at the realization. At the time when Eri had unknowingly used her quirk on me, the still force within the speed force inside me activated, and I was able to stop her quirk from affecting me. But after that, it had activated only at the times when Eri had lost control, and I was there to console her and calm her down. I still had not gained a sliver of control over the still force, and it was automatically activated every time. You mean to say someone can control time in this island? Clara asked, a bit fearful. Not specifically. I was only able to detect that it was a power similar to those, but the chances of it being an entirely different kind of energy is very high, I explained. Do you know how it came to be? Is it a quirk? I don't think it's a quirk. If my guess is right, we will be able to get an explanation later. For now, let's make sure Eri enjoys her day, I said as I heard Eri coming after getting dressed up. All right, Clara agreed as she went to pick Eri up. I guess that David must have done something with the readings of my quirk Nezu had sent to him, but it seems like it is going to be even more complicated than I thought. Capítulo 60, Chapter 60, Island 2. For now, I decided to keep all the problems with the other force out of my mind. I am pretty sure that Jason had not sent another reincarnation, as he had told me that he does not want to overcomplicate things by adding another into the mix. There is a chance that there was a similar quirk to the force in the original story and was not revealed because of being not that important. With Jason's character, from what he found out when he met him, if he had done this, he would have told it to his face and told him to prepare for this. Randomly appearing like this does not seem to be his style. I want to go on that one first, Eri said, while pointing to a roller coaster ride. All right, let's go, Clara said while smiling. Keep up, Inazuma, or you will be left out. Inazuma broke out of his thoughts and went after them. Even if there was a person with another force on the island, he was not able to detect their presence after the first time he had landed, so it's better for him to focus on Eri for now. All three of them had a fun time that day. They went to many different rides and watched many places of the Island. Inazuma saw Deku during these walks and decided to steer clear of him. He knew that if they meet, the chances of the other students coming to meet them and interrupting their plans is very high. Still, Inazuma made sure to keep an eye on them. He was also in the audience when the students battled the robots as well. It was fun to watch them argue like that in front of all that people. Eri was laughing, saying they were funny, and Clara was trying her best to not laugh out loud. After that, all three of them came back to their suite and had dinner. Eri was really tired with all the excitement and fun she had in the day that she fell asleep almost immediately. Inazuma and Clara decided to get prepared for the party in the evening. Hey, will anyone in the party recognize me? Inazuma asked. Truth is, you are even more famous than I am. Earlier, the problem was them approaching you to gain connection to me, but right now many will approach me to gain connection to you. Both of them sighed at that. They always found things like that really annoying. Even today morning, while they were having fun, each time they were almost recognized, but Inazuma was quick in escaping using his quirk at the opportune time as well. Well, let's go and have some fun. Parties like this is going to be boring, you know. Clara was a bit uninterested in the party entirely. Well, something tells me it's going to be interesting, Inazuma muttered with a smile. By the same time Inazuma had come to the island, All Might had managed to introduce Midoriya to the current greatest inventor David Shield, as well as his daughter, who has the potential to be an inventor surpassing David as well. After making sure that both the kids are acquainted, he had joined David for the checkups in his lab, as David's instruments are able to get an even more accurate reading than any kind of hospital in the world. After the checkups, David's face was filled with a deep frown. All Might, the damage is even more than I thought it would be. Actually, the degradation of your quirk had taken a large leap compared to the readings that were sent to me before. This is extremely serious. All Might just waved it off, as he knew the leap in degradation was due to him passing on his quirk to young Midoriya. His quirk was gone, so his power is limited in quantity, so sooner or later he will lose that too. He had decided to come to David to find out whether there was a method to increase the energy left in his body, at least until Midoriya is as strong as he was in his prime. It's all right, David. I knew about it even before I came here. My time is limited, so I will be trying my best in the little time I have left to save as many people as I can, along with making sure that the next generation is strong enough to handle the future as well, All Might said as he laughed out loud. David was only able to give a helpless smile in return. Then All Might's expression changed from the laughing look that he always had to a slightly serious gaze. David, did you do something with the readings of young Inazuma we sent to you all those years ago? You replied that you had found something, and then you went completely silent about it. Did you do something? All Might's sudden question shocked David slightly, but he quickly recovered. I had done a few experiments with it, and had an accident due to an explosion. But don't worry, everything is handled. David said with a smile, as he had no idea about the effects the explosion had left on Melissa. All Might, misunderstanding that he had taken care of the problem, also decided to drop the subject, as he saw David's face become a little bit sad when he mentioned the explosion. Well, I only asked because I was worried. But if you are saying that there are no problems, then I don't have any problems either. Let's meet in the party later tonight. All right. As he was going back, All Might turned around one more time. And about my powers, don't worry about it, David. I am a thing of the past. We should focus on the new heroes who will surpass us old bags of bones, All Might said while laughing. David smiled at that, but after All Might left, his expression changed. You have no idea the importance you have in this world, All Might. He then thought about the plan he had prepared today. I will make sure that you get your strength back. Capítulo 61, Chapter 61, Island 3. We reached the party and was mingling with the people that we barely knew. It seems like it was revealed somehow that both Clara and I was sighted in the island, so there were many who wanted to talk to me. It was then I realized that just like how Clara was famous across the world because of Adashino Industries, I was also famous outside as one of the strongest heroes as well. It seems like All Might had revealed in one of his interviews that I was faster than him, so that too gained the attention of a lot of people. He and Clara had gotten separated almost immediately as they entered the venue, as Clara was crowded by people of the industrial sector, while I was crowded by the media as well as a few fans and a few foreign diplomats who were trying to coax a deal from me to go to their countries. All of these were getting very stressful when finally, as an angel at tough times, All Might came to the venue, taking the attention of everyone with his signature line. I'm here. It was like an avalanche. People were moving towards him in a hurry that Clara and I got some time to take a breath. That was heavy, I muttered while having a drink, non-alcoholic of course. Both of us were not legal drinking age, and in parties like this filled with media, it's better not to take any chances. Well, at least I am used to this. You, on the other hand, looked like you want to beat the crap out of them. Luckily, they can't read your expressions like I do. Clara replied with a smile. We made a good choice not to bring Eri, didn't we? Yeah, those media looked like they were trying to find something gossip-worthy as well. Thankfully, unlike you, I took up the classes to effectively manage media. Clara grinned while mocking me slightly. Hey, I never thought I will come to the limelight. I was planning on being hidden for my entire hero career, I argued, but was immediately shut up with another argument. What about being engaged to me? That does count as a reason, right? I sighed in defeat while she giggled. Don't worry, I will teach you how to do it. It will be just like old times. I got a shiver in my spine thinking about those. It had started out as innocent with calling her princess or something similar, but she had gotten a lot more intense as time passed. Please go easy on me, I begged. Well, I'll try, but no promises, she said while giving a grin that promised torment for the future. And just as our mood was slightly risen up. Crash. People dressed in black came crashing down through the windows with guns. I immediately rushed to make sure that the glasses did not hit anyone, and just as I was about to take everyone down, one of the people pressed the gun to a person's temple and was panting. I stopped as I noticed that the guy had a speed-type quirk, which takes up a lot of stamina. I may be able to take him down, but to take him down without harming the hostage requires a bit more acceleration, and I am pretty sure I won't have the opportunity with that guy. He was not as fast as I am, but he will be fast enough to pull the trigger if he sees me move. All might, blood lightning, stop right there. If you move, the hostages will be taken down, the biggest guy in the mask declared, essentially making both of us unable to do anything. I can see the sweat falling down All Might's face and the nerves popping out. The guy was pissed. Then the guy turned towards me. The guy then came near me and put a heavy bracelet on my arm with a countdown on it. The bomb is made so as to explode when the timer hits 0, and the explosion range is big enough to cover a few buildings, he said as the timer of 2 hours started to fall quicker than normal. Plus, if you don't maintain a higher level of acceleration, the timer will reach 0 even quicker. And if it gets removed from your body, it will explode. The boss said to say best of luck, the guy said while laughing a bit at the end. Damn it, Inazuma muttered as he accelerated towards a table and threw it against a window to make a way for him to get out, as the already broken windows were in the higher level than the floor. He then made a disgruntled expression while running while All Might and Clara worried. But Inazuma had used his accelerated thinking before doing anything. The breaking of the glass window can be done by his body without any problem, but what he actually wanted was the table to remove the bomb. With the weight he was feeling with the bracelet on his arm, he knew what the guy threatened was true, and the range of the bomb is really high. He ran down, caught the table before it fell down, and began running outside the island and began running on the ocean with it. He can see that the timer did not slow down. It seems like the boss of Wolfram wanted me to die. All for one is not bad, Inazuma thought. If he had created a bracelet like this, chances are he had created even more riskier machines and collected quirks to take me down. The only reason the bomb had not exploded then, and there in the building, was because he had in need of the machine with quirk enhancement. Inazuma then threw the table. He then ran forward as fast as possible and took a U-turn while increasing his perception as much as he can as he watched the table he threw before fall towards the sea. With the amount of time he only got one opportunity to do this. Capítulo 62, Chapter 62, Island 4. Just as Inazuma was taking care of the bomb fitted on him, things in the tower were also going on full swing. Bakugo and Kirishima were stuck in another part of the building due to the lockdown initiated by the villains on the whole tower. While everyone else, including Deku and Melissa, were just learning about what was happening right now and taking care of things as they can. Melissa had hacked into the cameras and were watching what was happening with others. Oh my god, is he gonna be alright? Denki panicked. Don't worry, if anyone can survive this safely, it's him, Midoriya replied calmly. His experiences and decision to improve himself had made him much calmer in dealing with tense situations. The entire island is on lockdown right now. To expect help from outside is futile, as the security system is now pointed their directive towards containing the threat rather than deal with it. Melissa said her concerns out loud, but the system is not supposed to do that since that can cause a lot of causalities, so my guess is that they might have hacked into the system. But isn't the system of Island said to be the best system around the world? Todoroki gave his input as his father had forced him to learn every important information around the world when he was being trained for being a hero. Melissa's face had a frown. Yes, Daddy told me that the only way someone can create problems to the system is from the inside, and it can't be done by others in any way. As she said this, she clenched her fist in frustration. Achako put her hand on Melissa's shoulder to console her, while the others at the time had different expressions, as without even saying anything, they knew what that means. It meant that there was a traitor among the people working in Island staff, and that person is someone close to David's shield and is behind the hostage situation done by terrorists right now. We can't stop right now, since All Might is unable to do anything because of the hostages. it falls on to us to deal with the current situation. But Midoriya were students. Doing something like that is illegal, and we must not break rules as students. Ida was skeptical about taking this route. But we are not actually fighting. All Might is unable to act only because they are in a hostage situation, along with the fact that the villains are in control of the defense system. If we manage to take them out without actually getting into battle, we will not be breaking the rules. Midoriya gave his idea. All right, fine, but we are not to act upon our instincts to fight anyone, Ida said. But what if we come in contact with the hostile forces? Todoroki asked the most realistic and important question of the situation. And Melissa gave the answer. You don't need to worry about that. We are in Island right now. We follow an entirely different set of rules. Even if you are not pro-heroes, the situation is serious enough that you will not fall into any trouble for using your quirk to mitigate the situation. This changed the mood that everyone had, and they began to plan their next steps with Melissa's knowledge of the entire tower structure. They decided upon a plan, and as they were about to move forward by switching into two teams, with one going straight to the office of David Shield with the other to the hostages area. The teams will split at the floor with the hostages. The team going to the office will shut down the security system, while the other team will try their best to take down the confused criminals from keeping the people as hostages. BOMMs. The sudden sound shocked them, and from a distance, they saw a large explosion with water falling towards every direction. They were shocked as they realized what had caused the explosion and who was trapped by it. Is he mine to began to say, but Todoroki spoke up. We do what we have to do and hope that he comes back. We have no time to waste thinking about stuff that we cannot do anything about. Others looked at each other and nodded and then started up on their plan to use the stairs to climb on the top part of the building, each with the aim to save everyone that they can. At the top of the building, everyone watched the explosion go off with a shocked expression. Clara seemed to have a pale face as she saw the explosion spread across a large distance. She used her quirk to increase her eyesight, but she did not see even a single spark. All Might felt like punching something with the anger he was feeling, but he was not even able to move because of the people kept as hostage around him. You bastards, that explosion would have taken out a couple of buildings in the least, he growled out. Yes, and that is exactly why my boss had designed it like that. It should be powerful enough to kill the fastest man on the world, right? So we had to do our best, Wolfram said with a laugh in the end. Now, come on, doctor, time is precious, you know. He and his cronies picked up David and his assistant to speed up their plan. Even at this time, Clara was still using her quirk while frantically looking at every inch of water, but because of the vapor, most part of the sea was not visible. This at the time gave a bit of hope for her, as she prayed that he was alive and inside the fog. All Might was able to see what Clara was doing and felt frustrated about his condition right now. And as he was thinking this, he heard a voice. All Might Sensei, can you hear me? At the time, a person was floating in the ocean, with some distance away from the explosion waiting to wake up to take the ones responsible for his condition down. Capítulo 63, Chapter 63, Island 5. Whoa, Inazuma woke up and found out that he was floating. How the hell am I floating, he thought, and suddenly he found out that his body was filled with sparks, but they seemed to be under the skin. He looked around and at himself. Yup, still floating, he said, not even understanding what was happening. Could it be? Inazuma remembered what had happened with the bomb. He had phased through the table, but it seems like the bomb was made for fast activation, and he was not as fast enough to outrun its range, plus the fact that its range had been more than what he had imagined had also played a part in it. He was able to see the explosion come towards him, so in the last moment, he had pushed his limits and put more speed force than he can handle throughout his body and had braced for impact. He checked everything and found out his clothes are in taters right now. His upper body clothes look like a few pieces of ropes, his pants look like a 3/4 on one side and a shorts on another. But surprisingly, his shoes and socks are intact without any problem. He needs to contact that company and see whether they have any other items as well. But for now, it looks like he had unlocked Speed Force armor of some kind. He had seen in the series where Barry Allen had gone inside a supposed black hole and brought back a jacket of his daughter who had died. The first thing that he had felt when he had seen that was to delete the entire series, because the same Flash who can handle the force of a black hole gets knocked down by simple villains and a simple ice floor. But for now, focusing back on what he currently has is an armor, and it is an active type of armor that activates with thought. Right now, it was holding him from drowning, or more like it displaces him from other surfaces. Luckily, air was not one of them, and he can breathe. But looking back right now, he is not touching the water, so when the armor is activated, anything other than air will not touch him, but chances are strong enough forces will pass through the armor and strike him down easily. The armor seemed to have protected him from the explosion as well, so it is durable enough that it will require really strong attacks to harm him. He tried to stand up, and it seems like he can. It seems like there is a bit of friction as well. So, this is really good. Inazuma knew that almost every speedster has a type of time power that is unique to them. These powers can be mastered by others with training really hard, but it will be hard to reach the same mastery of the ones who awakened it normally. Nora Allen had reversing of time, and Wally West of the series had speed clones that do not stay back after its use. He now unlocked an armor, and it seems like it's time for its use. He had no idea how much time had passed, but from a distance, he can see some kind of explosion happening, so the chances are that the final battle had already started. He could go to hotel and take his suit, but the chances are the security system has placed all the buildings in lockdown, so getting in would be tricky and time-consuming. Well, at least it covers the most important parts, he said as he rushed towards the center of the island. Seems like my speed and power had increased drastically. Inazuma grinned noticing this, and was able to easily increase his speed to levels that he had a hard time reaching before. By that time, everything had happened just like in canon, with a few modifications due to Inazuma's influence. All Might had gotten freed and was now in front of Wolfram ready to take him on. Melissa and Deku had reached the top, while the others were holding back the villains who were infiltrating along with the robots of the security system. They had learned the villain's objective, as well as the plan by David, who had gotten ultimately betrayed by his assistant, who had gotten killed. But there were extreme changes as well. David had given up on the Speed Force technology last time because of the accident caused by its explosion. He had recreated the machine this time and had planned to take it along with the quirk enhancement machine as well. The Speed Force machine was smaller this time, aimed at giving the power straight to the person wearing it. Normally, it might be harmful for the person who uses it, as the energy user's body will get highly damaged. But David had recreated the machine with All Might in his mind, so All Might with the quirk booster will get enough power to safely handle the energy of the Speed Force passing through him. But it seems like the villain also knew about the machine and was now about to activate it. The most important change was right now resting his head on Melissa's lap, waiting for his death, while Melissa watched it with tear-stricken face. All Might was stronger than in canon, along with Midoriya, so Wolfram had to take drastic measures, because of which David's shield, who was supposed to get a flesh wound, had gotten a life-threatening wound that was taking his life. All Might and Izuku knew about this, but they also knew that taking him away from here would be stopped by Wolfram, who was hell-bent on killing all of them, and the wounds he had was something that would require a really strong quirk to heal as well. Well, All Might, no matter what, I am going to take down everyone in the island. If it's the last thing I do, Wolfram shouted while attaching the quirk enhancer and Speed Force machine to his body. At the time, Clara was still searching for the person who was lost in the sea frantically, without giving up. And then, she saw the blood-red spark that had brought hope to many throughout the years. Come back fast, you idiot. Capítulo 64, Chapter 64, I Island VI. Inazuma ran as fast as he can towards the central building. His speed was off the charts. He would have gladly tried to see what else he could do right now, but he can't waste time, so he hurriedly ran up the wall of the building and came to the floor of the party and saw Clara looking straight at him. He quickly kissed her. I'll be back, I just have to kick a pest into oblivion. All right, but you're making up for making me worried, all right, Clara replied. Inazuma was able to see that she was worried about him because of the explosion caused by the bomb. He just kissed her again to reassure her and began running towards the roof where the fight was happening. He ran to the roof and came near Shield and Melissa, while All Might and Deku were knocking away the metal pieces thrown by Wolfram. Inazuma was able to see that Wolfram was only able to control metals surrounding him in a certain radius, and the rest of his attacks are created by throwing said metal pieces from the area he can control. Inazuma-kun, glad to see you are safe, All Might shouted while punching out pieces of metal being thrown at them, while Deku was only able to slightly nod because of the stress he was feeling in the fight. Then he looked at Shield's wounds and winced. He knew the only chance he has is under the treatment of Recovery Girl or any quirk that has similar potency in healing. But the chances of them finding something like that is close to null, and seeing the expression of both father and daughter, they knew about it too. I'm sorry, Melissa, all of this is my fault, David gasped out in pain. Dad, please don't talk, Melissa said while crying. David then turned to Inazuma. I'm sorry for the things I did, especially to you. What do you mean? Inazuma asked confused. When all those years ago, Nezu sent me the readings about your quirk, instead of helping you know more about your quirk, I used the readings to control that power for my own use. And now it fell into the wrong hands, David said, which made Inazuma turn around and realize why Wolfram was not taken down till now by All Might and Deku. It was slow, but there is an increase in the number of attacks thrown by Wolfram, and the lighting surrounding his attacks does not seem to be comprised of electrical lines alone. Inazuma cursed it in his mind. Damn it, things got even more complicated than before, but first things first, he decided to bring both David and Melissa to a safer place and then take care of Wolfram. But just as he touched Melissa's shoulder, ZZZZZP. ZZZ. Lightning started flowing from Inazuma to Melissa in enormous amounts. All the people, including All Might, Deku, and the other kids, who were opening the door to the roof, stood in shock at the spectacle that was happening. The lighting was blood red at first, but then began to change into golden yellow almost instantly. While others were surprised at the color change, Inazuma's thoughts were moving at a rapid pace while taking in everything that was happening here. So, this was what caused my quirk to react when I reached the island. David told me that he experimented with the info Nezu had sent him, but it looks like it might have given rise to another speedster. Then he noticed something that shocked him deeply. He's healing. David's wounds were currently being healed at a very fast pace. Inazuma was shocked at this at first, but then came to a conclusion. Either Melissa unlocked her specific Speed Force-related power, or whatever David did might have created another form of force, and it looks like it energizes others in contact with it. I can feel my powers increasing as well, though it seems like it is temporary. Inazuma came to his conclusion. But he was not the only one who had gotten stronger by then. At the time when Melissa's powers got activated, everyone got distracted enough that Wolfram was able to use the time to unlock the Speed Force-specific component of the device, thereby making the energy flow through him, making him a denizen of the Speed Force users. This power, yes, this is it. Now nothing will ever stop me now, Wolfram screamed out loud in ecstasy. He felt like he was stronger than All Might, stronger than even his boss All-For-One, for a total of 5 seconds. What the hell is happening to me? Wolfram started screaming as he felt the energy in his body increasing to levels he can't control. The people watching this from the building were also able to see that something was wrong. I guess he can't handle it, David said out loud, making everyone focus on him, and they found out that he had almost healed with the energy being given out by Melissa right now. David, what the hell is happening to him? All Might asked, seeing that David's condition was becoming better. I made the quirk enhancer along with the Speed Force machine and combined it together with you in my mind, All Might. The computations were done with the planning of you with your quirk enhanced using the Speed Force machine. If it had gone as planned, the quirk enhancer would have increased your depleting quirk to 200% your maximum that you were able to use before, and by then your body would have been able to handle the enormous energy from the Speed Force. But Wolfram's enhancement of his quirk had no effect on his body, so the energy of the Speed Force is overflowing from him, and soon will lead to an explosion that will take him as well as half the island as well. We need to stop it quickly then, Deku said as all watched the amount of energy emitted by Wolfram. That's where the problem is, David said in a tone as if giving up. The amount of energy has increased by a level that whatever we do, Wolfram will explode and take us all with him. Capítulo 65, Chapter 65, Island Final. Inazuma looked at the explosion that was about to happen and knew what he had to do to stop it. The extra time Speed Force gave him also allowed him to find an answer quickly. Push it away. No, there's chance it will explode in the movement. Cyclone containment. No, it won't be strong enough. Siphoning the energy since it is Speed Force. Never done it before, not enough time to try it, and the Speed Force looks too chaotic to control, and the chances of it exploding during it is very high. Phasing. Not enough power. And then it hit him. He looked towards Melissa healing David. He looks more than enough healed to survive for a few hours. Plus Melissa's power is kind of like a booster to others, so she will be able to provide me with enough power to phase the explosion entirely. He looked at the explosion. Flash once phased an entire nuclear explosion, but that shit's riskier than anything. That theory is complete bullshit. The best thing I can do is phase Wolfram into another dimension before he explodes. If the explosion happens then, it won't matter if I phase him or not, and everyone would die. But the only problem left is the other dimension. According to Jason, his main universe is required for the formation of the basic physics laws to form, so there are no parallel universes forming due to the probability of another choice deviating from the choice made in this universe. So the only other places I will be is either the fairy tale world, or the currently forming universe, or the most likely answer. Into the void of nothingness. Jason had told me that he would not interfere with the lives of the people he had reincarnated, so as to give them a sense of responsibility and freedom. So, the chances of him not acting at all when I die is high. Inazuma thought about everything for a few moments. He thought about the people currently around him who he wished to save. He thought about Clara downstairs, the girl he ever loved deeply in both his lives. He thought about the students of his trapped in the building and the island, and he also thought about Eri, who was sleeping peacefully right now, waiting to wake up tomorrow morning so that she can finally have fun without the looming fear of the bastard that tortured her before. He knew in a moment what choice to make. Melissa used that power on me. All right, Melissa was startled for a moment, but with her intellect, she knew that Inazuma must have wanted a boost in his powers to do something about the current predicament. She was also able to see that her father was stabilized, so she was able to concentrate on giving Inazuma her power. Her body began to form golden sparks, which she pushed on Inazuma with the help of her mind. This is the best I can do, Melissa said, as she started to breath hard because of exhaustion. The awakening of her powers, along with the back-to-back usage of it 2 times, had taken a toll on her stamina and had exhausted her deeply. But she had pushed as much as she can to Inazuma at the moment. Thank you, Inazuma said, as he looked at his body generating blood-red lightning, even without him moving to create any friction or energy. The energy is moving easily throughout my body without any problems. It also combined with the Speed Force energy I already had and enhanced it to a level more than 10 times compared to what I had before. Plus, the energy is also making sure that my body is not overloaded by the increase in the energy that I can handle. Inazuma then turned to Deku and All Might. Please tell Clara that I'm sorry for breaking my promise. Inazuma-kun, what are you? All Might, feeling that something was wrong, was about to interrupt, but Inazuma did not give him that chance. And tell Eri that she should live a good life without any fear, he said as he started running towards Wolfram. He focused on the extremely large amount of energy that was currently flowing through his body. Inazuma's control had also increased drastically due to Melissa's energy. He made the lightning generated throughout his entire body to focus on the angles of his feet. At the moment he came to the ledge of the building and put out his left foot, he made the energy flow to heal within an instant. All that energy concentrated and expelled within a second, created a solid foothold in the air for just a second and disappeared. But for the denizens able to wield the power of the Speed Force, that was more than enough time. He pushed himself using the foothold and then made another with his other leg and used it as a foothold as well. He then began to use it continuously and achieved the ability to run in the air. Within an instant, he reached Wolfram. "Let's go someplace else, shall we?" he said, as he used the entire energy in his body and started vibrating at a level he never thought about before. The energy of the Speed Force spread towards Wolfram and made him vibrate as well. For the spectators who were watching the fight, they were only able to see a flash of blood lightning moving through the air and latching on to Wolfram. The next thing they knew, blood lighting, and the villain that was about to explode vibrated at a frequency that created a large amount of noise, and then disappeared completely. For a moment, people watching what was happening was not able to form a coherent thought. The explosion that they were waiting for, which was supposed to kill them, disappeared completely, along with the hero who disappeared with it. And motto in Azuma, blood lightning disappeared from the world that day. Capítulo 66, Chapter 66 Universe. In the outer space of the universes. "Okay, the kid did good, I guess," Jason said after seeing everything that happened. By analysis, Inazuma had done more than what was expected of him. Since the changes in the timeline were completely random compared to Karna's, where the system was provided with the information of the failed universe and a fate calculator that calculated the impact of Karna's existence in the world and made the missions corresponding to it. Minerva replied from the side. "Well, I never expected to see what would happen if someone managed to get outside the space of their universe," Jason said as he saw two frozen figures in front of him. The gap between the dimensions is not empty space, similar to how empty space in universes work, but it is truly devoid of anything including laws of time. Inazuma and Wolfram, along with the Speed Force energy, are part of laws of time, and without it their existence will not matter or run its course. That is what we are seeing in front of us. They are both frozen completely. As if someone stopped the time for them, they are neither alive nor dead, and unless someone pushes them into a universe where time exists or a universe that can support sentient existence, they will remain like that forever. In a way, they actually acquired immortality that surpasses even me, right? Yes, sir, they did. Has there been any being who has traveled outside the universe created by beings like me? Jason asked, a bit curious. Unlike fiction, where the beings inside the universe manage to surpass it, no matter the level of technology or magical level, no being created by you or any other outer beings will be able to surpass any of you. A single thought is more than enough for you to destroy or recreate them. No matter how much backup clones or something similar they make, Minerva, with her omniscience, replied with certainty. Well, I won't mind putting Inazuma back in his universe and making sure that Wolfram explodes somewhere in the Pacific where he does not harm anyone, and the energy goes back into their universe. But doing it just like that does not seem right. What do you mean? Well, the autonomy I gave the reincarnators includes a non-interference policy of mine when it comes to life-threatening dangers. If it comes to that, whether they live or die is their own responsibly. I might make sure their heaven is a bit more comfortable, but other than that, no chance. So, what do you suggest we do? Let's give the kid a trial of sorts, and him returning to his dimension and displacing Wolfram will be the reward if he finishes it well, Jason said, as a grin started forming on his face. His look towards the sky and saw the universe of his that was being created, the fairy tale universe, and lastly the My Hero Academia universe. He looked at the My Hero Academia universe and raised his hands towards and created a separating motion. Suddenly the universe started convulsing upon itself, and suddenly, as if finally releasing a rubber band that was pulled to both sides, it returned to its original shape. But this time had an adjacent universe that looked similar, as if someone had done a copy-paste to an original picture. Jason grinned as he saw his handiwork. Now there is a universe where Karna existed, and a universe where he did not, and had gone exactly like in canon. And what is your plan in creating another universe like this? Minerva asked from the side. Inazuma will be sent to the final war against All for One and Tamura in the universe that follows canon. His mission will be to take care of the war and reduce its casualties, and most important of them all, he must make sure that One for All does not get destroyed. Jason finished with a smile. Not bad, this can be considered as a trial that is enough to earn a small favor like this, Minerva commented. All right, off we go, Jason said, as Inazuma was pushed towards the new universe. At the new universe. May, what are you building right now? The fight is going to start in a week. We can't change our plan now, Power Loader commended as he saw May building a large structure. Well, this is my new baby, May shouted in caffeine-fueled excitement and sleep deprivation. This is the universal gate opener, and it will open a gate outside the universe for us. If we push all for one in it and close it, then bye-bye. Power Loader started getting migraines, hearing what she was saying. Do you understand the words coming out of your mouth, Mei? Come down this instant. Power Loader was going to scold her, but seeing the smoke rising from the gigantic machine, he started shouting and used his mechanical arms to pull May down and cover both of them. BOOM. The explosion was sudden and damaged a lot of things in the lab. Luckily, all completed and important projects were kept away from May's experimental site since accidents are a norm for them. And if something beaks, it will push the schedule back by many days, a time they did not have. Mei, this is why I always tell you to not do crazy things like this. Power Loader started scolding May, but her attention was elsewhere. With her quirk, she was able to see through the smoke and saw that someone was walking towards them. Power Loader, seeing May looking behind him, turned around and froze. The smoke had reduced more than enough for him to see. A teenager walked towards them. He had no upper body clothes. His pants were tattered but enough to be considered as shorts. His entire body was emitting smoke as if he were in the center of the explosion. Smack! And he fell down, losing consciousness. This just got a whole lot more complicated, Power Loader sighed. Capítulo 67, Chapter 67 Uehai. What have you found out? Nezu asked Inspector Naomasa as he looked through the window towards the person on the bed. The fingerprints and DNA matched the deceased Enmato Inazuma of several years ago. That combined with the identity certificates, we managed to find in the memory card of the broken phone and circumstances in which he had appeared can only mean one thing. Naomasa stopped, as he knew that Nezu, with his intellect, must have already reached the same conclusion earlier, and was just waiting for the reports to see whether it was true or not. Nezu slowly took out the now-repaired phone with which Inazuma had come to this world. He switched open the gallery and swiped through a few pictures. Clara Adeshino, he muttered, remembering his old friend, who had committed suicide, as he was unable to handle the grief of losing both his wife and daughter. He later found out that he was a victim of manipulation, which had led to him to ending his life, but by the time Nezu had found out, it was too late. He swiped till he reached the picture of Inazuma, Clara, and a very young Yuri with the other faculty of UA in the background. A single life can save a lot of people, Nezu muttered a bit sadly. Inazuma's phone had much information stored in it, like his adoption papers and his hero license. Though Nezu had not believed it at first, the subsequent images from the gallery and the police investigation, which revealed the deaths of Inazuma several years ago, has proved everything to him. How is he? Nezu asked as he saw Chiyo enter the room. He's healing at an unnatural rate, Nezu. The few burns and scratches he had when he appeared had disappeared completely after we put in the IV drip. It seems like his powers consume a lot of calories. We had to use dozens because his high metabolism and blood flow kept on emptying the bag within minutes. I hope he wakes up soon. He will be a great help in what's going to come. Are you gonna tell the kids about this? They might want to know about him. I'm waiting for it until he wakes up. Even if I say he will be helpful, it all depends on him. According to my calculations, the machine made by MS Natsum only managed to attract him to this dimension from the gaps between dimensions. The way he had gotten in those gaps is still a mystery. There is a chance that troubles in his home dimension must have caused it to happen, so his priority will be to get back home. Chiyo sighed as she heard what he said. She was a bit surprised knowing that she had adopted someone in another dimension and can't deny that she is a bit curious about him. What do you think happened in his life? and that world that he had to take up the mantle of the hero so young? Chiyo asked. Nezu smiled. The funnier part is the person who oversaw his license exam. Who? Chiyo asked, curious about his answer. Aizawa, Nezu snorted after saying the answer. Chiyo too had a smile and giggled, as Aizawa is normally the person who is against underage hero work and is angry at even a mention of going against it. The fact that in another world he sanctioned one is actually pretty funny. Beep. Suddenly Chiyo's watch made a noise, and both of them got up. It was the signal that Inazuma has awakened. Inazuma Pav. Wow, that was disorienting, he said as he sat up and saw Nezu and Chiyo sitting in front of him in a chair, but their expression felt a little weird. He looked around the room and saw a large mirror, a two-way mirror if he was correct. This is not a hospital visit, it's an interrogation. Inazuma was confused for a moment about why they are doing this to him, but his eyes went to Chiyo. He realized she was not the same. After unlocking of more powers, even if it's not too much, Chiyo's health had improved, especially in the areas of the skin. The wrinkles were reduced by a lot, but the Chiyo in front of them looked much older, and Nezu, he looked tired and haggard, not at all like the person who is filled with energy all the time. I can understand your confusion, Inazuma-kun, but right now you are in another universe entirely. Nezu directly went to the point, as he thought that waiting will not do any good. Inazuma froze for a second, but came back instantly as it had happened due to him phasing through dimensions. He asked Nezu whether any explosion happened when he came. Though they were confused at the moment, when he explained that he had phased through the dimension through his own choice so as to stop an explosion, they told him that he had arrived alone with a lot of burns on his body, and that he was brought here by a machine made by Mei. A machine that opens a gap outside the universe, huh? Inazuma muttered. He can imagine what would have happened. He might have brought Wolfram to the gap, and the explosion might have happened with his armor made out of Speed Force, protecting him from the explosion. And while at the gap, this universe's Mei's machine might have dragged him outside. As he came to the conclusion, he suddenly felt something wrong around him. He felt the air pausing and the sounds around him vanishing suddenly. When he looked at Nezu and Chiyo, he found them frozen without any moment. He checked himself and found out that his quirk has not been activated and that everything around him was actually frozen. Suddenly, a screen came in front of him. Compensation for saving you and making sure that Wolfram ends up in the Pacific, where he did not harm anyone but himself. Save this world from the holders of All for One, and make sure that One for All does not disappear. Do you accept? Yes or no? Hehe, Inazuma smirked. Looks like a god was keeping his eye on me. He pressed accept. Capítulo 68, Chapter 68, same but different. Looking at everyone's expression when talked about me was priceless. Nezu introduced me to everyone, including the fact about how I came here as well as my identities in the other world. Youngest person to get the hero's license. Youngest teacher at UA. These two titles were baffling in this world. This was the time when the students had gone through many hardships and had just brought Midoriya back and found out about the treachery of Aoyama. So, the outlandish titles actually made them very skeptical of me. And the best way to make them believe I am not their enemy. Beat the crap out of thoroughly educate them by showing the experiences of a pro hero who was in the hero career for many years. Do you think you can take on all of us, newbie bastard? Bakugo's angry comments. One in my dimension had managed to control it by a lot, so it's a refreshing experience. So, let's finish this soon. I saw the entire classroom prepare to face me in battle, but all of them still had a bit of reluctance. Their skepticism is evident in their faces, plus their stances don't look like they are giving their all. So, let's make them serious. Zzzz. Pure currents of energy started visibly rolling out of my body in the shape of electric sparks. All of which had happened in Island had elevated my speed force limits to unimaginable levels by now that even without any movement, I am able to expel energy easily. I pointed at Iida. Start your engine at maximum. Once I count to 5, I will be taking you out first. He was startled at the declaration, but immediately started the engines in his feet. generating vast amount of energy along with bluish-white flames coming out of it. 3. Everyone became tense, seeing the change in my demeanor, and started preparing seriously. 2. Iida became nervous at my confident look straight at him. 1. But before I finished the count, Iida had shot towards me at his fastest speed. Zoom. Bam. And Iida got stuck in the wall like a Looney Tunes cartoon. Everyone froze, they slowly turned towards the wall. Seeing one of the fastest guys on their group get plastered faster than they can see had shocked them to the core. While they were shocked, I was looking at Deku, who was frozen while at 30% one for all. I knew that he was the only one who will be able to see me, as I had reduced my speed for him by that much. Plus, I guess I showed off a bit. Midoriya POV. What the hell just happened? Midoriya had decided to take the entire thing seriously from the beginning, as he had some difficulty trusting someone that came one day. But what he saw had made him completely stop his thoughts, as he was not able to comprehend what happened. He only started moving the moment Iida reached his maximum acceleration, and not a second before. He then circled around him 2 times while looking straight at me, and then kicked Iida straight to the wall. Midoriya said, as he began to think about ways to counter what he saw just now. Well, let's take everyone out, shall we? Inazuma declared. General Pav. The things next happened can be described as a complete massacre. Minta threw multiple sticky grapes towards me. I broke the concrete with a kick and broke apart many pieces. Then I caught the grapes with the concrete pieces, stuck them in a wall further away, and threw Minta towards it. He had once told me that he was unable to control his movements when he hits the balls and gets flung into the opposite direction of contact. And what did I just create? A perpetual Minta ping-pong. He will be stuck there for a while. Next was Denki and Gyro. Seems like they started combination tactics in this world. Speed Force already has a defense against electric attacks, and when it comes to the matter of sound, even though he does not have his helmet with inbuilt protection, taking her out of the game before she activates her quirk is a piece of cake. A strike to the neck that knocks her out, and for Denki, take the attack head-on until he runs out. 4 down. BASTRD. Bakugo came next while using his quirk in the way Endeavor taught him, very effective if you ask me, and was about to do an apt shot straight to my face, rude if you ask me. I started the Speed Force armor through my skin. Its capabilities had highly increased after coming through the world and was able to tank the hit easily. "Die," he screamed. Well, let's take his pride a bit down a bit. I crossed my fingers with his open palm as he activated his quirk. His expression at finding out what I had done was priceless. I slowed down, but gave him a fast enough punch in his gut that he got knocked out in a single strike. The others were not sitting idle and was trying to attack him, but the speed in which Inazuma moved was something they can never reach, and with their fastest teammate out for the count, Midoriya was the only one who can. But every time Midoriya tried to attack or do anything to stop him, Inazuma moved towards the other side of the building while taking out other students, and when Midoriya tried to use quirks like Black Whip or Smokescreen, Inazuma just picked him up and threw him further away like handling a child. Inazuma felt like laughing as he imagined the faces of the one for all users inside watching as their last successor get manhandled easily. Next was Todoroki. He knows that Bakugo's destructive power is more than what his flames can provide. So, he knew that using it on a guy who tanked it was useless. So, he decided to corner him using his ice. Capítulo 69. Chapter 69, Reason to Believe, I Can Kill You Anytime. Todoroki immediately stamped his feet down, making an attack similar to the gigantic one he did in the sports festival. As he thought he did an attack that would at least be able to stall Inazuma for a few moments, he recoiled in shock. Inazuma came right through the ice to the front of his face like a blur. Peekaboo! Even the normally stoic-faced Todoroki lost his composure for a moment, and had his eyes wide-eyed before he got hit in the chin and losing consciousness. The rest of the battle finished quickie. Sugar Rush was overpowered by hitting hundreds of times throughout his body within a single second. Riot was used as a hammer by picking him up with his legs and using the inertia of the speed. Seeing that he was about to hit his friends, He was forced to stop his hardening, making it easier to knock him out by hitting his head with that of Kota's and taking them both out. Hanta tried to use his tapes, but he made him throw out the longest tape he can, knocked him out, and then used it to tie up both Mizo and Mashiro while punching the shit out of them. Momo tried to create sticky substances on the floor, but the Speed Force armor had negated it, making it easier for him to run over it, and then used it to trap Momo, Tsuyu, and Achako, who were trying to support Momo. Next was Ashido, who tried to strike with her acid armor. Inazuma tried to test his armor's effect when it comes to dealing with acid, and found out that the level of corrosive effects of Ashido's armor right now cannot harm him in any way, so he just threw him towards the corner where Riot was knocked out, and she hit her head on the wall and fell on top of him. One for the boys, I guess. Then there was Takami, who tried to use the chance in which I threw Ashido to attack me from the side. I just increased the lightning emitted from my body and created a bright light which reduced the power of his shadow, making it easier for me to take him out. Inazuma then slowly turned towards the last person standing. Izuku Midoriya. The last user of One for All. The one who never lost his way, even after going through many trials and tribulations. The one who was able to use One for All to its maximum potential and earn the respect of every single user before him. Don't worry, dude, I'll make sure those KFC ads don't happen in this universe and in mine. Inazuma made a vow in his mind. Midoriya, seeing his expression filled with pity, was confused for a moment but regained his focus. Everyone else had been taken out, and the only person left was him and him alone. For a moment, it made him think about the fight with All for One where he lost everyone that he cared about, but he shook his head and put his head back in the game. Till now, he was using 30% One for All. He increased it to 40%, which was his current maximum, which was stable. He can increase it to 55% just for a few moments. That was the strengthening part. He then floated slightly from the ground and made numerous black whip come from various parts of his body. He was tempted to use smokescreen, but he knew that with the speed Inazuma had shown, it was useless as he will be able to easily destroy it. Speed, reaction speed, information, tactics, protection, excellent quirk control. Midoriya was able to see that Inazuma was almost perfect in every single field. Earlier, he had doubts about the claim of coming from another similar world, but seeing the ease in which he had taken down each of them, as if he knew everything about, made him rethink that. But for now, he decided to face him head-on. His normal tactics when he faces villains, by using his smaller body frame and faster speed, will not work on Inazuma. The only hope he has is to use the entire power he has for a face-to-face battle, as he knew that Inazuma would respond in kind. He increased his energy to 55% and moved straight towards him, and just as he expected, Inazuma moved towards him as well. Midoriya thought he would have a chance, but he was wrong. Inazuma was raised in UA with All Might in close proximity, where he was able to see the 100% of the top hero of that time. Even at an early age, his speed has surpassed what One for All can dish out at full power. Now almost a decade had passed with his speed, drastically increasing every year as he pushed himself without stopping. And now, after the last boost in his powers, Inmato Inazuma had completely surpassed the supposed strongest quirk, which was even able to stop All for One, the man able to steal any quirk and use it. Inazuma hit Midoriya straight in the face with a full-powered punch, as he knew he will be able to handle it. And Izuku Midoriya lost in the confrontation. By then, everyone else managed to get themselves up and see the last confrontation, and they were able to see Midoriya lose even when he had used more than he had when they tried to capture him so as to bring him back. Inazuma then stood in front of all of them and looked them in the eye. I know everyone has doubts about the claims made by me and thinks that I am a pawn sent by All for One, but the truth is simple. If I wanted to, none of you would be left alive. Inazuma's declaration shook everyone to their core. Is that so? A voice came from behind. Capítulo 70, Chapter 70, The Plan. Is that so? Right after Inazuma's declaration, he heard a voice behind him, challenging what he had said. There he found Aizawa, staring straight at him with his one eye glowing deep red, showing that he was using his quirk to nullify anything with a quirk factor in his line of sight. What Aizawa was trying to do was to cancel my quirk so as to show that I can be stopped. The next moment, Inazuma was in front of Aizawa within a second, staring right in his eye, while everyone was in shock. His quirk was not cancelled. As everyone looked shocked, Aizawa still kept staring at Inazuma. When he saw Inazuma use his quirk, his eyes widened slightly, but he did not lose his composure. As a person responsible for the education of individuals responsible for the protection of society in the future, he can't show a defeated impression in front of them, especially against somebody young enough to be his student. Inazuma looked at Aizawa just as seriously, without breaking eye contact. He then slowly reached into his pocket and took out the repaired phone Nezu had given him earlier. "Can I take a picture, please? I'm pretty sure present Mike of my world would pay a lot to see one-eyed, one-legged pirate Aizawa." Sweep. It was instantaneous. Aizawa immediately used the controls of his wheelchair to roll out of the room immediately, but Inazuma still ran behind him trying to take more pictures. His quirk was not cancelled even by Aizawa, Kirishima muttered as he got up. His head throbbed because of the earlier hit that he got. "You all right, Koda? Sorry about the hit." Koda just shook his head, conveying that he was all right. "Can't believe the same guy who mercilessly beat us had Aizawa running with a joke ribbit." Asui gave her input, as Momo created a chemical that safely removed the adhesive stuck to their bodies. "Well, he did say that he was a teacher in our school, his battle tactics, and the way he was able to easily handle everyone based on their battle style shows that he was saying the truth." Ida muttered out after Takami took him out of the wall. Bakugo was standing completely silent. The earlier punch had taken a lot out of even him, who had experiences with getting stabbed in multiple places at the same time. He squeezed his hands hard, frustrated at the skill of a person just a year older than him. He knew that Inazuma had held back a lot in that punch, or else it would have done more than knocking him out. All the other students also got frustrated seeing the ease in which they were defeated. Thinking that they will be going to the fight of their lives within a few days made them more riled up and motivated enough to prepare for more. By that time, Inazuma managed to annoy Aizawa by so much that Aizawa had finally given up and let him take his pictures. Inazuma was not affected by Aizawa's quirk for simple reasons. In the TV series, Flash was a metahuman and not a person with quirk in this world. The metahuman gene awakens in a person due to the influence of dark matter, while the quirks depend upon quirk factors, an evolutionary factor that awakened in the denizens of this world. When Flash comes in contact with metahuman dampeners, it subdues the dark matter present in his body, which includes the energy of Speed Force siphoned in his body till then. While Inazuma's quirk factor allows him to connect with Speed Force, and when it gets cancelled by Aizawa, it does not affect the already present Speed Force energy in his body, as dark matter cannot be affected by Aizawa's quirk. Although Aizawa will be able to prevent him from using his quirk to get more energy from the Speed Force, the amount of energy he already has would last him for a few days at the minimum. That is if he does not do something stupid and overuses in one go. After saving the files, Inazuma went towards the principal's office and asked Nezu about the information of this world. It has been years since he had last read the manga, so he had missed many core details. And acquiring the information of the things that happened in this dimension will allow him to face the troubles of his own dimension when he goes back. Inazuma looked through the information given to him from the archives made by Nezu. Although he had forgotten a lot of things, he knew that the manga was never able to show a complete image of the destruction that happened across the entire country. He was able to see casualties in hundreds of thousands that brought a deep frown in his face. In the universe he was in, he had believed that even if he will be able to save a lot of people's lives, the core incidents will happen no matter how he tries to change things, and had resigned himself to the fact. That was the reason he had gone easy on the League of Villains, as he believed that letting them go will make it easier for him to take care of the problems in the future. But seeing the condition now, he believes that he should change his plans. No matter how much fate wants to go on the same path, he can never let destruction run rampant like this. He still remembered what Jason had told him before he sent him to this dimension. The change of the world is dependent upon how you act. Inazuma sighed as he looked into his targets. Whatever happens, at least he will take care of the revolutionary idiots and the doctor when he goes back. Even though Tamura was the main reason behind this destruction, without the support of the revolutionary group and the modification of the doctor, it would not have happened. Capítulo 71, Chapter 71, The Preparation. Seeing that Aoyama was imprisoned, and the plan to take care of all for one in a few days were made, Inazuma decided to make himself useful. The first and foremost is the removal of the spies present in the entire UA complex. Since most of the people brought in were refugees, they had lost most of their identification, and the archives of UA, which contains basic details from the government, can only help a little in identifying the mole. The main problem was that communication was not restricted for any of the individuals, so they can easily send messages outside. Plus, the sheer number of people makes sure that the messages and calls, even if recorded by the UA, will not be found out due to the enormous number of them being added every day. Plus, creating an algorithm for handling that is extremely difficult, as the chances of these messages being extremely simple is very high as well. So normally, there will be no way to do it. That is, unless you have a speedster to look through the entire records of calls played in super speed using a modified audio player. Lo and behold, it only took UA students belonging to the support course 20 minutes to figure out what I wanted and made an audio player exactly like that. And it took me 2 minutes to find out the first mole. I contacted Ectoplasm and told him to create clones when I find out the moles one by one. He immediately sends his clones to monitor them as well. At the time, I knew that there will be certain people who will be in charge of collecting information and some in charge of making the calls. So, I also ordered to get the CCTV visuals of the last few weeks. The idiotic thing was that they shared information by not looking at each other or while doing completely different work. If they had spoken with each other directly in a friendly manner, it would have been hard to figure them out. But these suspicious ways of talking outed them very easily. So, what's the plan, Nezu asked. Within a day, we managed to find almost all the moles in the UA building, and we started a meeting with the teaching and main security staff alone. Rower, Ryu, RWWR, hound dog started growling in anger. He means to tear them apart right now, so let's not do that. Snipe translated and commented from the side. Why not just use them? Inazuma commented from the side, making everyone turn their attention to him. We are already planning on making Aoyama's family to send false information to all for one to bring him into a trap to take him down for the last time. So why don't we make it more foolproof by using these spies? You mean give him more misinformation? All Might commented from the side. Inazuma nodded. The All Might of my world had told me all the information about the behavior of all for one, and I had taken accounts of many people who had battled against his regime for decades. And when I got the information later on that he was still alive and was creating mutant-like Namu, Clara had compiled different methods to counter him in many ways, including all quirks that he had displayed till then. The other staff members became interested in what Inazuma said. Inazuma also heard Mike asking Aizawa about who Clara was and then getting an answer from Nezu. Quirk-based, it's better to leave it to me, and I will make sure to physically annihilate him completely in the fight while the students will handle the battle with Tamura. Inazuma said. The powers you demonstrated tells more than enough about your capabilities and your skills to subdue all four. One, but are you sure you want to do this? Nezu asked. He was the one with the idea of asking for Inazuma's help in the war, but after all this time, making a person from another world not to go back to his own world, and now forcing him to fight one of the deadliest people in the world seems like not the best idea to him. Don't worry about it, Nezu. I will be able to handle him easily. The problem is the Namus that he will be unleashing on the world. My plan is to battle him after taking care of them along with Heimko Toga. Heimko Toga? Mike asked in doubt. Inazuma nodded. If my guess is right, their plan may include Heimko Toga using the abilities of Twice to create a tsunami of clones against us. Inazuma released a canon knowledge as a speculation to them. The others froze for a few moments as the information set in. Then they came to the conclusion about what will happen, and a horrifying expression came to their face. Nezu was the only one with a calm face, as if saying that he had already predicted something would happen similar to it. Inazuma decided to continue and finish his part of the plan. In the case of Nomus and clones, I won't have any reason to hold back, so the fight will end really quickly. But until then, the students and heroes must keep all for one busy, while the rest of the heroes will handle the villains and protesters that will be coming to attack. Trust me when I say this, if I stop holding back and attack with the intent to kill, none of them will be able to stop me. So, until I finish all of them, use the information I am about to give to attack him psychologically as well as physically. The entire faculty froze in slight fear as they remembered the speed displayed by the individual in front of them. They can't deny that his words were completely right. If Enmato Inazuma decides to go full throttle without holding back, none of those recorded till now will be able to stop him at all. Capítulo 72, Chapter 72, Preparation 2. But the multiplying of Toga who transformed into twice will be overwhelming, right? How are you planning to beat that along with the Namus? I agree that you will be able to beat the clones easily, as they will be extremely similar if she uses wave tactics. But if she brings out any copies of the other members of the League of Villains, it will bring about problems that you won't be able to handle with speed alone. Plus, we can have no idea about the combination of quirks present in Nomus will be. The chances of their strongest having recovery quirks is very high. And if they are anything like the one Endeavor had faced before, unless you completely obliterate their every living cell, you won't be able to stop them. Aizawa gave his input on the battle about to happen. Well, can't deny Aizawa's foresight and battle IQ. He managed to single out all the potential problems in what I had said. But the thing is, I had calculated all of that before. Aizawa, I looked at him. I told you, didn't I? The only thing I need is for you guys to hold back all for one till I manage to take them all down. In the other world, you were the one who trained me, so trust me when I say this. I can handle it. You can handle it alone, Aizawa questioned skeptically. I will, and if I can't I have a backup, I said, reassuring them. Aizawa closed his eyes and leaned back, as if saying that he had heard enough to be reassured. All Might, Inazuma called out again, bringing his attention. What is it, Inazuma-kun? To psychologically occupy him and break his psyche, your presence is required, Inazuma said with a smile. From then on to the next 2 hours included the planning phase of the war that was about to approach. Nezu joined this time as well, using his brain to the maximum limit and giving opinions and suggestions that others had missed in their plan. After then, everyone left to prepare and rest up for their plans. Only Nezu and Inazuma remained in the room. This plan of yours to face the hordes of clones and modified Nomus, can I know what is in it? Nezu asked. Don't worry, it's a backup I have in case I ever end up in any situation that I won't be able to handle, I replied. That raised Nezu's eyebrows. Something that even you can't handle, huh? I neither want to see that situation nor get in the bad side of whoever you can call at such a time. Heh, I smirked. He had figured out that it was a person with just that little amount of information. And in my mind, a ticket which now I looked closely looked like a fairy tale symbol with a bow and arrow was shining brightly. That's right, the gift I got from Karna in the other world. Though if my guess is right, he might not have even known about me, and the ticket must have been something Jason did for something fun. A crossover between a world run by mutation and a world run by the power of controllable obscure energy. I had been planning on using it on my world when the war comes, but looking at it, now my aim is to take down every one of those assholes before they can cause that much trouble. Plus, this world is doomed enough that it's better I use it here, as the chances of me coming back here are slim unless I get the power to travel through dimensions. And because the multiverse of this reality only consists of maybe 3 or arguably 4 universes which does not expand, the laws of physics will be non-existent or distorted. I'm getting a headache thinking all of that up. Seemingly reassured by what I had said, Nezu went to finalize the plans. The blueprints for floating fortress would require his help as well. While others were more concerned with Tamura, rather than All for One due to the life-threatening injuries All for One has, Inazuma still decided to entrust him to the next generation of heroes. This was not his world, and when he leaves, the world needed to know that there are heroes strong enough to protect them in the next generation. Although he will take out the clones and the Namu revealing himself to the world, he had explicitly told Nezu to contact the media and tell them to focus more on the other heroes. The annihilation of most parts of Japan had actually helped in many ways. The media who were more focused on getting scopes and scandals are now trying their best to give hope-filled messages to the people for their future. There were some who were still trying to undermine the heroes and was trying to reduce the morale more. But they were captured by the police, who had gotten even more extremely strict since the government had declared martial law authority for many of them. They were easily able to connect these negative influencers to All for One and display all the information to the internet, where people were able to see the manipulations being done to them. Right now, only 2 days are left for the final fight. Inazuma began walking to the gym to meet the kids who will be training on their last day, as they are planning a complete rest tomorrow to be fully powered. He opened the doors to the gym and found them all doing their best in the fight by pushing past their limits. Denki, Momo, and a few others are not present, as their roles do not require them to fight, but instead they are giving their all into completing the fortress within 2 days. As I entered, they all turned to look at me. It seems as if all of them figured out what I was thinking and turned towards me. "Please train us, you said that you trained us in your world." Surprisingly, Bakugo was the one who stepped up. "Nice to see the kid has grown." "All right, gather around. I'll make sure to train you to the utmost limits so that the day after tomorrow, you're gonna make them regret going against you." Capitulo 73, Chapter 73, Friendly Face. So, this is Eri in that world. Yep, the cute girl in this picture is the Eri of my world. I had a day more before the ultimate battle after training the heck out of all those kids and improving their abilities by a lot. Let's just say, I was able to improve their uses of powers in many different ways that they never applied before. Bakugo was not able to sleep, so I said that blockheaded idiot to drink a lot of water and run in a makeshift scuba suit that began storing his sweat in multiple containers. I told him to throw the entire thing on Tamura tomorrow, and it seems like the psychotic and horribly trauma-inducing image he generated in that gremlin brain of his works for him. That idiot's been running for a total of 2 hours by now. Got to give props for endeavor to train their limits to a horrifying level. At that time, I was sitting with Eri showing her pictures of herself from another world. I figured since I was here, I should meet with her as well. Since I had experience dealing with one Eri who had problems with communicating with people, I was easily able to connect with this Eri as well. We had a lot of fun while watching all the kids do a rough training to warm themselves up. Seeing Bakugo doing heavy exercises to prepare for the next day, they were also motivated. But thankfully, I managed to convince them that resting was better for them, and it's better for them to do light exercises. I ran in full speed with Eri a few times while showing her the slowed-down world. My control had increased enough that as long as I am maintaining contact with a person, I will be able to share my powers to them. It gave me a few images of combination attacks with other heroes that I put in the back of my mind. I then moved towards Aizawa, where I returned Eri to him. "See you soon, Eri." "Bye-bye," Eri waved back with a smile. I then moved to an empty classroom where Midoriya was sitting. Seeing his sullen expression, I decided to have a chat. "Hey kid, afraid about tomorrow?" I asked while suddenly appearing behind him. "Kyaa." I swear I heard a girly scream as Midoriya jumped up in fright. Thankfully, he did not activate his quirk, otherwise the roof of the room would have been completely destroyed. But something felt fishy. No matter how concentrated Midoriya was in his thinking, his first reaction would be to punch back rather than jump up like a scared cat. So, if my guess is right. "Are you talking to the other users?" Midoriya froze for a moment, but thinking for a moment, he nodded his head. The things Inazuma had done for them in the last few days, and his abilities had convinced him that Inazuma does not have any ill will towards any of them. "Can I talk?" Inazuma asked. "I don't know, only I can till now, Midoriya shrugged. Let me tell you something about quirks, Midoriya. Inazuma began while Midoriya was in rapt attention. You might have heard from your teachers that quirk is like a muscle, and just like muscles in a body, exercises and pushing it to the limit constantly while having necessary amount of rest improves it greatly. Midoriya nodded as he agreed. Well, let me tell you something else as well. I had studied psychology, and quirk psychology was a part of it as well. From that, I had come to the conclusion is that a person's mindset about their quirk is most of the time that limits it. Is that so? Midoriya asked, a bit confused. But it seemed like he was about to go on an accelerated thinking like always, so I decided to give him an answer quickly. You remember Monoma, right? What do you think his quirk was? Inazuma asked. He can copy a quirk, store it, and use it for a total of 5 minutes. The limitations include his inability to ration that 5 minutes, and if he starts using it, even if he stops before 5 minutes, the power will be used up. Plus, he can use 2 or more quirks at the same time, Midoriya said in a hurry. Yes, but did you know about his greatest limitation? He has to have contact with the person to copy their powers, so he is heavily disadvantaged when he is alone, or his time runs out. That's righty, but in my universe, I felt like his quirk's limits were highly suspicious. So I tried a few tests with him and found out that as long as he has a bit of their DNA, he can copy his quirk, i.e. as long as he has hairs of other heroes with him, he will be able to copy any quirk anytime without any limit. Midoriya's eyes widened, and his jaw dropped. But doesn't that make him essentially overpowered? Yes, but he still won't be able to use compiling quirks and surpass the limitation of constant storage. Because the slight moment in which he loses the quirk and gets it back is more than enough for the dispersion of the quirk's energy, I said to him while Midoriya listened. I had earlier told this to Vlad, who was very glad that one of his students will be able to overcome a large part of his disadvantage when it comes to his quirk. There was the matter of Tetsu as well, but since there was no time for him to adapt to many of the alloys, he had decided to just eat stronger alloys of iron for now. So Midoriya, the limitation of one for all, and its usage is decided by you, the current user, and a small interference from the previous users inside you, I said as I put my hand forward. Midoriya contemplated for a second about what I had said. He then activated One for All, and pale green lighting began flowing outside his body with a reddish undertone in his skin. He then clasped my hand. For a moment, everything went dark, then a voice came that made the light come back to my eyes. It is nice to meet you, young hero from another world. Nana Shimura greeted me with a smile. Capítulo 74. Chapter 74, The Former Users of One for All. As soon as Nana Shimura welcomed me, I looked around me to find a broken-down apartment-like structure with a total of 10 figures, including myself. I looked at each of them. Other than All Might, who appeared to be consisting of golden energy alone, the rest of them were made up of clear physical-looking bodies surrounding by an aura of a particular color. All the other users had given up their quirks, a part of themselves. Their complete forms might have been the result of that, and All Might, though quirkless, his well-developed body during his prime days shows that he had worked hard in increasing the basic foundation of his body to handle the full might of One for All without harming himself, which in turn had contributed to the stockpiled amount of energy in the core of One for All, thereby explaining the existence of the pure aura-like form. Though Inazuma had a few doubts about the stockpiled energy, including more than just the physical aspects, he decided to let it go and face it someday else. The 9 users of One for All, Inazuma muttered, gaining the attention of everyone, including the ones who were trying to hide in the shadows. Inazuma slightly used his quirk and discovered a shocking phenomenon. The speed force was affecting One for All as a whole. He felt like he can control it slightly. He then used it to cover Midoriya's eyes and ears, earning a slightly intriguing expression from the other users. Well, let's have a personal talk, shall we? Inazuma started while looking at the former users of One for All. I know that before Midoriya, you 8 are the ones who carried One for All. But if my guess is right, there must be 2 more of you, right? All the other users flinched slightly. Looks like my guess was right. The first user sighed. He then moved towards a side of the destroyed apartment and pointed towards the darkness. The original owner of the stockpiling quirk had given up his quirk willingly. He was in love with a woman and wished to spend his life with her peacefully. So, when All for One had come after him for his quirk, he had given it willingly, the first user explained. It seems like he was completely cooperating. I thought I would have had to convince him with reasons to get what I wanted. But seeing the way he is acting, and the others having no disagreement, either they think that I am powerful enough that cooperating does not irk them at all, or they arrived at the reason I would want to do this, as Midoriya was briefed about my role in the plan. The intent of the person in his quirk had vanished, as he had no wish to battle or do anything. This in turn assimilated the stockpiling quirk to one for all in a way that surpasses the assimilation of the other quirks. As for the other, he then paused as if taking a moment, and then continued. Since his intent was a bit faint, after the second and the third user came, we were able to suppress him. As the number of users grew, all of including him grew strong along with us. Since our numbers were greater, we are able to completely suppress him easily unless we get in contact with the original outside. What happens when you get in contact with him? Inazuma asked, curious. Right now, we can easily subdue him while not overexerting ourselves. Though it will get a lot more difficult, we still will be able to suppress him, the first user declared with conviction. This was also one of the main reasons for One for All users being the bane of All for One. All for One's biggest advantage was that close combat heroes would be rendered powerless the moment he manages to touch them with his hands, whereas long-range attackers were not able to do fast enough attacks or were not able to do strong enough attacks that can harm him. So, I think you have an idea about what I am planning on doing right now, Inazuma said as the excitement began to form sparks throughout his body. He sighed. If you get killed here, you will never be able to come back here again. Other than that, there will be no problems. And if you manage to kill him, it will be better for all of us, as not making sure that asshole has freed himself every minute will be a significant improvement to our lives, he said with a smile. What should I expect? His prime, by the time he had put the stockpiling quirk inside me, he had collected a complete set of abilities that he fashioned into his battle style. He had not changed that even when he had faced All Might in his prime. After his return without half of his face, although he had taken even more quirks to increase his power, he did not even have half the capabilities he had before. The only reason he appeared strong was because of the weakened condition of Toshinori at that time. But even when all odds were in his favor, he still lost to him, first user said with a satisfied smile. If you manage to beat the intent present in One for All, you will be able to easily beat the counterpart outside. I looked towards myself. Currently, I am wearing my suit minus the helmet from my home world. In this place, the image of my mind had conjured this form. So that means it is the mirror image of my current capabilities in the outside world. A perfect one-time simulation game, if I were to say. In this battle, I will know whether or not I will survive the battle tomorrow, and subsequently the battle left in my home world. Well, what are you waiting for? Nana Shimura asked me with a smile. It time for a little fun, I said as I started running towards my target. Capítulo 75, Chapter 75, The Battle. How does it feel to get betrayed by the person you trusted, Izuku Midoriya? All for One declared while gloating and enjoying the expression at Midoriya's face. As he was able to emotionally hurt him more, Aoyama striked him with his laser, making him aware that he was cheated. The plan worked to perfection like in the canon, and this time, they were able to bring All for One and separate him from all the others. And they associated. This, who are you? All for One asked as he saw Inazuma standing in front of him, along with Endeavor and Hawks. I'll make sure to destroy his limbs before I go. I'm sure you will be able to handle the rest, right? Inazuma asked Endeavor without turning back. Do it, Endeavor said as he and Hawks began to prepare for attacking. Take me down, Hawada Delu. And that was the last thing he said before his tongue got cut out. Even while airborne, he was not able to escape. The first strike that went straight through his mask and his face to the other side. Inazuma felt like cutting through the face a few more times, but he felt that it won't work well as his reversing medicine from Eri was supposed to work within a few moments. Plus, he was able to see why his regeneration quirks had not healed him completely. His head seemed to be consisting of warped organs, which seemed to be held together by many types of physical quirks that erasure does not work on. He knew wasting time here is bad, as more Himiko Toga uses twice his quirk. The more he will be held back in dealing the namus that will later come. Slash. Swish. Slash. Within 3 strikes, Inazuma separated his limbs and torso. He then turned towards Endeavor. He might use what he had gotten from Eri's quirk to regenerate into his prime. Make sure to deal with him carefully. Okay, Endeavor slowly said, as he saw what happened before him. Inazuma then began to run towards the island. Seeing him go, disappearing in an instant, Endeavor felt like disbelieving what was happening before him. Hawks too was shocked, but he managed to say what was in his mind. You know, in his world, he opted to be an underground hero active at nights, never appearing on the official hero board. Hawks continued, when I asked why, since his skills were good, he told me it was a hassle to deal with media. It's not that at all, Endeavor continued, as he knew what the answer was. It's cause he knew that no one in the list will ever be able to beat him. He wanted the public to not think that the other heroes are weak. Public has a habit of calling those who are not as much as the strongest weak. Hawk turned towards All for One, who was regenerating at a rapid pace. To think a teenage managed to think and act in such ways. Our successors are not weak at all. You don't have to remind me, Endeavor. Hawk smiled as he prepared for a battle he knew he won't come out in one piece. Meanwhile, Inazuma was running on a distant island, where Toga was being dealt with. Wait, I need to deal with an annoying bastard first. He muttered to himself as he began running towards where Spinner was thrown into. Inazuma-kun, where are you going now? Nezu asked from the communicator in his helmet. I need to deal with a really nasty guy in the Liberators group. If I deal with him, the kids will have an easier time with the rioters. Nezu knew who he was mentioning, as the plan was included with Shoji and Koda in the forefront of heteromorph rioters. It was in a way to stop their riots by showing those who had suffered pain that there was a bright future as long as they try their best. But what about Toga? Nezu asked, concerned. Don't worry, plus I think those people need a few seconds to themselves before we take them down. After all, she's a teenage girl. Don't you think she is at least entitled to a bit of girl talk? Inazuma said with a smile as he remembered what happened yesterday. Can you please let us deal with Himiko first? Uraraka met up with Inazuma after the battle he had in One for All. Fine, it's good that friends who fight try to talk it out, Inazuma said with a smile. One of his regrets in the original was the death of Toga, who was essentially just a child who was in pain due to mistreatment. He planned to stop it in this world's and in his own home world when he gets back. Back to present. Inazuma ran and saw the guy standing on top of the building and giving out his speeches. Bam, stick. SDOOKE, voices came as he knocked him out, broke his bones that supported speech carefully, and dropped him into a cell of a nearby police station with a matter of seconds. You guys can handle the rest, right? Inazuma said to Shoji and Koda, who nodded back with determination. Inazuma ran towards the island this time, but by the time he reached it, Toga had already started multiplying, and she fell through a portal created by Kurogiri. Damn it, I had changed Kurogiri's location to someplace other than the hospital, so that Spinner won't be able to get to him with that hand with the chip in it. Did that backfire? Well, it's better not to think about it now, he said as he jumped through the portal, along with Uraraka and Frappi. There he met with thousands of twice that was multiplying to thousands, and within seconds into 10,000s and millions. Inazuma, the Namus are more than we can handle, Nezu reported through the communicator as Inazuma saw the real-time visuals in the screen of his helmet. He saw that the Namu's number had vastly increased with their numbers and danger levels. Looks like the trial will be harder than he originally thought. Well, that's a lot, Inazuma whistled as he saw the increase in number. I will be able to cut down the numbers, but without killing Toga, I would not be able to go to the areas with the Namus, so it looks like I will have to use it early, he muttered as a golden ticket came to his hand. At the time in another world. Looks like my junior wants a bit of my help, muttered Karna, as a golden bow appeared on his hand. Well, I was itching for a fight anyways. Capítulo 76, Chapter 76, The Fairy Archer. Well, what do you know? It's nice to see a bit of technology after a long time, the guy who came through the portal muttered. He was 5 feet, 10 or 11 inches tall. Jet black hair, piercing golden eyes that seemed to analyze everything he looked at. He seemed relaxed, but at the same time Inazuma felt that even with his maximum speed, he might not be able to beat the person in front of him. You're Karna, right? Inazuma asked to confirm. That I am kid, nice to see you all grown up, he spoke as if like meeting him after a long time. So, I know a bit about this world from the message I got, but what do you want me to do? I need someone to take care of the hundreds of Namus who are about to come, while I am holding back Toga from creating the equivalent of the population of the world. Karna looked at the mountain of people now forming in front of him. You want to save the girl, don't you? Otherwise you could have finished her off easily. Karna immediately came to the conclusion. Yeah, Inazuma sighed. Try not to end up killing yourself, all right. Got it, and by the way, who's that girl? Karna froze and turned around. Inazuma did not understand what happened or who the person who came from the portal was, as the ticket did not mention any additional arrival. We will speak after this is done. Tell me what to do now, the woman said, which calmed down Karna down. All right, this girl here is Kana, and are you prepared for my arrival before? Karna asked, turning towards Inazuma. Yeah, though I only prepared for one, Inazuma said as he took out a radio communicator, and a UA symbol included scarf. All heroes had been told that if a person wearing this scarf appeared, he should be considered as an ally, Inazuma said as he gave it to him. Is Nezu on the line? Karna asked, as he put the communicator on his ear, and tied the scarf on his neck, while Kana was curiously looking around the different structures compared to her home world. Yeah, Inazuma replied. All right, Nezu, do you know the location of the greatest number of Namus and the correct GPS coordinates of our current location and location I need to go? Karna asked while switching on the communicator. Nice to meet the person who Inazuma seems to trust. I can tell you about the location in which the strongest as well as the highest number of Namus are located. But can you handle it? Just tell me the coordinates. Karna told in the earpiece while Kana climbed on his back like she had done it 100 times. Do you want me to get you there? Inazuma asked, not knowing what was about to happen. By that time, an arrow had mysteriously appeared on Karna's hand, which he had notched towards the direction of the city where the greatest number of Namus were in. You got your own trouble behind you, kid, Karna said as the arrow shot forward while looking at the number of Twice who has reached millions by now. The next moment, Karna and Kana disappeared, which shocked Inazuma as he was in his accelerated perception right now, and even he was not able to see them move. Only teleportation can be the only explanation. If he was that fast, he has no need to ask the location, as he could have covered the whole planet within that time, Inazuma thought as he focused back on the large number of Twices currently in the million bracket. He slowly took out the specially crafted swords from the back of his waist. A broken limb is more than enough for a copy to be destroyed. I only need to destroy the multiplying copies, and if any of them did not disappear, I just need to bring that one to the kids and then keep on finishing off the multiplying Twices until none are left. Inazuma muttered as he started his hunt, which began to reduce their numbers in a highly rapid manner. At that time, Karna had reached the battlefield where the heroes were warned by Nezu that a newcomer will be coming there. Kana went ahead to the area of medics, where she used a special healing card she had created after seeing the condition Karna was in after the Draken extermination. Even though it does not have equivalent effectiveness to the horse talisman, it still can heal a lot of injuries, which are not serious, as well as stabilize the bodies of people whose injuries are bringing them closer to death. Whereas Karna was standing on a top of the biggest building he confined with an arrow notched towards the large crowd of Namus and heroes, there was a support-type hero standing nearby. Sir, what are you doing? The hero asked carefully, as he knew a person sent by Nezu can't be simple. Well, I was thinking about using explosion arrows and ending it, but it might harm the heroes fighting them and increase the number of damages by a lot. Plus, I can shoot lower-level explosion arrows at their weak points, but they are chimerized in such a way that their main weak points can't be seen in a straight view. Explosions, the support hero asked back a bit surprised. Yeah, but don't worry. I think this will be a bit of practice for another battle I will have in the future. The support hero, confused at the statement, was about to ask back, but he froze. The change in Karna's expression shook him as he felt like he was seeing a predator looking at his prey. Karna said as he shot the arrow, which multiplied and hit almost all the Namus, while the rest fell near them in certain buildings. The fighting heroes were surprised at the sudden downpour of arrows, but what makes them more shocked is the fact that other than the Namus, the arrows had not hit even a single living being. Some heroes who were dealing with the Nomus the size of a thumb were surprised to find the accuracy in which it was killed. Well, let's get the rest, Karna said as he gently jumped down from the building. Hey, the supporting hero broke out of his stupor and tried to catch Karna, but he disappeared. Confused, the hero looked down and saw something that shook him to the core, making him see how wide the world is. Capitulo 77, Chapter 77, The Fairy Archer II. Black flashes with small explosions that lasted a total of 10 seconds. And by the time it was over, hundreds of the Nomus, who were almost at the verge of killing a lot of heroes and civilians, fell down like puppets who lost their strings. That's the comment you get from heroes who saw what happened that day. They remember the arrows flying into the crowd and killing many of the Namus without even harming a single one of the heroes or civilians on the ground. But the next thing had shook their world apart. The world had developed enough that people had cameras in almost every place possible, so many of them were able to get better views than the ones on the ground. The heroes on the ground only saw black flashes and sometimes the silhouette of a man with an arrow pulled back on a bow. Nezu and the main strategists of the heroes' side was making the video go slowly and watching it in the slowest speed they can from the videos of those cameras they were able to acquire. What the hell? Nehemasa saw with wide eyes as the video played, while the other strategists from the hero group were not even able to give an answer. Nezu at the time was watching the video intently from the beginning to end. The high IQ he possessed allowed him to analyze it easily and come to shocking conclusions. The combination of all those abilities can't be described as a result of a single quirk or a combination of multiple ones. He felt his arms tremble as he took up the teacup and took a sip. The existence of an entirely different system of powers. I had investigated it a lot of years ago, but there was nothing conclusive about it. But archery along with the name Karna, the mythological archer. If this goes out, there are chances of setbacks happening similar to the dawn of quirks, which had backtracked the technological development of the world by 2 centuries. Nezu immediately contacted Inazuma. Blood lightning. Yeah, what's up, Nezu? I'm cleaning up a lot here. I'll completely wipe them out in a few more minutes, and if I'm right, either Toga will run out of the powers she got from Twice's blood, or she will be convinced to stop by the girls. That's all right, I need to ask you something serious. What is it? Inazuma said, and in the background there was sounds of him cutting into the clones. Are there any group of people like him in the world? Do we have to be prepared for them? Inazuma paused for a few seconds, in which his accelerated thinking was able to see what Nezu was asking him about. Don't worry about it. After I'm gone, no one will even find out about who they are, he reassured Nezu as he went back to the fight. Nezu sighed in relief. Thank you. Anytime. Nezu was glad that he got that information. From it, he was able to identify that the 2 people who had appeared was similar to Inazuma, denizens of another world. His curiosity tempted him to research their origins and their powers, but thinking about the subsequent headaches he will face, and along with it the changes it will bring to the world, made him subdue the spark of curiosity he had got. Plus, right now, the aim must be to remove the problems caused by the present villains and then recover the damages done to Japanese community and economy. But after the nuclear war centuries ago, Japan was in a whole-time low in the case of economy. And seeing the difficulty in coming back, they had created a lot of measures in case something like that happened again. Nezu had been in contact with the government about it, and as long as they are able to stop All for One and Tamura, they will be able to bring the whole country back. It might take some time and a lot of demanding work, but the return will be even better than what it was before. The only problems are what Nezu was seeing in the other screens, open in front of him right now. He was able to contact many intelligence agencies across the world, and was able to find out that many people in the heads of the countries were sent messages from All for One, detailing his power and how he is unstoppable by any country out there in the world. The subsequent release of the information of All for One has also led to them thinking that the only hope they have in beating All for One was in the hands of a child, who will be killed later by him. And if his current reports are right, the President of America had decided to surrender and had told his subordinates about his decision. Those idiots have no idea about what they are doing. At the time back in the place where the battles with Namu was going on, while the heroes were watching Karna standing there simply after taking out all the Nomus, Karna's gaze was on a child who was standing nearby. He had intended to give a bit of assistance to the heroes as he knew that they would defeat the Nomus like in canon. But seeing a child who had accidentally gotten in between the battle made him act quickly so as to not cause the child any harm. The child, who clearly saw herself being saved from danger just now, asked the person who saved her, "Who are you?" "Me? Well, kiddo, I'm the archer of the Fairy Tale Guild," Karna replied with a smile. "Fairy tale? Do fairies have tails?" asked the child, confused and forgetting the trouble she was in before. "Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But doesn't finding out the answer seem like a never-ending fun adventure?" Karna said as he swept away the dust and grime on the girl's hair. Seemingly understanding something, the girl nodded back with a wide smile. Capitulo 78, Chapter 78, Bloodlighting vs All for One. Inazuma watched as Achako managed to convince Toga to stop using her quirk. Right now, she was sleeping with Uravity and Froppy watching over her. Inazuma was glad that it ended like this. If the fight had ended with Toga losing the amount of time she had with the quirk, she still would have been heavily punished for what she had done till now. But since she had decided to surrender beforehand, the lawyers and Nezu will be able to convince the court to give her a lighter sentence considering her age and the evidence of psychological abuse she got from her parents and quirk psychiatrist. Seeing that everything is going well, Inazuma began running towards the mainland from the island in which he was in. His helmet was showing live videos of what was happening in different parts of the battle. Todoroki was having a fierce battle with his brother. Midoriya and the others were fighting Tamura, who was being held back by Monoma, using cancel. He also saw Karna's fight. He also recognized the flying thunder Raijin jutsu being used in the arrows. But the execution of that, along with the accuracy of the arrows used on the Nomus, made him freeze for a bit, as even he did not feel that he will be able to counter that with his speed. Plus, after seeing him, once had given him an idea about what kind of person Karna is. A tactical type of fighter with assassination capabilities, one of the most dangerous ever. He was glad Karna was on his side. He immediately began running towards Endeavor, who was fighting the newly regenerated main boss, All for One. When he reached there, he saw All for One taunting Endeavor with the fact about how his son's body had been missing from the fire because he took him to raise him as a pawn. This angered Endeavor to make an erratic decision, which was about to be capitalized by All for One. But Inazuma zoomed in and took Endeavor away from there. "Wait, I need to kill that bastard." Endeavor wheezed out as he had expended a lot of fire in the last attack, which reduced the amount of oxygen that he breathed in. "I'll handle the old-timer bastard, but right now, you need to go to the battle between both of your sons. Dabai had done a lot of crimes for which he will have to pay a price, so make sure he does not have to pay even more," Inazuma said in a resolute manner. Indecision passed Endeavor's eyes, making him choose between killing the man that destroyed his family and saving what was left of it. Inazuma looked at Hawks and nodded. Hawks understood. He immediately used his feathers to endeavor towards the other battlefield. Endeavor was startled at the sudden change. "What the hell are you doing, Hawks?" The fight with All for One should be done with a clear aim of taking him down. The fact that you are indecisive means that you won't be able to beat him down. So, "It's better for you to fight by both your kids," Hawk said in soft but firm voice. He was not blaming Endeavor for being indecisive, as he knew the amount of weight the man now carries. Inazuma watched as Hawks took Endeavor away. He slowly turned back to find out that All for One was looking straight at him and had not tried anything to stop or harm the two people who were going away. His demeanor showed that he had not thought of them as threats. But Inazuma knew what he was seeing was just a facade that AFO was putting up. The reverse drug created from Iri by Garaki was extremely potent and is now currently reversing All for One to infancy at the rate of years passing within minutes. The only reason he is staying so young was because of the long life that he had lived till now due to the life-extending quirks that he had before. But even the centuries he has will get destroyed within an hour or two. So, the chances of the backup metal might being used will not be needed. Are you worried that Tamura would overpower the will you have placed on him? Inazuma spoke up, startling All for One for a second. Normally, All for One, a master manipulator, would have easily masked his emotions. But right now, he had recovered his sight as well as smell, which disoriented him slightly, while making it easy for Inazuma to see the fluctuating of his emotions. "I don't know who you are, but you were strong enough to beat the broken-down body of mine easily. Did you wait till the most opportune moment when despair is high so that you can gain control of the emotions of the people? This makes you almost as cunning as. Keep talking, but remember the guy losing time is you, not me." Inazuma interrupted AFO's rambling. "If you are trying to buy time to charge up the blast filled with electromagnetic energy, you are going to lose." AFO was shocked at how Inazuma had deduced what he was going to do. Even Tamura only had air cannon, which was passed on to him. The electromagnetic blast was something he can only use when his whole body was in peak condition, and the chances of OFA users knowing it was less as he had hidden it with air cannon. Inazuma felt like he was Baki, who was facing Chinese Kenpo. He had already faced Prime AFO inside OFA and had beaten the crap out of him easily inside. Right now, AFO was turning into a child because of extreme reversal. This gives him a countdown at the end of which he will vanish if he does not pass his original quirk on to Tamura to stabilize himself. But at the same time, the reversal made sure that any injury he gains right now will not stay on his body for more than a few seconds. So, Inazuma knew what he had to do. All for One should not leave this place until he completely vanishes to nothingness. Capítulo 79, Chapter 79, Blood Lightning vs All for One II. "You bastard!" AFO screamed as spikes began to grow throughout his body. He immediately moved forward to throw his punch. Inazuma dodged easily to the side. All for One grinned when he saw it. "Got you now." Suddenly, the spikes on his hands shot out like bullets. The trick All for One had created to deal with people fast enough to dodge the first attack. But Inazuma calmly smiled. He also made sure to slow it down enough so that All for One was able to see it. All for One, who was waiting for the spikes to hit Inazuma, froze as he saw the grin. Suddenly, his instincts started screaming at him, and he used all the quirks available to him and pushed downwards, crashing into the ground. And just as he did, he saw a few clumps of hair fall down in front of him. "Well, what do you know, you dodged that. Guess I don't have to hold back considering that now you look like a young man." A condescending voice came as if dealing with All for One was an easy matter. Rage clouded All for One's mind. He turned around and screamed while a blast of pure energy was shot towards Inazuma from his hands. The blast went straight through Inazuma, widening All for One's eyes. "Well then, I'm gonna take you out now. No use waiting for you to get stronger and make mistakes while underestimating you," he said, and for a moment, everything went dark for All for One. And when his vision came, he saw a small cluster of limbs lying around. "Well, what do you know, I even diced you to thousands of pieces, but even then you recovered. Can't believe Iri's quirk was that overpowered. I must warn her to be even more careful about these things." Diced into thousands of pieces for a moment, All for One felt like it was just a joke. But seeing the amount of gore around him, along with the blood on the blades held by Inazuma, told all about the truth. What kind of monster is this? Why has he not been brought out by the Hero Association before? All for One began to ask reasonable questions as he felt like thinking about reality right now won't be good for him. "Who are you?" All for One asked. "Well, for now, I'm the guy who's going to make sure that you disappear completely." Warning bells started ringing in All for One's head. Just a moment ago, he was able to feel that he had almost an hour left before the reversal quirk completely make him disappear. But he felt right now that he only got a few more minutes before he completely vanishes. He felt like his body has returned to his teenage years, making him feel more stronger, and thankfully, the reversal had not affected the quirks he had stolen all throughout these years. Al for one knew what he had to do now. He can't waste his time fighting here. He needs to go and make sure to pass on the true All for One quirk onto Tamura to save himself from vanishing, but even then, he did not feel like he can beat Inazuma with Tamura's quirks as well. "I need to get Tamura and run, I must hide, and this time try my all to be stronger. It does not matter what kind of quirk, with Tamura's body will be able to handle a lot of them. I need to go now." All for One thought as he sends out a shockwave-based attack and then immediately used his full power to move towards Tamura. But all of it was in vain. He suddenly felt like something was on top of his head. "Goodbye, Demon Lord." And that was the last thing he ever heard. "Nezu, All for One has been terminated. I'll be going to assist Midoriya and the others," Inazuma said through the speaker, and he got silence in return. "Thank you," that was the only thing that came through. But Inazuma understood. He had just now eliminated a plaque that had infected them for a long time completely. This time without any loopholes of him coming back other than Tamura, who will be dealt with within a few moments. Inazuma looked at the smoke that was left behind after All for One had turned into a fetus and disappeared. It almost felt anticlimactic because of the ease at which he had destroyed one of the biggest problems of the people of this dimension. He then turned towards the direction where the floating palace was holding Shigaraki right now. He then began running towards it. From what he can see, Bakugo managed not to get too wounded as he had collected his sweat from the day before, instead of only collecting them in the midst of the battle. Plus, Shigaraki seems to have reached the second phase on his evolution, where hands the shape of his family began to cover the entirety of his body, forming into an impenetrable fortress protecting him completely. And it also seems like Kurogiri had also tried teleportation but had completely failed. It seems like Mike managed to convince a hero with flight ability to take him towards the location of Kurogiri and take him down completely. The reports have been brought back that he was now kept in a large drum filled with Newtonian fluid, which was connected to a lot of things using many diverse kinds of wires. Plus, they had knocked Kurogiri out and placed him in a basement of a building. And since Kurogiri has to know the coordinates for the activation of his quirk, keeping him in a place where he can't find out his location will stop him from activating his quirk. At the time inside the floating fortress, "It seems you have passed on Master," Shigaraki muttered as he was able to destroy the last vestige of the weak version of his master completely. He then looked at Deku, who was right in front of him, trying to make sure that he does not touch the ground. Let's decide who will win, Midoriya. Capítulo 80, Chapter 80 Final Battle. Midoriya was having a hard time in this fight with Tamura. But the fact that it's a hard time, and not impossible, is only because of the information given by Inazuma. Within minutes, Inazuma had gone through almost all the files we managed to recover from the lab, as well as the files featuring the fights, abilities as well as the weaknesses Tamura had shown, which had given us a brief interval before the battle with him. If Inazuma had not told them his deduction about Tamura's physic being constrained to human shape, because of All for One quirk, which was holding back and controlling the physical quirks that was absorbed by him, till now, the resulting battle where the surprising appearance of the limb tsunami appeared would have been extremely lethal to everyone. Midoriya was not able to believe the way in which Tamura was evolving. The rapid manner in which he was adapting was insane. The way he was able to eject toxins from his body, strengthen the places where the explosions happened, as well as the way his body was able to become flexible and dodge the attacks that were harmful to him. Don't lose focus and keep on attacking. You only need to hold him back until Blood Lightning comes here, and from what Tamura had said just now, Inazuma had already taken him down permanently, one of the predecessors of One for All advised Midoriya. So soon, what the hell is that guy's limit? Deku had a hunch about All for One seeing the change in Tamura, but being told by one of the users of One for All proved that his earlier hunch was correct. Almost half the battle is over right now, and as long as Tamura is taken care of, the enemies fighting outside will lose their momentum, with the only threat remaining would be the Nomus. He immediately activated his communicator. Nezu is All for One down. Yes, he is Midoriya, he's taken care of completely. All for One is down, and the only thing left is taking care of Tamura, Nezu declared on the communicator, giving hope to everyone who is fighting. That's nice and all, but what about the ones in the streets, especially the Nomus? From what I got, there were a few the size of large buildings out there. Bakugo screamed into the communicator as he dodged another giant limb and threw a bomb into an open mouth, essentially destroying a joint. There was pause for a moment along with a sigh, but then came Nezu's voice through the communicator. All Nomus have been taken care of right now. There is not a single one left. This shocked the people listening and including Tamura, as he was using his now enhanced senses to listen in. The only reason he was not able to take advantage of it till now was because their communication was done in codes. The Nomus, how can they be taken care of that easily? The doctor had specially made them in various sizes and master, and I had put different combinations of quirks inside them, making sure that they survive longer and become more difficult for heroes to handle. Who among the heroes are powerful enough to take care of them like that? Did any other hero from outside Japan came here? But most of them have already surrendered to us. Tamura kept on speculating. What the hell, you mean to tell me that all the Namus have been taken care of right now? But that bastard was in the island a few minutes ago. Even if he had gone to take down All for One, he does not have enough time to take care of the Nomus as well, Bakugo shouted in shock. Bakugo's question was met with a sigh from Nezu, which was heard by all of them. Blood Lightning had called a backup, who managed to take care of them within seconds. There are no Nomus left alive, and all the heroes and citizens are safe right now. Even the protesters were taken down easily as he managed to take down their most powerful leaders easily. The report from the communicator shocked them greatly, as knowing that most of their problematic situations has been taken down easily, by a total of 2 people, was highly shocking to them. Blood Lightning, who the hell is that? If they were that important, Teacher would have told me about them. Even among the few heroes that Teacher told me was strong, there did not exist even one person with that name. Plus, according to them, he was strong enough to take down Teacher easily within a little bit of time. Could this be a trick? There are chances of Teacher falling due to his weakened body, but that would take the entire hero association fighting outside. For a single person to take them down is impossible, but even then, the part of Teacher existing inside me got destroyed, showing that he had fallen. Tamura was originally supposed to have a chaotic mindset, but because of the sudden death of All for One during the time he was rapidly evolving, Tamura was able to free himself from the influence of the vestiges of All for One present inside him. Now, his mind also evolved to handle the quirks inside him, making his mind free enough to have clear thoughts. But the question about an individual capable of taking down his master, while he had used the special drug to reverse himself, plagued Tamura's mind. As even if he considered himself currently superior to the former teacher of his, he has to agree that his teacher would have been extremely formidable. Blood Lighting, Tamura said the name out loud, shocking everyone. Report, be careful of communications. Tamura Shigaraki's perception is able to listen to it. Genist immediately shouted in his communicator. Don't worry about it now. A noise came out from the communicator, startling Shigaraki as he had never heard this voice before. "'Cause I'm here." The voice gave prelude to the destruction of every limb connected to Shigaraki. The entire place was dyed with the color red. Seeing it, Shigaraki muttered. "So that's why you're Blood Lighting." He froze for a moment, seeing the spectacle before him. "Gotta say that's cool." Capítulo 81, Chapter 81, Final Battle II. You were not there at the beginning of the war, neither was your existence known before it, because someone having strength similar to you would have been famous throughout the world. Tamura began speaking to the man that destroyed the limbs all around him. "So, who are you, and why are you so late to the party?" In Azuma-san, if he's able to stop the cancel power used by Monomokun, he will destroy the entire place and then everything below us. Plus, his body is now stronger than it was ever before. I feel like even 100% punches are not going to damage him by that much. Midoriya gave him the current situation of the battle. My explosion had increased in power by a hell lot, and each strike of my app shot is at least 20 times lethal compared to what it was before. But still, that bastard is only getting a few wounds which are healing quickly. And even if we manage to strike him with a well enough damage, new limbs will begin to form around those wounds. But that was before he turned into whatever he is now. Bakugo gave his report, and looking at him right now, he looks like he needs a really good break. Well, our aim is not to kill him, but to bring the real guy inside to outside. Unlike All for One, Tamura is a split personality created by All for One's brainwashing on Shimura since he was a child. Although it can be attributed to his father, who was not as much as a father figure, as he was easily talked into doing harm to his child by All for One. Both of them, as well as most of them, listening to the communication froze when they heard that. Even Tamura froze for a second, as he never knew that his father had done harm to him due to All for One. "Is that true?" Midoriya asked in disbelief, and I'm pretty sure that Nana Shimura inside him must be freaking out. "How the hell do you even know that?" Bakugo asked. "Well, it seems like my quirk has a bit of effect on both All for One and One for All. The moment I killed him, maybe because he was thinking about Tamura to transfer himself, I saw many glimpses of how Shimura became Tamura," I said, which earned a flinch from Tamura as he heard the name he had buried inside for a long time. And my quirk did have an effect on One for All when Midoriya pulled me inside. Maybe the sparks given out by Midoriya when using One for All might have a small relationship with strength force, and since I am adept at controlling the forces, I was able to keep him blinded about the fight I had inside him. And I can use this as a reason to talk about a few information which I could not tell based on the fact that I would not be able to tell its source. "What else do you know?" Tamura growled as he questioned me from his new masks, which only showed his eyes outside. Thankfully, Aizawa's quirk works as long as he connects with any part of the body. Otherwise, the new armor would have completely stopped its effects. "You never were a late bloomer when it came to the activation of your quirk. All for One had removed it earlier in your life and had given you the decay quirk with a trigger hidden inside you. The fact of the matter is, you never killed your family because of the sudden activation of your quirk. It happened because All for One timed it to happen at the exact time at which he can give you the most psychological damage possible. The surrounding heroes, including the UA3, Deku, Dynamite, Genist, and even the people listening form, the cameras were also shocked at the revelation. Even Tamura seemed to be shaking as his pupils seemed to be unfocused. I decided to continue. Plus, All for One also was behind the creation of Dabai. From what I was able to find out, he was the one who infiltrated the mountain during one of his training with his quirk. He made sure to burn up the entire mountain while he took the kid away and did experiments on him for 2 years. He was supposed to be a backup vessel in case Tamura did not work out. The fight was actually being broadcasted, so I decided to reduce the pain currently being faced by the Todoroki family. I know Endeavor had done a lot of things he has to ask forgiveness for, but I felt like giving him a bit of leeway later on after the fight. And now seeing the condition Tamura was in right now, I guess my additional information also worked in damaging the psyche of Tamura, which will help in releasing Shimura, who is trapped inside. Although I have no idea what would happen if he does come outside, as within the little amount of time I was here, I had screwed over the timeline so many times. The chances of my actions having an effect on him is very high, but I can't stop now. Plus, the hands that were on your face before, it did not belong to your family as All for One told you. If it was, your sister's hands should have been smaller instead of looking like a grown person's. That too was a way for him to control your quirk. As I kept saying things like this, Tamura started shaking in anger and lashing out. "Shut up, shut UP, shut UUUPP," he screamed out loud, and it seemed like a lot of energy was being shot out of him in waves. He might have lost control of his emotions, making his adaptation work in a chaotic way, giving him more harm than power. I then decided to give the final stake to the heart. Plus, from what I heard, you never had any friends when you were a kid, so you were easy to manipulate. Capítulo 82, Chapter 82 Final Battle AI. Midoriya wake up. Am I do I wake you p? Oza. Midoriya screamed slightly as he woke up. Then he looked around finding destruction all around, but no one there to call him. Midoriya, it's me. You need to get up now, Banjo shouted from inside one. For all. What the hell happened here? Midoriya asked wide-eyed. That bastard All for One had a backup in case Shimura ever managed to get out of his control, and it seemed like the kid's idea to bring him out using trauma worked as well. But it must have activated the moment when Inazuma said the last comment of him not having any friends, after that shit hit the fan. Banjo finished. But why don't I remember anything? Midoriya asked as he tried to get up. He was hurting all over, but he was still barely able to get up. The trigger was the reveal that Tamura was not using the hands of his family member. He still had a hand nearby, and from what I can guess, that was a Namu in the shape of a hand, and Aizawa's and Monoma's cancel did not work. Yoichi, the first user of one for all, answered this time. From what I can gather, the hand itself was hidden in another part of Tamura that was not in direct line to the cancel quirk, and when the trigger word activated, the quirk also activated. What kind of quirk? Midoriya asked as he began climbing the rubble around him to see outside. A really potent EMP blast. It knocked everyone except one out, and it also directly stopped the functioning of the entire island. It must have also stopped the students who were making sure it functions as well. The only silver lining was that your quirk had activated at 100%, because of which we were able to watch what happened outside and was able to make heads or tails about it. Yoichi continued, but Midoriya did not hear the latter part as he immediately became worried about his friends that were with him. Wait, what about them? What about my friends? What happened to them? How long was I out? Midoriya almost screamed out the questions while knowing that they can communicate with their mind. 30 seconds, give or take, Nana answered this time, shocking Midoriya, who reached the top of the rubble. He looked down while being shocked by what he was seeing. All of his friends were lying down on the beach looking disoriented but safe. He also recognized the beach as well. It was the same beach in which he had trained in to become strong enough to be the vessel of One for All. But isn't this at least 100 kilometers from the floating base? Midoriya thought. As to make sure that even by some problem the entire fortress was destroyed, keeping the fortress at a distance would allow the heroes to use a backup plan until Shigaraki reaches the shore. How did I even reach the shore? Midoriya had a guess, but that felt unbelievable. We only saw a red flash, Banjo replied. Midoriya immediately went towards Mei Hatsum, as she was the only one that seemed to have her bearings. But unlike the times when she was always spirited, she seemed extremely shocked. Mei, what happened? Did you see what happened? Midoriya shook her awake. Mei sat frozen, but she started to speak. My quirk had evolved a bit, because of which I was able to see everything in a faster perception. That was the only reason I was able to see it. She gulped as she continued. After the EMP blast, Tamura became uncontrollable, and an explosion started with him at the center. The platform where Aizawa and Monoma was sitting in was broken down by then stopping the cancel's effect on Tamura, so his quirk must have overflowed and created the explosion. But how did all of us come here? From what I know, only 30 seconds have passed. Since then, Midoriya asked again, seeing that Mei was frozen again. 5 seconds. Huh? Mei turned towards Midoriya. For you it might have taken that long to wake up. But for the 121 students and heroes to reach the beach, it took only 5 seconds at most, and I saw it very clearly. Mei continued while shaking a bit, and Mato and Azuma brought each, and every one of them in pairs of 2, saving all of us. Midoriya was shocked. 121 means a total of 61 times he had to cross hundreds of kilometers again and again. He had at least traveled a total of 6,100 kilometers at the least. Even Midoriya felt his throat go dry. While the vestiges of One for All were also shocked at learning the complete details of everything that happened. They thought that only Midoriya and a few people at most managed to escape, but all of them, and that too, without any one of them gaining any kind of wounds. The time taken to be only 5 seconds for all of this to happen. Midoriya heard the sound of walking and turned around to find the UA3, Bakugo, and Genist managing to stand up. Aizawa was also behind, but he was being supported by Monoma. The hero who was with them seemed to be just behind them, and watching their expressions, it can be easily deduced that they too heard what happened and was shocked because of it. For a few seconds, no one was able to give any response. They just looked around, seeing all the people who should have been dead to be still alive. Finally, Aizawa managed to ask a question to Mei, who was again looking towards the sea with a frightful expression. "What are you watching, Mei?" Shigaraki survived, and he is now battling blood lightning. Her mutation had increased the distance limit which she can see, making it easy for her to see the battle happening 100 kilometers away. And it seems like a battle between gods. Capítulo 83, Not Feeling Good. Capítulo 84, Chapter 83, Final Battle. He not bad, Kana commented from the side as she gazed at the battle happening in the sea at a distance farther than anyone can see. In her hand was a card that had a glowing eye symbol on it, signifying the magic she was using to watch at a distance. I will rate him at the level of an S-class wizard when it comes to his speed. But I can already see many ways in which it can be taken down, Karna commented. I can only see flashes of red with the help of the enhancements currently in my eye. What about you? Kana asked, while she looked at the unblinking eyes of her boyfriend. She did not see even a bit of tension or strain on his eyes that were looking towards the sea. He's fast, but he still has not gone beyond the scope of my perception. I can beat him if it comes down to it, Karna replied gently, but you can hear the unwavering confidence in his voice. It did not feel like an arrogant declaration. It felt like he was just stating a fact. Well, what about you? Did you finish healing all those people out there? I dealt with the ones who wanted emergency treatment and left the rest to them. With the amount of technology in this world, I can't deny that they may even surpass the medic guilds back in our world. Yeah, that's true, Karna said while grinning. Then both of them focused back on the fight. Inazuma POV. I guess I might have pushed a bit too much when I insinuated him of having no friends. Inazuma thought as he was cutting the ginormous arm that came to attack him as he was running on the sea. In the last minute, he was almost killed by the waves of energy shot out by the personality Tamura, who was destroyed by the original personality Shimura, who was able to come out. He was of the idea that the tendency to destroy everything that Shigaraki had was because of the persona known as Tamura, but he was very, very wrong about that. It seems like because All for One wanted his successor to have the purest form of raw emotions that gets changed as a person grows up, he had created the Tamura personality to stop the growth of the Shimura inside him. But even then, both of them were connected. The Tamura personality will be mature enough to handle complex problems, including tactics and planning, which will help in the development of the brain to handle the strain of multiple quirks. But at the same time, being connected to Shimura will make Tamura susceptible to losing control of his own emotions. All for One kept that weakness so that he can use it as a vulnerability to destroy both the personalities of Shimura and Tamura while taking over their body. But the problem was that Tamura began to evolve in a more complex manner in his battle with Gigantomachia. The strain of the constant battle in which he has to keep his wits every single second while handling the raw emotions of Shimura, which is released, sometimes made him evolve into something else entirely. The signs of it was shown during the fight between Tamura and Star and Stripes, during which he was able to evade the commands given by Star, due to the identity crisis that he had faced in midst the battle. Right now, in the present, Tamura was supposed to be the prominent personality, but the death of All for One had unknowingly weakened the power of that personality so silently that even Tamura himself was not aware of it. And then, the back-to-back shock that Inazuma induced on him in the earlier battle had completely shattered the foundation of the personality Tamura, which already had a few cracks due to the death of All for One. But Inazuma miscalculated something while he did this. He was of the idea that Tamura was the problematic personality, and that bringing Shimura out of the cage known as Tamura will help them handle the situation easily later on. But the child Shimura was in a constant state of pain and paranoia inside his own head, and the way All for One handled him made sure that he never had even a little bit of chance in handling his trauma or moving on from it, creating a child with pain and suffering alone who is right now lashing out so that he can deal with the pain and suffering inside him. Tamura's idea of destroying everything that exists must have also been due to the unresolved feelings of Shimura inside him. Right now, Shimura was lashing out at the only thing that he can find, and that was Inazuma, and he was having a tough time handling the 100-foot-tall child who was currently standing on the sea. The quirks of All for One was supposed to hold back the mutations which were happening because of the accumulation of multiple physical quirks inside Tamura's body. But when Eraser was used on him, these quirks which were supposed to hold him back stopped, and that led to his rapid physical evolution that made him adapt to all the problems that had threatened in his current surroundings. So, when Eraser was removed, his quirks were supposed to hold back the evolution like Garaki planned. But Garaki had miscalculated the rate of evolutions and adaptations happening in Shimura's body while he was under the canceling effect of Eraser. By now, his body had evolved in ways that cannot be held back by the already existing quirks inside his body that were supposed to do it. And at the same time, the quirks that were supposed to stop this rapid adaptation got swept into it and was now going through a rapid, uncontrollable evolution, within themselves creating something unknown to everyone who was watching what was happening. Capítulo 85, Chapter 84, Final Battle IV. Inazuma was able to see the evolutional process that was happening before him. A few minutes ago, Shimura was able to use physical evolutions to swim so as to stay on the surface of the water. But right now, he was standing on the water as if the water itself was solid surface. Inazuma was able to have two inferences from what he was observing, and both of them was unwelcome news for him. One, Shimura was gaining stability in his mind and was using certain quirks within him that were not used before. This is bad because Inazuma is of the belief that Shimura is not in his right mind and is suffering from all the trauma he had faced all these years and is lashing out so as to find solace for the sadness as well as all the other emotions trapped within him. But if he had gained his intelligence and is still hell-bent on attacking, it will be dangerous as he will have the same mentality as Tamura and will be hell-bent on destroying everything, leading to the rise of another catastrophe. The other inference is that his combination of quirks and physical evolution is acting similar to how Mahoraga acts, which is another kind of horror, as it means that he is not limited by the quirks he had absorbed, till now and therefore is able to adapt to almost any situation, essentially bringing Garaki's quirk singularization theory to life. A single quirk capable of doing almost everything any other quirk can do. If the quirk can adapt to anything, it would succeed. Inazuma kept on dodging the attacks that landed upon him. His earlier attacks of cutting it down with his sword had strengthened it each time it regenerated, so he decided not to attack and just keep on dodging the giant limbs falling on him. Thankfully, the adaptation had not reached a level where it increases its power when it comes across a shortcoming. Right now, it only adapts to the things that directly harms him. The earlier water had brought suffocation to the real body when it was half submerged, leading to him gaining the ability to stand on water. Man, the religious fanatics of his old world would have started cults by now. Inazuma accelerated his thoughts, trying to find an answer to this predicament. He conducted many simulations in his head about how the battle would go, and he was unable to find a way that did not involve him killing Shimura to stop him. But then another plan came to his head. A plan that would work but at the same time will leave a bitter aftertaste in his mouth. He knew the plan has a good chance of working, and if it works, it will bring complete completion to this whole dilemma. But the end result, he did not like it. He then turned towards the direction of the beach and saw a green blur coming straight towards them. It seems like the fate of OFA and AFO is tied together one way or another, even if by a little bit at the end. For his plan to work, he asked his system a question and gained an approval at the end. "Got it," he muttered and went to catch Midoriya, who was flying here. Inazuma-san, Deku was startled at how he was caught. No time to explain Deku. Inazuma said as he used his quirk to connect with One for All. He immediately sent his plan to all the vestiges present in it. He was able to feel the emotions of all of them. The most emotion came from Nana, who sighed in a defeated tone at the end. This plan of yours, I agree that it seems like the only way to finish this and end it in a good manner. Nana said, although each word seemed to drain more of her energy. The others too were having different expressions, and even the more intense of all of them had a somber expression at the plan that was about to be executed. Hey, what are you doing making plans like this without telling me? Midoriya shouted in indignation. He had not even heard about the vestige of AFO and OFA being killed until way later, and now they made a plan that did not reveal even a bit of it to him. He was feeling annoyed at being left out like this. Nana Shimura came forward and hugged Deku tightly, immediately silencing him from making more comments of the unfairness he was facing. You are the best of us. You will also grow up to heights that was not even close to what would have been achieved by predecessors like us. Plus, the heart of the hero you have. I'm glad that you were chosen by All Might to carry on as the 9th user of this quirk. Nana declared as the other vestiges nodded at the statement. Deku was startled as he was not able to process what just happened. He suddenly felt like something bad was about to happen. Wait, what are you planning to do? Midoriya asked immediately but did not receive an answer. Then suddenly Nana Shimura, who was hugging him a few moments ago, vanished completely. Midoriya was shocked, but then immediately realized that the hug he had gotten was not only Nana Shimura's way of saying goodbye, but it was also done so that he can be distracted from what was happening outside. Midoriya immediately went out and found drops of his own blood falling on the mouth of Tamura Shigaraki, whose body was now visible, as Inazuma used his sword to carve out the entire humanoid form of flesh, until the small body of Shigaraki became visible. The moment the blood fell on his mouth, which was pried open by Inazuma, Deku felt a loss of a part of him. He was able to feel the quirk float, one of his most used quirk vanish from his body. Capítulo 86, Chapter 85 Final Battle v. A Grandmother. Midoriya watched the blood drip down into Tamura's mouth as he felt float disappear from his body. He knew at once that he is never going to see Nana's vestige again. Midoriya may seem naive to some people with his mentality of saving everyone he comes across, but even with that, he is a person with a high IQ honed by his relentless research of quirks he had done all his life. He knew there was only one reason that they will deny him the knowledge of the plan they are taking. Stop this, we can save him, there's still a chance. Midoriya screamed and tried to activate One for All to break out of Inazuma's hands, but he felt disconnected from his quirk. He can hear the vestiges left inside him asking forgiveness, but that did not matter to him at all. He kept on trying to push Inazuma so that he can move. Inazuma was slightly surprised as he felt pressure from what Midoriya was trying to do, but remembering that the kid's body he is holding has been broken down and remade countless times made him see why he was strong. Izuku Midoriya, even without his quirk, had become strong. But right now, it was not enough. Inazuma vibrated his hands, shaking Midoriya's brain to disorient him. He can still feel Midoriya trying to fight back, but the disorientation was highly stressful that he was unable to do anything properly other than lay on the fleshy limb where Inazuma placed him. Inazuma looked at what he had done. He knew that even if he had done nothing, Shimura would have died in the cannon. But even then, it left a bad aftertaste in his mouth that he had to resort to this option at the end, even after all that he did till now. But even then, the chances of it ending in a distasteful end is very high. He had almost accomplished saving the kid from the shackles that had been put on him all these years. But at the end, he had to give all of it up to chance, with less than 2% chance of the kid surviving at the end. Inside AFO. So, you're my grandma? The kid asked, as he was sitting on the woman's lap. Yes, I am, she replied with a smile as she hugged him close, as if she were afraid he will disappear. My sister wanted to meet you, he said, and suddenly a picture of his past formed in front of him. About the time where his sister had sneaked in and found the picture of their grandmother. Nana watched the image silently with a smile, but her expression stiffened within moments as she watched the subsequent acts of her son as he physically harmed his own children. I am not angry at you, You know, Tenko started, before I never thought about you, and after when I learned about the truth of why you left. I understand why you did, Tenko said as the memory disappeared. I know why you are here now, Tenko said as the image of Inazuma outside came in front of them. My quirk had managed to create new quirks based on what I want, and I wanted to know what that man was thinking, and a quirk formed for reading minds and memories. Nana's eyes widened slightly as she did not expect such a mature thought from the child. Tenko turned towards her as if he can hear her thoughts. No, he was hearing her thoughts, she realized. He lied when he said that the only option for me was to die. Tenko said that immediately froze Nana. Before coming here, the plan Inazuma told consisted of Nana convincing that Tenko Shimura cannot live in the world and therefore must disappear. If Nana convinces him that it is the optimum choice, the adapting quirk will make him completely disappear. This was the only way out of this according to him. Even if they managed to stop Tenko from causing further harm, the victims he had created till today will ask for retribution for the pain they felt because of his crusade of destruction that he committed. Even if it was revealed that he was brainwashed, the people will still have a lot of hate for him, leading him to have no hope in living a peaceful life in society. The other problem was the now newly created adapting quirk, which can create quirks simply because of the needs of Tenko and therefore will elevate him into the strongest being in the world within hours. And the people will have a hard time trusting something that powerful existing in the world. He does it because he has no choice in the matter. Nana tried her way to console him. He does not necessarily want your end. He was just not able to see a way for you to be safe after this. Nana's heart broke as she said to her grandson that the only way this can end is for him to die. Tenko shook his head when I looked into his mind. Unlike the others in One for All and Izuku Midoriya, something prevented me from seeing his deeper memories. I felt like increasing my strength, but something told me that doing so will end with me facing something I won't be able to fathom, so I only read the surface thoughts he had when he told his plan to all of you. Nana was confused as she did not know where Tenko was going with this. Then Tenko turned towards her, and this time he had a small smile. What I meant was not him wishing me to die, he wanted me to live, and the way was also in his mind as well. He only felt that there was a 2% chance of it succeeding, but I can make sure it does. Nana was still unable to understand. This is goodbye in a way, but make sure to watch over me when I wake up, Tenko said. Capítulo 87, Chapter 86 Final Battle Final. Cracked. The giant form of All for One began to crack all over within moments. Inazuma immediately ran off with Midoriya, landing on a floating piece of debris nearby, and watched as the decay quirk started to completely destroy Shimura's body. Midoriya fell silent, watching the person he had vowed to save destroy himself. Why? He asked, turning to Inazuma. Inazuma responded with the reasons he believed this was the best path. However, Midoriya remained distraught, even though he knew that the life awaiting Shigaraki after this would have been filled with curses and danger. He understood that Inazuma was right, yet it still left a bitter aftertaste in his mouth. At that moment, Inazuma carefully examined the sea of broken flesh, searching for the 2% chance he had hoped for. Within seconds, his eyes widened, and he immediately sprinted at full speed. Midoriya, momentarily disoriented, found himself lying on another piece of debris. When his focus returned, he saw Inazuma a short distance away, gently picking something up from the ground. Midoriya stood up and approached him, only to see that Inazuma was holding a child, no older than 2 or 3 years. This, Midoriya's eyes widened in shock. Inazuma removed the mask from his face, a wild smile playing on his lips. It worked, damn it. Inazuma had initially believed his communication with OFA was due to its possible connection to the strength force, a spectral energy related to the speed force. But thinking about it now, the ability might have been a gift from Jason to help complete his mission. Because at this moment, he could feel Nana's presence inside the child, and she had sent a message. The child in his hands was Shimura Tenko. Not the child who had grown up trapped and abused, but a child with a clean slate, no memories of his past. This was what his quirk considered the path for him to live a normal life, for Shimura Tenko to be reborn, free of the chains and burdens of his previous existence. Midoriya, too, understood what had happened. OFA allowed him to connect with Nana inside Shimura, though it was temporary. She would only be able to stay within the child with her consciousness for a few more years, until he reached the age of 10. But Shimura no longer possessed AFO or any lingering quirks. His evolved decay had erased all modifications Garaki had made to his body. Essentially, his body was now that of a perfectly normal human, free of defects. However, Nana's presence ensured that he could use the quirk float, and even after she disappeared, he would retain it as his own. So, Midoriya, can you make sure this child gets to live a good life? Because I won't be here to ensure that. I'll be going back to my home soon, Inazuma asked. Midoriya gazed at the reborn child for a few moments, then gently took him from Inazuma's hands, studying him carefully. My mom's been a bit lonely ever since I started attending UA. I think she won't mind an addition to the family, Midoriya said with a smile. Inazuma let out a deep breath, feeling like he had made the right decision. Even though this had all been done so he could return to his own dimension, he still felt a sense of satisfaction in saving someone who had changed after enduring a harsh fate. The battle had officially ended when it was revealed that AFO had been completely destroyed by the UA students. Aside from Class 2A, 2B, the UA staff, and a few heroes, no one else knew that Shigaraki had survived, reborn as Shimura. And they all collectively decided to keep this fact a secret forever. Karna and Kana left 2 days later, spending that time using the rewards they had earned to buy supplies, knowing that their chances of returning were slim, if not non-existent. Make sure to finish solving the problems in your world soon, kid. Blaming everything on fate and holding yourself back will only result in you losing a lot in the future, Karna advised Inazuma before departing. What about you? What did you do in the fairy tale world? Inazuma asked curiously. Karna grinned widely. At first I was like you, but later I said F it and decided to do things my way without regrets. And with that, he vanished. His words brought a small smile to Inazuma's face. I think I get why I felt like you were Jason's favorite, Inazuma mused as he walked away. Ensuring that Deku would still have one for all in the end had been accomplished, at least in a manner of speaking. After discovering how Nana was currently surviving and her plan to permanently pass her quirk to Tenko, the vestiges of One for All made a similar decision. They realized that OFA had originally been created to counter AFO, which was the reason for its exponential growth over time. However, if it continued to evolve unchecked, it would eventually lead to the quirk singularity, just as AFO had demonstrated in the end. Capítulo 88, Chapter 87 Mission complete. Seeing that One for All had the risk of becoming the next quirk singularity, the vestiges of One for All had decided to end it with this generation. The quirk singularity that Garaki had mentioned would come to pass, there was no doubt about that. But it was best for the still-developing world not to face it just yet. The world needed to grow stronger before it could handle such a challenge. Inside the depths of One for All, where the remnants of its previous wielders resided, the first user of One for All spoke to both Deku and Inazuma, who had come to visit them. Deku, we have decided to end One for All with your generation. After your death, it will completely vanish from this world, Shigaraki said gently, watching as tears welled up in Deku's eyes. We know it will be difficult for you to accept that all of us will be gone, but the truth is, we are merely echoes, fragments left behind when the quirk was passed down. In a way, the real us have already died. Nana will remain for some time so that her grandson can maintain a connection to his family, but in your case, our continued presence would only hold you back instead of pushing you forward. He let out a deep breath, which made me wonder whether vestiges even needed to breathe, but I chose not to voice my thoughts aloud. I know you have much to discuss with the other users, so I won't keep you here any longer, Shigaraki said, pointing to a door. Deku nodded and walked through it, leaving only Inazuma and Shigaraki behind. What do you want to talk to me about? Inazuma asked, realizing that Shigaraki had separated him from the others for a private conversation. Has the Shigaraki in your universe caused the same level of destruction as the one here? I come from the time of the Island battle. It hasn't reached that level yet, Inazuma replied. Can you save him? Better than we did in this world, where the only way for the child to find peace was to destroy everything that made him who he was. Inazuma closed his eyes. He thought about every decision he had made so far. Before arriving in this dimension, he had considered letting things unfold as they did in the canon timeline. But after witnessing the destruction in this world, he had begun to question that choice. Initially, he had been hesitant to alter the timeline, but after seeing the final fate forced upon Tenko Shimura and having a conversation with Karna, he made his decision. He would completely break the canon once he returned. Inazuma opened his eyes. I'm going to end it the day I go back, once and for all. The Shigaraki in my world hasn't committed crimes so severe that I wouldn't be able to put him in an asylum where he could slowly be rehabilitated. And with the knowledge I have now, I'll be able to save him, Dabai, and many others. When I return, I won't hesitate. The people I need to take down have already committed enough crimes to face my judgment, Inazuma declared. Shigaraki stood up and approached him, a small smile forming on his face. He extended his hand, and Inazuma reciprocated, shaking it firmly. One for all will end today in this world. The only thing that remains is Izuku Midoriya, who will carry the quirks compiled within One for All until his death. After that, no one will ever inherit it again. Although there is a small chance that his descendants may awaken quirks similar to those possessed by past wielders of One for All, that will be a trial for future generations to face, Shigaraki declared. Mission completed. Inazuma heard the voice in his head confirming that the mission was finished. One for All had not completely disappeared, but it would remain with Izuku Midoriya until the end of his life. With that settled, Inazuma could now return to his own world without any problems. The villains who had incited chaos would pay for their crimes in prison, with the major leaders receiving lengthy sentences and facing restrictions even after their eventual release. However, consideration was given to those who had fought for the revolution due to their circumstances. Many had suffered discrimination and abuse simply for being born with mutant quirks, which led them to join the cause. In the end, most of them had refrained from attacking the hospital after being swayed by the words of the hero students. Taking this into account, the government decided that these individuals would serve community service as punishment, work that would continue until the destroyed areas of Japan were fully rebuilt. Additionally, their grievances would be acknowledged, and steps would be taken to eliminate the discrimination against mutant quirk users. The ones who had declared war against oppression understood that their battle would be long and difficult. They openly admitted this in media briefings, but vowed to see it through, no matter the cost. The time for me to return had finally arrived. I met with Eri and many others, even though most of them did not share the deep bonds with me that their counterparts in my home world did. Take care of yourself, Inazuma-kun, Nezu said, and do your best to ensure that your world never faces the same fate as ours in these past few months. I will, I replied, feeling power surge within me. The system informed me that I only needed to break the dimensional barrier. Jason would handle the rest. I took off running toward the sea. I knew the speeds I was about to reach shouldn't be unleashed in a populated area, and I was right. After several miles, I let loose my full power. The force displaced a massive amount of water, not enough to cause a tsunami, but certainly enough to destroy several buildings if they were nearby. As I ran, a blue portal appeared in the distance. Without hesitation, I rushed toward it at full speed and plunged into the unknown. Capítulo 89, Chapter 88 Time Difference. As soon as Inazuma passed through the blue portal, everything went white. Suddenly, he was no longer running. He was sitting in a chair, with a familiar figure seated opposite him. Beneath them was a small, pristine white floor upon which their two chairs were situated. Beyond that, an entire universe unfolded before his eyes. Trillions of stars, cosmic storms of various colors, and explosions erupted all around them. As Inazuma looked closer, he saw black holes forming and supernovas occurring in an instant. It was as if he were witnessing a chaotic mixture of time itself. Some cosmic structures remained still. Others changed at a visible yet slow pace, while some transformed instantaneously, releasing an immense amount of energy. Sorry about the confusing visuals, by the way. I've been doing some renovations since the last time you came through here, Jason said, watching another star vanish within seconds. Renovations? Ah, yes, of course. You have no idea what your suicidal attack did to you? Jason replied, turning around. Suicidal? Exactly. Unlike the other times I joke with Karna or you about dying, where you only reach a near-death state from which you can recover, this time you were completely dead. Although, you can blame part of that on me, Jason admitted, his tone turning serious, which slightly startled Inazuma. What do you mean, part of your fault? Inazuma asked skeptically. Jason sighed and began explaining. Kid, both I and the universe I'm creating are just a few million years old right now. In cosmic terms, that's practically the zygote stage of a human birth. I had only just begun forming fundamental forces to balance and shape reality within my universe. Meanwhile, your universe and Karna's universe were kind of like gifts from other multiversal beings. Beings so powerful that they don't mind losing a few universes here and there. Since I'm young and without a mentor, they were kind enough to help me. Why the hell don't you have a mentor? Jason groaned at the question. Don't even get me started, kid. It's better if you don't know. Anyway, let's focus on your situation. When you were vibrating Wolfram, you expected to do it like the Flash, right? Where he just thinks of a universe while shifting between dimensions, and boom, he arrives there just like that in a blue portal. Yeah, Inazuma nodded, recalling how he had envisioned a deserted place in his mind, hoping the dimensions would guide him there, where he can safely land the explosion that was about to happen because of the overloaded Wolfram. That was suicidal. It would have worked if you were in any other multiverse created by the more experienced beings. But here, in my zygote multiverse, not a chance, Jason said, taking a sip from a cola cup that had appeared out of nowhere. Let me explain how the gap between universes in the multiverse actually works. Contrary to what most people think, the space between universes isn't empty. It's filled with a glue-like energy, which we'll call gap fluid, for now since no one else has named it yet. This fluid ensures that all these separate universes remain connected, forming a complete omniverse under my control or any other multiversal being's control. Inazuma listened intently, understanding the weight of the knowledge being shared with him. This was fundamental, cosmic-level truth, something only a handful of beings in the universe would ever know. He was one of the first to hear it in this omniverse, as he was lucky to be hit by the truck. This gap fluid's job is to hold these universes together. But you have to understand, almost no two universes are identical. Even the most similar ones have minute differences that make them unique, even if their inhabitants don't consider those differences significant enough to be classified as a difference. For the fundamental forces, those minute changes are heavy, you can consider it as a butterfly effect. To manage this, the gap fluid has an adaptive property, making it as close to omnipotence as possible. Though it's still far from my level of omnipotence, Jason explained, his gaze following another star's destruction. The speed force, in a way, can slightly bend the gap fluid for its own purposes. When speedsters like you travel through it, the speed force takes the location your thoughts are focused on and manipulates the gap fluid, creating a portal to your desired space and time within the multiverse, essentially being one of the easiest mode of travel if you are a speedster, or you know one who is and is willing to help you. Then Jason turned his full attention to Inazuma. But the problem, kid, is that there are only 4 things in my existence right now. The budding universe that's supposed to be my core, the fairy tale universe where I sent Karna, the My Hero Academia universe where I sent you, and a subsequent parallel deviation of the original My Hero Academia canonical universe. But all of these are connected by my power, not by the natural presence of gap fluid, which is a phenomenon that should exist to hold multiverses together. Inazuma processed all of this before asking, "So, where did I end up?" "You ended up in the pure gap, kid. Not in between universes, but in pure nothingness, where even time doesn't exist. Both you and Wolfram were completely frozen, unable to move, because even the fundamental laws of motion don't apply there. Thankfully, because of that, nothing actually happened to you. But since existence itself is absent in the gap, you would have remained there for eternity. essentially becoming a concept of death even more extreme than any other death imaginable. Inazuma's face paled as the ramifications of what had happened sank in. If Jason hadn't pulled him out, he would have been trapped there forever. No reincarnation, no afterlife, no heaven or hell. He and Wolfram would have been nothing more than frozen statues, lost to the void for all eternity. Capítulo 90, Chapter 89, Mistaken Time. Karna still had a pale face as he listened to what Jason had revealed to him. He had essentially died. He was lucky that Jason had reincarnated him. If this had been like other fanfictions where the god simply grants a gift and leaves them alone, he would not have survived. He would have died along with Wolfram. Or to be more precise, he would have suffered a fate even worse than death. He sighed. That explains the extra task, I suppose, Karna said as he gazed at the randomly shifting universe in front of him. Jason pointed at the phenomenon occurring before them. I mentioned before that the power of creation inside me, my omnipotence, is incomplete without the full formation of the core universe, which will take time. Until that process is complete, creating an artificial gap liquid will not be beneficial at all, as it will be linked to me. From what Minerva told me, when my universe fully forms, my powers will temporarily stop working. It doesn't mean I'll be weak or vulnerable, but I will enter a cocoon state. Emerging from it will complete me as an omnipotent being. Right now, I'm holding the universes together. When I enter the cocoon, they will separate, and the chances of their destruction will be extremely high. Even if I can restore them afterward, until the moment I do after waking, which maybe can take until centuries passes in your worlds, the denizens of those universes will experience hell just trying to survive for even a moment. And if I'm right, even death won't save them, as their afterlives exist within their universes, which will also be affected. I could imagine the dreadfulness of what he was saying. Even if it took trillions of years for his universe to form, even if my own universe should have long since vanished by then, I had a feeling it wouldn't be that simple. From what I remember, Karna was an adult when I was brought into the My Hero Academia universe, yet now there isn't much of an age difference between us. This proves that time flows differently in different universes. So, the chances of this cocoon event affecting my universe right after I return are very high. From what I can see, time is fluid in the vast expanse of nothingness, where even the fundamental laws of physics from my world may not necessarily apply. I hadn't realized the full ramifications of this until you got trapped in the gap, and your hypothesis is correct, Jason admitted as he read my mind. Time is fluid without a fixed state from the point of view outside the universes run by the rules of physics and time, and it might fluctuate when I enter my cocoon state. So, the chances of what you feared happening are very high. Jason paused for a moment and continued. So that's why the entire gap is in disarray in front of you right now. To create gap liquid, we need a highly adaptable omnipotence that lacks consciousness and will never develop one, no matter how adaptive it becomes. To achieve this, I borrowed many celestial bodies from other omnipotent beings around me and subjected them to various processes in the gap. At the end of this process, it will create the gap liquid for my universe, one that won't vanish when I enter my cocoon. So what should I do now? Inazuma asked Jason. I think it's time to go home, kid. You've made them wait long enough. It's better if you go back now. Inazuma smiled, then suddenly froze as he fully comprehended the words. What do you mean so long? He asked, slowly turning his head toward Jason. Well, let's just say the formation of gap liquid might have caused some time dilation. Plus, a few of my own mistakes, I guess, Jason admitted with a strained smile, as if trying to hide something. What did you do? Inazuma asked seriously. Oh, nothing much. It's just that I'll only be able to send you back to your world a bit later than originally intended. Before Inazuma could react, everything suddenly turned white. When he opened his eyes, he was falling through a blue portal quickly, and from what he could see, the portal's exit was perpendicular to the side of a building, meaning that if he did nothing, he would fall straight down. He immediately activated his quirk, trying to slow his descent by creating footholds along the walls of the portal and kicking off in different directions. He knew that if he created a platform horizontally while falling at this speed, his legs would break the moment he landed on it. As he neared the building, he pushed himself against the wall and began running downward, gradually slowing himself at intervals. By the time he reached the ground, he had come to a complete stop. When he looked back, he saw the portal closing in a bizarre manner. For a moment, he could have sworn it winked at him, but considering the eccentricity of the person who had created it, he doubted it was a hallucination. Looking around, he confirmed that he was back on Island. However, it didn't seem as crowded as it had been the last time he was here. Perhaps this was its normal population, with the influx of visitors only happening when the island opened up to outsiders. Island was a prototype man-made island, designed as a safe haven for researchers while offering enough infrastructure for their families to live normal lives, albeit in a more technologically advanced environment than the outside world. Their lives themselves were an experiment, testing the feasibility and sustainability of the technologies and reforms invented in the island for the future. Inazuma then turned to the digital billboards to check the date, and what he saw shocked him. He had been in the other world for a total of 2 weeks. But in this world, an entire month had already passed. Capítulo 91, Chapter 90. I'm back. Damn, that's too much. Inazuma could only imagine how worried everyone must have been after he disappeared from this world for almost a month. Since they had no idea where he was, he wouldn't be surprised if some had even considered holding a funeral for him. However, revealing that one of the strongest heroes had died would likely spur the underworld and villains into unleashing chaos across Japan. That was why Nezu and the others would have held back from making such an announcement. Besides, even if they did declare him dead, he knew they would never stop searching for him until they had undeniable proof, his intact or mutilated body. And he didn't even want to think about the other grim possibilities. His gaze shifted to the building he had nearly crashed into. The upper part was covered by a large tent, which confused him for a moment. Construction on the island was typically done outside before being brought in for assembly. There were designated centers for that process outside the island, and with their advanced technology, it should only take a few hours to assemble an entire building, excluding shipping time. Plus, the process was virtually dust-free, meaning there was no need for any tents. Looking closer, he realized it was the same building where he had fought Wolfram and disappeared that day. Things started to click in his mind, and he immediately sprinted toward the top of the building, where he expected to find the most important woman in his life. Within milliseconds, he reached the rooftop and took in the sight before him. The entire area was filled with machines, some incomplete, as if their completion no longer mattered, and others seemingly destroyed, their remains suggesting they had exploded from the inside. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that these machines bore similarities to the one Wolfram had used to access the Speed Force. He could guess why there were so many waste parts. David must have used his original plans on creating these, but they would not work. The Speed Force was a living, fundamental force of the universe, yet it existed outside of it. Inazuma's quirk was the bridge connecting the Speed Force to this world. He was its anchor. The moment he left, any machine attempting to tap into that energy would have been rendered useless. From what he could gather, everyone had likely tried to recreate the Speed Force machine in an attempt to replicate the circumstances of his disappearance, or maybe create similar circumstances to how Melissa was able to acquire the quirk. They must have figured that having another speedster will help them to find me or help deal with the problems that will arise with my disappearance. But instead of channeling the Speed Force, they had probably funneled volatile compositions of electromagnetic or weak nuclear energies, the fundamental energies of the universe, into the devices, causing them to explode. As he walked further in, the sound of metal clanking repeatedly caught his attention. He turned toward the noise and slowly approached, a strong feeling in his gut telling him exactly who he would find. Inside, he saw a woman in a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, rushing back and forth across the room, grabbing parts from different areas. She was assembling something, but the more she tried to put it together, the more it fell apart. Frustrated, she kept replacing parts, glancing at her laptop, frowning, and discarding components she had just picked up moments ago. Inazuma watched Clara as she frantically worked, constructing multiple machines at once. Her face was smudged with grease, but that did little to hide the dark circles beneath her eyes, a clear sign of exhaustion. She was thinner than before, her skin paler, her frame visibly malnourished. Even her clothes that she wore did not seem like it was washed for days. The grime and other stains of mechanical fluids shows that she had not even tried to do anything other than work for a long time. Then suddenly, she turned and saw him. For a moment, she froze but then shook her head and simply resumed her work, muttering under her breath. Damn hallucinations took the pills for that, and they still won't stop. I don't accept that you're dead, all right? I know you're alive, and I'm going to find you, so don't say anything else like every time you do when you appear. She turned her back on him, continuing to type furiously on her laptop. Inazuma slowly walked up behind her as she kept muttering. No comments this time, no telling me it's worthless or that you're gone for good. She kept mumbling until he softly wrapped his arms around her from behind. She froze instantly. No matter how tired or sleep-deprived she was, she knew for a fact that hallucinations didn't provide a sense of touch. She had tested that theory countless times, and the result had always been disappointingly same. Slowly, she turned around, trembling slightly. Her eyes scanned him with intensity as her hands reached out, touching his arms, neck, and shoulders, checking, confirming. The longer she was getting more and more reasons that she was real, exhaustion began to seep in slowly. But this time, it wasn't because of helplessness or failure. It was relief. The person she loved had come back. She hugged him tightly, as if afraid he would disappear again. You're back. Yeah, I am, he replied gently. What took you so long? Got held up a bit. He rubbed her back soothingly, trying to calm her. We never lost hope, even though nothing worked. I know you wouldn't. Eri was worried. She was always here. I put her to sleep half an hour ago. For a few minutes, they simply talked, just to hear each other's voices, just to reassure themselves that this was real. That he was real. Finally, Clara looked up at Inazuma's face. Then, she pulled him in for a kiss. Capítulo 92, Chapter 91 the first time, R18. Inazuma and Clara's tongues danced and explored, their kiss growing more passionate by the second. They had kissed countless times before, but this time felt different. This time, it was as if they were rediscovering each other after a long absence, even though Inazuma had only been gone for a month. Their hands roamed restlessly over each other's bodies, reacquainting themselves with familiar curves and angles. Clara's breath hitched as Inazuma's thumb brushed against her nipple, sending jolts of electricity coursing through her. She deepened their kiss, her fingers tangling in his hair as she pressed herself against him. Inazuma groaned, his hands sliding down to grip Clara's ass and pull her even closer. She could feel the evidence of his desire pressing against her stomach, and it sent a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. She wanted more, she wanted everything, and she wanted it right now. Inazuma's hands slid down Clara's back, his fingers tracing the edge of her jeans before hooking under the waistband. He broke their kiss long enough to whisper, "Is this okay?" Clara nodded, her heart pounding in her chest. Yes, more than okay. He eased her jeans and panties down her legs, helping her step out of them once they reached her ankles. She stood before him, completely naked and vulnerable, but feeling no shame whatsoever. Instead, she felt empowered, emboldened by Inazuma's obvious desire for her. Inazuma's gaze raked over her body, appreciation shining in his eyes. "Clara, you're incredible." He reached out, tracing the curve of her hip and the swell of her breast with a feather-light touch. She shivered under his ministrations, her body yearning for more. She decided to take the lead, her hands working quickly to remove Inazuma's shirt and pants. He helped her, kicking off his shoes and stepping out of his pants once she had them around his ankles. Now, they stood facing each other, completely naked and exposed. Clara's breath caught in her throat as she took in the sight of Inazuma's naked body. Quirk had made sure that he had filled out in all the right places, his muscular torso tapering down to narrow hips and strong legs. And between his legs, she could see the evidence of his desire, standing proud and ready. Inazuma reached out, pulling Clara into another passionate kiss as they stumbled backwards towards the bed. She fell onto the mattress, Inazuma following her down and settling between her thighs. She could feel his erection pressing against her, and she wrapped her legs around his waist, encouraging him to come closer. Breaking their kiss, Clara whispered in Inazuma's ear, I want you, Inazuma, all of you. Inazuma groaned, his hips bucking reflexively as he lined himself up with her entrance. Clara, are you sure? We don't have to rush. She silenced him with another kiss, her fingers digging into his shoulders. I'm sure. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. With a slow, steady push, Inazuma entered Clara, his eyes locked onto hers as he filled her completely. She gasped at the initial shock of pain, her body stretching to accommodate him. He paused, giving her time to adjust, and kissed her gently. Are you okay? He asked, his voice laced with concern. Clara nodded, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Yes, it's a lot, but it feels so good, Inazuma. Please don't stop. Inazuma began to move, his hips pulling back slowly before pushing forward again. Clara matched his rhythm, her body eagerly meeting his as they found their shared pace. The initial discomfort faded, replaced by a building pressure deep within her core. Their bodies moved together in perfect sync, their breaths coming in ragged gasps as they chased their release. Inazuma's lips found Clara's, their tongues dancing and exploring as he continued to fill her again and again. Clara's fingers traced the muscles of Inazuma's back, her nails digging into his skin as she felt the pressure inside her building to an unbearable height. Inazuma, I'm close, she panted, her eyes locked onto his. He nodded, his own breath coming in short gasps. Me too, Clara, come with me. With a final, powerful thrust, Inazuma sent Clara tumbling over the edge. Her body convulsed as wave after wave of pleasure crashed over her, her inner muscles clamping down around him. Inazuma followed her, his own release ripping through him as he emptied himself inside her. They collapsed together, their bodies still entwined as they fought to catch their breath. Inazuma propped himself up on his elbows, brushing a stray lock of hair from Clara's forehead. Are you okay? He asked softly. Clara smiled, her heart overflowing with love and happiness. More than okay. That was amazing, Inazuma, I love you. Inazuma's face split into a wide grin. I love you too, Clara, more than anything. He leaned down, pressing a soft kiss to her lips before rolling onto his side and pulling her close. Now, let's get some rest. We have a lot of lost time to make up for, he said as he gently carried to the makeshift bed nearby. Capítulo 93, Chapter 92 almost over. Watching Clara sleep peacefully, Inazuma decided to find out the condition of the world right now since he was not here for a whole month, and if his guess is correct, a lot of important things must have happened by now. He opened his phone and looked at the news. Aizawa was speaking to the press about the disappearance of Bakugo due to the attack on the UA students while they were in their training camp. It seemed like the conference had just started. Is the attack on UA related to the disappearance of Blood Lightning for a whole month? Has something happened to him? Inazuma shut off the feed as he heard those two questions. From what he remembered, the attack was supposed to begin while the conference was going on, and All Might would have broken into Kurogiri's bar just as it was ending. He could see that the media would be focusing on his disappearance, so he felt like he should finish everything now. As he was about to leave, he heard a sound. There is a suit in the workshop. Make sure to come back after you save that loudmouth, Clara said, without getting up from the bed. Inazuma went back and made sure the blanket was covering her properly. He then kissed her forehead and went towards the workshop to find a new suit sitting there. It followed the same design as before, but this time it had more security measures, and it seemed like both the coat and the inner suit would compress into a belt, making it more comfortable to carry. For a moment, Inazuma felt like doing a Kamen Rider pose, but he shook himself out of that thought. He then began running towards the mainland at full speed. Thankfully, since his disappearance, the island had remained in the exact spot it was in on that day, so that research could be done to bring him back. He was easily able to find the direction he had to go in. At the press conference, Nezu watched as Aizawa handled the media with maturity. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a message on his phone. He was surprised because, for their plan to have no loopholes, it had been decided that there should be no communication while the press conference was going on. Nezu began to have a bad feeling and picked up his phone to find just 2 words. I'm back. His eyes widened slightly, and he felt like smiling widely with joy. He had no need to see who had sent that message, but since he was in a press conference, he had to control his facial expressions. Then a few files were sent to his phone. As he read through them, his eyes widened even more. This is impossible. He could not believe that the existence of another world was in his files, but the pattern in which the information was arranged was written in a secret code. Nobody else would have noticed it, as they would be focused on the content itself. However, Nezu could see traces of himself within it, cementing the fact that these files were created by himself, his counterpart in another world, or more precisely, himself from a year in the future. Using his high IQ and animal physiology, he speedread the main information, the impending war and the destruction that awaited in the future. He immediately typed a message under the table. "What are you planning now?" He didn't have to wait long for a reply. "I'm ending it." Nezu couldn't stop himself from cursing, which caught Aizawa's attention just as he had managed to appease the media. "Dr. Garaki's lab." Inazuma typed his response as he gazed at Garaki, who was writhing in pain beneath his feet. All around him, the entire lab was destroyed, with every Namu cut into thousands of pieces. He held a sword in one hand while using the teleporting Namu as a sheath with the other. The moment he reached the mainland, he had moved straight to the hospital at full speed, making sure not to kill anyone. It only took a few minutes for him to reach the hospital and find Garaki in his office. He didn't hesitate for even a second and drove a vibrating hand straight through his chest, making him turn into mud and disappear immediately. He knew that Garaki had created a weak copy of Twice's quirk and had made a clone of himself. After taking care of the clone, he immediately ran to the elevator and broke straight down into the basement, where the experiments were being conducted. Only seeing it once was enough for Inazuma to realize that there were no living beings left, just Namu created for destruction and experimentation. He took the two swords from his back and started cutting them all down, whether they were in glass containers or standing outside as mindless guards. Then he saw Garaki, who was about to teleport with the help of the Namu in his hand. He had probably been alerted when his clone was killed and must have seen the red sparks, making a quick decision to escape. But he was too late. I threw the blade in my hand at full speed, pinning the teleporting creature to the wall, then slowed myself down before kicking Garaki straight into the ground. I made sure to break his spine while keeping the rest intact. This bastard hadn't hesitated to kill and experiment on thousands, all for his own enjoyment. No matter how much he claimed it was about science, at the end of the day, trying to artificially create something that would have naturally happened within a few decades or centuries was pure idiocy, especially when the price for it was the lives of countless innocent people. Garaki struggled, feeling the sensation in his legs fade. Because of his quirk's deterioration of his body, he didn't feel more pain than he can handle, so he kept struggling. He looked at Inazuma with disgust. "Blood lightning," he spat out in anger. Capítulo 94, Chapter 93, almost over II. "Blood lightning," Garaki spat out with hate. "Garaki, do you have any last words?" Inazuma replied in a cold tone. Garaki froze at those words. He had expected to be arrested. He always believed that knave heroes would stop when a villain surrendered, giving them a chance to later escape from jail by bribing government officials or breaking out. One of the reasons for his overconfidence in his deeds was the guarantee that, at the end of the day, he would live. "Wow, what are you even saying? You're supposed to be a hero. You can't kill." Garaki roared in fear, realizing that blood lightning was not bluffing. Inazuma looked at him in silence. His mask suddenly retracted into his jacket, allowing Garaki to see his face, along with the cold red eyes staring straight at him. "No, I still have a lot to do. I need to find out the end," Garaki shouted, then started rambling about the atrocious experiments he still had left to conduct. "Swipe." Inazuma finished it in a second. He then looked around the lab. In a corner, he found cans of fuel. Using super speed and a broom, he gathered every experiment in the laboratory into the center of the room and doused them with fuel before setting them ablaze. He watched as the makeshift pyre for Garaki and his victims burned, while ensuring that the fire did not spread to the building above, since the hospital was still filled with many innocent people and patients. Inazuma then turned to the hospital records and other information on Garaki's computer. There was little security that the suit made by Clara couldn't bypass, and so he was easily able to hack in by breaking the password. Garaki likely hadn't expected to be discovered, and since he had been trying to escape quickly, he had no time to delete the information on the computers, because of which, Inazuma easily found the files in the desktop itself. This facility had been completely destroyed in the other world, so the heroes had been unable to retrieve additional information about the experiments conducted on Shigaraki's body. Some might argue that keeping Garaki alive would have yielded more results, but Inazuma had already reviewed every future interrogation record on Garaki that Nezu of the other world had given him before coming back. Keeping Garaki alive would have only caused more trouble later, as he was the only one capable of creating another all-for-one from scratch. And today, Inazuma had decided to erase him for good. Inazuma looked through the records and seized at the revelation that the doctor was responsible for hundreds of children losing their quirks. It seemed that all-for-one had been able to steal quirk factors before they manifested in children. Whenever a 3- or 4-year-old was brought to the hospital for a fever or checkup, their quirk factors would have already formed within them, awaiting only activation. However, during these checkups, all-for-one would steal the quirks and assess their potential. If any seemed useful, he added them to his stockpile, while the rest were given to Namu bodies for Garaki's experiments. Seeing countless people lose their potential before they even had a chance to manifest it enraged Inazuma and reaffirmed his decision to kill Garaki instead of arresting him. Further investigation into the communication channels revealed that all-for-one had been in contact with Overhaul's Yakuza group to arrange dealings with them. Just a few files at the top of the section were enough for Inazuma to deduce that Overhaul had used the leftover body parts of Eri to create quirk-destroying bullets, which he had sent to Garaki to be duplicated, as only a small amount of Eri's DNA remained in his possession. Fortunately, it appeared that Overhaul had handed over nearly every sample of Eri he had, along with all the bullets. According to Garaki's files, Overhaul himself only had 5 bullets left, and those only provided temporary quirk suppression, wearing off within a day. It seemed that saving Eri that day had paid off. Overhaul had been unable to continue his research. Inazuma then came across a file labeled Chisaki. Clicking it open, he cursed. FCS. The image that appeared was more than enough for him to know that things were going to be even more difficult than he had anticipated. But he had made the decision to finish it today, and he was going to see it through. No matter what it takes. With that thought, Inazuma began destroying the computer after downloading all the relevant information. At the same time, in another location, 5 UA students were shuffling between 2 walls, ensuring that no one spotted them. This is getting more and more risky, Midoriya. Are you sure you want to keep going? We have no idea what we'll be up against, Ida muttered as he moved alongside them. Midoriya let out a deep breath. I can't give up now, Ida. Last time, we couldn't save Inazuma because we didn't act. That day, he sacrificed himself so that we could live. I'm going to make sure he didn't make that decision in vain, Midoriya replied in a dark undertone. His words made the other 4 glance at him in concern. Unlike the public, who remained unaware, the UA students had been at the center of the storm during the Island attack. They had seen Inazuma disappear with the bomb right before their eyes. As days passed with no reports or signs of his return, frustration grew among them. Midoriya, in particular, was shaken. He had formed a bond with Inazuma even before joining UA, and witnessing his sacrifice, while being unable to do anything, had left him deeply frustrated with himself. The others had decided to accompany him, sensing that if he went alone this time, he might lose control. It was the only way to ensure that Midoriya didn't make reckless decisions. Capítulo 95, Chapter 94, almost over Ai. While the students were trying to save Bakugo from all-for-one's clutches inside the city, and the heroes were trying to infiltrate into the League of Villains hideout, Inazuma was running towards a boat heading to Island. From Garaki's records inside his computer, he figured out that the alliance formed by All-for-One and Chisaki had known about the incident involving Wolfram, where Inazuma had disappeared along with the bomb that was supposed to destroy the island. They had simply been waiting to see if he would return and whether he was hiding, planning to strike using the element of surprise. They had moved in with their plan to kidnap Bakugo so as to be certain he was not coming back. This gave Chisaki the confidence to move on to the next part of his plan, capturing Eri for completing the plan of taking over the world. If he gets hold of Eri, he will get enough materials so as to complete the research to create permanent quirk nullifiers as well as its antidote. With Island still under immense stress from the destruction that occurred a month ago, they would have succeeded, if not for the man currently running toward them. On the ship, Chisaki sat on a throne on the deck while the others scurried around, ensuring everything was in order. After his defeat at the hands of Inazuma years ago, Chisaki had been hospitalized for 6 months until he recovered enough to heal himself completely. But that time in the hospital, where he had to depend on others for everything, had completely changed him. Even his subordinates knew it. Chisaki had always been ruthless, but he had at least ensured that those who followed his orders correctly were safe. Now, even the slightest irritation resulted in his subordinates being splattered against the wall with no chance of survival. He had also begun experimenting on himself, fusing his body with others, sometimes with the quirks that others had and sometimes with technology. Now, he resembled a grotesque chimera with multiple arms, each carrying a different weapon. One held a gun, another wielded a cluster of machetes, another held a chain, scythe, and many more. But the most terrifying part was his skin. He had fused several alloys into both his bones and flesh, making it nearly impossible for anything to penetrate his body or wound him. "How long until we reach the island?" Chisaki asked without moving an inch. Just an hour, sir," one of the unfortunate workers near him answered, fear etched into his expression. "MMHM," Chisaki muttered. "Chuck." A tentacle made of iron shot out from his shoulder, impaling the man who had answered. He didn't even have time to scream before his body was splattered across the opposite wall, showing that now Chisaki is not limited by his hands if he wants to activate his quirk. "Half an hour," Chisaki said coldly. "After that, I'll start killing you one by one." The other crew members scrambled, desperate to reach the island in time, knowing his threat was no bluff. They increased the speed as much as possible, even while knowing that the chances of the boat becoming uncontrollable is very high. "This time, you'll be mine, Eri. I won't make the same mistake as last time. I'll transform you so that unless you're with me, you won't survive," Chisaki thought darkly. This was not the Chisaki of the canon timeline. This was something darker, born from the pain of losing almost everything in an instant. "Blood lightning, you're not here to stop me anymore," he mused with a smile that lasted only for a few seconds. "Guess I'm not late." A sudden voice from behind made Chisaki turn, only to see one of his worst nightmares standing there. Inazuma stood in his full suit, while the rest of the crew lay unconscious on the ground. "How is this possible? I didn't even sense him coming. And the speed at which he took out my crew, has it increased? If so, by how much? Our plans and countermeasures will fail at this rate." Chisaki processed all of this in mere seconds before making a decision. "No matter." He raised his hands, and his body began to change. Metal scales formed over his skin, reinforcing his already formidable durability. Wheels emerged near his ankles, lifting him slightly, an indication that he could now move faster. More limbs sprouted from his shoulders, arms, and various other parts of his body, giving him the appearance of an eldritch abomination. His eyes were now covered by hardened glass, and a hazmat mask concealed the lower half of his face. "Blood lightning, after what you did to me all those years ago, I've been preparing for this moment." He aimed several long-range weapons at Inazuma. "Even if I can't match your speed, my body's toughness will ensure that none of your attacks can harm me." Chisaki's raspy voice carried a hint of excitement. "What are you going to do now?" Inazuma looked at what Chisaki had become and shook his head. "Ha," he sighed in disappointment. "Man, some of the readers were probably expecting a good fight, but what can I do when my opponent is a complete dumbass?" Chisaki's frustration grew at not being taken seriously. "What are you talking abo?" Before he could finish, a searing pain shot through his entire body. His muscles locked up. He tried to move but found himself completely paralyzed. And then everything went black. As he collapsed unconscious, Inazuma stood behind him. How the hell can someone be so idiotic that they come to fight a guy who produces electricity with a body filled with conductive materials, all the way to the spine? Inazuma muttered, vibrating the blades he held. He prepared to sever Chisaki's head and dismantle his body and finish the job, knowing that unless he completely dismantled him, Chisaki would just keep coming back. Plus, he has no idea whether the new enhancements will make his healing factor high, so it was best to destroy it completely. Capítulo 96, Chapter 95, Almost Over IV. At the time Inazuma went to deal with Chisaki, things were going the same way as canon for the others, albeit with a bit of difference. As due to the influence Inazuma had in the world, the powers of both allies and enemies had risen by a level. The acquisition of the villain's hideout in the bar was easily done by All Might. But just as the villains tried to escape, Inazuma had already taken out Garaki's teleporting clone, which All for One was planning to use to reduce the stress he was feeling while using it himself on multiple targets. The run-in with Inazuma and the subsequent battle with All Might had damaged him more intensely than he had hoped, and even after all these years he had spent collecting quirks at a rapid pace, he was unable to become stronger in any way after some time. Garaki, then, was able to find out that All for One's trauma from whatever he saw had created a psychological block in him that had manifested in his quirk factors. He was unable to take in more than a dozen quirks, and adding more would only result in weakening him further. Plus, since he had taken in hundreds of minor and major quirks for recovery, he had actually harmed his body, as even his natural healing was affected by the overloading of quirks in his body. This led to even more damage and limitations to his own body. But since most of All for One's organization functioned on the quirks he had stolen, he and Garaki made cert quirk-containing nomis, which took the strain of using multiple quirks away from All for One, although it took away a lot of stamina and caused him significant physical and mental strain when he used it. All for One then decided to use these nomis to handle all the quirks, except for the set of quirks he was building to counter Inazuma. So, seeing that the teleportation-containing quirk Namu was missing, All for One began to get a bad feeling that Garaki had been captured in the same way his vessel was being captured by All Might right now. But at this moment, he had no choice. Since the Namu was not there to take the strain of the extra teleportation quirk, he had to execute the backup plan. Immediately, as the heroes captured the villains, an explosion spread out with Kurogiri at the center point, knocking out all the heroes and villains alike. Good thing it still works, All for One thought as he pressed another button. He had made sure Kurogiri was fitted with a lot of cybernetics when he was created. The unexpected danger he had faced with Inazuma had made him even more cautious about letting everything go without a backup plan. Using the body of Aizawa's old companion as a cornerstone for his plans, and designing the teleportation quirk for him worked because of two key factors. First, the quirk his body had already possessed, when combined with another, was what created the shadow body as well as the teleportation quirk. Plus, if Kurogiri was captured, analyzing his DNA would have been more than enough for the heroes to find out who he was, making some of their most effective members reluctant to make the hard choice when dealing with Kurogiri. This was the same tactic he had planned when he targeted Tamura, as his original identity would deter both All Might and Gran Torino, along with a few others, when they dealt with him. Emotions, many say they make a person strong, but they never speak about how easy it becomes to manipulate a person using them. Though even I can't deny it, isn't that right, little brother? All for One spoke to himself as he took out a preserved arm from storage that looked similar to the ones Shigaraki wore. Every move he made was calculated in some way or another. Even the arms that were said to be his family's given to Tamura were fake, as it was a way of instilling an obsession with his brother's arm into him. All for One watched as Kurogiri knocked back all the heroes while the bombs in the surrounding buildings went off. He had made sure that the bombs did not directly target people, but instead left more of them alive, so the heroes would spend more time saving lives, which in turn would give more time for his pawns to escape. He watched as the cybernetics in Kurogiri activated his quirk and made the villains appear near his current hideout. Crash! The startling sound made All for One turn backward, even though that gesture was not needed for him to use his quirk to see in that direction. Damn it, I was distracted by their attack on the other side. I didn't even see them coming here. It must have been that Nezu who did it. All for One thought as he pressed the button to activate Kurogiri again. But the red letters that appeared on the screen stopped him. Damn it, his battery is low. All for One cursed as red and black solid tentacles emerged from his hand. Looks like it's time I come out of the darkness. He then turned to the file named Blood Lightning that was on the nearby table and sneered. Even if I have to come out, with the way All Might is right now, and the only person who can stop me having vanished from this world, nothing can ever stop me in this world. All for One muttered as he prepared himself to face the world. At the same time with the heroes. All Might, get the hell to the other hideout and deal with them. We will handle the civilian situation. Torino screamed at All Might, seeing the situation get out of hand within seconds. He had always known that All for One used underhanded methods, but this time, he had crossed a few lines with the number of people he had endangered. Got it, All Might replied furiously, clenching his teeth. Capitulo 97, Chapter 96. He's back. 1. All Might moved his head away from the vacuum strike and landed a punch on All for One's chest. 2. Next, he tanked a light-based attack. Although it was fast enough that All Might's only chance of dodging it was predicting it beforehand, after it was shot, it was faster than anything he could muster up even if he were in his prime. But luckily, the attack lacked enough force to even wound him. 3. All Might was counting as each attack he launched was with full fury, while remembering the day he lost his dear friend. He remembered the first time he had seen Inazuma, the first time he had seen the potential within him, who, even as a child, had managed to defeat him in the aspect of speed. With all that raw power and potential, he had feared that the boy would get arrogant or go down the wrong path. His intelligence at a young age had slightly increased that fear as well. But that child, in the end, proved him wrong. Every step he took can only be described as the path of a perfect hero. He trained even though he had strength. He perfected himself so that he would make no mistakes while saving people. He chose a path in heroism focused on saving those who had to live in the dark. Unlike other heroes who liked to bathe in publicity while saving people, he rejected all of it and focused only on his mission. Even then, the darkness was not able to hide the light that he could be, which resulted in him earning the respect of every hero and every person who knew about him. When All Might was about to give him One for All, he couldn't deny that he was a bit apprehensive. But when he was rejected, it felt like a hammer had hit his understanding of Inazuma. Out of everything he had expected anyone to do when they were offered One for All, when they were offered all that power, rejecting it straight to his face was not something he had anticipated. He had been disappointed that day that Inazuma had rejected him, but he also knew then that Inazuma would be one of the strongest heroes there is. When he learned more about the child he had finally chosen as his successor, he learned about the influence Inazuma had on him. He was once again speechless at the magnanimity and mindset of the boy who did not even hesitate to support a person, even when that person was quirkless. Even All Might had disregarded the kid at first sight, thinking that not having a quirk would prevent him from ever achieving his dream of becoming a hero. He even had the audacity to think that it was his duty to make sure the boy abandoned that path so he could live a good life. Every time he remembered it, All Might wanted to go back in time and beat the crap out of himself. He was lucky that Deku had gotten advice from Inazuma. When he had his friend investigate Deku later on, intensely, and without hearing biased views from his quirkish teachers and surroundings, he was able to see that Deku was on the verge of committing suicide if not for the advice given to him by Inazuma that day. Then later on, when he saw the kid remove the mask he had put on to protect his loved ones and the peaceful life he had, just so he could make a villain return to the right path with his words alone, he realized he had been mistaken in his assumptions. And Mato Inazuma would not be just a hero who would leave a prominent mark. He would carve a mountain so high in the sky for those in the future aiming to be the top of the world. And All Might knew deep down that no matter how much he tried now, even if he had his prime body. He would never come close to even half of that mountain the boy was going to carve. And on that fateful day at Eye Island, he saw the boy vanish right in front of his eyes. With his perception, All Might had seen the explosion that was about to happen. If he had been in his prime, he would have been able to jump that high and hurl him with his full strength far enough that the explosion would not have hit even a single person on the island. But reality was too cruel. Staying in his full muscle form for all those hours, even if all he did was stand still, had taken a greater toll on him than he had thought, and he was unable to move even an inch, even when he mustered his full power. He had to watch as the strongest of the next generation vanished. And today, reality struck him again. He was in his skinny form, powerless, as he watched All for One panting with exhaustion. He had fought a good battle, almost better than before, and even All for One was not using the variety of quirks he had used previously. But even then, his body was unable to hold on. He looked from the corner of his eye, seeing a girl stuck in the debris of a building, begging him to hold on, the one who had motivated him to fight, but he was unable to. And All for One had seen her as well, which led to him using her to strike at All Might, causing him to lose his power quickly. Sentiment, All Might, it was always the weakness of you heroes. After losing your greatest asset, you should have used your full strength to take care of me here and now, but your concern for that woman you don't even know about has made you lose today. All for One gloated, and he turned toward the civilian to mock her further, emotionally destroying All Might and many others who might be watching TV right now. But he stopped. The girl had vanished. He was surprised. Did the hero's reinforcements reach here this quickly? But I had made sure to increase the number of nomas. I had to ensure they didn't appear too soon. As he was about to think more about it, he stopped, and so did All Might, as they saw something in the place where the girl had been a moment before. Most would have missed it, and even they would have under normal circumstances, but at that moment they saw it. A red spark of lightning that appeared and vanished, as if the residual effects were happening really slowly, as if reality itself wasn't fast enough to react to it. Both of them had the same thought, even though it brought out different emotions. He's back. Capítulo 98, Chapter 97 Final Fight. Damn it, we're losing ground, Torino shouted, as he fended off dozens of nomas at the same time. They never expected All for One to make this many nomas to take them down. Even though they do not have multiple quirks like the others, the problem was that they were too much in number, programmed not to feel any kind of emotion similar to fear or want of life, and were made specifically to take care of each hero. Torino was facing against multiple nomas who were releasing toxic gases of various quality. Even though his quirk makes the air he breathes and shoot at extreme speeds from his feet, the air still goes through different parts of his body before that, so if he makes a wrong move and inhales the toxic air, he will be done for good. He then turned to the other heroes and found out that Endeavor was trapped with dealing with nomas that seemed to have immunity to fire, while Orca was dealing with those that gave out frequencies of sound, negating all of Orca's attacks. Damn it, they got us cornered over here, Gran Torino thought as he saw a lot of other heroes in the same boat. Some of them even tried to switch opponents. But the nomas seemed to be programmed to attack the hero they are designated to and are not distracted by anything. Even if another hero chopped off their arm, they still focused on their own heroes. And the heroes were preoccupied with the group of nomas attacking them, because of which they are unable to attack others and take up on the small window to strike on other nomas. Plus, with the added problem of innocent civilians who accidentally got trapped in between that the heroes have got to save, the difficulty just ramped up even more higher. Suddenly, Torino saw something that made him freeze. A girl was about to be hit by a Namu whose attack a hero just dodged right now. He then remembered the time he was unable to reach in time to save Clara all those years ago, and if Inazuma was not there, she would have died. He immediately pushed himself to his limit, and managed to reach the speed that would have been only possible in his prime. He pushed the girl away, as he felt his whole body clench, due to inhaling the paralysis toxin present in the air. Guess this is the way I go, huh? His heightened perception managed to see the fist full of energy that was able to strike him down. He knew he would not survive it. At least the kid will be proud of me for saving a girl before I died, right? As he waited for his inevitable end, suddenly everything went bright with red sparks. The next moment, when he got his bearings back, Torino stared into the battlefield that had gotten silent almost within seconds. He saw that the other heroes were in the same situation, as even they looked a bit out of it, as it seemed like they were thrown in a corner instead of being in different parts of the battlefield. He looked nearby and found that even all the civilians trapped in the buildings were also brought near them. They all seemed a bit shook up, but a preliminary analysis shows that most of them are all right, and many of them seem to have been treated with bandages with stickers on their face, in which the wounds found on them, along with the location they were found in, was written. "What the hell?" Torino was startled as Endeavor shouted from his side. What the hell happened to him in a month to become this strong? Torino also had the same thought, as it was easy to recognize who had done this. Plus, the sight in front of them is what startled the heroes the most. A mountain. A mountain made of dark cubes. They had no need to go closer to see what it was and recognize it. Plus, for a moment, they had seen someone standing on top of it with two swords drawn in his hands and dark red lightning spread across the entire mountain. There must have been at least 600 nomus in total, the wounded hawk muttered from the side. 685, Genist corrected him, although the increase in number did not make much difference in the absurdity of it all. The first one to wake up from the stupor was Torino. "What the hell are you idiots waiting for? The kid managed to save all our asses, and we are dawdling instead of taking the victims to the hospital and giving backup to All Might. Get going, you FOOLs." Torino's shout shook all of them up, as his tenure as a hero is known by them all. They immediately ran to secure the civilians, while most of the strongest went towards the place where All Might was fighting all for one. Torino sighed. He had taken up those fumes, and it seems like it will take some time for him to freely move his body to battle, as most of his body felt paralyzed. But even then, what's to say everything won't be over by the time I reach that place? He spoke to himself as he looked at the mountain made of Namu parts. Some flame heroes decided to burn it down so that there would be no unexpected surprises from it later. What the hell happened for this kid to turn so ruthless and powerful in such a short time? Guess it will be over today, Nana, and it seems like it will be over by someone else's hand, Torino muttered out loud. At the same time, Inazuma managed to reach the battlefield and managed to save the victims trapped in the nearby buildings that were trapping All Might. But while saving, he was trying his best not to stop for more than a few microseconds so as to not lose the energy that was building up inside him. And as he saved the last victim, he ran straight towards All for One with one fist clenched tight while focusing his entire energy on it. "Let's see you survive this, you cockroach." Capítulo 99, Chapter 98 Final Fight II. BAM. The moment All Might heard the sound, All for One disappeared from his view, and Inazuma remained in that place with lightning flickering throughout his body. "What do you know, All Might?" Inazuma said after looking at All Might properly. "You don't look that good," he added with a small smile. "Ha ha ha ha, GGG. All Might tried to laugh but ended up spitting out blood. He had really pulled out all the stops while fighting All for One this time. Inazuma patted his back, trying to comfort him at least a little. "Sorry I've been gone too long, All Might." "No need, to apologize. Your absence taught us a lot about, woo-oh, how much we kept depending on you for everything," All Might wheezed as he kept speaking. Inazuma's expression grew more and more worried as time passed. All right, I get it. Geez, I feel like you're going from ER-level patient to morgue as you keep talking," Inazuma said, noticing that All Might's pale skin was growing even paler. All Might just nodded, agreeing that Inazuma was right. Inazuma then immediately picked up All Might and ran to the nearest medical team he could find. The entire fight had been broadcast, and by the time Inazuma reached the battlefield, he hadn't been able to get there in time to use an EMP blast to knock out all the cameras. But since everyone had already seen All Might turn skinny, he couldn't stop the cameras now. People would speculate that something bad had happened and believe the government was covering it up with good news, even if everything turned out fine. So right now, Inazuma would have to defeat All for One in front of the whole world. and he would have to postpone his plans for a quick kill. Damn, it's a bit annoying, Inazuma thought to himself as he went to place All Might on a stretcher. He had hoped All Might would be able to finish his fight like in canon, but since he had changed the canon a lot, even altering All for One's quirks and planning, he couldn't take the risk of letting All Might lose his life in the fight. As he placed All Might down, he saw the medics recognize him and immediately move forward to treat the hero's injuries. He had expected a few of them to feel betrayed, since All for One had revealed that All Might had been losing his powers for a few years while still acting as the #1 hero. But it seemed there were still many people thankful for what he had done, who didn't hesitate when it came to saving his life. "We'll handle All Might here, so you should go and do your best out there," one of the medics said as he began checking on All Might's injuries. Inazuma nodded and began running toward the battlefield again. He reached it in seconds to find the entire League of Villains, along with Bakugo, lying on the ground with a few degree burns. Looks like they had it rough, Inazuma thought as he moved to take them away from the battlefield. All for One, at the time, was using a powerful sensing quirk he had gained after a long search. As long as it was consciously activated, he was able to determine everything happening within at least 200 meters and could occasionally see a few seconds into the future. Knowing Inazuma was here, he activated it at full force and saw what was going to happen within seconds. "NOOO!" he screamed out loud, but it was too late. Within the span of 2 seconds, Inazuma cut off Tamura's arms and burned the wounds with his lightning, effectively nullifying his ability to use his quirk. As for the others, he broke their bones cleanly and tied them up using a rope hidden in his jacket, an addition from the new design. And just as he finished, he felt it wasn't fair and broke a few of Tamura's bones as well, to even things out with his teammates. He didn't care about the judging look he was getting from somewhere. Then he looked at Bakugo to confirm he was safe and moved toward Kurogiri. Shaking his head, he took out a syringe he had recovered from Garaki's lab before destroying it. It contained a 24-hour quirk canceller, which he injected into Kurogiri's neck to ensure people could handle him while he was being contained. When the black miasma in Kurogiri's body briefly disappeared, he was surprised, but decided that was something Aizawa would have to deal with, especially since the face of Aizawa's old friend could now clearly be seen, though there were signs of cybernetic modifications. He then pulled the rope and carried all the villains through the air, holding Bakugo in his arms. He reached the area where the heroes were dealing with the aftermath of the Namu attack and set the villains down carefully, placing Bakugo in Torino's arms. What the hell? Torino was shocked at the sudden arrival. But the moment he did it, Inazuma cursed. Damn it! He ran back toward a nearby wall where he found his students, who had been planning to rescue Bakugo from All for One's clutches. Inazuma sighed. He then picked them all up and placed them in front of Torino, who had just finished saying, "What the hell? Handle these troublemakers, will you?" Inazuma said as he ran back to stand in front of All for One to finish the fight. And all of this had taken him a total of only 8 seconds. Capítulo 100, Chapter 99 Final Fight II. Coming back, Inazuma witnessed All for One injecting a syringe into his neck. Predictable, but better. Now I can kick his ass even harder, and if he dies, I can blame it on the serum. Say if I hadn't killed him, he would have exploded and destroyed the whole city. Luckily, there are a few quirk steroids that do that in this world. Man, you sealed your fate with that drug from Chisaki, you bastard. Inazuma said softly with a snicker so that the mics in the helicopter and the surroundings wouldn't hear him. But with his enhanced senses, All for One caught every word. What the hell? How does he know about the serum? Only Garaki and Chisaki know about it other than me, since Chisaki killed most of his subordinates in his madness. All for One began to have a feeling that taking the reverse drug was a bad move. But right now, he could feel the changes happening in his body. He could even feel the quirks that had been straining him slowly adjusting, making him even stronger than he was in his prime. Garaki had only gotten a few damaged samples, which in a way had played out in All for One's favor for once. So instead of how, in the canon timeline, he kept getting reduced in age until he turned into a kid, the effects of the iri-DNA steroids stopped before he went past his prime, turning him into the best version he could be to fight Inazuma. Time spikes. All for One screamed as arrow-shaped energy beams shot out from him in all directions. He knew Inazuma would be able to dodge them easily if they were shot in just one. Inazuma slowed down time, picked up a rock from the ground, and threw it toward one of the energy arrows. He watched as the rock slowly hit the beam while he moved in super speed. He then noticed the rock had slowed down after hitting the beam. I remember one of Chisaki's minions having that ability before. Man, did he kill that guy and send his parts to All for One? I didn't even see him on the boat. Feeling a bit disgusted, Inazuma decided to finish it quickly. With his increased power, he phased through the ground and started moving toward All for One. Right now, he could move almost like Lemillion, with the added bonus of being able to sense surroundings by spreading speed force energy around him like a radar. He didn't need to rely on Lemillion's ability of being pushed out of phased objects with added motion while exiting a surface. Though it came with the glaring weakness of dying if he ever stopped using his quirk while phasing. Still, for now, he decided to go with his plan. He had been accumulating the electricity generated by lightning within himself. His speed force armor now allowed him to store energy without harming himself with it. He directly went under All for One's location and released the large amount of energy he had been storing straight at him. But just as he did, oh shit! BOOM! An explosion erupted that could be felt from across the city. What the hell is happening over there? Torino ranted as he made sure the civilians weren't affected. Meanwhile, Midoriya and the others, who were standing near the medics treating the burns on Bakugo's body, were also shocked. Since they were in a public place, they could see what had happened through the public screens. I knew he was fast and strong, but was he able to do that much destruction? Kirishima asked wide-eyed as he saw the explosion engulf All for One completely. There was no chance he survived that strike. That seemed a bit brutal, although I can say it was necessary, even if I feel it wasn't right, Iida said as he watched All for One die. So strong, Midoriya was once again confronted with the reality of how outclassed he was compared to Inazuma, even with All Might's quirk. He had seen All Might use punches that surpassed the 100% strikes he had thrown before. Even then, All for One had survived those blows, healed his wounds, and in a way, won the confrontation with All Might this time. Even considering All Might was weakened, Deku, as the current user of One for All, could tell the power level used in the fight. Through One for All, he had gained the accumulated strength of all 8 users before him. Along with that, the power he was building up in his body was also being added, making him destined to become stronger than All Might at the peak of his career. But right now, he had seen All Might punch with enough power to surpass even his past level, and still fail. And seeing someone surpass that with a single strike left a bitter taste in his mouth, even if he felt relief that a villain who could endanger so many had been taken down. No, I can't think like this. Even if Inazuma took down All for One, who, according to All Might, was supposed to be my last nemesis, there are still a lot of people in the world who need help, and I will make sure to grow strong enough to save them. Midoriya once again reawakened his heroic spirit and recommitted to his original dream of becoming a hero. Though the same couldn't be said for the Vestiges, who stood wide-eyed, watching their greatest adversary, whom they had created backup plans upon backup plans for die in a single strike. What the hell? Blackwhip muttered what everyone else was thinking. At the time with Inazuma. Okay, for future reference, electrically charged attacks must be made while on the surface, not underground. Because if you're underground, the moment the energy loses contact with your body, it acts like the explosive of a grenade, and the ground acts like the grenade casing. Inazuma thought, watching the scattered pieces of All for One burn as he used his lightning to make sure not even a single cell of his flesh remained. Capitulo 101, Chapter 100, Making Sure It Was Over. Inazuma made sure, with super speed, to scan the entire area filled with the roasted dead body of All for One to ensure that not even a molecule was left intact alive. He didn't want to see a clone of All for One made somewhere in the future by some idiot who wanted to take over the world. And when you think about it, he still hadn't dealt with 9, the degraded copy of All for One who was still in prison. Inazuma had made sure that this time he wouldn't be able to escape. But since All for One was dead, it wouldn't be long before some shadow government agency or another dangerous organization tried to gain control of that power. Inazuma sighed. Before coming to this world, he had no idea about any of this, as he had believed that dealing with only a few problems would make the world a better place. But after dealing with the darkness for many years, he had come to understand the necessity of such things in society. To fix this, no sudden movements could be made, as it would destroy the peace currently experienced by the majority of the population. Inazuma had asked Nezu about this when he was young and had received a detailed answer. It could be said that it only fueled his decision to help those people in the dark. And to ensure that a major part of them could be freed from the darkness, he was going to do something more today. After making sure everything was all right, Inazuma began running toward his next location. As he ran, a caller ID appeared on the screen of his mask. "What's up, Nezu? I'm going to finish off the last piece of trash and be done for the night," Inazuma said first, as he had a feeling Nezu was going to dissuade him from what he was about to do. Inazuma heard a sigh from the other side. "Are you sure you can deal with the repercussions?" Nezu asked. "The death of Chisaki can be covered up. I made sure the entire boat and every one of his henchmen ended up at the bottom of the sea in pieces so small that no one will be able to find anything, even if they go to that location. Garaki had done most of his experiments on children and many kidnapped individuals. So the evidence left behind at the battle site is more than enough to silence those who argue against using excessive force on a man over a century old, surrounded by capable subordinates who can teleport. Plus, the act against All for One can be attributed to him taking a quirk-enhancing drug that would have made him explode and destroy a large part of the city if not taken down sooner. And since he was stupid enough to inject that drug in front of the media, it'll be easy to convince the public." Inazuma said this in a single breath as he ran toward his next location. "But your next target isn't such a simple person. He's effectively more annoying compared to the others you've taken down. At least All for One and Chisaki could be classified as enemies of the government and its people. But Rikia is different. He's the sole owner of Detnerat Company, one of the leading companies in charge of creating equipment for people with physical quirks. Plus, he runs many companies that produce hero gear. Although the records you gave me show that almost all the heroes getting equipment from them are part of the liberation movement, how are you going to convince the Hero Committee and the government? Give them the information from the future. Those files contain certain passwords and folders that only they can access. Future Nezu prepared them while contacting the officials who were still alive at the time. Thankfully, the majority of those we need to convince are still around." Nezu seemed to make annoyed sounds. "Even if by some miracle they believe it's true, and even if they end up benefiting, you know how those people act. They'll still try to make things difficult." "I know. That's why, after today, I'll go completely underground without any chance of coming back," Inazuma replied, shocking Nezu. One of the perks of being a famous hero is the popularity that comes with it, and with popularity comes political power. So the party he sides with gains an advantage in elections. This was one of the government's concerns. They didn't want heroes to hold that kind of influence. But if a hero goes underground, they may get rewards for solving cases, but they receive no recognition. This path is mostly taken by heroes who committed crimes and seek redemption. If Inazuma, a highly influential figure, chooses this path, the government will be willing to offer concessions for what he is about to do. "Inazuma, are you sure about this? If you do this, there's no going back. You're one of the best of your generation. You could easily be the next symbol of peace. Are you sure you want to pay the price and go down this path?" Nezu tried to dissuade Inazuma, feeling that he was about to destroy a brilliant future. "Nezu," Inazuma spoke slowly, "I made my decision the moment I put the costume on and started this work. Saving people comes first, and I'll make sure to do it wherever I am. Plus." Inazuma was silent for a moment as he gazed into the boardroom of the company, where the major leaders of the Liberation Army lay dismembered, except for Rita Stroh, who had lost 4 limbs and was listening to the call. "I completed my work," Inazuma said, ending the call and looking at Destro, who seemed to understand after hearing it. "Did our army fail in the future world as well?" Yes, the only thing that changed in this world was the number of casualties you caused. Even in the other world, your strongest rioters, other than the ones now dead in this room, awoke from the lies you fed them. Ha ha. Distro tried to laugh, but his wounds hurt too much. If we hadn't gathered here today to watch the Battle of All for One, it would have made things harder for you, right? Yeah, Inazuma said as he took his sword, and carried out the last execution he had planned for the day. Machiavelli talked about using cruelty once, but effectively. There will be many people in all sectors that hold power, upper and lower, who will hear about this. I hope it knocks some sense into them not to push their luck, Inazuma muttered at last as he removed every trace of himself from the crime scene. Capitulo 102, Chapter 101, The Aftermath. In the aftermath of yesterday's battle, Blood Lightning had gained wounds that have currently ended his career. That was the title of the next day's newspapers. It shocked the entire community into complete silence as well. According to the reports given by the newspapers, Blood Lightning had stopped a large explosion from going off on Island a month ago while getting injuries that required treatment that would have lasted a few more months. But the attack that happened yesterday prompted him to act while injured, because of which his wounds became serious again. Added to being in the vicinity of the last explosion caused due to All for One using a banned quirk enhancer drug, causing an explosion that caused more wounds, because of which Blood Lightning has become permanently crippled. Doctors are saying that the wounds are serious enough to completely stop his hero career. Inazuma read the summary of the newspaper reports that was presented before him. Yesterday's fiasco with All for One had been over before 10, and the committee had been brought by Nezu by 12. There was no need for any discussion, as Inazuma's act of killing the Liberation Army members had gone against the laws of humanity itself. Even if he had brought back information from the future, where a lot of catastrophe happened due to these members, the council had pressed upon the fact that it was one of the possible futures. Even though they managed to recover a lot of proof from the present timeline, which shows that it would have happened again, the council were not able to agree to this blatant disregard of human rights. So they agreed to the complete elimination of Inazuma as a hero publicly, while allowing him to do his job in the darkness. But from now on, his job, at least officially, in front of the media and the public as a whole is over. Inazuma accepted it easily in front of the court, as it only means he goes back to his rookie days before he got his license. He just has to work in tandem with the police while not revealing anything at all to the public. But the commission and the government tried to put even more rules about his punishment, like not being allowed to go to places that are not specified by them, even if accidents happen there. That didn't work in any way, as Inazuma rejected it straight away. He can say without any surprise that the commission was trying to control him completely, as the power he showed them on the last day has completely made them afraid. Inazuma would not have minded if they moved him away from major cities, as they have the best security with a lot of heroes patrolling 24/7. But it seemed like they were preventing him by making him concentrate only on the major cities, where the residences of people considered as VIPs existed. He can see that even the commission members that came for the trial were completely afraid, as if he would explode and start killing people like Nagant did when they used her too much for their dark politics. This thought actually made him almost laugh, but he held it in, as he felt they would start running the moment he did. Plus, they had no way of dealing with him at all. No hero or weapon is out there that can outmatch him in speed, plus his phasing makes sure that he cannot be trapped in any way. Add to the information they somehow gained that even Eraserhead is unable to stop him, the moment he denied their order of additional rules restricting him from acting in certain places. They were scrambling while making plans to change that. The court trial was done in the presence of the top 30 heroes, as it was an extremely important matter. Most of the heroes who appeared had known what had happened, including the information he had gotten from the future. A few of them protested that he should be imprisoned for what he did, but just turning his head and looking straight at them had shut them up completely. Plus, the fact that the ones who protested were the ones to retire quickly as the entire country went to shit also made him a bit mad. He guessed that providing information with proof that, when things go down hard, these people cannot be trusted might have pissed them off. the other heroes actually had mixed reactions. Some, like Genist, had agreed to the fact that what he did was necessary, but they could not encourage acts like killing someone before they commit a crime. But they were also against completely removing him from the hero public career, as they considered him an asset that should be on the forefront of heroes. Heroes like Orca and Mirko were actually angered by the destruction they saw in the files. They actually argued the fact that the commission was making a big mistake by removing him from the post, and if it came down to it, they would have made the same hard decisions to make sure that the future was more secure. Hawks was silent in it. He was one of the heroes with whom he had a close relationship from UA. His expression looked a bit sad, and considering the fact that he was the hero who made a hard decision to kill twice, even when Hawks considered twice as an innocent with a chance of redemption and a life in society in a peaceful manner. But even then, seeing the loyalty of Twice and knowing that he would never betray the League of Villains, Hawks had made the hard decision of killing him so that the heroes would not have to face a villain capable of creating an apocalypse if given a chance to attack with his quirk at full power. Endeavor was actually silent most of the time. The commission were not given the files on the personal matters, including Dabai. Nezu had also made sure to hide the League of Villains from the commission, and it was reported to them that they were killed with Chisaki and their bodies drowned to the bottom of the seas. Endeavor just kept looking at Inazuma with a serious face and did not even make a single comment at all. Capitulo 103, Chapter 102, The Aftermath II. Well, the decision was finally made, and the court was adjourned immediately. The heroes who wanted tough sentences for Inazuma were quick to get away, saying that they had important business to attend to. Many of the people still present at the court snickered at the blatant lie they were using to get away quickly, as they feared retaliation from Inazuma for trying to make him suffer in jail. We need to keep an eye on them. Since they had quit the hero career when they were needed the most in a timeline, chances are they are skirting their duties even now. I will talk to a few of my subordinates to look into them, Edshot replied from the side. He was a hero from a traditional family who respected honor in the jobs that protect others. Plus, he was also with Mirko and the others, and agreed with the fact that Inazuma had done the right thing in taking care of the troubles that had a big chance of harming the people. I am sorry you had to take up the burden of facing all of this alone. I will try my best to make sure that your absence will not affect the safety of the people. Genist, who was still skeptical about his stance on the decision taken by Inazuma, just wished him the best he could and went to prepare. In the last month Inazuma had gone missing, the crime rate had risen by a lot, and now Inazuma had been permanently stationed on the night shift alone. Many heroes knew that this would create difficulties unless they prepared themselves, so they began to plan ahead. Don't worry, kid. If you ever feel like coming back, ignore those idiots in the government. We will make sure to have your back when you do come back, Mirko said with a wide grin before going on her way. Orca too gave a nod and made sure to give the locations of his jurisdiction. Since he was proficient in sea and ocean areas, the range in which he had to work was too big, and most of it was done during nighttime. Having Inazuma's help would trim down criminal activity in the long run. Many heroes had declared their support and gone about their ways until only Endeavor and Hawks remained. Endeavor nodded at Hawks and went to stand outside. Inazuma felt that he was giving them privacy and that there would be a discussion after this with Endeavor. They stood there in silence for a few moments. Seeing that he needed a nudge, Inazuma initiated the conversation. If those guys try to blackmail you by using the identity of your father, don't worry. The moment they do, not only me but every hero that stood with me today, along with all the people you have saved in your career, will stand with you. Hawk's eyes widened in shock. Whatever he was hoping to hear from Inazuma, what he heard just now was not even close to it. How did you? Remember the time I looked into the corruption of the committee to free Lady Nagant? Inazuma interrupted him. Hawks nodded. I also knew that they would be trying to find a replacement for her so that they could keep on killing those they considered dangerous for the ideal government they wanted to control. So I made sure to get as much evidence as possible that incriminated those people who are currently in power. The last time, the aim was to free Nagant, so I made sure to find the worst among them and make him pay for the crimes he had committed. This does not mean the ones that came later are saints in any way. People in power always have something dark in their closet. This is because when you achieve this much power in society, knowing that you have a dark past makes you more trustworthy to others who are at that same power level. This will be the truth no matter what kind of revolution happens in society. Even if someone honest comes along, the weight of the power will make sure that they eventually dip their hands in corruption to stabilize the lives of the majority. What I did years ago was just choosing the slowest acting poison, so that even if the worst happens, either we or our successors in the future will have enough time to turn it around. Hawks was still shocked by the revelation and the subsequent speech given by Inazuma. He never imagined that the person before him had such an understanding of society, even at such a young age. Inazuma slightly patted his shoulder. As I said, the corruption of society will still remain, but for some time at least, in this country, as long as I am here, I can protect you and the others from being exploited, at least until I am no more. So just do what you want to do and be the hero to the people while making sure your idol, the person who is going to be crowned as the #1 hero, does not have too much stress. Since the information from the future that I gave him is heavier than anything a man can handle on his own, Inazuma said as he walked to the door. Hawk stood silent for a moment, but as he listened to Inazuma leaving the room, he immediately turned around and almost shouted, "Enmato Inazuma." Inazuma turned his head to find the man bowing his head fully toward him. "Thank you for all you have done for me, and I promise I will do my best, not only to make sure that no one else gets trapped like me and Nagant, but I will also make sure to save as many people as I can in this life. I can't promise that the things I do will last in this world after I pass away, but until I do, I will do my absolute best to do so." Hawks had tears falling from his eyes as he said this. But Inazuma smiled, as he knew that these were not tears of sadness, but the tears of a man who would become one of the beacons of hope in the future he envisioned. He walked outside toward Endeavor to have the next talk, maybe one of the most important ones Endeavor needed right now in his life. Capítulo 104, Chapter 103 Endeavor. Inazuma went to find Endeavor standing outside, silently waiting for him. But he could see that Endeavor looked completely different. Then, looking at a figure in the distance, Inazuma froze for a moment before quickly recovering. It was Rei Todoroki, and she seemed somewhat recovered from the trauma that had kept her confined in that asylum room. After the UA festival, Todoroki had consulted him about the issues with his family, and Inazuma had advised him to meet his mother instead of avoiding her. Before returning from the parallel timeline, he had asked the Rei Todoroki of the canon timeline to create a video to help the Rei Todoroki of his own timeline break free from the shell of trauma that trapped her. The canon Rei was happy to oblige, and said she had added information that could help save Dabai this time, as long as he was defeated one way or another. Inazuma had made sure to send her that information directly to the asylum, along with the videos he had given to Endeavor that contained a detailed report written by Endeavor of the canon timeline, personally, so as to help the Endeavor of timeline who still had enough time to correct the mistakes he had done. Since those videos were private, he ensured that only Rei Todoroki would watch them alone. Even he himself didn't know the content of those videos. But the fact that the woman now stood at a noticeable distance, while Endeavor was here, meant she had reconciled with him in one way or another. "First of all, thank you for what you've done for Rei," Endeavor began. Unlike the usual high-intensity tone they used with each other, this time he was completely calm. He even seemed like a new person, as if the weight on his shoulders has been reduced by a lot. "It's all right. I was in a situation where I had access to the maximum amount of information to improve this reality using the knowledge I gained from the future. So, I used the opportunity as best I could," I replied, and I meant every word. "The committee promised me the position of the #1 hero if I spoke out against giving you a lenient punishment, and insisted that you be placed under the control of high-ranking government officials," Endeavor said, a small smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Inazuma was stunned. "Are you serious?" he asked, shaking as he tried to hold back laughter. "Trust me, Even I never imagined their idiocy could reach this level, Endeavor replied. Even if you hadn't brought future information about my family, choosing a path where I had to stand against you for the wrong reasons just doesn't sit right with me. And how did they react after the meeting? They tried to strong-arm me, but one straight look from me was more than enough to make them stutter and back off. The chances of them still giving me the #1 hero position are very high, as there's no one else on the hero list they can rely on. The #1 hero should be the strongest among them, and aside from you, I'm still recognized as the strongest, Endeavor explained. That seems like the smartest move. They already know they pissed me off with what they were trying to do, and further angering the next strongest hero would be foolish. The ones clearly in charge can't afford to make stupid choices anymore, Inazuma concluded. There was a comfortable silence for a few seconds before Inazuma asked a question. The choice I made to kill off the Liberation Army executives, what do you think about it? Endeavor looked serious for a few seconds. Officially, as a hero and a role model for the younger generation, I can't support your action of carrying out capital punishment. It sets a dangerous precedent where mob mentality could force heroes to act against those who are simply misunderstood, potentially leading to the deaths of many who don't deserve it, Endeavor said gravely. He continued, but personally, with the knowledge of that distorted future, unless it's Tauya, I wouldn't hesitate. If you had told me everything last night, I would have joined you in making sure they all died without any chance of coming back. There was silence for a few moments, then Endeavor sighed and spoke again. What I really wanted to talk about is to thank you for everything you've done. Making sure Tauya and the others are recorded as dead in official records will help ensure they're dealt with safely outside the law. The main members of the League of Villains were mostly people who had suffered deeply, and the only way they thought they could fight back was through violence against everything that opposed them. All for one made sure to manipulate them into standing against the heroes and society. And if you look closely, most of them were actually children, the oldest being 21 if you don't count Kurogiri, who's a cybernetic Namo. The message from the future Endeavor also included him telling me how the family had suffered so much that it remained broken, even after we managed to save Tauya in the end. He looked toward Rei Todoroki in the distance and continued, right now, I have enough time to make sure that doesn't happen in my timeline. That's something I can never repay, even if I dedicate my whole life to it. He then turned to Inazuma. All I can say now is thank you, and if you ever need anything from me, don't hesitate. I'll do my best to fulfill it, Endeavor said as he walked toward his wife. Inazuma saw Rei Todoroki bow to him from a distance, then watched them get into a car. Family, huh, Inazuma muttered as he gazed toward the parking lot and saw Eri and Clara waiting for him. He smiled. Well, it looks like it's time for me to go back to mine. Capítulo 105. Chapter 104, Fixing the World One Person at a Time. After the fiasco at the court, things were slowly returning to normal. Eri was glad to see me back, and Clara had rested enough that she looked much better than she had when I returned. We all took a personal holiday for a week. We didn't go anywhere, just stayed inside the house and had some normal fun. After that, I had to make sure Eri got into a good preschool. Even though she was smart enough to be homeschooled, Clara and I decided it was better for her to experience life within society. Clara was the heiress to one of the most powerful business empires on the planet. And I possessed one of the most powerful quirks, one coveted by one of the most dangerous criminals to ever exist since the dawn of quirks. So neither of us had anything resembling a normal childhood, especially considering the fact that Clara was mentally an adult as a child, and I was a 16-year-old soul with my memories trapped in the body of an 8-year-old. Both of us had been homeschooled. Clara eventually took charge of her family's company at a young age, while I, Inazuma, took up the mantle of a hero around the same time. Eri had suffered a lot of trauma from the torture inflicted by Chisaki, which made her introverted and initially resistant to meeting new people. But now, she had recovered enough to interact with others. So, we planned and succeeded in finding her a good preschool, one she herself agreed to join. And with her powers finally under control, she was now safe to be around others without causing any problems. After that, I started browsing through public posts to understand the impact of everything that had happened in the past week. Let's just say, the canon had changed, subtly but significantly. Garaki's experiments had been made public, revealing that he had been stealing quirk factors from children. However, since there was no immediate way to return those quirks, the case was still under investigation. Maybe Yuri can help with this, Inazuma thought, though she'll need some training first. It also appeared that All Might had received a statue this time as well. Even though he hadn't one, he had ensured the safety of everyone around him during the battle. Experts speculated that he could have one had he ignored those people, but the fact that he didn't earned him even greater admiration. The enemy had clearly aimed to kill All Might, while All Might had focused solely on saving lives. The statue that was supposed to be placed at the center of the battlefield had been erected again. The iconic All Might stance was clearly depicted. But this time, there was a difference from the original canon. Another statue had been added, back to back with All Might's. Inazuma was surprised to find that it was a statue of himself, erected alongside All Might's. The plaque stated that it honored the two heroes who had sacrificed their careers to life-threatening wounds to save society during the villain attack. All Might was still known as the symbol of peace, while Inazuma had gained the title Monarch of Motion. He had no idea who coined that title in this dimension in the internet, but he didn't mind. Since returning, his speed had increased so drastically that he was fairly certain he could travel through time if he wanted to. But after witnessing the flashpoint paradox in his previous life, he had decided against it. He didn't want to overcomplicate a world that was finally moving toward peace. From what he remembered, only two major events remained unresolved: the fake All Might incident and something about Deku being charged with murder. But he was confident that the current generation of kids, more motivated than ever, would be able to handle it. "I'll be out to finish up a few things," Inazuma said as he stood up. "Okay, but be sure to be back by dinner time," Clara replied from the kitchen, where she and Eri were having fun. Inazuma smiled at the scene and picked up a high-tech camouflage suit from his room's cupboard. Since he was now operating from the shadows, Clara had designed a suit that blended into the surroundings by making sure it was filled with tough, malleable screens all around it. It was also fitted with high-speed cameras able to adapt to the speeds I am able to go to. Even though it won't be able to handle my full potential, it still would be able to handle a level of speed where the thugs I am taking out won't be able to notice at all. The only reason it wasn't mass-produced was due to energy efficiency. The batteries required would be too heavy. But Clara had redesigned it to absorb the excess energy Inazuma emitted, even recycling the sparks he left behind while running, making him nearly invisible. He had considered giving the suit to Kaminari, but until the guy matured enough to realize he was in love with Gyro and stopped his perverted antics, it was hard to trust him with it. Inazuma put on the suit and began running toward a special UA facility, where he had quietly detained the League of Villains members away from public knowledge. He noted Spinner's absence, but had later discovered that Spinner had joined the vigilantes instead of the villains, impacted by the speech Inazuma had made while confronting Stain. It had changed him in this timeline. Apparently, Gentle Criminal had experienced a similar change and had turned to vigilantism. Inazuma hoped his journey turned out as positively as it had in the original timeline. Kurogiri was undergoing strict psychological care and therapy. After All for One's death and the collapse of his cybernetics, the damages accumulated enough to weaken the Kurogiri personality and allow Aizawa's friend to resurface. Everyone was moving forward in one way or another, and it was time for Inazuma to make sure the rest of them did too. Capítulo 106, Chapter 105, Fixing the World One Person at a Time II. Dealing with the League of Villains was both easy and hard at the same time. In the case of Kurogiri, Aizawa and Mike were able to handle the situation pretty well, thanks to the damage and the cybernetics implanted into the body of their old friend. The only thing left for them to do now is to wait for the surgery to remove the implants and take him to one of the best psychiatrists they can find in order to help restore his mind to full strength. It almost felt similar to the Captain America Winter Soldier situation. Hopefully, they won't have to go somewhere like Wakanda to completely heal him in the end. Nezu is also looking into it, so they surely have hope of eventually erasing the personality created by All for One within him. Next up was Magni. From what it seems, even though she looks like a guy, she is actually a girl. Her quirk, called polarity, is what changed her from a woman's body to that of a man's. But the sudden change in gender was not welcomed by the people around her. Even her closest friends shut her out. The first place that accepted her completely was the League of Villains, so her allegiance is firmly rooted there. When we promised that everything we were doing was to ensure their safety in the end, she promptly surrendered. We were also testing whether she could return to her original gender. Since it was her quirk that changed her physical body in the first place, there was a chance she could reverse it as well. Hagakure's quirk was one such case. Nowadays, she can completely turn it off and participate in many activities with the other girls, activities she had been unable to do before. It also seems that Hagakure's quirk protected her from the sun's rays. While the food she consumed ensured she had sufficient vitamin D, let's just say the clear and almost flawless skin she had earned envious glances not only from the female students, but also from the teachers. Well, that's a story for another time, I guess. For now, the research is heading in a promising direction, and sooner or later, Magni will be able to return to the self she wants to be. Then comes the case of Himiko Toga. The first thing everyone noticed was her pale skin, similar to how vampires are portrayed in old movies, but that wasn't the relevant issue. The real concern was the clear signs of iron deficiency, which were detected during a basic checkup conducted by the compassionate doctors. After a thorough round of tests, they were able to identify additions to her quirk that had significantly impacted her life. Additions can be considered subquirks, traits that every quirk naturally has to support the primary quirk and connect it to the user's body. For example, Bakugo's quirk is explosion, but the records don't specify that his arms are explosion-resistant. Without this addition, his quirk would have destroyed his limbs a long time ago. The same applies to Ashido Mina, whose quirk is acid creation. Along with that, she has the additions of acid storage and acid resistance. Her pink skin tone is due to her body storing highly concentrated acid within her skin, which she can use in emergencies. Her resistance even extends to acids she doesn't create herself. In Toga's case, her quirk allows her to transform into others using a small sample of their DNA in the form of their blood, with the duration depending on the amount of blood she consumes. This is only relevant on other Homo sapien species, and she is also able to use the person's quirk she is transforming into, but that requires deep emotional connection with the person she is transforming into. This came with several additions. Her enhanced speed, agility, and flexibility were actually the result of these traits being embedded into her body via her quirk, which required her body to be a bit more malleable than normal bodies for her to transform, allowing her to survive and even defeat pro-heroes in battle. Most of the time, she was able to kill pro-heroes with surprising ease. But this came at a cost. Her body achieved such feats by expelling iron instead of storing it, and since her quirk required a steady supply of blood, which is naturally rich in iron, her body likely determined that storing iron was unnecessary. This led to severe malnutrition, which eventually developed into psychological issues. The doctors quickly discovered that her obsession with blood and her tendency to cut others were symptoms of this deficiency, caused by her quirk's internal logic. What was even more tragic was that it could have been detected with just a few standard checkups by any competent doctor. But based on the background checks we conducted on her now-deceased parents, they were more concerned with their social reputation than their daughter's well-being. They refused to admit that their child had a quirk that required blood. There is also substantial evidence that she suffered daily abuse at their hands. Psychologists unanimously agreed that their presence had only deepened the psychological wounds she was already battling. It took only 5 days for the research students in the UA support department to develop a nutritional supplement that could substitute for the iron her body was lacking. After receiving the first dose, she was kept under observation for 24 hours, and the results were promising. Her physical health showed immediate improvement. Within a few weeks, her mental state had stabilized to the point where she no longer exhibited her earlier tendencies, such as an obsession with making others bleed. The doctors reported observing healthy emotional responses that had never been present before. After a round of rehabilitation, she will be both physically and mentally stable enough to be reintroduced into society. Additionally, switching her diet to the newly created nutrient-rich food led to noticeable changes in her appearance, improved skin tone, absence of scratch marks near her eyes, and a completely different look from what she had before. This means she will be able to hide her former identity quite easily, should she ever choose to reintegrate into society. Capítulo 107, Chapter 106, Fixing the World One Person at a Time, III. Inazuma was able to investigate twice, and found that he was in a situation similar to Magnus. After we managed to convince him through scans that he was the original and not a copy, he was highly cooperative and willing to use his powers to create clones that would help in many ways in the medical and technological fields. And since Nezu promised him that they would be lenient in his punishment, he worked even harder for all of them. Since their existence is known to only a few members of the UA staff, they are free to make such decisions without interference from the parliament or the government as a whole. And if one day the public ever finds out, let's just say that making it public or trying to take action against him will only lead to their ruin, and profit-hungry people like them won't make such foolish decisions. Then comes the case of Mr. Compress. He was just a magician who wanted to show his skills to the world, and he chose villainy as his path. So basically, he was just a criminal. So we simply put him in prison for some time with many restrictions, and the condition for his release was extensive community service. Some people don't have any reason for doing things like that, they're just idiots. One of the most headache-inducing problems was the existence of gigantomachia. The guy was born with a gigantifying quirk. All for One, seeing the potential, decided not to steal the quirk, but instead tried to create a perfectly loyal dog. The gigantification increased his brain as well. Although the gigantified brain didn't give him additional mental capabilities, it made him even more resilient, especially when quirks were added to him while he was in giant form. Although All for One had to make sure that he remained in that form forever, he was also able to completely reprogram his brain to follow his commands without fail. Even though the numerous added quirks didn't push him into a coma like they did with others, they reduced his brain functions to that of a toddler. And while the damage piled up to reach that point, All for One had already programmed himself into him. So the chances of him having a breakdown, or more precisely, a tantrum, when he finds out about All for One are so high that it's a certainty. So the only way to deal with him was to do the same thing I did to Chisaki and All for One. I didn't feel even a hint of guilt while doing it, because I had managed to find the records of gigantomachia before he became what he is now. Let's just say his track record was enough to fill a few volumes. The guy's been alive since the rise of All for One. Plus, from what I found, the one who scared Mina and led to Kirishima's rise wasn't him, but someone else created by All for One to replicate gigantomachia. That attempt was unsuccessful, as All Might managed to take him out with a single normal punch. So right now, I'm in front of the cell that holds the last victim of All for One that I need to save before I can say that this is truly over. Tamura Shigaraki, I called out his name as he slowly looked up. His arms were mechanized because I had cut them off a long time ago. But even then, there were traces of flesh in between the cybernetics that connected his wrists to the tips of his fingers, essentially allowing him to use his quirk with his new arms. But it also made it easier to imprison him. The IT guys in the support department were able to shut them off easily without even using a single quirk to manipulate electronics. Blood lightning, come to gloat, I suppose, since you think you've won. A raspy reply came from the other side of the glass in the room where he was held. I took out a chair I had picked up while entering and sat on it, so we could speak face to face. Those arms on your body, you do know they don't belong to your family, right? Shigaraki flinched for a second, but his composure returned quickly. You think I'm an idiot with no clue? I know how my quirk works, and I remember how they all died. Did you think you'd break me mentally like that? I gotta say, that's disappointing coming from the guy who beat the supposed demon lord. Your real name is Tenko Shimura. Your quirk was stolen by All for One just as you were born. He did it so he could manipulate you for his own needs. Your father was the only child of Nana Shimura, the 7th user of One for All. She had made sure to separate herself from him to keep him safe from her battles, but this created resentment in his heart against his mother and everyone who aspired to be heroes. To ensure he could cause great psychological damage to All Might and Gran Torino, All for one decided to gain your father's trust. Shigaraki's eyes widened as I began speaking about his life with details even he didn't know. But from his expression, I could tell he believed every word. Even though Shigaraki often acts childish and is psychologically unstable, he is great at analysis and calculation. His adaptability in battle is the best example of this. The information I gave him may be hard for normal people to understand immediately, but he was able to connect the dots across many areas of his life. All for one was never random in his decisions. Shigaraki had seen him make seemingly simple choices that caused serious, complicated issues for his enemies. Shigaraki had believed his master chose him because of his trauma and his hatred toward the world. Hearing that he was actually related to someone his master wanted to destroy made more sense to him. Capítulo 108, Chapter 107, Fixing the World One Person at a Time IV. I narrated everything All for One had done to his life, including giving him his current quirk and triggering it so that it killed every member of his family when he was at his lowest as a child. I even explained that Dabai's current appearance was because All for One had created a backup in case Tamura Shigaraki died in some unfortunate accident. Just like Shigaraki, who had a connection to Nana Shimura, through which he could emotionally damage All Might and others, Dabai's identity, as the son of the second strongest hero, would also help in destroying society in the future. As I spoke, I saw Shigaraki get shocked at a few points, but he calmed down just as quickly. By the time I reached the end, he had an expression of extreme calm and was silent for a few moments. I knew he was still thinking about everything I had revealed, so I waited patiently for him to speak first. Even if everything you said is true, he started, looking at me with the same dead eyes I had seen on his face when I battled him in the other world. What's the point of telling me now? Do you think I'll follow some path of redemption like the others? You might be able to help them by fixing what broke them in the first place. But what broke me was the messed up society of this world that favors the majority while making sure minorities like me suffer in their place. They don't care what happens to us, those who look just a bit different or are gifted in ways others can't appreciate, but instead glorify lies about how kind and unstoppable those false heroes are. Just wait until I destroy their heroes. They'll show their true selves, savages who wouldn't hesitate to kill children to survive. Shigaraki started wheezing after making this statement. Inazuma didn't speak for a few seconds, but then he took out his phone and placed it flat on the glass that separated them. A video started playing on it. Shigaraki, curious, watched the video. It began with a boy walking through an alley, looking disheveled, malnourished, and altogether weak, as though he'd been through a difficult ordeal. His quirk also made him look hideous and frightening. Shigaraki didn't know who the boy was, but he recognized the eyes and the expression on his face. He had seen it every time he thought about the society that abandoned him when he needed them. He knew it was the same expression he'd worn while trudging through the streets after killing his entire family. But what confused Shigaraki was the setting in the video. There was a lot of wreckage, debris ranging from destroyed car parts to toppled buildings. What confused him further was that he recognized the places the kid was walking through. From what he knew, the battle with his former master had occurred in an entirely different part of the city, far from the location shown in the video. Also, the destruction seemed far worse than what the battle with All Might had caused at the old base. I know this place. How did it get destroyed like this? The battle between us didn't happen here, and you haven't stopped me from accessing the news outside. There have been no reports of anything like this happening, Shigaraki said, questioning Inazuma, who paused the video. You're a guy who plays video games, right? Ever heard about alternate dimensions and the multiverse? Shigaraki's eyes widened as realization struck. That day on Island, you went too fast while carrying the bomb that was about to explode and destroy the entire island. While running at that high speed, you broke through the walls that keep dimensions from colliding. So this video was taken from an alternate dimension, I suppose, Shigaraki said, speaking aloud his speculations. This time, it was Inazuma's turn to be surprised. His eyes widened a bit. Shigaraki scoffed at his reaction, but the slight curve of his lips showed he enjoyed catching Inazuma off guard for once. Well, it's not completely accurate to the letter, but I'll say you got close. Must be a huge fan of those sci-fi series, huh? That was the only reply Inazuma got, so he continued. Well, you could say this dimension was an exact copy of ours, except for one factor that was present here. He then pointed to himself. So, you didn't exist in that dimension. Did we win in that one at least? Was the destruction because of that? Shigaraki asked, a hopeful look on his face. Nope, sorry. You tried your best to destroy society's hope and succeeded for a few months. But after that, even those who initially agreed with you turned against you, seeing that you were slaughtering everyone, regardless of guilt. The number of child deaths alone was too high to ignore as just another statistic, Inazuma replied, and Shigaraki could feel the gravity of the situation through the change in his tone. Inazuma then played the video again. As Shigaraki watched, he saw the change in the boy's expression. He could sense the boy was about to snap. The protrusions on the boy's body, created by his quirk, showed he was just about to attack. But suddenly, a woman grabbed the child's hand. Are you okay? She asked. As Shigaraki saw this, his eyes widened in recognition of the woman. Inazuma was able to see it clearly as well. Come on, I'll make sure you're safe until we can do something, she said as she began gently guiding the child. As she walked, she muttered something that was clearly captured in the video. I hope the boy I saw all those years ago is all right. I can't believe I was scared of him then. He was just a child needing help. Every word the woman spoke hit Tamura's mind deeply. He started breathing deeply, as if he was losing air. Why? Capitulo 109. Chapter 108, Saving the World One Person at a Time Final. Why? Shigaraki muttered aloud. To show you that people can change, that people can have hope. I know the woman shown in the video was also indirectly responsible for you turning toward a path that made you want to destroy the world and the society within it. But look closer, the woman remembered you even after 20 years. She feels regretful about not helping you that day as well. Trust me when I say this, being unable to help you that day is what spurred this woman to help another child. And according to the records I found before coming back, she also started an orphanage just a few months after meeting you. The same can be said about the woman in this dimension. Inazuma then took out the details on his phone, which described the woman's name, her affiliation, and her current position as the head of an orphanage that primarily takes in children abandoned by parents due to their physical mutations or quirks that the parents are unable to understand or accept, resulting in their abandonment. I'm not saying you're completely wrong. Society, as a concept, is built on a lie to ensure that the majority survives. But that does not mean the minority has no chance to live. My job, as I see it, is to make sure that one day, society doesn't have to depend on the existence of a minority to function as a whole, Inazuma said as he rose from his seat. I might not complete it in my lifetime, but I'll try my best to at least make a difference so that the future generation will be able to complete it in one way or another. And one of the ways I see myself doing that is by making sure that you at least get a chance to turn your life around. Inazuma then began walking away, but suddenly Shigaraki shouted out the question on his mind. Wait, you didn't tell me what happened to me in that dimension. Inazuma paused for a moment, then answered. Shigaraki Tamura and Tenko Shimura both died in that dimension. Shigaraki flinched slightly at that information. So I hope that I can at least save you in this dimension. I hope you make the right choice. Inazuma spoke as he walked away. At the end of the hallway, two people were waiting for him, one of them in a wheelchair. You should go inside. I think he might be ready to speak with you now. Inazuma told the person sitting in the wheelchair and left the building, activating his speed. Are you sure you want to do this, Aburo? Aizawa asked his friend in the wheelchair. Aburo Shirakumo, whose body was used by All for One and Garaki to create Kurogiri. All for One saw the potential in Aburo's quirk, Cloud, which allowed him to generate and control clouds. These clouds could solidify to be used as shields, a means of travel, or for storing items. All for One saw the addition of the cloud quirk, which allowed control over a formless, easily dispersed medium, as useful. So, after creating an accident to trap him, All for One faked Aburo's death, added cybernetics to his body, and then implanted a spatial quirk, which was incomplete, as the released spatial energy was uncontrollable. This quirk fused with Cloud and created Kurogiri's quirk, Warp Gate. When All for One created the personality known as Kurogiri, I was trapped inside his body and could only watch everything that was happening outside. Shirakumo began, as Aizawa slowly pushed him toward Tamura's cell. I tried my best to stop Kurogiri, but he ignored everything I ever said, except once. That one time, I told him not to report to All for One that Shigaraki was showing emotions that were healthy for him. Aizawa raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. So he was protecting the child in some way. Haha, that's right. Even after all the editing done to his psyche by All for One, Kurogiri and I agreed on one thing, Shirakumo continued. Tamura Shigaraki was a child who needed protection and proper guidance in order to grow up well. He then looked at his arms, which still had a few wisps of warp energy spreading out of them. I'm sure, due to the treatments I'm undergoing, Kurogiri will disappear completely sooner or later. And he knew it too, the day All for One was killed by Inazuma. So, on that day, he made me a request. Flashback 1 day ago. While Kurogiri was captured, inside his mind. Aburo Shirakumo, I want to make a deal with you. What's the use, Kurogiri? I won't help your teammates or the members of your organization in any way. Even if I were to die, I won't allow you to use my body to do more harm to innocents. Even if we both have to die, I'll accept it with open arms, Shirakumo replied, with the tone of someone who had long since accepted the decision to sacrifice his life. But the next words from Kurogiri were not what he expected at all. I will surrender this body completely, and if measures are taken to erase me from it, I will accept that fully. But in return, I want you to try to make sure Shigaraki has a second chance at life. Aburo was shocked for a moment. Are you sure about this? And you know I can go back on any promise I give you for this, right? Shirakumo asked, knowing through their bond that Kurogiri was sincere. Kurogiri looked straight at him with his glowing yellow eyes. I'm sure you'll keep your promise. Because after all these years together, the only thing we both agreed on was Tamura, whose entire growth since childhood we witnessed. I'm sure you'll try your best to help him without needing any incentive, but to make sure you stay true to it, you need a reminder. And I'm willing to sacrifice myself for that, because I know my death will be the reminder for you to look after him every day. After all, unlike me, who is only kind toward Tamura, you, Shirakumo, are genuinely a kind person. Deep down, you'd never hesitate to help someone who's in pain, and my death will give additional guilt to a kind person like you. Back to the present. Aizawa took Shirakumo to Tamura's cell, where he spoke with Tamura for a few hours. After that conversation, the shadowy wisps spreading from Shirakumo disappeared completely, signifying the passing of Kurogiri, who accepted death, knowing that the person he cared for would now have a chance to live a better life. Capítulo 110, Chapter 109, 8 years later. Inazuma-sensei, can you tell me how to use my thrusters to attack more effectively on sludge texture-type villains? There is a specific file in the archive named Sludge vs. Heat. Just take a look at it and try to adapt it to your quirk, but I suggest you try to add some simple equipment that you'll be able to carry for that kind of confrontation. Since the villains have a jelly-like body, they are more resilient than normal and can handle stronger attacks. So, the chances of you needing to hold back are very slim. Inazuma replied easily, not even taking his eyes off the reports he was handling. Thanks, Sensei, the kid shouted and started flying away. Stop using your quirks in the hallways. A stern voice came from another end of the room, which made the kid freeze in fear, and the next moment, he crashed downwards. Shit, Eraser Sensei. The kid, treating the crash as an everyday routine, immediately ran away, earning laughter from the rest of the teachers in the loft. Ha, Eraser is still the scariest teacher. No doubt about that, Mike laughed out in glee. But thankfully, Aizawa had predicted it and made sure to use his quirk on him so that his laughter did not destroy the entire room along with the eardrums of the rest of the teachers. Shut up, idiot. And you, psychology kid, you're supposed to be the teacher who keeps these idiots from using their quirks in the wrong places. What the hell are you doing? He said, looking at Inazuma this time. Lighten up, Aizawa. From what I heard from Shirakumo, You, Mike, and Shirakumo together used the cloud quirk to cut classes many times. Inazuma calmly replied, which earned another round of laughter from all the other teachers in the room. Damn it, Shirakumo, you're not getting off easy this time, Aizawa muttered, while Inazuma continued. Plus, this is the only time when they'll be able to freely use their quirks to enjoy themselves. The moment they become heroes, they might be too tired at the end of the day to have any free time. Inazuma said, which earned a lot of approval from the teachers and groans from a few among them who were tired from their regular nighttime patrols. Well, let's put that away for now. How's your kid doing, Eraser? I heard he's started training already. Eraser groaned. In an unlikely turn of events, Eraser had gotten hitched with Joke, who always proposed marriage to him every time they were near each other. There had been rumors of Inazuma, Mike, and Shirakumo getting together and kidnapping him using a sack and dumping him straight at the altar. Let's just say that's a secret kept by the attendees who saw Eraser being dropped in the chapel in his pajamas, which had star-shaped patterns on them. It was a very confusing time for Aizawa for the next few minutes. And it seems like Joke did not let the opportunity go by. Within 9 months, Eraser's first child was born with a quirk that combined the quirks of both his parents. As long as he makes anyone laugh, even a chuckle is more than enough, they will lose their quirk for an hour. And with Joke's guidance, the hyperactive laughing bomb known as Tweet was born. Don't ask about the name, Aizawa easily lost that battle. Kill me, please, Aizawa growled. Even though he loved his kid and the life he had with his wife, his introverted personality was unable to handle hyperactive people constantly. It had reached the point where he found the classes filled with hormone-induced teenagers with quirks to be a peaceful atmosphere. Hey, are you going to that party hosted by Midoriya? From what I heard, you were invited, Midnight commented from the side. Yeah, it'll be good to see those idiots who were my first batch, Inazuma replied with a smile. These last few years had changed many of them in great ways, but because of the lack of destruction caused by the war in this dimension, thanks to Inazuma's actions, the reduction of villains like in the canon timeline had not yet happened. They remained steady in number, but with the difference of the heroes being more efficient and the number of victims being greatly reduced. Each of the heroes in Class A, including Mainta, had ranked within the top 50, and Class B within the top 100. They were all regarded as the golden generation who had even surpassed most of the former pro heroes. This party was hosted because Midoriya had finally reached the number 1 hero position, essentially reaching his goal of surpassing All Might completely. He had even begun his relationship with Ochako, a bit early due to a small nudge from Inazuma during their school-time sessions. Plus, One for All within Deku had also taken the same decision as in the other universe, after hearing about what happened there from Inazuma. So Midoriya would become the last official user of One for All, with the chance of his descendants having quirks similar to the former users. All Might had also completely retired, and now worked as a teacher at UA. Dabai had reconciled with his family, thanks to the efforts of both his mother and father. But he soon succumbed to his long-term injuries and passed away. Shirakumo managed to convince Shigaraki to turn over a new leaf, and he now secretly joined 13 in clearing out disaster-ridden areas and saving people using his disintegration quirk. The other members of the League of Villains got a chance at a normal life, with the adults getting jobs that required their quirks and Toga having the chance to experience a normal high school life. After Inazuma publicly retired, he married Clara 2 years later and had a child who had shown signs of having a force inside her. But the nature of that force would only be known later. Inazuma looked at the time on his watch. Looks like I need to leave now, otherwise I'll be late for the party, he chuckled slightly. Imagine that it might become one of the biggest memes, he muttered as he sped up using his quirk. Capitulo 111, Chapter 110, 8 years later and final. You ready? Inazuma asked Clara, who had just come out of a meeting. Yep, and I made sure Iri is looking after Kana for today, so we won't have to worry about anything tonight, Clara replied, kissing him on the cheek. Then let's go, Inazuma said as he picked Clara up in a princess hold and ran toward the hotel where the celebration was happening. Kazuma thought back to the rest of the changes that had occurred. Without revealing himself to the public, he had spent the last few years taking care of criminals in places where heroes were scarce. He had grown strong and fast enough to monitor the entire planet, but he only did so occasionally, knowing that if any danger truly needed his attention, it would make the news soon enough. His main focus was rescuing children abandoned because of their physical characteristics or quirks. He primarily saved children across Japan, placing them in orphanages run either by Nagant or the woman who had once failed to save Shigaraki. When dealing with abandoned children in other countries, he brought them to respective orphanages in those cities. But he wasn't irresponsible about it. He always returned to make sure they were safe. If he found any signs of abuse, or if the orphanage was colluding with smugglers or criminals, the culprits would be tied up in front of the local police station the next day with irrefutable evidence of their crimes. He also fought hard against crimes rooted in discrimination, cases where people were harmed just for being different. These often occurred in rural areas where even the peacekeepers, including heroes, were biased and ignored such acts. However, after the horrors of the potential future were revealed, the government began cracking down on these injustices, both from civilians and heroes. Education was also being provided to children in those areas, ensuring they didn't inherit the prejudices of their parents. By that time, Inazuma had reached the venue where the private party was being held. Inazuma-sensei, Clara-san, welcomed to the party. Midoriya greeted them at the entrance. "Nice to see you again, Midoriya. Congratulations on earning the title of number 1, Clara said, gifting him a small prototype from her company. Midoriya laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. Even after all these years, he still got shy when complimented directly. It had actually helped with his media presence, earning him the nickname being Deku on social media. "Well, I'm sure the title would change if we revealed just 1 week of Inazuma-sensei's work," he added, glancing at Inazuma. He was one of the few who knew what Inazuma did behind the scenes. While the information was classified, top heroes could access it thanks to their accomplishments. Once inside, the other members of Class A cheered and greeted them. They too knew of Inazuma's contributions and were happy to see him. The celebration was warm and lively, even without alcohol. Everyone enjoyed it genuinely. Inazuma listened, as each of them shared stories of what they had achieved, most of them surpassing their original dreams. Suddenly, everyone's phones beeped in unison, an alert about a villain attack nearby. It took just 15 seconds for them to change into their hero costumes and rush out to help. Inazuma smiled as he watched them go, heroes who had grown from the students he once met. He remembered thinking of them as fictional characters, until the day he witnessed Irie's suffering firsthand. Her silent tears while being tortured had shattered his illusion and grounded him in the grim reality of this world. Later, witnessing the destruction of another world had pushed him to act, to change the future, even if it meant facing the consequences. Suddenly, he felt a gentle pressure on his hand. Clara was looking at him with a soft smile. Ah, how could he forget the person who had been by his side more than anyone else in this life, and hopefully, if everything went well, until the very end of it. Just then, a glowing window appeared in front of him. "Congratulations, you have completed the mission. Make sure to live your life well. Your friend and creator of the universe, Jason." Inazuma quietly whispered a thank you in his mind as the window closed. He pulled Clara close and kissed her forehead. "Wanna go back home to the kids?" he asked. "Yeah, don't want to keep both of them waiting. They might end up watching anime till midnight." They left the building, walking slowly toward their home. Inazuma didn't use his super speed. Clara didn't ask why. For a while, they walked in silence, hand in hand. The sounds of battle echoed from a few streets away, but for them, the world was calm. Inazuma intertwined his fingers with hers. "Clara, yeah, I'm glad you found me that day. At the end,